Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, what if Harry Potter was reincarnated as the ultimate magical weapon? Here's a quick glimpse. After a tragic death, Harry Potter is reborn as a child once more, but this time, with knowledge of the future and limitless magical potential. Armed with runes, ancient secrets, and raw power, Harry isn't just a wizard anymore, he's magic's ultimate weapon. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Now, let the story unfold. Harry had been head Auror since he was 55, and this is why he was called to the scene. Incidents in the Department of Mysteries went straight to the top. When he ordered the team to move the remains of the Time Turner out of the way, they were all shocked to find that the body was shifting chaotically through all ages and features. The body was quickly moved to St. Mungo's. 5.5 hours later, Harry was leaving for the night when an unseen assailant attacked him while he was in front of the cabinet of Time Turners. The attack was low-powered, but it still was able to take Harry by surprise. Falling backwards, Harry knocked over the case, spilling Time Turners everywhere. Several of these landed on Harry and triggered, dropping him off unknowingly 6 hours in the past. With a groan, he rolled over just in time to see the giant Time Turner falling towards him. In his final moment alive, he thought of the marriage he had with Ginny, the girl he fell out of love with. He thought about the wasted potential he had with Hermione all those years ago. He thought of his second son, whom he had named Albus Severus only a couple years before truly learning of their motives. It was a name Harry regretted his whole life. Last, he thought of poor Teddy Lupin, Harry's godson and half werewolf, half metamorphagus. Only Harry's intervention kept the unspeakables from asking to study him. Harry didn't know what the boy was going to do now that Harry wouldn't be around. At long last, the reality. Ah! Harry screamed at the top of his lungs. Startled to find himself very much alive. Even more startling was the size of his hands. He was so caught up in this revelation that he didn't even notice when the door behind him opened. There was a rustle of paper, and a few moments later a woman shrieked. Vernon. Harry found himself being lifted up and carried through the house. He already knew he was going to the cupboard under the stairs. He did manage to see the calendar and confirmed his suspicions. November 2, 1981. Harry's first few days in his infancy were important. He quickly found that he retained his ability to apparate as well as use the improved version, called Weasley Warp. One of the Weasleys went insane in the 50s and invented and used a new form of magical travel to bypass wards and left a trail of death and destruction across the magical world. His reign of terror ended after just a week when he tried to warp into a Gringotts vault. It had taken weeks to clean all the Weasley off the walls, but they discovered the wards to stop warpers. Shortly after that, the method was analyzed and the wizarding public found it to be much superior to apparition, mainly due to the fact that there was no unpleasant squeezing sensation associated. It was an interesting phenomenon that no one who didn't know how to apparate was able to learn how to warp. With apparition, you magically threw yourself across the world, but when you warp, you simply become present in the other place and absent where you were. After Harry warped out of his locked cupboard that first night after the Dursleys went back to bed, he checked his second talent to make the journey. A 15-month-old baby walking around was not anything special, but a 15-month-old baby with glowing eyes who was calmly inspecting a vase would have sent most muggles running. Harry could see glowing runes floating in the air all around the vase. He could easily recognize them, and the magical signature was one he could never forget. Albus Dumbledore had applied charms on this vase to keep the Dursleys from ever getting rid of it, and a few to make them hate Harry more than they already would. Harry couldn't leave it be, so he picked it up, warped to a cliff he knew, and unceremoniously dumped the vase over the edge. After hearing it shatter, he warped back. Interestingly, the largest change this brought was that within a year Harry had his own room, what would have been Dudley's second room. The physical abuse and expected servitude was the same, he just had more room to recover in. One look out the window and Harry could see all the details of the alleged blood wards. The only one that had anything to do with blood was a simple monitoring charm, so Dumbledore would always know what was happening. Harry couldn't do anything about those without a wand, which was still almost 10 years away. Over the next several weeks, while pretending to be an ordinary toddler, Harry found a loose nail and used it to carve runes into garden stones. Once he finished placing them all, Albus Dumbledore would no longer be able to set foot on the property. Harry couldn't stop the wards, but they gave him more than enough of Dumbledore's magical signature to use. Having that task done, Harry settled back and got to work on rebuilding his occlumency shields and getting his mind tuned up and ready to work. Every student of the mind arts learns first thing, or several years later in a dusty old tome if your instructions initially came from Snape, that the human is made of 3 parts, body, mind and soul. Every human naturally can see with their body, that's the waking world. Some magicals can see with their soul, which is where magic comes from, and see the eddies of energy swirling about. Typically this is called mage sight, and it only sometimes is only visible. With training, any magical can see with their mind, called the mind arts. Legilimency is the art of using your mind to see into someone else's. Occlumency is the art of using your mind to look at yourself. Through occlumency one can view their memories and store information, they can reflect on personality traits and they can examine their soul. They can also defend against legilimency by constructing shields. Harry was quite surprised when he entered his mind and found a second mind. It wasn't Voldemort's Horcrux, it was his own infantile mind. Now suspicious, he checked and found a second soul as well, along with Voldemort's fragment. Looking deeper, he found that neither of his infant parts had developed since his adult parts had arrived. In fact, his adult mind and soul were crushing those of the infant. This was a problem because without the infant mind the infant soul would soon perish, and on a similar note, without the soul the mind loses its connection to the body. It was why victims of the Dementor's key were so helpless. Unfortunately, adult Harry was attached to the baby body through the baby's mind and soul. Harry would have to restructure his adult mind and soul or both of him would cease to exist. Controlled suicide to save your own life. Great, Harry thought as he got to work on his soul. His mind would have to go second or he would lose focus. The fix was rather simple in the end, but only temporary. Harry pulled his souls apart so his older one wouldn't smother his younger one. He didn't want to lose his older soul either, since that would allow him access to essentially twice the amount of magical power once he finished growing up. Once they were separated, Harry noticed that they were starting to repel each other. To fix this, he grabbed some of each soul and braided them together with the bit of Voldemort's and used the 3 to tether the 2 together. This solution wasn't perfect and left a significant amount of magic left over that would be dangerous to Harry, and everyone and everything around him if he ignored it. Without access to his Potter properties, or even Diagon Alley, Harry couldn't get a storage matrix. Harry eventually settled on concentrating the magic into the very cells of his body, hoping that it would make up for the years of neglect and abuse he was facing. This made it safe for him to be around electronics and would keep him from blowing things up when he got slightly upset. Now he'd maintain normal levels of accidental magic. It wasn't for another 2 years that he discovered what else this did. His soul being stable, Harry moved on to his mind. It was amazingly depressing to him as he went about systematically deciding what to destroy and what to plant in the younger Harry. That was, of course, until older Harry destroyed his center for depression and sorrow. After that it was smooth sailing, and soon the mind of the older Harry was reduced to little more than memories and younger Harry was developing again. This Harry certainly wasn't going to grow up into the same person. The first signs of the changes that Harry's second soul had made came 2 years later, while Harry was 4. The Dursleys were inside eating the breakfast that Harry had cooked them that morning. Just like in his last life, they started making him make breakfast as soon as he was tall enough. Naturally, Harry wasn't allowed to eat anything until they were done and was forced to wait outside. With his memories from the other timeline, though, he had plenty to think about while he waited. It was while he was idly waiting that he found that his scratching in the dirt was more efficient than usual. He looked at the deep gouges in the ground and the many small piles of dirt. Then he looked at his hands. Finally he examined the claws that he suddenly found himself in the possession of. Neither of his existences had provided him with the experience of discovering a new body part. In the end they were retractable, and not the only change that would happen to his body. His first experience with accidental magic came when he was 6, and fell out of a tree. The weightless feeling of falling along with the terror of surprise triggered a rush of magic through him. Harry remembered the story of when Neville's accidental magic triggered during a fall and he bounced. He wasn't surprised though, as his great-uncle dropped him out a window after dangling him for a while. The terror of surprise must have made the difference, because instead of bouncing Harry found himself floating. He dropped to the ground as soon as he realized what he was doing, having lost the feeling. With his inherited occlumency, Harry spent years recalling the times he saw Voldemort fly at the end of the last war with him. He also recalled the memory of his accidental flight and soon isolated the ability. Within a couple of years, Harry was able to outfly any broom that would be released before the firebolt, and even then he would still have the better maneuverability. Harry wasn't done evolving though. If anything, learning to fly was speeding up the process. Just before his 9th birthday, Harry woke up the whole household with agonizing screams. Vernon kicked his door in and found Harry, still unconscious, thrashing about in his bed, glowing noticeably, and now had hair that looked like it was made out of silver and skin that looked like dark copper. Vernon went to shake Harry and found that he was radiating incredible amounts of heat, even though nothing was burning. Not wanting to risk it, Vernon lifted the side of the bed and dumped Harry on the floor. The screams cut off sharply and were replaced by Mo.ns as Harry woke up. He looked around wildly, eyes now solid white and glowing brighter than the rest of him. In a rare moment of compassion, Vernon decided to leave Harry lying on the floor, curled up in the fetal position, and sobbing in agony, instead of breaking a few ribs for waking Vernon up, as was standard practice for Harry's nightmares. Harry wasn't allowed outside or near any open windows for 3 days while he struggled to get a grasp on what he concluded was his new metamorphagus power. Finally, glow dampened, irises and pupils restored and skin back to its organic appearance, and claws retracted, Harry saw the sun again. The last development during his Dursley years came later that year while he was walking home from school. He had ducked into a construction site to escape Dudley and his gang of minions, who were set of beating Harry up. He was watching the ground when he heard a shout of warning. Quickly looking up, he saw a dumpster falling off of an upper story. Harry was reminded of the giant time turner and was expecting to be crushed. Then, just like when he learned to fly, the sensation of accidental magic filled him as the dumpster hit his head. Instead of becoming dumpster paint like he expected, Harry found himself knocked off his feet and landed a few feet away. After checking on him, the foreman of the site took Harry to the Dursleys, and talked to Petunia about how lucky Harry had been to jump out of the way in time. When Vernon got home and heard the story, he took the initiative and beat Harry thoroughly for drawing attention. He finally gave up after he had been working on Harry for an hour and Harry still didn't have a mark on him. Petunia had been delightfully helpful at that point when she took up a cast iron skillet and swung as hard as she could at Harry's head. She hit him with enough force to knock him off his feet, but he got up again immediately without even a headache. After that, the physical abuse stopped. Harry knew that he had to test himself, so he warped into the wilderness one day and started flying into things. Harry ended up needing to hit trees with much greater force than any human could produce before he so much as bruised. Harry decided to stop testing once he managed to fracture his arm. He found that his skin was tougher as well, now able to resist minor cuts and lacerations. Since they couldn't do much to Harry anymore, he stopped doing more than his fair share of the chores. Without another choice, Petunia eventually assigned Dudley to some of the easier tasks and left Harry with the gross or difficult ones. Gardening was the one chore they both had, and thus ended up working alongside one another frequently. Unexpectedly, instead of making the job worse for Harry, Dudley ended up talking to Harry and an amount of mutual respect developed. Dudley even stopped his friends from tormenting Harry at school. With all of these other changes, Harry never even noticed that his eyes stayed perfect, and thus he didn't get glasses. Harry's years at the Dursleys were much better than his last time around, but they were still bad and Harry was looking forward to Hogwarts. Vernon and Petunia eventually gave up trying to deny the existence of magic around the time that Harry became a metamorphagus and told him about Hogwarts when he turned 10. Harry decided against telling him that he already knew, and them telling him early would keep it from being suspicious when he wasn't surprised to get his letter the coming summer. When his letter did finally arrive, Harry quickly wrote a reply saying that he would be attending, and he simultaneously requested the key to his trust vault at Gringotts. He found the delivery owl loitering outside and quickly had it on its way back to the headmaster. The letter was turned over to Albus Dumbledore after Minerva McGonagall had received it herself. He sat at his desk pondering just how Harry came into knowledge of his vaults. Dumbledore had specifically placed Harry with his Muggle relatives who wouldn't tell him anything about the magical world. Albus had been planning on sending Hagrid to take Harry to Diagon Alley for his supplies and to indoctrinate the boy into the role that Albus needed him to play. He was supposed to be completely ignorant and take up the pro-Gryffindor and anti-Slytherin outlook that Hagrid had. That and early contact with the Weasleys would have guaranteed that Harry would stay under Albus' control. Now that Harry was requesting the key on his own initiative, Albus had lost the upper hand. Albus couldn't deny the boy access to his vault without losing the position as a hero to Harry. In fact, the whole scenario demanded more attention from Albus. There really was no choice. He had to take Harry his key, and he had to take Harry around Diagon Alley and learn how the boy thought. If Harry wasn't ignorant, sending Hagrid to him wouldn't work in Albus' favor. A couple days later, the encounter all planned out, Albus departed Hogwarts and apparated to Privet Drive. He walked down the sidewalk until he came to number 4, where 2 boys were out front weeding. That's odd, the Dursleys should hate Harry enough by now to have him doing all the work. The other boy must be his cousin, Duncan the first think. I wonder why he's helping, punishment perhaps. Excuse me, could one of you tell me where I could find Harry Potter? Dumbledore asked from the sidewalk. Both boys turned around quickly in surprise, but only the black-haired boy spoke up. I'll go get him for you, Professor. Before Albus had even noticed that the boy knew who he was, Albus found himself alone with the brown-haired boy. Was that Harry's cousin? Duncan, I think. No, I'm Harry's cousin, Dudley, by the way. Dudley replied calmly and not looking Albus in the eye. Harry and he had planned this out, and it sounded like a fun joke. So who was that other boy? Oh, he is my friend Piers. Dudley said as a third boy with sandy brown hair and blue eyes came outside. Did you bring my key, Professor? The new boy asked as he walked up to the sidewalk. Harry? Albus asked, surprised by the boy's appearance. Yeah, so my key, Harry said impatiently. Ah, yes, well, after I have a word with your aunt we can head over to Diagon Alley and get all of your supplies. Dumbledore said, smiling, eyes twinkling. Oh, that's okay, I really only need my key, Harry said, holding out his hand. After I speak with your aunt, I should be able to convince her that she shouldn't go and let me take Harry instead. It should be easy. He took several steps towards the door only to find himself still on the sidewalk. Well, that's strange. If you make me ask for my key one more time I will press charges with the goblins. Please just give me my key and leave, everything is arranged, Harry said. Albus didn't know how Harry knew goblin laws, but he did know that Harry wasn't making empty threats. What happened here? My work was so tidy. With a sigh he pulled Harry's key out of his pocket and handed it over. Harry promptly turned around and walked back inside, Dudley following close behind. Albus thought he was right behind Dudley, but then looked again and was still on the sidewalk. Why can't I move onto the property? Excuse me, boys. When the children didn't respond, he stalked off and apparated back to Hogwarts to try to figure out what happened over the last few years to get this response. It simply didn't make any sense. Who put up those wards? I wonder how long it will take me to take them down. Albus thought as he walked away, his plans disrupted more than he had thought possible. Harry waited until his birthday to go to Diagon Alley. It was his birthday when Hagrid took him the first time, and Harry felt it was appropriate. His first stop, after an uneventful visit to Gringotts, was Ollivander's. Ah, Mr. Potter, I was wondering when you would be in here. Happy birthday, by the way. Ollivander was smiling genially. Harry wasn't surprised that he saw through Harry's disguise immediately. Nice to see you, Mr. Ollivander. How are your children? Harry asked kindly. Oh, they are very good. They always get excited during the summer, hoping that they will get matched up with their witch or wizard. Ollivander said, smiling. He pulled a wand box out from under his desk. This one has been particularly excited this morning. Care to try it out? Harry opened the box to find his wand lying there. He took it in his hand and felt as though he were seeing a close friend for the first time in several decades. I'll take it. Curious, very curious. The phoenix that gave the tail feather for that wand gave one more. The brother of your wand is the one that gave you your scar, Ollivander said. Harry's hand quickly went to his forehead to check and make sure that he still had the scar hidden by his metamorphagus talent. How did you know about the scar? Harry asked. I lost both of my eyes when I was young and had them replaced with magical prosthetics. Over time I have manipulated the enchantments and now they see through almost any attempt at concealing one's identity. Ollivander said with a shrug. It was an accident really. Well, accident or not, I would really appreciate it if you would not tell anyone about my real form. Harry said. I have always kept the secrets of my customers, I didn't feel it was my place to tell others what I learned by mistake. The tan looks good though, you're positively radiant. He finished with a wink and Harry laughed. May I ask what happened? I don't want to go into details, but I found myself aware of my magic at a very young age and used it. The results are in front of you. Harry said. The two of them chatted for a while before Harry left, having bought his wand. 2 wand holsters. Ollivander raised an eyebrow in question when Harry asked for the second one but didn't say anything, and a wand servicing kit. Harry quickly got his trunk next. He got one that shrank with a wand tap, had an expanded main compartment with 3 small drawers inside, 1 for potions and 2 for everything else, and was warded to prevent anyone other than him from opening it. There were 2 like that, one was plain wood and brass, but he got the more expensive version that was covered in black dragon hide and had a silvery metal to fasten it. The shop owner called it mithril, but Harry suspected that that was just another name for titanium. The rest of his supplies were found and purchased quickly. He even got a few books about metamorphmagy while he was at Flourish and Blots, and soon he found himself only needing to get his robes fitted and find Hedwig. The shop owners always offered to shrink his purchases for him and were always surprised when he pulled out his trunk and expanded it. It was fun but a little concerning that no one thought he would have that kind of trunk. He was still mentally shrugging as he entered Madame Malkin's. Draco was there just like last time. Harry ordered that standard Hogwarts robes and hopped up on the stool next to Draco with a nod to acknowledge his presence. Harry didn't remember what he did the first time to get Draco starting, but nodding had the same results it seemed. Hello, Hogwarts too? Draco asked. Yup, Harry said, trying to sound as uninterested as possible. It didn't work. Me too. What house do you think you'll be in? Draco asked. Dunno. Well, no one really knows until they're sorted. I'm going to go into Slytherin of course though, my whole family has, it's the best house after all. Draco said. Doubt it. Harry replied. It is the best, everyone says so. Draco said with a glare. Except anyone from any other house, snakes lose 3-1. Harry said blandly. Only the opinions of Slytherins matter, who cares what Gryffindors and Puffs think. Claws have good thoughts but aren't good for anything other than help on homework. Draco was amazingly condescending even at this age. You're too dumb to make it in Slytherin. Harry said without looking over. You won't make it past the first plot against you. What? How dare you insult a Malfoy? Draco screamed. When my father gets back he'll be very upset that you're using him as a threat to your peers. Lucius said as he walked in quickly. And if you ever yell that loudly in public again there will be consequences. Sorry father. Draco said, turning red. You probably shouldn't threaten people without finding out who they are first either. Harry added helpfully. Lucius sent a withering glare at Draco again. I apologize for Draco, he might be too stupid for Slytherin like you said. I am Lucius Malfoy, head of the Malfoy family. Lucius said apologetically, extending his hand to Harry. It is nice to meet you, Lucius. I don't hold you at fault for your son's indiscretion. He is only 11 after all. I'm sure I'll make some mistakes too before I am done. Harry shook Lucius' hand with a smile. I am afraid though that I would like to maintain my anonymity until September though. If I see you on the platform I'll give you my name then, otherwise I'm sure your son would be delighted to inform you after the sorting. I can respect that, Lucius said evenly. The next few minutes passed in silence. Draco was too embarrassed to talk. Lucius had nothing to talk to an 11-year-old about without establishing an identity, which he decided to avoid, and Harry simply didn't want to talk to the Death Eater and future Death Eater. Soon though Draco was done and the Malfoys were leaving with his new robes. So how important are you? One of the assistants asked. Harry smiled at her. Promise not to tell anyone until September 2nd and I'll tell you. I, Constance Smith, swear on my magic that I will not willingly reveal the identity of this boy to anyone until after he has been sorted. She said, holding up her wand, and a pulse of magic verified her oath. Well, you didn't have to go that far, but I appreciate it. My name is Harry Potter. He said calmly. Oh, her eyes jumped to look at his forehead. No scar. Disappeared after a few years. Harry lied. Oh, Wow, little Malfoy is going to be in so much trouble when Lucius finds out. Constance said, giggling. Yeah, that's why I didn't tell him. Harry laughed. The last few minutes of his fitting went by quickly with casual small talk between himself and Constance. Soon though he was done and put his robes in his trunk with everything else. After a quick stop to get Hedwig, he left the alley and warped home. Now that he had a wand, he could take the trace off of himself. He did so immediately. Interestingly, anyone who knew the spell could remove the trace from them without triggering it. The Ministry never noticed because no one without a high level of clearance was taught the spell, and it was rarely used, but the trace only sends a message after a spell has been successfully cast, without affecting the spell itself. This meant that once Harry cast the trace-removing spell, there was no trace left to send the message. That day Harry went to sleep very pleased with himself. August was uneventful for Harry. During the entire month he only did two things. First, he returned to Diagon Alley a week later, disguised as a middle-aged woman, and tracked down a pensieve that could hold 2 occupants at a time. Dumbledore's wasn't as limited, but it was larger, more fragile and less secure. Harry's fit in his pocket and required a specific action to enter the memories stored within. Harry would never forget how his older self had learned the hard way not to stick his face in mysterious objects and didn't want anyone else to do the same thing with his memories. After finding the pensieve, he made his way down Nocturne Alley to a magical pet store and eventually found a single chameleon snake in a back corner. Chameleon snakes were the metamorphmagy of the snake world and could change their coloration and size at will. It made the snakes very valuable to Parselmouths as spies, since they could blend in until they were all but invisible. The only limitation on their ability to change shape is that they were limited to maintaining a constrictor shape. Few people were discerning enough to notice the difference though. After having a quick conversation with the snake while no one was listening, Harry found out her name was Hand, and he bought her. The second thing Harry did was on the night of August 31st. The Hogwarts Express would be taking all of the students to school, and many of the students were too excited to sleep. Like them, Harry was awake, but unlike them, it wasn't because he couldn't sleep. After disillusioning himself, Harry warped to Dumbledore's office. Being careful not to draw the attention of the portraits in the room, Harry made his way over to one specific shelf and quickly put the sorting hat on his head. August 31st came around, and while all of the other magical children were trying to sleep before Hogwarts, Harry was busy disillusioning himself. Once he was invisible, he warped into Dumbledore's office. After seeing that Dumbledore was gone, he walked over to the sorting hat and put it on. "Hello, I'm not supposed to sort you until tomorrow, you'll have to wait like the rest," the sorting hat told him. "About that hat, if you take a sneak peek you'll understand. I would however like to interfere with where you put a few other people," Harry said. "Tell me why and I might think about it." "Well, the first is Hermione Granger. She is a Muggle born, and last time she got sorted into Gryffindor because that's where Dumbledore was sorted. She belongs in Ravenclaw, don't let her make the same mistake again," Harry said. "Well, that sounds reasonable enough, I'll decide when I look in her head tomorrow," Hat replied. "Anyone else?" "Well, yes, but they are less justified. I think Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle should go to Hufflepuff, but I won't pressure you on that one," Harry said. "If Crabbe and Goyle are a toss-up between Hufflepuff and something else, I will take this into consideration," Hat said. "The last one will be against his wishes entirely," Harry said. "I don't know if you will be willing. I am not above bribes, you know," Hat said with a mental smile. "I don't know, what do you give a hat?" Harry asked. "Well, it would be great if you could unify the school," Hat said hopefully. "I don't know how possible that is, but I will agree to try," Harry said. "I guess that's the best I can hope for," Hat said. "I'll do it for you on faith. Don't let me down." After telling the Hat where to sort the last person, Harry left and slept for a few hours before heading to the station. Harry didn't sleep much that night, as it turned out. That was fine with him though, since he knew that he wasn't going to need to be awake for anything that day. When he woke up, he double-checked that he had everything in his trunk. Hand decided that the shrinking process was very uncomfortable and wanted to ride with Harry. They compromised, and Harry expanded a pocket of his book bag and told her she could ride in there if she didn't move or try to talk at all. Harry sent Hedwig ahead and left her cage in his room. 10 minutes before the train was due to leave, he tucked his shrunken trunk into his bag, disillusioned himself and warped onto the platform. When no one was looking, he became visible again and made his way through the crowd. He sat in the last compartment just like last time, and sure enough, just before the train left, Ron, with dirt on his nose, opened the door. "All the other compartments are full, can I sit here?" "Sure," Harry said with a smile and helped store Ron's trunk. "I'm Ron Weasley," Ron said, looking around for a moment. "Where is your trunk?" "It is in my book bag, it shrinks," Harry said. "It is nice to meet you, you can call me James for now." "What do you mean, for now?" Ron asked. "That isn't my real name, but I am trying to avoid letting Malfoy figure out what my name really is before the sorting," Harry said. "And the best way to keep a secret is to keep it to yourself." "Why? Are you famous or something?" Ron asked. "Or something. Please don't ask any more, you'll know soon enough," Harry said. "Fine, anything really to mess with a Malfoy," Ron said, smiling. "Do you play wizard's chess?" "I do, but not on trains, too shaky, pieces go everywhere," Harry said. Just before Hermione opened the door. "Excuse me, but have either of you seen a toad?" Hermione asked and dragged Neville into view. Neville lost his. "No, but I'll help you look," Harry said enthusiastically and stood up to follow her out. "I'll stay here, James, so no one takes our compartment," Ron said. Thanks Ron," Harry replied, and Hermione led him out into the hall. "I'm Hermione Granger, this is Neville Longbottom, who are you?" Hermione asked, thrusting her hand forward. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Hermione and Neville," Harry said, shaking their hands. "For various reasons I am using a pseudonym until the sorting, please call me James." "Nice to meet you, James," Hermione and Neville chorused. They got to the next door at that moment and Hermione threw it open. "Excuse me, have any of you seen a toad?" Neville lost his. Fortunately, Penelope Clearwater was sitting in this compartment, and after confirming that Trevor wasn't in there, she went with them. "Pardon my interruption," Penelope said at the next door. "Accio, what's your toad's name, Neville?" "He's called Trevor," Neville said nervously. "Accio Trevor," Penelope said. They finally found Trevor 3 compartments further down with the Weasley twins. Penelope then excused herself and went back to her compartment and joined her friends. "If you two want, you can join me and Ron in that compartment, just grab your stuff and head down, I'll be there momentarily," Harry said. Hermione and Neville quickly accepted the invitation and went to get their things. Harry turned to the twins as soon as they were alone. "I hate to do this to you guys, but I think you have something that belongs to me." "Why would you think that?" one of them asked. Harry decided to call him George. "Because, I am the son of Prongs and I live up to what my parents would expect from a second-generation marauder. I know lots of things," Harry said with a smug grin. "You're the son of Prongs?" Fred asked. "Can we meet him?" George asked a moment later. "Do you know who the others are too?" "Of course I do, you cannot meet my Prongs though," Harry said sadly. "Can we meet the other 3 though?" "Well, there is a good chance that you will be meeting Moony soon. You already know Wormtail. As to Padfoot, he is going to be out of contact for a while. I don't know how he'll feel when he is back though, I'll be sure to ask when I see him," Harry said with a grin. "We know Wormtail. You aren't going to tell us who he is, are you?" "No, sorry," Harry said. "I'm sure you'll be able to figure it out eventually though, good luck. But anyway, I came here to get my map, so could you hand it over?" The twin Harry was calling Fred pulled the map out of his pocket and handed it over. Harry pulled out his wand and tapped it. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." Harry had to glare at Fred when nothing happened. He handed over a second piece of parchment and took the fake map back. This time when Harry said the passcode, it worked. "Sorry, figured if you weren't who you said you were, you wouldn't be able to work it," Fred said with a shrug. "It's okay," Harry replied, "I would have done the same to you." Harry wiped the map and stuck it in his pocket. He started to leave but turned back when he got to the door. "I hope that we will be able to work together in the future." "Us too," the twins chorused before Harry closed the door behind him. Harry returned to his compartment as Neville and Ron were just finishing putting Neville's trunk in place. Harry closed the door behind him and sat down next to Hermione, smiling at her. "What took you so long, James?" Ron asked. "Had to stop to talk to someone," Harry replied. "Oh, who?" Ron asked. "Someone," Harry replied. "That's not very helpful," Ron said. "I don't think it was meant to be, Ron," Neville said. "Nope," Harry said. "So, who was it?" Ron said again. If I didn't tell you the first time, why would I tell you just because you asked again? Harry said, bewildered. He clearly considers it to be none of our business who he talked to or what they talked about. Hermione said, and honestly we have no right to that information. Correct, Harry said. We just met after all. Sorry, James. Ron muttered, barely loud enough to be heard. Hey Neville, you grew up in the magical world, right? Hermione asked, successfully changing the subject. Yay, so did Ron. James. Neville replied. I was raised by muggles, but I have some experience with the magical world. What's up, Hermione? Oh, I was just wondering if I could get more information on Harry Potter. I believe he is 11 now and should be attending Hogwarts with us. Hermione said. Yay, his birthday is the day after mine, so he should be coming. Neville said. Yeah, right. Why would Harry Potter come here? He has the money and fame to get any tutors he wants. He could learn magic better from home than any of us will at school. Ron said. Not to mention that after that night no one knows where he went. Neville added. Who knows, wanna go try to find him? Don't you think we would have heard about it if someone found Harry Potter on this train? Harry asked, using all of his mental discipline to keep from laughing. No one could have kept it a secret. Yeah, he probably went to Hogwarts some other way if he is attending at all. I guess we should just wait and see. Hermione said. The door slid open again to reveal Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle. Malfoy spoke up with a sneer. There you are, I guess you aren't as important as I thought if you were hanging out with Longbottom and a Weasley. Hello Draco, might as well make introductions. Ron, Neville, Hermione, this is Draco Malfoy and his brainless bodyguards Vincent. Crabbe and Gregory Goyle. Draco, Crabbe, Goyle, this is Ron Weasley, Neville Longbottom and Hermione Granger. Harry said, pointing to each person as he named them. How do you know Crabbe and Goyle? Draco demanded. Important people learn details, I'm sure you wouldn't understand Draco. Harry said smugly. Whatever, Granger. I don't know that name. Are you a mudblood? Draco sneered. Harry stood quickly and threw a punch, quickly breaking Malfoy's nose. Don't use that word anywhere within my hearing or I will make it so you can never say it again. James. What did you do that for? Hermione shrieked. You'll pay for this. Draco shouted, slightly garbled, and stalked away with his goons. Sorry, the M word in the magical community is like the N word in America. It is racist and, Harry said. Some members of the magical community value themselves on blood status, Neville said. If you were born of Muggle stock they consider your blood dirty, Harry said. It's really foul. Bloody git. Ron added. Ron. Hermione admonished. You know, in America the black population turned the N-word into their own thing, they claim ownership even. We could do the same. What do you mean? Ron asked. Well, simply put, those of us from Muggle families could all agree and decide that that word wouldn't be offensive if used by us for us to us. Hermione explained. What is the PC term anyway? Muggle-born, Neville said. If both of your parents are Muggles. Half-blood if either of your parents or any of your grandparents or great-grandparents are Muggles. So two Muggle-borns would give birth to a half-blood, and two half-bloods can potentially birth a full-blood. Hermione clarified. Yes, eventually. They call themselves pure blood, though. Harry said. I am half-blood myself, these two are pure blood for several generations. So that term applies to you as well? Hermione asked Harry. Yay, I don't think your idea will catch on though. Harry replied. You're probably right. It is hard to start these kinds of things on purpose. Hermione admitted. The rest of the trip was quiet, the four of them chatted or read. Ron and Neville tried to play chess once and almost lost a rook under a seat. Soon enough though the bell chimed through the train indicating that they would be arriving within a few minutes. Hermione stood outside the door while the boys got changed into their robes and then switched and put hers on as well. Harry left his trunk enlarged and put his backpack in it so it would go up to his dorm automatically like everyone else's. The other three were properly impressed with it. They were all done and sitting back in the compartment waiting out the final stretch when Harry noticed Wormtail. He had come out of Ron's trunk while everyone was changing. What's wrong, James? Hermione asked, then followed Harry's stare and screamed. What? Ron said, dumbly looking around. Oi, Scabbers. I told you to stay in the trunk. By the time the train stopped, Scabbers and Trevor were both locked securely in their trunks and a voice spoke through the entire train. Please leave your belongings here, they will be taken up to your dorms. The four of them filed out and Harry started walking towards Hagrid. The other three followed him just before they heard Hagrid bellow as traditional, "Furs years over, air." The four of them shared a boat, Ron and Neville on one side and Harry with Hermione on the other. "How do you think we get sorted?" Neville asked. "The twins told me that we have to wrestle a troll." Ron said grimly. "Maybe it is a test. Do you think we will have to cast anything?" Hermione asked anxiously. "It isn't either of those things," Harry said as he watched the castle approach. "This is a really impressive view." "Yeah, and how do you know it isn't either of those things?" Hermione asked, slightly offended that her suggestion was brushed off so easily. "Well, trolls are too dangerous to expect an untrained 11-year-old to be able to handle. As for the test, well, a percentage of the population only just found out about magic. It would be like taking a group of pure bloods to a muggle school and giving them a test to place them in a computer class." Harry said. "What's a computer?" Ron asked. "I bet Dad has one in his shed." "See?" Harry asked, turning to Hermione. "The Board of Governors is almost exclusively pure blood though, James. They could do something like this to discriminate against Muggleborns." Neville said. "Good point. I guess it really just depends on whether we eat first or second then. If everyone's dinner is waiting on the sorting, it will have to be a pretty quick process," Harry said as the boat bumped into the dock. "And why are you supporting the test theory? Do you want it to be a test?" "No," Neville shouted, "it's just that we should be prepared for it if it is." "Don't you think it is a little too late to start preparing for a test?" Harry asked. "That's why I've already memorized all of our school books," Hermione said smugly. Harry laughed when Ron's jaw dropped. It was nice to see that his mouth could open that far without food being involved. "That may have been more than you needed, Hermione," Neville said. "You might not want to advertise that. She is definitely going to be a claw," Ron said. "Claw? Oh, Ravenclaw. I am really hoping to be in Gryffindor. That's where Dumbledore was sorted, you know," Hermione said. "Why do you want to be in Gryffindor?" Harry asked. "I just told you, that's where Dumbledore was sorted," Hermione said. "Is that the only reason?" Harry asked. "Well, yes. The headmaster came from that house though, there has to be a reason why," Hermione said. "If you look at the statistics though, less than a quarter of the Hogwarts headmasters have been Gryffindors. Most of them are from Ravenclaw and Slytherin. There have even been more Hufflepuff headmasters than Gryffindors," Harry said. "But they say that Dumbledore is the strongest wizard alive," Hermione said. "Even if that is true, are you Dumbledore?" Harry asked. "No, so what does it matter to your life how strong he is? You won't necessarily match him, or you might beat him. Either way, that is already part of you. None of the houses come with a power boost." "HRMPF," Hermione said and turned away from Harry, crossing her arms. He shrugged and followed after Hagrid, who was starting to show them the way to the entrance hall. Neville and Ron followed immediately. Hermione hesitated for a moment but decided that staying with the three people she knew was better than trying to meet more new people, even if one of them had proved her wrong. The Great Hall erupted into applause as the Sorting Hat finished his song. Hermione had blushed slightly when she realized that the hat did the sorting and there was no test. Professor McGonagall called out the first name, Abbott, Hannah. A little girl walked nervously up to the stool and climbed on, sliding the hat down around her ears. Ron let out a groan and said, "Ah, they're using last names and going alphabetically. I'm going to be standing here all night." "You're not last though," Harry said, pointing down the line to a disappointed-looking Italian boy. "That is Blaise Zabini. He's last." Hufflepuff, one of the tables, started cheering loudly. "Bones, Susan. I am so glad my name is in the G's," Hermione said. Hufflepuff, more cheers. "Boot, Terry. It gives me enough time to understand what to expect but not so much time that I get bored of waiting." She finished. Crabbe, getting sorted into Hufflepuff, got more whispers than applause. When Goyle followed him, people were clearly laughing. "Granger, Hermione. Wish me luck," Hermione said as she walked up confidently and put that hat on. She only had it on for a second before it shouted, "Ravenclaw." Neville got sorted into Gryffindor again and soon McGonagall looked at the list and called out, "Malfoy, Draco." Draco walked up with his normal condescending swagger and jammed the hat down around his head. Last time, Harry remembered, his sorting took an eye blink. This time though, Draco sat and sat. Even though only his mouth was showing, you could tell that a moment after the hat went on he was surprised. That was slowly replaced with impatience, then indignation. After that he just started getting angrier and angrier. Suddenly all of the blood rushed out of his head and he started sweating. Just when the collar of Draco's shirt was showing dampness, the tear in the hat opened and Draco was sorted. Gryffindor. Only 3 sounds were heard in the Great Hall after that. The first was Harry laughing. The second was Snape's face hitting his hands, and the third was the thud of Draco hitting the floor. He passed out and fell off the stool. McGonagall took that hat off Draco's head and quickly revived him and sent him on his way to the Gryffindor table, where the Weasley twins immediately took the seats on either side of him with an evil grin. Their friendly Jordan took the seat directly across from Draco, who looked worse than he did on the stool. There were only 10 students left to be sorted when McGonagall got to the one they were all waiting for. Potter, Harry. Absolute silence. Then as one every person leaned towards the remaining unsorted. Harry was now at the end of the line furthest from that hat. Ron was right next to him looking down the line waiting to see which one was Harry, since he knew that the one was Zabini that left 3 choices for him. Ron was very surprised when James walked past him and down the line toward the hat. He was even more surprised when James's features suddenly started changing to give him his customary unruly black hair and bright emerald eyes. The Great Hall was much louder this time than last, possibly because he just told everyone that he is a metamorphagus. Draco looked appalled by Harry's identity. Neville and Ron had identical looks of shock and Hermione looked like she had 1,000 questions to ask. He smiled to Hermione and sat down on the stool and slid the hat on. Did he faint? Hat asked. Yay, it was funny. Thanks a lot for that. Harry thought. I'll gladly do my best to hold up my end of the arrangement. Could you put me in Ravenclaw please? I think it will be the easiest way to explain away my knowledge. Sounds good, Hat replied. Dumbledore is trying really hard to convince me to put you in Gryffindor. Too bad I don't work for him. Ravenclaw. Harry jumped up with a smile and set the hat back on the stool and walked down Ravenclaw table to join Hermione. A 7th year stopped him along the way and introduced herself. Hi Harry, welcome to Ravenclaw. I'm Lisa Turpin, the 7th year prefect. It's nice to meet you, Lisa. Harry said, shaking her hand quickly before moving on. He took the seat next to Hermione before it hit him. Lisa Turpin was in our year last time. Something is up. Why didn't you tell us you were Harry Potter? I have read all about you. How did you change your appearance like that? Hermione started her barrage. Harry smiled and leaned close, whispering in her ear. He said, Nitwit blubber oddment tweak. What does that mean? Hermione asked, but Harry was scanning down the remaining line of unsorted. Who is it? Who is it? Harry muttered to himself before finding the unfamiliar face. Who is she? Who is who? Hermione asked. Her, second girl from the hat. Harry said. Why does she matter? Hermione asked. Hermione, Harry said, turning towards her. I will tell you everything I trust you with, but not on command. That girl matters for reasons that I don't trust you with yet. Harry did trust her with the information, but not until he figured out what was going on and got her in private. A different person here might mean it is a different universe than mine and I traveled to it rather than back in time. You don't trust me, Hermione said, sounding hurt. I just met you, do you trust me with all of your secrets? Harry replied. How can I trust you? You lied about who you were. Hermione responded. I did no such thing. I told you right up front that I was using a fake name. It isn't even fake, it is my middle name. Plenty of people go by their middle names, and I never told you any last name. Harry said. Tonks, Nymphadora, McGonagall called out. Harry's head shot up as he watched the girl he didn't recognize walk up to the hat. No way, Harry said, jaw dropping. Tonks, Nymphadora, McGonagall called out. Harry's head shot up as he watched the girl he didn't recognize walk up to the hat. No way, Harry said, jaw dropping. Ravenclaw. That's great, Harry said. Why is that great? Hermione asked. You'll see as soon as she gets here. I bet it is the first thing she talks about. Harry said, smiling. Within moments Nymphadora Tonks sat down next to Harry on the other side from Hermione. She had barely sat down when she spoke up. Watch her, was that a glamour or something else? Hello, Nymphadora was it. That's kinda clunky, can I call you something else? Harry asked, smiling. And no, it wasn't a glamour. Yay, don't call me that. I like Tonks. Tonks said, if it wasn't a glamour, does that mean you're a metamorphagus too? It doesn't mean that, no, but it happens to be the truth in this instance. I could have done it with amazingly timed polyjuice too. Harry said and turned his skin lime green. Tonks laughed and matched his skin tone. They stayed like that for the rest of the meal. What is a metamorphagus? Hermione asked. Natural shapeshifters, they're rare. This is probably the first time the two have been here at once, let alone in the same year and house. An older Ravenclaw told her. They always have to have a humanish shape though, unlike animagi, who turn into a specific animal. 10 Galleons says I'm better at transfiguration than you. Tonks said to Harry. You're on. Harry replied and shook her hand, before turning to Hermione again. See why this is great? You think I'm great? Tonks asked, faking bashfulness. I think you're great too. Everyone that was close enough to hear laughed. Weasley, Ronald, Gryffindor. I wonder how he and Draco are going to get along. Zabini, Blaise, Slytherin. As Blaise was sitting down at Slytherin, Professor McGonagall cleared away the stool and hat while Dumbledore stood up. Welcome. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are. Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you. Hermione immediately swung to ask Harry how he knew what Dumbledore was going to say, but found him grinning at the food and shoveling some onto his plate. When he noticed her staring at him, he started loading her plate too. Hermione, you still have to eat even when there are big thoughts in your head. Blushing, she looked down at her plate, and then at the rest of the food on the table, and then at what Harry had picked for himself. Their plates were different, but Hermione had exactly what she would have picked for herself. He was the only person who seemed to know what was going on when Malfoy was sorted, and he wasn't surprised by it. Note to self: find out why Malfoy's sorting was such a surprise. He also refuted every wrong guess at the sorting without supplying a theory himself. Did he know? He would have told us if he knew though, wouldn't he? He knew what Dumbledore was going to say. He even told me that I had no reason to want to go to Gryffindor. How much does this boy know? And how? Was anyone told how we were to be sorted before it happened? Hermione asked. To no one in particular. It is a tradition that you don't know. Tonks said, and if they do know, they're not supposed to tell anyone else. Oh, Harry, none of the books I read said anything about what happened to you after that night. Hermione said. Well, at least that explains why he didn't tell us about the hat. They wouldn't. I was sent to my Muggle relatives and kept out of the magical world until now. Harry said with a shrug. So how do you know so much about who is here? You pointed out Blaise. You didn't need an introduction for Draco or his friends, and you knew that Nymphadora was a metamorphagus before she sat down. Hermione challenged. Don't call me that. Tonks shouted. I haven't wasted all of the time I have had since I learned about this world. Harry replied. Anyway, eat. Speaking of which, how did you know what I wanted? Hermione asked before taking her first bite. Harry just smiled at her, then kept eating. Hermione spent the rest of the main mealtime eating, thinking of questions, starting to ask them, stopping herself and then going back to her food. Tonks spent her meal eating and changing her hair with the unspoken request for someone to stop her when it looked good with lime green. Harry sat looking from one girl to the other, completely amused. When the food disappeared, Harry immediately grabbed Hermione's plate, and before she could protest, the desserts appeared and he served her some plum pudding. This is my favorite. Seriously, how do you know this stuff? Have you been spying on me? Hermione asked, looking very concerned. No spying, I'm just that good. Harry said with a smirk, serving himself some treacle tart. She was still frowning at him. Harry sighed and drew his wand. Holding it up, he said, I, Harry James Potter, swear on my life and magic that the first time that I so much as heard of one Hermione Jane Granger was September 1, 1991, when we met on the train and she introduced herself. The magic pulsed around him and he was looking at her like that should have made all the difference. What did you just do? Hermione asked. He swore a wizard's oath. Tonks said before Harry could reply. If he was lying, he'd be dead right now, and a squib, but that wouldn't really matter. Squib, Hermione said. No magical born to a magical family. Harry said. They are a product of pure blood inbreeding. Inbreeding, Hermione said with dread. Yeah, almost every member of the old families are related. Harry said. I believe Tonks here is my third cousin once removed. Neville's great-great-grandfather married one of my great-aunts that makes us fourth or fifth cousins. I think, I never really learned the rules for that stuff. Really? Hermione said. Yeah, Tonks said. Old families don't really talk about it though, there is not stigmata associated with it. They still haven't realized that those of us born with Muggle-born parents are more fit in general. My mom said that Harry and I made quite a commotion when we were conceived. My mother was Muggle-born and her father is Muggle-born, Harry explained. House of Black and House of Potter both looked down on the unions. To them anything less than a pure blood was an insult to the family. My mom was disowned when she married my dad. Tonks said solemnly. We sure showed them though. We're both the first halvesies in each family and we both have a rare magical talent. I haven't found any other metamorphmigi in my lineage. I don't know about the Potter side of Harry but he certainly doesn't get it from his black genes. Tonks then tried to take a bite of her dessert and found out the embarrassing way that dessert had ended while she was talking. The plates were all clear again and Dumbledore once again took to podium. A few quick words before bed. Firstly, the Forbidden Forest is still forbidden, otherwise we would call it something else. The list of banned products can be found on Mr. Filch's door, please check and follow it. Finally, the third floor corridor on the east side is off limits for all who don't wish to die a gruesome death. Thank you, good night. What does he mean, gruesome death? Hermione asked concerned. He means that if you go down that hall you'll be eaten by a grue. Harry replied, drawing a laugh from Hermione. Seriously though, I would expect that he means exactly what he said. It is more important to know that you will die than it is to know how you'll die. The Ravenclaws unanimously waited until the other three houses cleared out and the doors were easy to get through. There was of course no sense in getting up just to stand around waiting. Lisa Turpin stood up and called to everyone to follow her. She led them up to Ravenclaw Tower and informed them that they had a riddle as their password rather than a password. Solve the riddle, gain entrance. Fail to solve the riddle, wait until someone comes along who can answer it. Isn't that really insecure? Hermione asked. Anyone can solve a riddle. Yeah, it is. Lisa replied. No matter how much we and Professor Flitwick beg, Dumbledore won't let us change it. The man's gone senile if you ask me. Hermione was shocked. Harry laughed at her expression. Aren't you glad you didn't go into Gryffindor now? She nodded without comment. Needless to say that our most important security measure is to simply not tell anyone where the tower is. I mean anyone, Lisa said. There is a certain set of twins that I am sure want to find out how to get in here. After all the Ravenclaws filed into the common room, Lisa spoke up again. Could all the firsties stay here for a moment? You're supposed to get a speech from Professor Flitwick before you go to sleep. Everyone else, get out of here and go to bed, you know the drill. When only the 12 first-year claws and the prefects remained, Penelope Clearwater stood up. I am Penelope, feel free to call me Penny. I am in my 5th year, thus this is my first year as a prefect. As she was sitting down, a boy stood up next to her. I'm Jake Turner. I am also in my 5th year and a new prefect. There is a tradition in Ravenclaw. The first years are under the care of the 5th year prefects, the second years are under the 6th year prefects and the third years are under the 7th year prefects. 4th year and above go to whomever when needed, but generally by this age you won't need a prefect's help. As the remaining prefects stood and introduced themselves, Professor Flitwick arrived and handed a stack of booklets to Penelope, who in turn handed half to Jake, and the two of them quickly distributed them to the first years. When Lisa Turnpin had finished with her introduction, Flitwick moved forward to speak. Ahem, I am Professor Phileas Flitwick, I teach charms here, and I am your head of house. In that function I am the intermediary between you and the staff. Flitwick said. Harry, your skin is still green. The booklets you have all been given are copies of the school rules, followed by Ravenclaw rules, followed by Ravenclaw traditions, and finally at the end are useful everyday spells that will generally make life easier. On the wall over there you can see a basic map of Hogwarts with the classrooms and faculty offices highlighted and color-coded. Next to that are specific changes that Hogwarts makes, such as corridors that are dead ends every third Tuesday and things like that. Questions, then off to bed. Hermione's hand shot into the air. Flitwick pointed to her. When do we get our schedules? Are we allowed to use magic in the common room? What about in our dorms? Do we have to wear our uniforms all the time? Tomorrow morning, yes, only in class and at feasts. Flitwick replied. Anything else, Miss Granger? And no, sir. Hermione said, blushing slightly. Anyone else? When no one raised their hands, all right, go to bed then. Flitwick turned and left while the prefects got the students going to the correct rooms. Where Gryffindor Tower had all of the boys in an open round room with 4-post beds as the only source of privacy, here in Ravenclaw Tower the beds were the same, draped in blue though, but each was supplied with a writing desk and they were all separated by walls. The room was still a circle and all of the cubicles opened into the center. Each cubicle had a nameplate declaring its occupant and their trunks were all already there. Harry pulled his backpack out of his trunk and threw it on his bed, then wished his dorm mates good night. After pulling his curtains closed he pulled out the Marauders map and checked to see where the Weasley twins were. He found that they were headed up the stairs to their room with Lee. Harry was very happy that there were only 3 third-year Gryffindors this year and walked over to their room. They were getting close so Harry simply sat at the desk next to the door and waited. A few moments later the door flung open and one of the twins came in first. A Gryffindor. Malfoy, who would have thought? Do you think we can convince Ron to prank him for us? Twin A asked. Probably, but you could just ask me to do it for you. Harry said laughing as all 3 of them jumped and spun to look at him. How did you get in here? Twin B asked. And why shouldn't we tell McGonagall? Lee added. Well Lee, you shouldn't tell McGonagall because that would incite my hostilities. And I'll never tell Twin B. Harry said. Twin B. Haha, I win, said Twin A. Not really, Twin 2 inches, Harry joked. Anyway, I'm only here because I'm visiting all of the houses tonight. Thought I would be able to chat here elsewhere, I'll have to be quiet. Hey, you weren't surprised by Malfoy's sorting. Did you have something to do with that? Lee asked. Sorry Twin A1, that's classified. Harry said with a grin. Is there a way that I can contact the 3 of you without making a visit? Not unless you're telepathic too. Twin B said, we'll think of something though, just give us a few days. All right then, good night. Harry said pleasantly and stood up and walked out the door. He warped back to his bed as soon as the door closed behind him. The Weasleys couldn't allow an outsider to escape their territory that easily though, and they ran to the door to make their token effort at retribution. They got to the door within a second of Harry closing it and threw it open to find no one. They looked at each other. Well, that was impressive. They spent the rest of the night planning an invasion of Ravenclaw Tower. At least now they knew why Harry took the map so soon. If they still had it they could have figured out how Harry got in here. Once everyone was asleep, according to his map, Harry warped down to the Slytherin common room and with a wave of his wand painted a giant mongoose on the wall. He also released Hand to start her spying. Then he popped over to Hufflepuff Central and threw a picture of a coyote up on their wall. In the Gryffindor common room he painted a hyena and he decided that painting a magpie in Ravenclaw would keep people from suspecting a claw of doing all this work. Harry was certain that in the morning the only people that would suspect him were Fred, George and Lee. He fell asleep with a smile. Harry woke up when Tonks jumped on him. Hermione followed suit a second later. They were giggling as Harry was getting over the shock. It didn't take long to compose himself and tease them. Well, waking up with 2 pretty ladies in my bed. Not a bad way to start the day at all. Next time you 2 want to join me in bed, crawling under the covers will be more than adequate. Hermione turned bright red and Tonks laughed. Right, oh boss. Come on Harry, get ready, breakfast is starting. Hermione said, pulling on one of his arms. Yay, out of bed sleepyhead. Tonks started pulling on the other. Harry sat up and let the blanket fall away from his torso. He only slept in pants and the girls stared at the exposed flesh. For an 11-year-old he was very well muscled. Hermione sighed and Tonks just said, wow. I can be pudgy if you prefer. Harry said as he stood up and pulled a shirt out of his trunk. No, muscles are better. Tonks said as Hermione nodded. Harry shrugged and pulled the shirt on and quickly cast a teeth-cleaning charm. Where did you learn that? Hermione asked. I'm surprised at you, it is in the booklet that Professor Flitwick gave us. Harry said. I'm reading it linearly. Hermione blushed a little. I'll look at the spells at breakfast. Right, breakfast. Let's go. Harry said and walked out the door. When he got to the middle he noticed that all the curtains on the other 5 beds were open and the occupants had already left. Harry, you forgot something. Hermione said. What? Harry turned around and looked himself over. Shirt, pants, don't need glasses anymore, my skin isn't green, nor is it golden and glowy. You're not wearing shoes, Hermione said. So, oh, never mind then. Tonks laughed and hooked her arm through Harry's right arm and motioned for Hermione to take his other one. Together they marched Harry out the door and down to the common room, ignoring the fact that he was backwards while they walked. They set him down once they got there and the three of them left the tower together. I wonder who drew that bird on the wall, Tonks said. Hermione and Harry just shrugged. Harry saw that not only was he the last Ravenclaw to wake up, he was also the only one to leave the tower in his pajamas. Harry took his seat and the girls immediately took the seats to either side of him. What took you so long, Potter? Padma called. Late night, Harry said and served himself some coffee. Terry Boot moved down to sit across from Harry. Hey, they guys and I just put it to a vote, Harry. We don't think it is fair that you get a third of the Ravenclaw women to yourself. Terry said with a smirk. Hey, if you want to know why they're sitting with me, you'll have to ask them. Harry said. I didn't tell them they had to join me. Oh, I see. So ladies, what draws you to our young celebrity? Well, I have always been told that it is polite to share a meal with someone after you wind up in bed with them. Tonks said levelly. Wound up in bed? Terry choked out. What about you, Hermione? Same reason, Tonks said before she could respond, so instead she turned bright red and buried her face in her hands. Late night indeed, Potter. Anthony Goldstein called from a few seats down. Starting a bit young, aren't you? You know, if I didn't have control of the function I would be blushing right now. Can we stop implying that I slept with these two, please? Harry said. I'd like to eat before classes start. Are you saying you don't want to sleep with us, Harry? Tonks asked, batting her eyelashes. There is no good way to answer that question, Nim. Harry replied. Nim, Tonks said, pausing to consider. No, I don't think so. Stick with Tonks. If I don't? Harry asked innocently. Then I'll have to punish you. Tonks replied. Hey, you two, save it for Harry's bed. Anthony shouted, drawing laughs from the whole table and looks from the rest of the Great Hall. What about Harry's bed? Professor Flitwick asked as he walked up behind them. These two jumped on me this morning, while I was still in bed. Seems to be a big source of entertainment for them now. Harry said. Hermione was blushing again and Tonks was giggling. Do you know anything about that bird in the common room? It is a magpie. They steal eggs from the nest of other birds, including eagles. Flitwick said and handed Harry a stack of papers. Still don't know who put it there, but in the meantime, since you seem so eager to get to know our students, you three can pass out the schedules. Harry took the first-year stack and handed them out quickly without asking anyone for their names. After a moment of thought, Hermione decided that she could have done the same and left it off the list of strange things about Harry Potter. Between the three of them they got the other 6 years handed out efficiently. Harry took his leave a little early because he still had to change and get his books, reminding everyone else that they still needed to get the proper books for their classes that day too, and soon all 12 first years were herding up to the tower. Tonks followed Harry up to the boys' room and surprisingly Hermione did too. Harry shrugged and pulled his pants down, followed quickly by the removal of his shirt. When he turned to dig his robes out of his trunk, he saw that Tonks was blushing and Hermione had turned away. Once his head was through the head hole of his robes, Harry turned towards them again. You can look now, Hermione. Nice blush, Tonks. Aren't you even a little body conscious? Hermione asked, turning back around as red as he thought she'd be. Nah, anything I don't like I can change. Metamorph, remember? Harry said, smirking. We were planning on embarrassing you, Tonks said as she regained control of the capillaries in her face. Just had to turn it around, didn't you? Always. Come on, let's get your books, Harry said as he put his transfiguration book in his bag to join the charms book. He followed the girls down to the common room and started to follow them up to the girls' rooms, but the stairs turned into a slide, just like in Gryffindor. Well, that's say, east. Tonks and Hermione laughed and went up the stairs when they reformed, just as Jake was coming into the room. The alarm went off on the girls' stairs. Who tried to go up? Really, there is an alarm too. I am going to have to deal with these trust issues, Harry said. How do I lodge a formal complaint with the board of directors? Trust issues, Jake said. You'll never get rid of their trust issues. What about just getting rid of the wards then? Harry asked. I'm sure there is someone in this tower who knows how. They're just there to keep boys out of the girls' rooms. What's so bad about that? Jake asked. Well, nothing, if they made the same effort to keep girls out of the boys' rooms. This morning I was woken up by Hermione and Tonks, not that I'm complaining, but what if I want to return the favor? Harry said. He focused his mage sight and saw that only the first 6 steps held the trigger. Maybe I could just bypass it. No one really thinks about it much. How do you plan on bypassing it? Jake said. I'd tell you, but then I'd have to obliviate you. Harry said and sat down to wait. Alternate universe, checklist 1 prophecy, 2 Horcruxes, 3 Hallows, 4 serious innocence guilt, 5 Wormtail. Hallows can wait for a while, let's see if I get the cloak at Christmas. I can pop in and check the prophecy, and I can check the tiara, both as soon as I have some long-term privacy. That should probably wait until Christmas too. I can confirm serious innocence and Wormtail's guilt tonight after Ron goes to sleep. What to do with that though? I could get Sirius out and innocent now, but then if Voldy comes back like last time I'll have less insight into his workings. Then again, the tournament had to have been planned and scheduled before Wormtail escaped. You don't do something like that over the summer. That means that Voldy didn't need Wormtail. Last time they panicked when I ran away from the Dursleys after Sirius escaped. If we waited and everything went the same way, I could stay completely out of sight and not let Dumbledore get any word of where I am until I get back on the train perfectly healthy. That'd be funny, but I can't let Sirius rot for another 2 years just to play a prank. So, immediate plans: break into first-year Gryffindor dorms and check to see if Scabbers is Pettigrew. The girls chose this moment to come back down the stairs and stopped Harry from planning any further. Harry led the way out of the portrait and was a few steps down the hall when Tonks ran the few steps between them and hooked her arm through his. Hermione followed a moment later on the other side. Harry was shocked with how different this Hermione was turning out than the one in his last life. He wondered if it was just because Tonks was with them rather than Ron, or if her life has been different. Her favorite foods were still the same though. Guess I just need to get to know Hermione all over again. Their first class was Charms with Slytherin. The snakes were already there when the 3 of them bounced in, still linked together. Harry sat down next to Blaise Zabini and had to suppress his smirk when Hermione bumped Tonks out of the way and took the seat on the other side of Harry. Harry also ignored the disappointed look on Tonks' face as she sat down. Instead he turned to Blaise. "Hello, I'm Harry Potter," he said, offering his hand. "Blaise Zabini," the Italian replied, shaking Harry's hand. "I'm surprised that you're talking to me. I was working under the assumption that the hero of the light was brainwashed into thinking all snakes are dark." "Nope, not all of you, just a loud minority," Harry said, smiling. "Your assumption was almost correct though. So, are you part of the loud minority?" "No," Zabini laughed. "There are less of them in our year than in most of the others. We all expected Malfoy and his goons to be here." "Yeah, that was a surprise," Harry said. "These are my friends Hermione Granger and Tonks, but you should call her Nymphadora, she really likes it." Tonks punched him in the shoulder while Hermione took Blaise's hand. Still glaring, she took Blaise's hand herself as they leaned across the other two. "Please, don't call me that." "No worries, Tonks," Blaise said with a smile and released her hand. "This is Daphne Greengrass, she isn't very vocal either." Another round of handshaking and, "Nice to meet yous later," Professor Flitwick arrived. Harry had noticed that Daphne held his hand significantly longer than either of the girls. He started wondering whether last time the girls were less obvious or if he had been more oblivious. Harry was the first one to successfully cast the charm to unwill the flower. "Good job, Mr. Potter. 10 points to Ravenclaw," Flitwick said, smiling. "No thank you, sir," Harry replied and turned to Blaise, who was staring at him, jaw dropped. "Try it again, I'll see if I can see what you're doing wrong." "What do you mean, no thank you, sir?" Blaise said, shocked. "It's just that the House Cup doesn't make any sense, and I'd rather not be a part of it," Harry replied with a shrug. "Mr. Potter, we've used the point system at Hogwarts practically forever. Why does it suddenly not make sense?" Flitwick asked. By this point every student had fallen silent. "Well, you offer points as a reward and take them as a punishment, but this only matters if the points have value." Harry started. "So the House Cup was established, probably when the whole school was unified and it was a friendly competition. That would also explain why the amounts given are so arbitrary. You could have given me 1 point for casting the spell or 1,000, or none at all, and still have been within the scope of the written rules." Over time, the arbitrary nature and only having one use for the points turned the competition into an us versus them scenario. Everyone wants to win the trophy so that all of their hard work to earn points in class won't be wasted, even if it means getting the other houses in trouble. It also makes students in-house pressure each other to not divulge important information over fear of losing points. It probably also makes the students that are less capable of earning points in class feel worthless and apathetic. I imagine if you were to plot average test scores, disciplinary action, and post-Hogwarts productivity and mark the establishment of the House Cup, you'll find evidence to support my claims. That was very well thought out. I'm impressed, Mr. Potter. I'll think about your arguments and I might bring it up to the headmaster. Flitwick said, smiling. All right, class, back to work. You thought of all of that overnight? Hermione asked, eyebrow raised. Of course not, I went to Diagon Alley at the end of July, it's been more than a month. Harry said, smiling before turning to Blaise again, please show me what you're doing. When they got to lunch, Hermione and Tonks headed towards the closest end of the Ravenclaw table. Harry, however, turned and headed to the far end of the Hufflepuff table where Crabbe and Goyle were sitting alone. Harry sat down opposite them and poured himself a goblet of pumpkin juice. Hey guys. You were friends with Malfoy before we came here, right? His father was trying to turn us into Draco's minions. Vincent said. We're fine with Draco though, him being in Gryffindor makes things difficult though. Why? Harry asked. You're not Slytherins. Our families would be upset if we were friends with Gryffindors or Hufflepuffs. Greg replied. Your families don't matter here. Besides, wouldn't being a Hufflepuff exempt you from that rule? Harry said. Either way, just take a look. Malfoy is sitting alone at the Gryffindor table. He is probably getting picked on by his housemates. I imagine it would be the same if a Weasley got sorted into Slytherin. He needs friends, there is no reason that you shouldn't help him and yourselves by being there. What if he refuses to consort with Hufflepuffs? Vincent asked, surprising Harry. The Crabbe in his world would never know the word consort. Then leave him to rot if you want to, he'll only have himself to blame. Harry said, taking a bite out of a piece of toast. After a few moments of silent thought, Crabbe and Goyle looked at each other and nodded once. Together they stood up and walked over to Draco. Harry couldn't hear any more, but it looked as if Draco snapped off a snide remark. Looking angry, a few seconds later relief washed over his face and his two friends sat down to finish lunch. It was then that Harry noticed the presence behind him. Looking up and recognizing the faces, he smirked and greeted them. Abbott, Costello. And here I was thinking that I wouldn't hear that joke anymore. Hannah said with a groan, I've heard that from almost every Muggle I've known. Yay, it's pretty bad. Harry admitted. Costello. The second girl asked. Sorry, Miss Bones, Abbott and Costello are a famous Muggle comedy duo. Harry explained. Don't worry, you won't hear it from me again. So what can I do for you lovely ladies? Susan and I just wanted to say that we heard what you said to Crabbe and Goyle. Right, Suze? Hannah said, turning to a very red Susan. All right, that was really nice. Susan said, fighting to get her blush under control. You're a good guy, Potter. Hannah said. Come on, Susan, we have to get ready for class. Harry watched Hannah drag Susan away and could just make out Susan when she spoke. He said, we're lovely. Oh please. Hannah's reply was a bit louder. Now alone at the Hufflepuff table, Harry started to feel weird. He soon stood up and made his way back to the Ravenclaw table and joined Hermione and Tonks. What was that about? Hermione asked as Harry sat down. Everyone deserves a friend, Harry said with a shrug. And the girls? Tonks inquired. What, you don't think I'll be happy with too, do you? Harry asked with a wink. Hermione's jaw dropped when she figured out what he meant. Tonks just blushed. Seriously though, they just wanted to say thanks. Thanks for what? Hermione asked. Helping out two Hufflepuffs. I may have earned some Hufflepoints. Ow. Tonks had punched him. Bad jokes are not encouraged. Tonks said with a straight face. A moment later Hermione started to laugh. Harry and the girls arrived at Transfiguration just before the Gryffindors started showing up. As they filed in, Draco caught Harry's eye and nodded his thanks. When do you think McGonagall is going to show up? Tonks asked, looking around. Shish. Harry replied. That's a strange answer. Shish. Don't keep shushing me. Tonks replied as the door burst open. It seems that Ron made Neville late today as he had made Harry late the first time. Shwoo, looks like we made it, mate. Ron said, elated. No, Actually you didn't. Harry said. Professor McGonagall has been sitting on the desk the whole time. What? No she hasn't. Tonks said. There is just that dumb cat. The thud of Harry's head hitting the desk was followed quickly by the gasp of surprise from the students as McGonagall turned back into her human form. Without looking up Harry said, "That's why I was shushing you." Indeed, it would be wise to listen to Mr. Potter in the future, Miss Tonks. McGonagall said. And 1 point each from Mr. Weasley and Mr. Longbottom. What gave me away, Mr. Potter? This is Transfiguration class. The Animagus transformation is one of the hardest we'll discuss in school, and finally you registered your form with the ministry. Harry said. You've researched me? McGonagall asked. Yes, I know stuff about all of the professors. Harry said calmly. Well, normally I would give points, but Phileas has told me that you don't accept them. McGonagall said. Good work. McGonagall started going through her normal briefing on the dangers of transfiguration and the types leading into talking about animagi and metamorphmagy. Suddenly she stopped mid-sentence. I was going to ask Miss Tonks if she had anything to say about being a metamorphagus, but after the display last night I will open the question to Mr. Potter too. Well you can't learn the talentum. We all have a base form. We're both wearing ours right now, and when we free form we normally base it on our base form. Tonks stammered out. We can specifically replicate other people, Harry said as he shifted into Tonks' shape. But only what we've seen. For instance, I haven't seen Tonksarm, I haven't seen harem details, so all you can see of her is her hands and face. Harry quickly dropped back into his normal form, starting to blush. McGonagall smiled slightly and turned to Tonks. Anything you would like to add? Sure, Tonks said, standing up and turning into Harry. Anyone wanna see Harry's details? She got as far as grabbing the hem of her shirt before Harry stopped her. If you show them mine, I'll show them yours if I ever find out. Maybe I'll wait a few years until we're old enough for there to be something to look at too. Tonks quickly sat down and turned back into herself with a blush to match Harry's. Mutually assured embarrassment, she muttered darkly. The class settled down and soon McGonagall was passing out matches to turn into needles. Harry's match was a perfect needle within moments of it hitting his desk. Hermione's gasp is what drew McGonagall's attention back to him. I figured you would be first, Mr. Potter. McGonagall said, smiling. If I were to gamble, I would say that Miss Tonks will be the next person to finish. You would be wrong too, Harry said with a cocky grin. She finished just before you said that. Ah, good work both of you, McGonagall said as she resumed her rounds. Oi, Potter. Betcha I'll end up doing better in this class than you, Tonks taunted. Not if today is any indicator, Harry replied. You only finished first because she gave you your match before she gave me mine, Tonks argued. Fine, I guess in the future I'll have to wait on you. You'd better, Tonks said, then smiled. There is no way that some humdrum little boy is going to top me at my art. Oi, don't talk about my little boy, Harry admonished. At least not in public. I'd rather be talking about your big boy, but I don't lie. Tonks shot back. Oh, I totally walked into that one, Harry said. Yay, you did, Tonks said. Rumor mill will probably say that we were caught BPD together last night or something. And so you choose to make it worse by voicing the words yourself, Harry said, shocked. If that is the rumor, I am going to blame you. Harry picked up his needle and walked away from the table. He sat down again between Neville and Draco, with Ron on Neville's other side looking starstruck. Don't know if you guys are having trouble, but thought I'd offer help if you want it. Ron's is a little pointy. I haven't gotten anywhere, Neville said. I could use all the help I can get. You'll need more help than Potter can give, Draco sneered before turning to Harry. They're both practically squibs. I'm having a hard time getting the whole to form though. Then let's go in order. Ron, show me what you're doing. The redhead obliged. You're being too forceful with your wand, little things, little motions. Neville. With his help, Draco managed a perfect needle. Ron's was still without a hole and wasn't very shiny, and Neville's was still made of wood but otherwise perfect. After class was dismissed, Harry held Neville and Ron back until the room was empty. Hey, I noticed that both of your wands look old. Ollivander told me that wands that aren't used by the wizard they bonded to do lesser quality work. As far as I know, you both have very good reasons for having the wand you do, but if you don't, you might want to think about getting one suited to you. He quickly turned and walked out of the room before they could answer. That night Harry took the map to bed with him and laid there watching Wormtail wander around in the first-year Gryffindor dorms. When the boys were all in their beds, Harry started counting time. After an hour, he disillusioned himself and warped over to their tower. All 6 occupants were asleep fortunately. The 5 boys in their beds and Peter on Ron's desk, which appeared otherwise unused. Harry quietly stunned Wormtail and dropped him into a large glass jar that Harry had made unbreakable, along with a note that read, "Sirius Black is innocent. To prove it, I have provided you with this illegal animagus. His name is Peter Pettigrew and he is the one who betrayed the Potters that night. He is the one who framed Sirius Black. He is the one who worked for Voldemort. He has been hiding with the Weasley family since that night when everyone thought he died. Sincerely, Anon." Working of the formatting. Also, updates are most likely to happen on Saturdays or Mondays. Tuesday. It was Tuesday. It had to be Tuesday. And something kept prodding him in the cheek. "Tonks, if you don't stop poking me, I'll bite your finger off." "Well, wake up then. We've got potions, history and flying today," Tonks said. "Don't remind me. I hate Tuesdays," Harry said sitting up. "You don't need to keep showing me your details, Harry," Tonks said as the covers fell off his shirtless torso. "And what's wrong with Tuesdays?" "Only that they bring potions and history classes," Harry replied groggily. "You'll hate them too soon enough." "What don't you like potions and history?" Tonks asked, feigning surprise. "Just the professors," Harry said, walking over to his dresser. "Binns is as boring as a ghost teaching history sounds. Snape is worse. Come on, let's go eat." "Good morning, Harry," Hermione practically shouted when he left the staircase. This would have only been slightly irritating if Hermione hadn't been hiding first. Instead though, Harry jumped in surprise. "Jesus, Hermione. Don't scare me like that," Harry said with his right hand valiantly trying to hold his heart inside his chest. Hermione laughed and ran out of the tower. As Harry made to chase her down, Tonks grabbed his hand and pulled him around to face her. Next thing he knew, she was leaning in towards him. "You're floating," she whispered and let go of his hand. She saw his eyes go wide as he dropped about an inch back to the floor. "Don't tell anyone." "I won't, but I won't forget either." Tonks hooked her arm through his and dragged him out the portrait hole. "I expect she is going to drag me a lot of places," he thought. "Well, at least I accept it. Wonder what she means by it." As it turned out, Hermione only made it to the first turn before she realized she wasn't being chased. Feeling a little disappointed, she waited for the other 2 to catch up. She hooked his other arm and the 3 of them made their way down to the Great Hall. "I expect you to be wearing clothes when you arrive to class, Mr. Potter." That tone of voice would never leave Harry's memory. The words themselves made Harry stop and turn. "Of course I will, Professor Snape. The rules clearly indicate that the school uniform must be worn for all classes and feasts," Harry said. "You'll excuse me, but breakfast waits and I am hungry." 5 points from Ravenclaw for your disrespect," Snape sneered as Harry walked away. Harry's lack of response just made him more agitated. "I hate Tuesdays," Harry muttered as they sat down before filling the largest mug he could find with coffee. "You shouldn't treat your professors like that, Harry," Hermione admonished. "What's he going to do? He can't kick me out of school, and it doesn't matter if he kicks me out of class," Harry said nonchalantly. "If you're kicked out of potions, you won't be allowed to continue schooling," Hermione said. "First, that doesn't make sense. Even if every potion I brew kills the consumer, they wouldn't halt my education." "Potions aren't that important," Harry said. "Besides, I could just get a private tutor or test out." "How would you test out?" Tonks asked. "If I passed the OWL," Harry said. "Actually, that's not a bad idea. I might bring it up to Dumbledore if things get too bad." "Are you serious?" Hermione asked. "It'd be funny, but no. Private tutor maybe, depending on how Snape is," Harry said. "If that happens, I'll be sure to invite you too as well." On a related note, why aren't you eating anything other than fruit? Tonks asked. "How is that related?" Hermione asked. "It just is, don't think about it too much," Tonks said with a smile. "So Harry, what's the answer?" Well, I don't like waffles or pancakes. Potatoes get boring as breakfast food, so they rarely grace my morning plate. I have a lot of rules about eggs and these haven't been cleared yet. There are few breakfast vegetables other than potatoes, so I stick with fruits and grains," Harry said with a shrug. "Are you vegetarian?" Tonks asked. "Yes," Harry replied. And if the meals don't start getting better, I am going to have a chat with the house elves. I've had almost no protein or iron since we got here. Filled with Neanderthals this place is. Can't we just skip potions? Harry whined as he was pulling his pants up. No Harry, we can't. Tonks said, grumbled inside the curtains of his bed. These curtains are really in the way. Why not? It is going to be bad. Harry said. You don't know that. Hermione said. She was the reason she and Tonks were sitting on Harry's bed, curtains drawn while he changed. Yes, I do know that. Harry said as he pulled his shirt over his head. You can open the curtains now, I'm dressed enough not to offend Hermione's delicate sensibilities. Shut up, Hermione said as Tonks threw the curtains open. My sensibilities are not delicate. Then why can't you look at a guy wearing shorts without turning beet red? Boxers are not shorts, Harry. Hermione said, turning slightly pink. Semantics, Harry said dismissively. No Harry, not semantics. There is a big difference between underwear and outerwear. Hermione said. Like which one is on the outside? Harry said. Boxers are just thin cotton shorts when they're the only things you're wearing. Looked more like silk to me. Tonks said quietly. The point is that guys don't have the same attachment to their underwear that girls do. Harry said. I bet that if you asked every guy in school if they knew what color their underwear was without looking, 90% or so wouldn't be able to tell you. I would bet the opposite for girls. What does that have to do with getting seen in your underwear? Hermione asked. Underwear is lounge wear, Harry said, shrugging on his last layer. Come on, if we must go, let's go. Told you that was going to be bad, Harry said as they left the potions room. I still can't believe that he said you were unprepared when you answered 2 of his 3 questions. Hermione said. I could have answered them all, but then he would have picked something else. Harry said. I don't really care about it too much. I want to know why he has it out for you so bad. Tonks said. Oh, that is an easy answer, Harry said, raising his voice enough to carry back into the classroom. He is still in love with my mother and never got over her falling for my father, who is his rival, and my dad bullied him sometimes. I look like my dad, but with my mother's eyes, so every time he sees me he thinks of my father and is too juvenile to let it go after all these years. It is really rather pathetic. Detention, Potter, Snape's voice called out from the classroom. No, Harry called back as he kept walking. Hermione looked like she was about to faint. Not only that, but rumor has it that his actions led Voldemort to killing my parents, so seeing me might also remind him that he got his one true love killed. The door behind them slammed open as a furious Snape stormed out. He grabbed Harry by the arm and started dragging him down the hall. You'll be expelled for this. No, I won't, Harry said, then looked back down the hall and called to the girls. I'll see you at lunch in a few minutes once we're done in the headmaster's office. You're just like your father. Snape sneered. He thought he was above the rules too. If you took the time to get to know me, Professor, you'd see that I am much more like my mother. Harry replied casually, and what makes you think I think I'm above the rules? You wear pajamas to breakfast and you refused detention. In neither of those times was I doing anything that violated the rules of this school. Harry said. So arrogant, Snape said as they approached the gargoyle that guarded Dumbledore's office. Snape gave the password and they were soon at the door. Come in, Dumbledore called out from inside. Ah, what brings you here today, Severus? And with Mr. Potter too. I want this brat expelled, Snape said. On what grounds? Dumbledore asked. Blatant disrespect for the rules and staff, Snape said. Oh, what did he do? He spread rumors about me after refusing the detention I sentenced him to, Snape said. And what do you have to say for yourself, Harry? Only that I don't serve detention for complying with the rules, Harry said as he placed his wand to his temple. And that I am supplying a memory of the event as a standard for appealing against disciplinary measures. Harry walked over to the cabinet where Dumbledore kept his pensieve and threw the memory in himself before turning back to the stunned adults. It was that moment that Fawkes flamed in and called out before landing on Harry's shoulder and nuzzling his cheek. It's good to see you again too, Fawkes. I think I'm done here. If you want we can go to the Great Hall and visit over lunch. You can meet Tonks and Hermione then too. Fawkes trilled in what was obviously acceptance and flamed the 2 of them out of the office immediately, leaving Snape and Dumbledore completely astounded. Dumbledore recovered first. He spoke in a shaky voice. Well, that's that then, isn't it? I'll take a look at the memory and decide what course of action to take. Snape nodded dumbly and walked out the door, still trying to figure out how many new questions he had about Harry. He knows my past, he knows the rules of appeal, he knows how to draw out a memory, he knew where Dumbledore kept his pensieve. A first year shouldn't know any of these things. And Fawkes, it's good to see you again, like they've met before. What is that boy's secret? Snape didn't know it, but Dumbledore was on an identical thought train. When Hermione and Tonks got to the Great Hall, they grabbed seats and quickly started moving all the meat dishes away from their spot and brought all the vegetarian dishes closer. They were thinking that they would simply surprise Harry, after what had to be a bad meeting, but just ended up being disappointed by the variety. They were filling their plates when fire erupted right behind Hermione, who screamed and tried to jump out of the way but tripped on the bench and fell on her face in front of Harry, who was laughing. "Didn't think I would get my revenge so soon," Harry said, smiling down at her. "Need help up? Where did you come from?" Hermione asked as she took his hand and got pulled to her feet. "Dumbledore's office via Phoenix Travel," Harry said as he sat down. "Hermione, Tonks, this is Fawkes, Dumbledore's Phoenix. Fawkes, this is Hermione Granger, and Tonks, they're my friends." "Why do you have Professor Dumbledore's Phoenix?" Hermione asked. "We were chatting and done up there, so Fawkes brought me down," Harry said. "I offered food. Are there grapes anywhere?" "Yay, right here," Tonks said, sliding a bowl of grapes over. "Can you really understand him? It is more empathy than words, but I get what he's trying to say," Harry said, feeding Fawkes a grape. "And don't look now, but everyone is staring at you." "They're not staring at me, Harry, they're staring at you," Tonks replied. "Why would they be looking at me? Your hair is green. You have an extremely rare and powerful magical creature casually hanging out on your shoulder," Tonks replied. "So does that mean I win?" Harry asked with a smile. "Shut it, Potter," Tonks replied, waving a potato wedge at him menacingly. "There really isn't a good selection for vegetarians here. It is degrading to threaten people with potatoes." "So anyway, how much trouble are you in?" Tonks asked a few moments later. "Probably none. They can complain and take as many points as they want, but there are no rules against disrespect, so they can't issue detentions or expulsions for it. There is also a rule that states that you can appeal unjust disciplinary actions, such as assigning detentions for disrespect," Harry said, shrugging. "Worst Dumbles can really do give me a lecture. Potions class probably just got a lot harder for you though," Hermione said. "Meh, the tutor is still a viable option," Harry replied. "Who knows, it might catch on and leave Snape alone teaching himself." "How do you know all these rules?" Hermione asked, finally catching what had been bothering her. "I've had over a month since I was at Diagon Alley. There are all sorts of things you can find there and learn in a month," Harry said. "Are you going to use that as your excuse for everything?" Hermione demanded. "There is no way that one person could do as much as you claim to have done within a month." "Not for everything, only the things that it is true for that I don't want to explain," Harry said. "In other words, whenever I say that it probably isn't true." "So you're just going to lie to us?" Hermione asked, appalled. "People get angry when you tell them that something is none of their business, and it is easy to say you read about something somewhere without rousing suspicion from casual observers," Harry said. "And you're no casual observer, Hermione. In fact, I would bet that you have a list of all the strange things I have done since we met." "How did you know?" "Add it to your list," Harry smirked. "Or I could just say I learned about it from a book from Diagon Alley." "I wish you would trust us," Hermione said. "I do trust you. That doesn't mean that I am going to share all or even any of my secrets at the drop of the hat," Harry said. "Likewise, though, I don't expect you to be completely forthcoming about all of your secrets. Besides, some of the things I haven't told you is simply because it isn't time for them to be known." "Will you tell me how you know so much about me?" Hermione asked. "Someday, sooner than later I hope, but I don't really know what I am looking for before I do. I figure it will just feel appropriate eventually," Harry said. "Although I will tell you that it is all incidental, it is also how I know about the professors and a few other students. Actually, that one really big secret will cross off most of your list." After finishing their lunch and saying goodbye to Fawkes, the three left the hall on their way to history. Dumbledore managed to catch up to the en route. "Harry, may I have a word?" "Of course, sir," Harry said. "Is this a walk and talk or a drag me into an empty room kind of conversation?" Not a conversation, just a word. I have overturned Professor Snape's detention, this time, but you really must show your professors the respect they deserve. Dumbledore said in a grandfatherly tone. Sorry, Professor, Death Eaters don't deserve any respect. Harry said. Professor Snape returned to our side before the end of the war and took great personal risk spying for our side. Dumbledore said. He has my full confidence. Once a Death Eater, always a Death Eater. Harry said. Have you ever found out the process for giving someone the dark mark? Well, no. It doesn't matter though. Professor Snape has shown his loyalty over and over through the years. Dumbledore said firmly. Only because he doesn't have a master to go back to now that he is worthless as a spy. If I were you, I would question him under Veritaserum and ask who he would be loyal to if Voldemort was resurrected. I trust Severus, Dumbledore said. Then you're partially responsible for any damage he does. Harry said. I will give him the respect he seems to think he has earned if and when he proves himself to not be a Death Eater and drops his childish grudge. He holds me responsible for people's actions before I was even born. I only hold him responsible for his own. If he persists, I will stop going to potions class and hire a tutor, open to anyone who doesn't think Snape is a worthy teacher. It isn't your decision as to who is or isn't fit to teach. Dumbledore said. And I can't get him fired. I'm fine with that, but it doesn't mean I have to go be abused to not learn anything. Harry said. Class is about to start, Professor. May we be excused? Very well. Dumbledore said, sounding disappointed before he turned and walked away. Why you said his name, Tonks said. Yay, I'm probably going to say it many more times in the future too. Harry said. You should too. I need to think, she said and walked into the history classroom without another word. Harry followed laughing. He nodded to Crabbe and Goyle and waved to Hannah and Susan, and sat down between Tonks and Hermione. What are you doing? Hermione finally thrown out of her thoughts by Harry sitting down and settling down for a nap. Gonna take a nap, Harry said. Binns will never notice and he is just going to be reading the textbook verbatim. You don't know that, Hermione whispered harshly. Page 5, follow along. I heard so from someone who's had him before. Harry said, closing his eyes. Wake me up when it's time for flying. Harry was awake enough to groggily respond to roll call after Binns made his normal entrance through the blackboard. After that he fell asleep and Hermione found that he was right about Binns. Tonks fell asleep halfway through class and by the time it was over half the class needed to be woken up. It will be easier to stay awake once it gets cold, Harry said between yawns as they left. You should really pay more attention though, Hermione said. Someday he is going to say something that isn't in the book. And I'll have you there to catch that highly improbable event, Harry said. Besides, I don't care if I never get better than an acceptable in that class. D'ya think we should fly after that? Tonks asked half asleep. Seems dangerous. Is Whittle Nimmy afraid she'll fall asleep behind the handle? Harry teased, earning a glare and a punch. If you ever call me Nimmy again Tonks started. Do what? You won't do anything about it, will you? Harry followed up. It's 'cause you secretly like it. I do not, Tonks shouted, blushing slightly. It's okay to admit it, Nimmy, and don't worry, if you fall I'll catch you. Harry said. You'd better start running, Potter, Tonks said, pulling up her sleeves and drawing her wand. Eep, Harry said dryly before smiling, turning and sprinting down the hall and out onto the grounds. Tonks tore off after him and Hermione waited to start running until she was outside and caught up at the Quidditch pitch. The Hufflepuffs were following, but Harry noticed that Susan had broken away from the pack and moved to the side to talk to a Gryffindor. From the distance he couldn't tell who. He must have stopped walking because all of a sudden he found himself being pulled across the grass towards the far end of the line of brooms. Harry was sad to note that he could fly faster than any broom available for another 2 years. Hermione looked understandably nervous and Tonks looked tired and excited. She also had a look of confidence. Looks like you've flown before. Yeah, Tonks admitted. But don't worry, you'll catch up eventually. After a few years' devoted effort maybe. Bet you aren't as ahead of me as you think you are. Harry said. Oh yeah, you're on, Tonks exclaimed. How do you intend to determine your comparative skill? Hermione asked quietly. First one on the Quidditch team, Tonks suggested. I don't want to play though, Harry said. Why wouldn't you want to play Quidditch? It's great, Tonks shouted, causing most of the other kids look their way. Because it isn't a viable career option for me. Harry said. If I got a spot on the team, that would mean that someone who might want to play professionally wouldn't be able to play here, which would seriously hurt their chances for no real reason. Oh, well, we'll think of something sometime. Tonks said. Maybe late at night with mood lighting. Or in the morning in my bed. Harry replied, raising an eyebrow. Why do you two flirt so much? Hermione interjected, causing Tonks to break down into a giggling fit. Just trying to make each other blush. Tonks said cheerily. Why? Metamorphs can control the blood flow to their cheeks. Harry said. Unintentionally blushing is somewhat similar to laughing until you have an accident, but less extreme. The anecdote set both girls laughing again until Madame Hooch arrived. Tonks seemed to be trying to turn this class into a competition with Harry as first she said, up. With enough authority that the broom sprang into her hand hard enough that it must have hurt. She later claimed that during the first kick-off, set down routine that she hovered at exactly several feet off the ground. She refused to answer when Hermione asked her how she could be exactly inexact. Take the rest of class to drift around and naturalize the sensation of flying. I'll be around to help, just don't go too high or too fast. Madame Hooch announced as there was about 20 minutes left of class. Hey Harry, Susan called as she flew up alongside Harry and Hermione. Tonks was flying slightly ahead in her efforts to keep pretending they were racing. Hey Susan, how's it going? Harry asked. Fine, so listen, evidently in this morning's class Longbottom and Malfoy both fell off their brooms. Susan said. Lavender said that Neville broke his wrist and Malfoy is fine. Oh, that's terrible. Hermione said. The Gryffindors all think that a Slytherin, Teddy not to be specific, had something to do with Malfoy's fall. Susan said. Gregory and Vincent are looking to beat him up now. I think we've convinced them not to though. Oh thank goodness. Hermione said, relieved. Yeah, Draco should have a part in the revenge if any takes place. Harry said. Harry. Hermione shrieked. What? He shouldn't be looking for revenge. Hermione said. Why not? If he never stands up for himself, people will walk all over him. Harry said. It doesn't mean that it has to be violent revenge or anything. What else is there? Really? We're in a school of magic and you ask what options there? Or other than assault. Harry said. You're not much of a schemer, are you? I have no reason to scheme. Hermione said. There is always a reason to scheme. Harry replied. But anyway, if I were Draco I would think of something that doesn't harm not at all but hits him in the ego. Why would not have even done that in the first place though? Hermione asked. The Slytherins have all been out for Malfoy blood. Tonks called back from ahead. Malfoys have been snakes for generations. Draco was probably not only expecting to get sorted there but also take it over and be the alpha snake. Political affluence is important to them. Susan said. Lucius Malfoy is a big player in our political world. His political enemies will probably be encouraging the harassment of Draco because it may lower Lucius' political capital. That's horrible. Hermione cried. That's life. Harry said. If Draco was sorted into Slytherin he might be filling the role that Nott is now. Probably. Susan said, nodding. Lucius may have even taught him lessons in advanced schoolyard bullying. It doesn't help that Gryffindors are idiots either. Tonks said, pulling back to join the group at last. What does that have to do with anything? Hermione asked. They still want to think he is a snake. Tonks replied. Tonight I'll probably hear people grumbling that they wish he had broken something. How do you know how they feel about Draco? Harry asked. Hey, you're not the only one who can and does talk to the other houses. Tonks defended immediately. If you're trying to be Mr. Popular I can try to be Mrs. Popular. Mrs. Harry asked slyly. Shut up, you know what I mean. Tonks said, rolling her eyes. So any other news from the Lions? Harry asked. Weasley has lost his rat. He's pretty torn up about it I guess. Susan said with a shrug. Lavender said that it was probably just seizing its chance for freedom and getting away from Ron. Their laughter was soon pierced by Madame Hooch's whistle and they were all instructed to bring their brooms back in and line them up, before being dismissed. As the group was walking inside, Hannah Abbott caught up with them. So you and Dumbledore's bird? Hannah said, not wasting any time with frivolities such as greetings. What about me and Dumbledore's bird? Exactly. I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about. Harry said, growing confused. What do you mean you don't know what I mean? What do you mean? What do I mean? What do you mean? Harry countered. What? Tonks interjected. Right then, straightforward, why did you have Dumbledore's bird and what does it mean for future reference? Hannah asked. Right, not that it is any of your business but, I was in Dumbledore's office before lunch. When our business was concluded I invited Fawkes to lunch and he took us down to the Great Hall. I don't know if it will ever happen again so don't count on it. Harry said. On the same note though I don't know it won't happen again so don't be surprised if it does. What's so special about you that you get a visit from a phoenix? Hannah asked. Dunno, ask Fawkes. Harry said with a shrug. I heard that phoenix are creatures of the light so pure that they only come to those who are pure of heart. Hermione said breathlessly. Well if that is true Fawkes needs to re-evaluate what counts as pure of heart, I sure don't. Harry said. You shouldn't say that, you're plenty good. Hermione insisted. Nah, I'm neither light nor dark, somewhere in between. Harry said. Dim. Tonks asked earning a quick glare from Harry. Cloudy. Hannah suggested. Faded. Susan asked. Dull. Tonks said. Whose side are you on? Harry said pretending to be insulted. Mine. Tonks said. Smiling. You're not using dark magic are you? Susan asked suddenly nervous. Well no, although I don't like that term. Harry said. Light and dark are mindsets rather than tool sets. Light magic can be used for dark purposes just like dark magic can be used for light purposes and using one doesn't preclude you from being the other. In other words you think it is the ends, not the means, that matters. Hermione said. That is indeed my philosophy. Harry said. I do still have limits though. Hermione nodded at his statement. A lot of people would say that you're wrong though and what you do matters less than how you do it. Are you one of those people? Harry asked. I don't know, I'm only 11 I still have time to decide whether I'm an ends or means kinda gal. Hermione said. But I don't think getting a good grade would justify cheating. Sure but wouldn't saving the school from a horde of inexplicably deadly gerbils be worth skipping class? Harry asked. Deadly gerbils? Tonks asked one eyebrow raised. Inexplicably deadly gerbils. Harry said. It means it defies explanation. It is perfectly believable and also not the point. Well I guess it would be worth skipping class. Hermione said trying to steer the conversation back on course. But it would be better if you could do it without skipping class. Fair enough, but anyway if you were a light person you would skip class to kill the gerbils, if you were dark you would skip class to flee to safety and let the school handle itself. I, however, would use fighting the gerbils as an excuse to skip class. Harry said, planting myself firmly in the middle somewhere. Hannah ran into Harry as he suddenly stopped a few steps later. What the hell Harry? Sorry Hannah, Harry said offering her a hand up. I just had that sense of doom that tells me something in that conversation will haunt me for years. And if it wasn't going to already it sure will now. Tonks said gleefully. How long till dinner? Harry asked. More than an hour still. Hermione asked. We should study. No, we shouldn't. Hannah objected. We could go exploring. Susan suggested. It doesn't seem like exploring when there is no danger. Tonks said. We could meet up after curfew and explore then, now it will just be getting hopelessly lost and trying to find the Great Hall before we starve. Sounds good to me. Harry said brightly. Let's take this left and head boldly into where we haven't gone yet. Where are you guys going? A voice called from behind the group, who all turned around to see Ron and Neville. Ah, Neville, Ronald, join us won't you? Harry said gesturing them forward. Where are you guys going? Ron asked again. We're getting hopelessly lost, Susan said, and if we're successful we're going to try to find the Great Hall. Hannah said with a smile. Harry insists that it will be fun. You're trying to get lost. Ron said incredulously. You're insane. I'm in. Neville said. I don't have to do anything do I? Nope just follow along, you'll probably get involved with the conversations though. Harry said leading them off. That isn't my fault it's just a proximity thing. You're all insane. Ron grumbled but followed when it was clear that Neville was going with them. So, I'm hungry, does anyone know where we are? Harry asked looking around and figuring out where they were. No idea, I think we need to go down though. Tonks said as the rest of the group shook their heads. Excellent. Who wants to lead the way back? Harry asked. I'm not going to. What do you mean you won't? Hannah asked. Are we going to start with the, what do you mean, thing again? Harry asked raising an eyebrow. My job was to get us lost, the second half of the game falls to someone else. How about you, Nev? Neville's eyes widened suddenly. But you said I didn't have to do anything. Well, you don't have to, but someone does, so why not you? You can't really get us any more lost than we already are. Harry said with a reassuring smile. It's an adventure. I don't know, Neville said hesitantly. Come on, Neville, you'll do great. Hermione said, offering him a big smile. All right. Neville stuttered as he suddenly took an interest in the floor before turning and walking away. He was several feet away before anyone got over the suddenness and followed. When Hermione met Harry's eyes, she blushed a little, ducked her head and followed after Neville quickly. They'd be cute together, Tonks said. Just like us, she added silently. It is too early to say anything, Harry told her with a smile and hooked her arm with his, leading her off after Neville and the rest. Do boys even like girls yet? Tonks asked quietly. The ones who are mature for their age do, Harry said. Do girls like boys yet? Most of them, Tonks replied, giggling. Good to know, Harry said, looking straight ahead and feeling slightly awkward. Hey, this door is locked, Ron shouted from the front as he was pulling on a door handle. After a few more tugs he gave up and stuck his eye to the keyhole. There is something in there. What is it? Hermione asked nervously. Gum or something, Ron said disgustedly. What? In the keyhole? Someone stuck gum or something in there. I can't see anything. Oh, stand back, Ron, Hermione said. What are you going to do? Ron asked as he backed away from the door. This, Hermione said as she drew her wand. What do I see? They weren't able to identify the clog as it shot out of the keyhole like it was fired out of a gun. Tonks was the first to regain her composure and she moved forward to look through the hole. Where did you learn that, Hermione? Harry asked. Hermione smiled and shrugged before confidently saying, I got a book in Diagon Alley. It has been more than a month since I was introduced to the magical world. The looks of confusion from the Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs got more exaggerated as the three Ravenclaws all started laughing. Susan shrugged. Must be a claw thing. What can you see, Tonks? There is something moving in there, looks big but I can't really see anything, Tonks said, moving away so that the others could look. This is the forbidden third floor corridor, isn't it? Hermione said excitedly when she took her turn. I know how to get to the Great Hall from here. Lead the way, Neville said, looking relieved that he wasn't in charge anymore. Harry couldn't help but glance at all of the shortcuts that they passed while Hermione led the way, but that was the point. It took a few minutes longer than if he had led them, but soon they walked into the Great Hall and separated to go to their own house tables. Excuse me, I need to talk to Professor Flitwick about getting a balanced meal sometime soon. I'll be right back, Harry said as the girls sat down and walked towards the head table. So, you and Neville? Tonks asked slyly as she started serving herself. I don't know what you're talking about, Hermione said quickly, filling her goblet. You and Harry? I don't know what you're talking about either, Tonks said, smiling. Good to know we're in agreement then. Hermione turned to look her in the eye. We've only known them for 2 days, your silence for mine. Deal, Tonks replied and offered her hand and Hermione shook it. You know you're not what I expected. What did you expect? Hermione asked. No offense, but you have the look of a bookworm. Oh, don't worry, I am a bookworm, Hermione said, smiling. Evidently I'm the first veggie to attend Hogwarts, Harry said as he walked back. Hermione slid to the side so Harry could sit next to Tonks, who smiled slightly and sent Hermione a grateful glance before speaking up. So what are you going to do? Flitwick said that he would talk to the house elves but doesn't know if they know how to cook vegetarian, Harry said. I might have to teach them how to cook. Really? Tonks asked. The other option is that I cook for myself, but I don't know that the house elves will allow it, Harry said. What are house elves? Hermione asked. Muggle mythology calls them brownies, Harry said. They are a race of magical creatures that live to help other races. In modern times they cook and clean for magical families. It would probably be easiest to think of them as maids/butlers. And the school employs them? Hermione asked. Just over 100, I think, Tonks said. At least that's what my mom said. No one knows for sure except the headmaster. They try to stay out of sight. Oh, so after curfew do you guys want to go find out what is on the other side of the door? Tonks asked. No, we have homework and we should really start studying, Hermione admonished. Not to mention that we could get in serious trouble if we're caught. Ah, you're no fun, Tonks said. You and Harry could go alone. Hermione said with a smirk. You just said we should do homework and study. Tonks said. What, don't you want to spend time alone with me, Nimmy? Harry asked, pouting. Don't call me that. And that isn't what I meant at all. She mumbled the last part, blushing a little. Hermione is right though, we should do homework, the door will still be there tomorrow night, and if we do everything tonight, what will we do with the rest of the year? She added hurriedly. If we had studied before dinner you would have all the time you could want right now. Hermione said. We were studying. Harry replied. No, we weren't. We were walking around. Hermione said. And how much did you learn about the castle? How much did you learn about the others in the group? Harry winked and added, how much did you learn about Neville? Hermione turned bright red and focused her attention on her meal. In regards to Harry's special powers. Flight. Voldy did it in DH, I don't feel bad about letting Harry figure it out. Metamorph. Harry essentially doubled his magical potential and accidentally used it to turn on whatever gene it is that makes a magical person a metamorphagus. Invulnerability. If you're familiar with D&D 3, I'm picturing it more like Dr. Tent piercing or slashing in Dr. 1. If you aren't familiar with D&D, just know that it is less than it sounds, and Harry will indeed get injured, he just won't get stubbed toes or paper cuts. It also isn't unique to Harry, and I plan on discussing it in text eventually, probably in year 3. One of the people I have slated to gain this themselves is going to discover it by taking a tumble down several stories of stone Hogwarts stairs. The dumpster was the extreme catalyst for starting this, not the norm. I chose to use a dumpster as an homage to a friend of mine who was walking past a construction site when he was 6 and took a dumpster to the face. Now he has big scars, a metal plate, and no sense of smell. Mage sight will either not matter much or be the setup for a skill that I'm thinking about still. Either way, the sight at least is going to be fairly common. I'm thinking about wandless, and it will either be impossible for everyone, including Harry, or common enough that it might be on the 7th year Dada curriculum. I'm also thinking about some sort of fire affinity, but I am very hesitant about it. In regards to Harry vs. Draco. In canon, these early interactions were Draco trying to establish his superiority over Harry. This second time around, Harry has been the one using the encounters to show his dominance. Harry is pulling from the Dark Lord Playbooks section on crafting minions. This Harry is a manipulative bastard, and he knows it. In regards to Harry's internal age, most time travel fics have Harry go back either with a mission, to a time of crisis, or in the same body that is in the future. My Harry has had almost 10 years of nothing to do after accidentally traveling back. He has had the time to decide that he wants to be a kid again and recapture his youth. He is more of an 11-year-old boy with a 73-year-old man's memories than an 83-year-old man in an 11-year-old's body. This way he gets to have peers. Harry woke up early on Wednesday and laid in wait, pretending to be asleep, until Tonks came in. She was about to learn not to be predictable. His dorm mates had left before she arrived, and Harry watched through barely cracked eyelids as she crept over to his bed. He imperceptibly tightened his grasp on his pillow when he heard her take a deep breath. He knew what was coming and knew it was time to act. Just as she started to bend down to yell in his ear, Harry whipped the pillow out from under his head and clobbered her in the face with it. "Morning, Nimmy. No fair. You're not allowed to be waiting for me," Tonks said, looking very put off. "You're supposed to be the one getting woken up, not me. And don't call me Nimmy." "Yes, dear," Harry said as he got out of bed. "Should I be expecting a surprise from Hermione when we get to the common room again?" "She already went to breakfast," Tonks said before lowering her voice slightly. "We're the only ones left in the whole tower." "Huh," Harry said as he pulled a shirt on. "Why'd she go early? I think she is trying to get Neville to see her sitting alone and take pity or something," Tonks said, shrugging. "She was talking a lot and I was half asleep, don't really remember anything she said." "Oh, so what is today's schedule?" "Defense with the lions this morning, herbology with the snakes in the afternoon, and astronomy with everyone this evening," Tonks said. "How are we supposed to get to the astronomy at midnight without being out of our beds after curfew?" Special dispensation, I think," Harry said. "Or maybe just the size of the group deters punishment. Let's go though, I'm hungry." "Wait, don't you want to take advantage of the privacy?" Tonks asked lustfully as she put her hand on his chest, and then started laughing when he blushed so hard he almost turned purple. "All right, food time," You're going to pay for that, Harry said mutinously just before getting dragged out of his dorm and down to the Great Hall. Hey Granger, you get abandoned. Theodore Knott sneered as he approached the girl. Probably realized that she wasn't good enough to hang out with them. Tracy Davis added from Knott's left shoulder. Leave me alone, Hermione said meekly staring at her plate. Leave me alone, Pansy cried in a baby voice from Knott's right shoulder. Is the Mudblood going to cry? Poor Mudblood, can't even keep half-blood friends. Knott said mockingly. Excuse me, if you must make an ass out of yourself, could you please do it somewhere where you aren't in my way? Harry asked as he arrived from behind Knott. He quickly sat down next to Hermione and gave her a hug. Why'd you leave early? The drag down here wasn't the same without you. Yay, he almost got away a couple of times, I need the help. Tonks added, sitting down on her other side. Your pet run away from home, Potter. Knott sneered. Oh, you're still here, Harry said, turning around on the bench so his back was to the table. I thought you would recognize a dismissal. You can't just dismiss the scion of the House of Knott like that, Theodore exclaimed. You're right, I can however just dismiss the scion of Knott along to the heiresses Parkinson and a Davis like that, Harry said with a condescending smirk. It's not like you're important. There was a collective gasp, then Knott sputtered for a few seconds before drawing his wand and leveling it at Harry's head. No one insults a Knott like that. I challenge you to a wizard's duel. When and where, Knotty? Harry asked. Tonight, midnight, trophy room. Knott sneered. I'll be there, Harry said, narrowing his eyes as the Slytherins stalked off. Harry, I can't believe you. What if you get hurt? Hermione demanded. What if you get caught? You could get detentions, maybe even get suspended. Don't worry, I would bet anything that he doesn't even show up, Harry said with a shrug. It is probably a trap. But, Hermione asked nervously. But nothing. What reason could I possibly have to walk willingly into a trap? Hermione looked down at her plate to fork another potato and missed the wink that Harry gave Tonks. Yup, not even Harry is that stupid, Tonks said helpfully. Exactly, Harry said, pretending he didn't hear the slight. The girls giggled anyway. So why did you leave early, Hermione? Hermione took the chance to blush furiously and glanced at the Gryffindor table before busying herself with her meal again. Just hungry. I see. Well, chin up, boys like confident girls as much as girls like confident boys, Harry said. What? I mean, what does that have to do with breakfast? Hermione asked, avoiding eye contact altogether. You tell me, Harry said, smiling. No fair, Hermione whined. What is today's schedule? Do you not know, or are you trying to change the subject? Harry asked. Trying to change the subject. Well, in that case, we have herbology with the Puffs this afternoon, Harry said. And this morning is Dada with the Gryffindors, Tonks said with a flourish. Speaking of Gryffindors. We're not speaking of Gryffindors, Tonks, or do I have to suggest some topics out of our conversations in the dorm room? Hermione asked with a glare at the now blushing Tonks. You wouldn't, Tonks gasped. Wouldn't I? You know you're nothing like your first impression, Harry commented. Well, a lot can change quickly with the right, or wrong, influences, Hermione said haughtily. And what are we? Right or wrong influences? Harry asked. Yet to be determined, Hermione said as the rush of the Morning Owl post arrived. They all looked up and watched the birds intently, the girls because they were still enraptured by the sight, and Harry watched to keep up appearances. They were broken out of their trance as Susan Bones ran over to them waving her copy of the Daily Prophet. Harry, did you get a paper? She called out as she was approaching. No, something good? Harry asked. I don't know, but you should see it, Susan said and handed her paper to Harry, open to the third page where there was a small article down in the corner that caught his eye. Sirius Black Innocent. By Andy Smudgley. Sources inside the Department of Magical Law Enforcement have confirmed to me that they have received new evidence in the Potter murder case. The nature of this evidence has not been confirmed as of this time. My sources have revealed, however, that the evidence may show that Sirius Black was not only innocent of working for he who must not be named, but that he may not have been the one to kill all of those Muggles and Peter Pettigrew. This is unfortunately all of the information available at the moment, but rest assured I will take it as my personal mission to see to it that the truth in this matter is revealed. Watch for more news. Andy. Huh, that was fast, Harry said offhandedly while he handed the paper back to Susan. What was fast? Susan asked and Harry froze. Harry, do you know something? I know lots of things, Susan. Harry said with a nervous smile and turned back to his breakfast, which he was happy to note had improved since the day before. You're not getting away that easy. Susan said, sitting down next to him, opposite Hermione, and passed the article to the girls. Spill. I don't know what you're talking about. Harry said, examining a grape with far more care than a grape merits. Did you supply the new evidence? Susan asked. I don't know what you're talking about. Harry repeated, staring stoically at his fork. How did you supply evidence, Harry? You were here. Tonks said. I don't know what you're talking about. Harry continued to deny. It doesn't really matter how or who. What is this evidence, Harry? It has to be big. Why didn't you tell us? Hermione asked. Why do you three keep insisting I know? Harry asked. Because you keep denying it. Tonks said. And because you obviously know something. Hermione added. Fine, I know the 6 W's, okay. Harry said. 6 W's? Tonks asked, confused. I think he means the 5 W's. Hermione said, getting a blank stare in response. Who, what, where, when and why? Oh, so what's the 6th? Tonks asked. How? Harry said. That doesn't start with a W though. Susan protested. It ends with 1 though. Harry said. Oh, Susan. So tell us all of them. No. Harry said. Please. Tonks begged, leaning across Hermione to present her best puppy eyes. Sorry, I am not letting his name get into this, and if that means knowing nothing then I know nothing. Harry said. Harry. No, Tonks. Fine, I'll see you in class. Tonks said and stalked off. I don't think she is used to people telling her no. Susan said. Isn't she an only child? Yay, so are both of us though, what does that have to do with anything? Hermione said, gesturing to herself and Harry. So am I, it's just that it is easy to give an only everything. Susan said with a shrug. I was spoiled rotten when I was younger. So you're saying Tonks is spoiled? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Maybe a little. That last time she said your name it was a lot like how a girl would beg her father for something though. Susan remarked. How are you drawing your conclusions? Hermione asked. General conjecture from years of training to take over my familial seat in the Wizengamot. Susan said. At least that is what Auntie Amy told me to tell anyone who asked me that. It is a good catch-all. Harry said, nodding. Are all magical children raised to avoid telling people things? Hermione asked. It seems unnatural. Susan laughed for a moment before Harry spoke up. Hermione, Hogwarts is a school primarily for the magical aristocracy. Pretty much every magically raised student here is from a prominent family, either politically or societally. Oh, I wondered why there were so few students. Hermione said. Well, I have to get to class. Susan said, checking her watch. As too. Ready to make up to Tonks? Hermione asked. Why do I have to make up to her? I didn't do anything wrong. Ah, but you're the boy. Susan said with a smirk as she departed. Erg. When Harry and Hermione made it to the defense room, after Harry stopped to change, the doors had just opened and the class started filing in. The desks sat 2 students each and Hermione watched as Ron took the spot next to Neville. Harry caught Tonks' eye before she turned away and walked over to where Draco was sitting alone. Hey cuz, how's it going? She asked, making sure to be loud enough for Harry to hear, and sat down next to Draco. Looks like it's you and me, kid. Harry said to Hermione in a cheesy detective voice. Only if you promise to never talk like that again. Hermione said, trying not to laugh. Deal. Harry said, sitting down, noticing that he was directly between Tonks and Quirrell. With a sigh he turned his attention to the teacher and began thinking about how to quietly confirm or disconfirm the presence of an abomination under a turban. Surprisingly, at the end of class none of the trio had any idea what the professor had talked about. Harry was too busy wrapped up in his own plots to pay attention, not that he felt he needed to. Hermione spent her time being distracted by Neville a few desks in front of her and the angry steely glare from Harry that she couldn't explain. Tonks was spending her time glaring at Harry, staring at Harry longingly and trying to keep up idle chit-chat with Draco. Finally the bell rang and released them. Harry caught up to Tonks as she was leaving. Tonks, wait. What? Tonks asked, crossing her arms while turning around. I'm sorry. Harry said. Good, sorry for what? Tonks asked, one eyebrow moving towards her hair. I'm sorry for not giving you exactly what you want when you want it. Harry said. It's just that I am not a fountain of information that you can turn on and off when you want. HRMPF. Tonks said and stormed off. Smooth Potter. Draco drawled from behind him. I don't know what you did, but that was a bad apology. I don't know what I did either. Harry said. She thinks you don't trust her. Draco said. What? Why would she think that? Harry asked. I don't know, but she kept saying, why doesn't he trust me? Draco said. So easy conclusion to draw then, huh? Harry asked. Yup. Draco said. Best of luck. Thanks, no offense, but why are you helping me? Harry asked, suddenly suspicious. Crabbe and Goyle told me what you told them, thanks. I guess you aren't necessarily a spoiled brat, and I've decided to give you a chance. Draco said nonchalantly. You could still turn into a total ponce and I will want nothing to do with you, just so you know. Of course, I wouldn't expect any less from a Malfoy. Harry said. Just so long as we're clear. Malfoy said with a nod before walking away. Lunch was awkward for everyone. Tonks had gone to the Hufflepuff table and was eating with Susan and Hannah, shooting Harry glares as often as not. Hermione sat opposite Harry at the Ravenclaw table so that he would have somewhere to look other than at Tonks, and explained to him what was wrong with his apology and why he was the one to do the apologizing. She had to explain that last part several times. Tonks evaded Harry on the way down to the greenhouses, and once they got there she dragged Hermione off to share a pot, just the two of them. Harry looked to Susan and Hannah, who both just gave him a look and chose a pot for themselves. Harry sighed and settled down alone at a pot. Trouble in Potterverse? Anthony Goldstein asked, sitting down with Harry. Tonks is mad at me for something silly and evidently I'm in the wrong. Harry said. Are you worried about it? Anthony asked. Not too much, I don't think it is that serious, whatever it is, but it does give me pause to have someone who can impersonate me running around with a grudge. Harry said. Indeed, reputations do matter. Anthony said. Are you going to apologize again? I guess I have to. Harry said. Why is it always the guy apologizing? Don't know, no man does, my father said it is just the way of the world. Anthony said. We should change it. Harry muttered glumly. But that would mean crossing the women. Anthony said, and both boys unconsciously gulped. Right, never mind then. Harry said. Oh good class, I see you have already split up like I wanted. Professor Sprout announced as she walked in and started class. So tell me everything. Tonks said as she and Hermione sat down at their pot. There isn't much to tell really. Hermione said. He looked really upset through all of defense class, but he didn't say anything. He was upset. Tonks asked, sparing a glance to the boy that was now sitting all alone. He looked like he wanted to kill Professor Quirrell. Hermione said, nodding. Really? That's so sweet. Tonks said dreamily. Why didn't you let him off the hook after class? Hermione asked. Did you hear what he said? Tonks said. That wasn't an apology. He's just a boy. Hermione said. It's not like he knows anything. I know, Tonks replied. But you have to start training them early or they'll never learn. Training them? Hermione asked. You know, keep the toilet seat down, open doors, hold chairs, maintain polite company, things like that. Tonks listed. Boys don't just do that automatically. No silly. They're boys, they don't know anything. Tonks said with a smile. It's just lucky they have girls to tell them what to do. Who told you all of this? Hermione asked. It is a mix of my mom and some romance novels. Tonks said. Oh, that makes sense. Hermione replied cheerily. Oh, here comes Professor Sprout. Harry caught up to Tonks as they were headed back inside and pulled her into an empty classroom, causing her to shout in surprise. Harry, what the hell? Tonks demanded as he closed the door behind him. Look Tonks, I can't tell you what you're asking me to tell you. It isn't that I don't trust you, I trust you and Hermione more than anyone, barring two others, at this point. Harry said, making her cross her arms. One of those others is Sirius Black, and the second is the one who doesn't want me to say anything. Telling anyone would be as much of a violation as it would be if you everyone in school what I did when Hermione surprised me. Oh, Tonks said, remembering what happened. I guess I can understand that. I do trust you and I am sorry that you were hurt over this. Harry said, holding his arms open. But I can forgive you for pressuring me if you can forgive me for being dumb. I think I can do that. Tonks said with a shy smile as she stepped into his hug. Good, off to dinner then. Harry asked and started to lead the way when she nodded. He made it to the door before she caught up to him and dragged him the rest of the way. "Don't do this, Harry," Hermione said as the clock approached midnight. "I have to." Hermione, Harry replied. "But you said that it was probably a trap." Hermione retorted. "It probably is," Harry said. "So then why do you have to go?" "Well, if I don't and it isn't a trap, I lose honor," Harry said. "And if you go and it is a trap, you'll get caught and get in trouble," Hermione countered. "That is the point," Harry said, getting a confused look from both girls. "Look, I go, get caught and serve detention proving that I went and he didn't." "Well, that makes sense, I guess," Tonks said, clearly still confused. "But is it worth so much to show him up? Only if I didn't already have a plan to get him back," Harry said. "Really? Do tell," Tonks said. "Well, it is fairly complicated and I will have to approach someone to get help, but let's just say there are no laws or school rules against using compulsion charms on poultry," Harry said with a smirk. "Harry, are we going to have another conversation about trust?" Tonks asked. "No, I just don't want to ruin the surprise," Harry said. "Although I may have to keep my accomplices anonymous, if I do it will be because of a side challenge, so don't take offense please." "You'd better tell me if you can though," Tonks said, hands on hips. "Yes dear, I had better get going though," Harry said, looking at the clock. "I still think this is a bad idea," Hermione said. "Would it make you feel any better if I told you that my retaliation will be deserving of a detention even though I won't be breaking any rules?" Harry asked. "A little," Hermione said. "But you shouldn't break the rules at all. Hermione dear, sometimes there are things that are more important than staying out of trouble and it is everyone's decision as to where that line is drawn," Harry said and walked to the portrait. "I'll see you soon." "Wait, I'm coming with you," Tonks said and ran over to join him. "There is no sense in us both getting in trouble," Harry said. "Consider it prepaying for the next time I don't get in trouble then," Tonks said, crossing her arms. "You're not getting away from me, so deal with it." "I could if I wanted to," Harry said. "Just shut up both of you and go. If I can't stop you I might as well make sure you're on time," Hermione said with a look of disgust. Harry shrugged and offered his arm to Tonks. "Shall we?" Tonks took his arm and dragged him out the portrait hole like normal, leaving Hermione shaking her head before going up to sleep after a few moments. "Shwoo," Tonks said out of breath as they reached the doors to the trophy room. "We wouldn't have made it if you didn't know about that shortcut." "Yay, lucky us," Harry said. "I don't think luck had anything to do with it, mister. You knew where it was," Tonks said. "All right, Harry Potter secret number 1, I know this castle very well already. We never got lost yesterday," Harry said, pulling her into the room. "Let's hide here and see what happens." "How do you know the castle already?" Tonks asked. "I have a map, I'll show you sometime," Harry said. "Smell around, Mrs. Norris." The two could hear Filch's voice through the trophy room. "They have to be here somewhere." "Oh no, it's Filch," Tonks said. "At least it isn't Snape. There are worse people to get caught by," Harry whispered back. They stood in silence as they watched Mrs. Norris walk into view and regard them coldly. Harry knew Filch would be there in a second. "Ah, what's this? Students out of bed at midnight," Filch jeered when he saw them. "We are in trouble now. I suppose you thought a midnight stroll was romantic. Well, come with me to see your head of house. You'll be in detention for sure. Oh, how I wish they would bring back the old punishments." Filch hauled them both off to see Flitwick, and they did indeed each get assigned a detention. By breakfast the whole school knew that Harry Potter and the metamorph Tonks were together late at night. If rumors were to be believed, by lunch the two were soulmates and by dinner they were the two most active 11-year-olds in the history of the world. Fortunately no one really believed the more extreme rumors. Theodore Nott and his girls never even tried to conceal their mirth at getting Harry Potter in trouble. Catching Tonks was just a nice bonus. Harry woke very early Thursday morning and quietly got dressed. He checked the map to make sure no one was awake and warped over into the first-year girls' dorm. "Tonks, wake up. Dunwan. Tonks, wake up right now, we have a statement to make," Harry said, poking her a few times. "Merg, what time is it?" Tonks asked, slowly opening her eyes. "5:15, Harry said. "Up. This had better be good, Harry." "Yes, Nim. How did you get up here?" Tonks asked, fully awake for the first time. "Don't worry about it. I'll stand outside while you get dressed," Harry stood back up and walked out the door, but not without quickly confirming there were no triggers for the stairs where he was stepping. A few minutes later, a bleary-eyed Tonks joined him. "You're not wearing pajamas, you must be serious." "What are we doing?" "Psychological warfare," Harry said. "We eat breakfast before anyone else shows up and don't talk to anyone looking angry the whole time. Then as soon as Nod arrives we fix him with the death stare and don't let up the whole time he eats." "To what end?" Tonks asked. "Just to make him really uncomfortable and on guard," Harry said. "He'll jump at every shadow and sound." "This is your brilliant detention-worthy revenge?" Tonks asked skeptically. "You need to work on your schemes." Harry laughed at this point as they were walking down the stairs. "No, this is just to get him off balance." And then, Harry jumped down over the last 10 stairs into the common room. Bam! Sunday morning he comes to breakfast expecting to see us shooting death glares at him, but instead we smile sweetly. He gets really nervous and then revenge strikes. "And this all starts now?" Tonks asked. "At 5 in the freaking morning. If you come with me I'll let you in on the plan." Harry baited. "If you don't you'll have to wait for Sunday." "Oh fine," Tonks said and dragged him out the portrait. "You're the one who just woke up," Harry exclaimed as they were going down the hall. "Shouldn't I be dragging you today?" "Good point," Tonks said, coming to an abrupt stop. "Drag away, little boy. Chop chop. Ha ha. I'm not going to drag you," Harry said blandly and then cheerily added, "but I'll walk with you." "Deal." Tonks giggled. "No more dragging?" Harry asked. "No sir," Tonks replied with mocking seriousness. "Good. At least not until tomorrow," Tonks said with a big grin, causing Harry to groan. Theo not discovered that Thursday just how many times during the day he saw Potter and his girl. It seemed like every time he went around a corner he would run into one of them giving him a death glare. The glares weren't the worst. During classes they had together they would sit at the back and every time Theo would glance back they were whispering to each other and shooting pointed looks in his direction. The older Slytherins assured Theo that he had nothing to worry about so long as Harry didn't enlist the help of the Weasley twins. His stomach dropped Friday night when Harry and Tonks joined the twins for dinner. "Hello twins," Harry said sitting down next to George. "Harry." The twins responded with a nod. "This is Tonks, if you haven't already gathered," Harry said while Tonks sat down next to Fred. "Pleasure," Fred said. "What brings you two to our part of the table?" "An unusual mix of business and pleasure," Harry said. "We're trying to scare our target," Tonks added. "Scare your target how?" George asked. "You have a reputation," Harry replied with a shrug. "We see. So who's the target?" "Theodore not," Harry said, pointing to the panicking boy who flinched when they all looked at him. "Seems to be working, I'll say," Tonks said. "So what are you going to do?" "You'll see, just be sure to bring cameras to breakfast on Sunday," Harry said. "Actually, if you could spread the word and get as many cameras here as possible I would be much obliged." "Not that we would ever deter you from pranking a snake," Fred said. "But can we ask what he did?" George finished. "Well, he challenged me to a formal duel and didn't show," Harry said. "And sent Filch instead," Tonks finished when Harry's dramatic pause went on long enough. "Knowing Slytherins he was bragging about it too, huh?" Fred asked. "Did you get caught?" "Yay, we both got detentions," Harry said casually, not mentioning that it was intentional. "Well, good luck," George said and leaned in over the table. "Now huddle up so it looks like we're planning." "We know the drill," Tonks said as she leaned forward. "So you kids play Quidditch?" Fred asked. Theo was visibly panicked by the time Potter and the Weasleys started talking. "Hey Blaze, can they do anything that would be worse for my reputation than me apologizing to them profusely?" "I don't think so, Theo," Blaze said. "And you would have to explain to your father why you were afraid of a first year." "I was afraid you were going to say that," Theo said, gulping when the twins and his two tormentors all suddenly looked at him before going back to their conversation. "Maybe I'll just leave school." "Oh, it can't be that bad," Blaze said, trying to reassure the boy, then looked at the four conspirators in question speculatively and smirked. Things were looking good for Blaze. Sunday morning arrived with Theo entering the Great Hall to see a sight that would have made him turn and go back to bed if he wasn't with Pansy and Tracy. Harry Potter was sitting facing the Slytherin table with Tonks on one side and Hermione to the other. Flanking the girls were the Weasley twins, and all 5 of them were watching Theo with the most innocent smiles they could muster. It was creepy, but Theo started his breakfast anyway. After a few minutes the whole great hall fell silent just after hearing a loud rooster crowing. Every head turned to the doors of the entrance hall as a 6-foot-tall rooster wearing first-year Slytherin robes walked in. Theo felt the blood run out of his face as the chicken strut down the aisle, wings half extended and accenting each step with a ba-caw. It was a few feet away from Theo when he saw that it had light brown hair in the same style as his own. When the rooster reached Theo it crowed again and started eating the food off of Theo's plate. The whole room was a mix of laughing uncontrollably, giggling slightly and staring slack-jawed in shock. Then the sound of cameras flashing reached his ears and Theo turned bright red. Theo took this as his signal to jump up and flee the room, and the laughter. The chicken made to give chase, eliciting a small shriek from Theo and a finite from Professor Snape. The rooster burst into a cloud of bright pink smoke and Theo was gone before it cleared. Had he stayed though he would have seen that after the smoke cleared there was a large rat in its place with a brown wig on its head. The Slytherins managed to keep from laughing the whole time but several, including Blaise and Daphne, looked very amused by the event. Things were going very well for Blaise indeed. I can't believe that isn't against the rules. Hermione said, being one of the few that were stunned silent and the first of them to recover. That was. The twins gasped between laughs, their twin talk making something more cohesive for once. Too bad Snape didn't attack it outright first. Harry said pensively even through his grin. Why? Hermione asked, growing worried. It would have defended itself. Harry said, grinning bigger than a moment before. You have to tell us who helped you. Fred said. That was quality work. George added. Well, let's just say I know a guy who already graduated. Harry said with a shrug. And you can assume that it was very easy to get him inside the premises. Can it? Snape is coming. Tonks said hurriedly, making the others stop talking immediately. Potter. Yes, Professor. Harry asked, looking up innocently at him. What is the meaning of this? The meaning of what, sir? Why was my student accosted by a chicken? Snape snarled, barely containing his anger. Why are you asking me? Harry asked. Why would I know anything? Because you're behind this. Snape barked. You think I could do that level of transfiguration? Harry asked. I'm honored, sir. I thought you thought little of me. 100 points from Ravenclaw. Snape shouted and stalked away. Bye, Professor Snape. Harry called out cheerily to his back. I look forward to class. The laughter of the 5 children as he left would haunt Snape for days. Charms the next day could only be described as awkward. Nott ended up skipping class and there was a clear division in the classroom between the Slytherins and the Ravenclaws. Flitwick had stinging hexes on the schedule for today but decided that it would be safer to teach the bubble charm instead. As it was, there was so much tension that Phileas was sure the group would throw away their wands and fight like muggles if any of them were provoked. The only person not on edge was the one in most danger, Harry Potter. He just sat there smug though. Phileas could understand why. He was one of the ones that captured and examined the rat. The results of the test left the staff with more questions than answers. Even though there was only evidence of 5 spells having been cast, there were at least 15 magical signatures found. It was as if it took 3 people to cast each spell. If that wasn't bad enough, when they tested the magical signatures they found that most of them belonged to the staff members. The remaining signatures were completely foreign to Phileas. The professors had interrogated Harry and his friends thoroughly and could only conclude that Harry was the mastermind and someone named Nick did the casting. The staff meeting after those interviews was tense until Minerva asked if Harry could be talking about Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore then told them that he had already asked Nicholas, who claimed ignorance. None of them knew who Harry's friend was, but they were all impressed with his talent. The class was filing out after the lesson ended when someone bumped into Harry from behind and pressed something into his hand. Get out of the way, Potter. Blaise said, pushing past, nearly knocking him over in the process. Watch yourself, Snake. Anthony Goldstein said, moving forward only to be stopped by Harry holding up an arm and Kevin Entwistle grabbing the back of his robes. Let it go, Tony, it isn't worth it. Harry said, watching the snakes walk away before looking down at his hand. It was a cover to pass a note, it seems. Potter, your little stunt all but destroyed Nott's political capital here. Some people are happy about this but Nott isn't. He'll be after your blood now, watch your back. Huh, Harry said before crumpling the paper up and throwing it away. Well? Hermione asked. Well, what? Harry responded looking confused. What did he want? Tonks said impatiently. Oh, it was just a warning. Harry said. Like a threat. Hermione asked concerned. We should report him if he threatened you. We're not reporting anyone, Hermione. Harry said. He said that Nott was going to be coming after me. Well, duh. Tonks said. Who wouldn't come after you for that? That's why I threw it away. Harry said. It could be a nice, albeit useless, gesture, or Blaise might be angeling for something. A few days later, Harry was down at breakfast across from the girls, in pajamas again, when something bumped into his foot. He looked down at the clear glass ball before looking around for Neville real quick. Not spotting him, Harry picked the Remembrall up and went to set it next to his plate when he saw it fill with red smoke. When he heard footsteps, he looked up expecting Neville but saw Susan coming his way instead. Hey Susan, Harry called out, waving. Hey Harry, Susan said as she sat down next to him. I hope you don't mind, but I told my aunt that we're friends. Why would I mind that? Harry asked. We are friends, aren't we? Oh, of course, Susan said, blushing a little. I just didn't know whether or not you wanted people to know, I guess. Anyway, what did your aunt say? Harry asked. Oh, right, I asked her if she could tell me anything more than the article said about the black case. Tonks' eyes shot up at this and she started listening intently. She told me that they brought him out of Azkaban yesterday for questioning. Is she allowed to talk about an open case like this? Hermione asked. It would get you in a lot of trouble in the Muggle world. So did he say anything important? Tonks pressed, leaning forward. Auntie Amy said that he claimed innocence. Susan told her. He also claimed to be Harry's godfather and demanded to see him. Really? Harry asked excitedly. Are they going to let me see him? I don't know. Susan said. Maybe it depends on if his story checks out. You should be watching for a ministry, although. Oh, Harry said, looking away from Susan and at Tonks, who looked angry. What's wrong, Tonks? Nothing, she replied shortly. You were happy a few minutes ago, before we started talking about Sirius. Harry said. Something is wrong. Just leave me alone, Potter. Tonks said and got up and stormed out. What's her problem? A boy asked from behind Harry. Harry yelled, surprised, before turning around. Oh, hi Neville. Hey, Neville said. Oh, is this your Remembrall? Harry asked, picking the ball up and watching it fill with smoke again. You're forgetting something, Neville said, taking his ball back. I know, I just can't remember what. Harry trailed off as he looked back to Susan, then to the doors where Tonks left. Then his eyes shot open wide. Oh, I got to go find Tonks. Harry found Tonks in an alcove off a side hall, staring angrily at the floor, hair shifting colors rapidly. She glanced up quickly when she heard him approaching. What do you want? To apologize, Harry said, crouching down in front of her so their heads were level. I can't believe that I forgot that Sirius is your cousin. So you knew? Tonks said, looking up. Yay, I just also knew that he is my godfather, and I guess I got caught up in that. Harry said. It's okay, I'm just glad you knew in the first place. Tonks said. What do you mean? Harry asked. It's just that you know all of these little things about Hermione. Tonks said, blushing. I was just upset that you don't seem to know anything about me, not even the big stuff like my famous relatives. Oh, well, like I said, all of that information was incidental. Harry said. It isn't like I tried to learn more about Hermione than you. I know, but that doesn't help. I don't know why you learned more about her. I don't even know how you learned it. Tonks said, getting angry again. Why won't you even tell us that? Nick asked me not to. Harry said quietly. He delivered me information on my noteworthy classmates. So I'm not noteworthy, but Hermione is. Tonks asked, looking crushed, and she started to cry. Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like that. Harry said, pulling her into a hug. Shortly after I met you, I demanded to know what the smart, funny, hot metamorph didn't make it onto his list. He said he had never heard of you and that he isn't perfect. Really? Tonks asked, hair turning back to its normal pink hue. Really? Harry said with a smile. And you don't like Hermione more than me? Tonks asked timidly. No, I don't like her more than you. Harry reassured, earning a big smile and a hug. Are you sure there isn't anything you can tell me about Sirius? Tonks asked before releasing him. Since your family, I think I can tell you some. But you can't repeat anything you hear, Harry said and took a deep breath. Sirius and my father were best friends, and while they were here for school they met up with 2 other boys and named themselves the Marauders. Harry told her about their history with Snape and about them becoming animagi. He left out the reason why though. He told her how after graduation Sirius was Harry's parents' best man, and how James and Lily trusted Sirius more than anyone else. Harry told her the whole story. And then Peter turned into a rat and escaped down into the sewers, framing Sirius for everything. Harry finished. Wow, how do you know all of that? Nick again. Tonks asked. Yay, he found my mom and dad's journals and I read them. Harry said. So do you know what evidence was turned in? Tonks asked. Peter Pettigrew. Harry said with a smile. In an unbreakable jar with a note. Nick. Tonks asked. Yup, but the note was signed anonymously, so really don't tell anyone that part. Harry said. Okay, thanks for telling me. Tonks said, smiling at him and giving him another hug. They stood there quietly for a few moments. Harry. Shouldn't we be in potions right now? Yay, Harry said, looking around sheepishly. I think we can count on another detention. Ah, Tonks said sadly before quickly smiling. Then there is no point in showing up late, huh? The days turned into weeks as the students settled down into their routines. Harry kept going to breakfast unshod in pajamas and Tonks continued to wake him up rudely every day. Hannah and Susan regularly joined the 3 of them at meal times and the whole group frequented the Gryffindor table. Hermione kept drawing closer and closer to Neville, and they had even gone off on their own to get intentionally lost a few times when no one else wanted to. Theo Knott and his girls kept trying to make trouble for Harry and his, but the Slytherins were limited to low-level hexes and insults. The scariest moment was when Pansy hit Hermione with a tripping hex while they were on the stairs. Fortunately Harry was able to catch Hermione as she fell and a prefect saw everything. Pansy ended up in detention for a week. Blaise and Daphne would occasionally nod or smile at Harry, but other than them the Slytherins were coldly indifferent or mildly hostile towards Harry, but none of them directly did anything. The Daily Prophet had a big day when Andy Smudgley wrote an article revealing that Sirius had never had a trial. A few days later the Ministry announced that Sirius' trial would be held in late January. Tonks was growing frustrated with how long everything was taking, and both she and Harry were let down when they received word that Minister Fudge had denied Sirius a visit with Harry until after the trial. Halloween arrived and after classes were done for the day Hermione excused herself, saying that she had an errand to run and would meet up with them at the feast. Harry and Tonks relented and went up to Ravenclaw Tower to drop off their school stuff and hung out for a while before heading down to the feast. When they didn't find Hermione there they got nervous. I'm going to go look for her. Tonks said. What if not got her? I'll go with you. Harry said, standing when Tonks did. No, you stay in case we just miss each other. We wouldn't want her to go looking for us too. If I don't find her in 15 minutes I'll come back. Tonks said as she walked away. 25 minutes later Harry was showing how worried he was when Tonks came back in. She is okay. She asked Neville out and got shot down. He said he is too young or some nonsense like that. So she took it bad? Harry asked. Yay, she'll be fine though. I talked to her for a while, then she told me to come eat, that she wasn't hungry. And just wanted to be alone for a while. Tonks said. Where is she? Harry asked. Crying in a bathroom. Tonks said as she picked up a roll. Why? Shit. Harry said just before Professor Quirrell came running into the hall. Troll. Quirrell yelled. In the dungeons. Thought you should know. Harry watched Quirrell pretend to pass out. He had been intending to follow Quirrell this time, but it looked like he would be saving Hermione again. With a sigh he joined the crowd of students leaving, and when they were out the doors he dragged Tonks off to the side. Hermione doesn't know about the troll. We have to get her. This way. Tonks said and led Harry through the castle. Harry realized that Hermione was in a different bathroom this time and let out a small sigh of relief. Then they heard the scream. Harry and Tonks picked up their pace and rounded a corner as they heard another scream and saw the troll walk into the girls' bathroom. F. K. F. K. F. K. Harry said as he ran into the bathroom and drew his wand. He shot off a few stinging hexes to get its attention, which worked. The troll rounded on Harry and swung his club, catching Harry in the left arm and throwing him into a wall. Harry! Hermione yelled as the troll brought his club up to finish Harry off. Just then Tonks threw a piece of a sink, hitting the troll in the ear. Harry regained consciousness as the troll spun on its heel, club still raised. He took a breath. Broken arm, broken rib, concussion. Not bad. Shit, he thought just before the troll started to swing his club down. Harry could only think of one thing to do and leveled his wand at the troll's back. Accio club. Harry shouted and heard a sickening crunch before passing out again. Even though this Harry Potter had never been there before, the memories of the old Harry Potter were sufficient to ensure that he didn't even need a moment's thought to recognize the hospital wing when he woke up there. He sat up and rubbed his eyes, wincing at the pain in his side. Did anyone get the plates of that lorry? Harry. Hermione squeaked and ran over. Are you okay? I feel like I got hit with by a bus. There was a troll, right? Harry asked, memory cloudy. Yay, you and Tonks came and saved me. Hermione said, smiling at him. Tonks. What happened to Tonks? Did she get hit? The troll was about to kill her. Harry asked, panicked. I'm over here, Harry. Tonks called from behind a curtain. Just hurt my ankle. Mr. Potter. Good to see you awake. Madame Pomfrey said, coming into view. It is a miracle you're alive. These girls said that you got clubbed by a troll. 3 broken ribs and 2 breaks in your arm. 3 ribs. I only remember 2 breaking. Huh, Harry said, bewildered. I think I got a concussion too. You did, and you still got off light, a full-grown mountain troll and only a few broken bones. She said while casting diagnostic charms. You should be thanking Merlin you're still alive. Yes, you said that already. Harry said. How long till I can go? Impatient. Just like your father. Pomfrey said, handing him a potion. He was always trying to leave too. You'll be free to go as soon as you talk to the headmaster. That potion will take care of the concussion and some of the residual ache. Pomfrey bustled around a little while longer and opened the curtain between him and Tonks. Harry looked Tonks in the eye and smiled. So what happened after I got hit? We would like to hear the story too. Dumbledore said as he walked into the room with McGonagall and Flitwick behind him. A few minutes later the story was recounted. Evidently when Harry summoned the club he put too much effort into his spell and the club ended up buried in the troll's chest, killing it. Quickly. Dumbledore was smiling by the end of the tale. Harry, I know you don't accept house points, so instead I would like to present you and Ms. Tonks a pass on a detention of your choosing in the future. Brilliant, thank you, Professor. Harry said, smiling. Yay, thank you, Professor. Tonks parroted with a giant grin. Unless there are any questions, I think we can wrap this up and get you 3 back up to your dorms. Dumbledore said, watching the children shake their heads. I have a question, Albus. McGonagall spoke up and turned to look at Harry. Mr. Potter, could you please tell us how you managed to know a 4th-year charm? I have a question, Albus. McGonagall spoke up and turned to look at Harry. Mr. Potter, could you please tell us how you managed to know a 4th-year charm? Harry said, feeling the panic rising again. He quickly switched over to a cocky grin and shrugged. I'm just cool like that. McGonagall looked thoroughly displeased with his answer. Tonks, however, was openly laughing. Hermione soon joined her with a giggle. A real answer would be nice, Mr. Potter. McGonagall said tersely. Who cares? Tonks butted in loudly. I'm just glad he knows it. Indeed, Ms. Tonks. Dumbledore said with a genial smile. Minerva, it is clear that Harry learned it somewhere. I would assume this Nick fellow had something to do with it. Harry was starting to get creeped out by the headmaster. The other Albus would have been trying to use legilimency on Harry by now. This one didn't seem to actively drag information out of people. This one needed to be watched more carefully. Assume all you want, headmaster. Harry said carefully. Are you saying Nick had no part in this? McGonagall asked, disbelieving. Are you saying that it was a foregone conclusion? Why did you ask then? Harry asked. Confirmation is comforting. McGonagall said with a victorious smirk. Satisfied then? Harry asked. It is getting late. Yes, Mr. Potter. McGonagall said, turning her eyes to Flitwick and Dumbledore. I'll leave the students in your hands. Like he said, it is getting late. Good night, Minerva. Dumbledore bid farewell as she left. Now Harry, you and Nick should be careful. It is illegal to train someone in magic without having a license, and it is equally illegal to have a wand before you turn 11. You're correct, sir. Harry said evenly. In the UK. What are you saying? Flitwick asked. Just that there are more possibilities than just me being a criminal. Harry said. Can we go now? Yes, Mr. Potter. Phileas, I trust you know the way. Dumbledore said, walking away. Good night everyone. Good night Professor. The three children chorused. Mr. Potter, can I have a word? Professor Flitwick asked as the girls climbed into Ravenclaw Tower. All right, Harry said and allowed the portrait to swing closed. What's gotcha down Professor? I just want you to know that even if you can't talk about things in front of your friends you can always come talk to us professors. Flitwick said after a moment of confusion over Harry's phrase. I wasn't not talking in front of them. I was not talking in front of Dumbledore. Harry said. Is there something you would like to share? Flitwick asked. Not with you. Sorry. Harry said sadly. You can trust us you know. Flitwick said reassuringly. We aren't looking to harm you. Be that as it may, I have no reason to trust you. Harry said. Being a professor doesn't change anything in my book. I don't like it but I can't force you to trust me. Flitwick said with a sigh. Just know that my door is always open if you need it. Thank you Professor. Good night. Harry said turning back to the portrait. Good night Mr. Potter. Phileas said and walked away. If you weren't in the UK where were you? Hermione asked quickly when Harry came into the common room. How long have you been training? Do you think Nick will teach us too? Could you ask? Please. Hermione, I have never left the UK. Harry said. And Nick didn't train me. I'm going to bed though. Good night girls. Harry wait. Hermione cried after a moment of silence. What? Why did you lie to the professors then? Hermione asked. You shouldn't lie. I didn't lie. Harry said before starting to make his way up the stairs again. But you said, Hermione started. Let it go Hermione. Harry said. HMRPF. Hermione huffed as she watched the black-haired boy disappear up the stairs. He really didn't say anything. Tonks said. Don't be silly. He told everyone that Nick taught him outside the country. Hermione replied. No, Hermione, he didn't. Tonks said. Think about his words without the connotation. What do you mean? Hermione asked. He didn't make any claims. Tonks said. He just didn't correct their claims. But he told McGonagall she was correct. Hermione said sounding confused. You could see it on her face, she clearly got the answer she was looking for. She thinks she did, but Harry didn't confirm anything. Tonks said. He is really more Slytherin than anyone gives him credit for. But, how didn't the headmaster catch on? Hermione asked after a pensive moment. He didn't press on anything. Who knows? Minerva McGonagall was pleased. She might not have come any closer to finding out who Nick was, but at least now she knew some of what he was doing. There had to be some legal issues with taking a minor out of the country without the permission of the child's magical guardian. Albus would probably use that to coerce Nick's identity out of Harry. Reasonably assured that the mystery around Harry Potter would soon be unveiled, Minerva turned her attentions to finding a way to test just how much Nick taught Harry. Albus Dumbledore was furious. Not only had Harry said nothing of any relevance, but he implied that he left the Dursleys. This was impossible, at least impossible without Albus knowing. All of my instruments are working. Albus thought as his eyes fell on a shelf of whirling and puffing devices. Well, except for those two that stopped within a day of leaving Harry on the stoop. Albus' eyes widened at the implication. What if that was Nick making his first appearance in Harry's life? I need to go see which charms failed. Phileas Flitwick was forlorn. He had never contemplated being mistrusted by one of his students. It hurt even more that it was a student from his house. It's only natural though, I suppose. He thought as he opened a bottle of goblin wine. I don't trust everyone I meet, why should he? The short professor had finished the bottle and was drunkenly drifting off to sleep when his real question crossed his mind. Why do I feel like I owe him something? Petunia Dursley was enjoying her calm Friday morning. Her darling son was off showing up his classmates and her husband of many years was at work supporting the family. Petunia herself was standing at the front window with a cup of tea. She almost dropped her cup, which would have ruined the carpeting, when an old man suddenly popped into existence on the sidewalk. I thought I told him to leave us alone. Petunia said, taking her cup back into the kitchen and preparing herself to deal with Dumbledore. She walked back to the front window and watched the man, expecting him to approach the front door. As she watched, she could see him going from determined to irritated to outright angry. Where are those bloody stones? She heard Albus scream outside, his face a pleasant shade of Vernon puce. Petunia threw open the front door. Could you please stop making a spectacle of yourself? Petunia, thank Merlin. Look, I need you to look around the premises and find any rocks you can with strange markings carved into them. Albus said desperately. Why can't you get them yourself? Petunia demanded. They are maintaining a barrier that is preventing me from entering the property. Albus said. The stones will be about fist-sized. So you're saying that there is something here that is preventing you from being here too? And you want me to help you get rid of them? Really? Petunia asked and turned to go back inside. Good day, Professor. Wait, Petunia, please, I think whomever placed the stones did something to the protections I placed. Albus said. When she didn't stop walking, he added to his statement. Can you at least tell me if Harry has been consorting with anyone called Nick? I'm sorry, Professor, I don't know what you're talking about. Petunia said with a smirk before going inside and shutting the door. Once she was inside, she leaned her back against the door. I don't know what happened, but anything that keeps that man away from my daughters is a blessing. She knows something, Albus thought as he walked up the path to the castle. She has to have met him. There is no way that Harry could have gotten enough training to summon without her noticing. And she claimed ignorance, exactly how Harry and his girls do when they know exactly what's going on. He truly wished that he could forget about all of this Nick business, but the mystery man had shown that he has access to the grounds. Albus didn't think that Nick was a threat, but he had plans for Harry and couldn't allow interference. Harry had to be under Albus' control by the time Voldemort came back, or there would be no one to guide Harry to their destined confrontation. There is just nothing to do about it. I need to get Harry up here for a private meeting and take the information I need. Albus thought distastefully. If that doesn't work, I guess my only option is to get the Dursleys away from their home and get the information from them. Good morning and welcome to the first match of the Quidditch season. Today facing off are the sneaky snakes of Slytherin and the proud lions of Gryffindor. Harry stopped listening to Lee Jordan at this point. This match was very nostalgic for Harry. After all, this is the first team he ever played the game with. Not that he was part of the team now, but he could cheer for them whenever they weren't facing Ravenclaw though. As Harry watched the game, he found himself cheering as hard as he could for the Gryffindors. His promise to the Sorting Hat encouraged him to cheer for the Slytherins too, which he did whenever they weren't breaking the rules, which is to say, not a lot. The Slytherins were ahead by 60 points when Harry remembered that this was the match when Quirrell tried to kill him by bewitching his broom. A cursory glance to Quirrell and reassuring himself that while he was standing on his own feet he wouldn't have to worry about a broom curse. Harry sat back and closed his eyes, taking in the noise of the crowd and listening to the commentary. He almost felt like he was flying himself when suddenly Tonks screamed Harry's name and knocked him off his seat. What the? Harry yelled as he fell. As he hit the ground he heard the seat he was on break in half. Hell. Harry rolled onto his back and opened his eyes and watched as the bludger above him reversed direction and came flying at his head again. Harry rolled out of the way just before he lost his head. Where is Dobby? And why is he acting this year? The bludger was returning again and this time Harry couldn't move. Fortunately the bludger was heading for his stomach and not his head. Harry's body reacted automatically and closed his arms around the bludger, holding it to himself. This didn't prevent all of the air from being knocked out of Harry's lungs though. It didn't help that he was losing the fight not to throw up either. When he lost that fight and lost his breakfast, he also lost his grip on the bludger. As it drew back for yet another attempt of Harry's life, it was hit with a beam of white light, shattering it into a million pieces. Are you all right? Flitwick asked the barely conscious, wheezing and heaving form of Harry Potter. Never mind, let's just get you up to Madame Pomfrey. Really, they should just get rid of the sport. Harry woke up to hear Madame Pomfrey saying. It is bad enough that I have to pick up the pieces of the players, but now the spectators too. That's what makes it exciting. Harry said, painfully alerting her to his consciousness. Mr. Potter, you were only out for a few minutes this time. Madame Pomfrey said, smiling. Your friends will be here soon. They're talking to Professor Flitwick about what happened. That's nice, but do you have a nausea potion? Harry asked, shooting the potion down quickly when she handed it to him. Since this is the second time in 2 weeks that you have ended up in here, I will be forced to express that I will be most displeased if you live up to your father's medical file. Pomfrey said as she gave him the rest of the potions and did a few quick scans. You're free to leave whenever you feel up to standing. Thank you, Harry said shakily, getting to his feet. I didn't think it'd be now, like father like son, I guess. Pomfrey said with a sad but joking smile. He didn't like me enough to stick around either. Oh, come off it, Poppy. Her eyes went wide at her first name. We all love you, it's just that hospitals make me feel like I'm about to die. Are you going to wait for the girls at least? Poppy asked. No, they can find me in the common room. Harry said, walking out. Be a dear and tell them where I went though if you will. Professor Dumbledore wasn't pleased that you had already left, Harry. Hermione said when the girls finally caught up to them in the common room. What did he want? Harry asked. I don't know, he just said he had some private matters to discuss with you in private. Tonks said. Is it fishy when people say private twice like that? Not always, but from Dumbledore certainly. Harry said. What do you mean? Hermione asked. I think he is plotting something, I just don't have any proof yet. Harry said. You don't think he had anything to do with this, do you? Hermione asked. That is a serious thing to accuse someone of. No, I don't think so, Harry said. His goal seems to be keeping me safe at the moment, but there is something more. Good, because we have our own theory. Hermione said. We brought it up to the headmaster, but he just brushed it off. Tonks added. He'll do that, Harry said before asking the question that he had to even though he knew what they were about to say. So who do you think did it? Snape, the girls said together. Snape, the girls said together. Explain your reasoning. Harry replied. You mean it isn't obvious? Tonks asked. It is, and that's the problem. Snape is a Slytherin, they pride themselves on being inconspicuous. Harry said. He would never attack me in front of the whole school. Not true. Hermione fired back. We think he was trying to make an example of you. Sort of an, if you rouse rabble you'll be dealt with wherever and whenever, kind of thing. That might be the message, Harry conceded, but I don't think Snape is that stupid. Well, if it isn't him, then who did it? Tonks asked. Our only other suspects were not Davis and Pugginson. We ruled them out for lack of skill. Hermione added. How many people have you offended? Probably all of the prefects, heads, Filch, Snape of course, Dumbledore maybe, and anyone who respects professors above all. Harry said with a smirk. You've been busy. Tonks said approvingly. By respect professors above all, do you mean respect professors more than me? Hermione asked, arms crossed. No, not at all. Harry said. I mean the people who hold professors above themselves merely because they are a professor. People like Percy Weasley. So you think he set the bludger on you? Tonks asked. No, I think it was Quirrell. Harry said with a shrug. Something has been bugging me about that guy since day one. A feeling isn't enough to accuse someone on. Hermione said. Which is why I haven't. Harry said. I haven't done anything worse in that regard than you two have with Snape. So what should we do? Hermione asked. Watch them both. Harry said. Harry Potter secret number 2 can help. What's Harry Potter secret number 2? Hermione asked. That sounds worse when you hear it. I need a new name. Harry said. But anyway, it is upstairs. Come on, Tonks. Harry's taking us up to his room to show us his secret. Hermione said, giggling. What do you suppose that means? Hermione. Good try. Tonks said, grinning. It was a bit wordy though, I hadn't thought of anything better though. Too true. Harry said, laughing, as they entered the staircase. We'll turn you into an accomplished flirt yet. Ooh, I got a better one, Hermione said excitedly. So Tonks, do you think he'll insist on seeing our secrets after he's shown us his? Tonks was laughing. Good. You just need to work on your sultry voice and timing. Just don't forget about the boundaries. Harry said. Flirting can border on harassment, bullying and foreplay. It is important not to accidentally cross any of those lines. But you're a girl, so you only really have to worry about the bullying aspect. Tonks said. Guys don't really complain about the other two. Do you, Harry? Huh? Harry asked, bewildered and trying to figure out what Tonks did with him that counted as harassment or foreplay. Tonks. Hermione admonished. Hang on, wait till he figures it out. Tonks said. Oh, you were joking. Harry said flatly. Well, you don't have to sound so disappointed about it. Tonks laughed. But point proven, guys don't respond negatively to over-flirting. Although that causes concerns for an entirely different reason if you aren't selective in whom you flirt with. Oh, look, we're here and have a convenient excuse to stop talking about this. Harry said. It is rapidly approaching inappropriate. So what was Harry Potter's secret number 1? Hermione asked. Why not call them hops? Drop the O and it is an acronym. Tonks asked. Sounds good, Harry said absently as he dug down to his secret stuff section of his trunk. Hops 1 was that Harry knows the castle really well already. It was revealed when we went down to duel Not. Or rather willingly walk into Not's trap. Tonks told Hermione. That's it? Hermione asked. Boring. Hey, don't worry, this one is much better, Harry said, withdrawing his top half from his trunk holding the Marauder's map in his hand. This is the single best device for monitoring activities within Hogwarts grounds. A piece of parchment? Tonks asked. No Nimmy, it's what's on the parchment, Harry said. A relic from the days of my father and his friends, including Sirius. But it's blank, Hermione said as he unfolded it. Is this like clothes you can't see unless you're good at your job? Exactly like that, Harry said, looking her in the eye while quietly tapping the map with his wand. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. Harry, this is amazing, Hermione said as she watched the map finish filling in. It shows everyone exactly where they are at all times through all forms of concealment. Harry said. It is never wrong and it's one of a kind. Where can I get one? Tonks asked, awed. I was planning on giving this one back to Sirius and Remus this summer once he's a free man. They made it, it belongs to them, Harry said, watching both faces fall. But that is only because I plan on asking them to help me in making a new version. I suppose I could coerce them into making 3 instead of 1. Hermione beamed at him and Tonks threw herself at him, knocking him over and hugging him hard. She quickly stood up and blushed prettily at him. In the moment that followed, all 3 met each other's eyes and the next few minutes were spent laughing. If you tell me when your birthdays are, I can try to arrange to make them birthday gifts, Harry said, smiling. September 19th. Hermione said quickly. August 1st. Really? Harry asked, looking at Tonks. Yours is right after mine. More so than you know. According to my mum, she and your mum went into labor at the same time, Tonks said. Her theory is that I intentionally delayed my departure to spite her. I am reasonably sure that she is joking though. She insists on telling me the story every time a new Harry Potter novel is published. Harry Potter novels? Hermione asked incredulously, looking at Harry. Complete works of fiction that I plan on suing the publishers over as soon as I get a sympathetic guardian, Harry said. They're entertaining though, Tonks said. Did you know that Harry fought off a dragon army single-handedly when he was 6? Harry groaned when he heard this. There was only 1 and I was 8. What? Tonks shrieked. Relax, Nim, I was joking, Harry said, rolling his eyes. Not that I couldn't have if the opportunity presented itself. Of course, Harry, Hermione said with her own eye roll. So Tonks, is there any way that I could get a copy of those books? Why do you want to read that garbage? Harry demanded. To tease you about, of course, Hermione said. Can I start with the dragon one? Sure, I have the whole works in my trunk, I'll give them to you later, Tonks said, smiling. Thanks, Hermione said. Why do you have the complete works here, Nim? Harry asked. 2 reasons. First, because they are a good guilty pleasure read late at night in bed, Tonks said. And second is because I plan to have you sign them at some point. So I am the last thing you think about before going to sleep, Harry asked, causing Tonks to blush. And no signatures, people might think I'm like Fraud Lockhart. Who? Hermione asked. Gilderoy Lockhart, Harry said. Listens to other people's stories of heroics, then obliviates them and publishes the story as his own exploits. Why do you say that, Harry? Tonks asked. A lot of people swear by his books. If you ever have the misfortune of reading his books, chart the dates and events and see for yourself. I believe he was fighting a banshee to death on a day that he spent in isolated silent meditation while he was preparing to exorcise a wraith on the other side of the planet, Harry said. Couldn't they have just changed dates for literary flow? Hermione asked. Theoretically, I guess, Harry said. If he were a fraud, I would expect that he would at least have an editor that would take care of catching these things, Hermione continued. That is their job after all. What if his editor is just incompetent? Occam's razor gives the advantage to me. Your theory assumes that Lockhart is a multiple offense felon and an idiot for picking a bad editor, Hermione replied. That doesn't mean I'm wrong, Harry said. Have you even read his books? Hermione asked accusingly. Yes, have you? Harry fired back. Why are we arguing about Lockhart? Tonks interjected. Seriously, not important. True, sorry I got worked up, Hermione. Harry said. Me too. They're all better. Tonks said, smirking. So how much time do you propose we use to monitor our two noteworthy professors? I was planning on keeping it on me and watching Quirrell constantly, and when the three of us are together in private I can bring it out and we can watch them both while we do homework or whatever. Harry said. That isn't very comprehensive, Harry. Hermione said. If we network with other houses and years we could get constant monitoring on both of them. But that would require telling people about the map and giving them incentives to help. Harry said. I don't want people to know about the map, it is a Hops after all, and I don't have the resources to give incentives. Understandable. Tonks said. Your way it is. Thank you. So if Hops is singular, what is the plural form? Hermione asked. The weeks of November slipped by quickly for Harry and his girls. Surprisingly, Dumbledore hadn't made an excuse to get Harry alone yet. Harry was sure that he would try legilimency as soon as he got the chance and was avoiding the headmaster like the plague. Professor watching turned out to be a very boring pastime. Quirrell never was anywhere other than his classroom, office, bedroom and great hall. Snape wasn't much better. He spent some time in the Slytherin common room and patrolling the halls, but never staying very long near the third-floor corridor. They eventually stopped watching the map except for during prime times. When December arrived, sign-up sheets to stay over the holidays appeared in all the common rooms. When Harry noticed, he quickly and quietly signed his name and went about his day. You don't have to stay here, Harry. Tonks told him a few days later. I called my mum when I saw your name on the list. She said to invite you, and that no one should be alone during the holidays. That was really sweet, Nim. Harry said. But I am going to have to pass. I don't plan on staying here anyway. Then why did you say you were? Tonks asked. Because I'm not riding the train nor am I going to my relatives, I will be here enough to make appearances, mealtime, sleep etc. Harry said. Generally easier to tell them that I'm not leaving. But Dumbledore has a better chance of cornering you here when there aren't as many students. Hermione said. You might get forced into that confrontation. Blah, oh well. If it happens, it happens. Harry said with great resignation. Wait, so you're only using this as a base of operation over the break? Hermione asked. Does it matter where you start from? Not really, I'm just trying to avoid questions. Harry said. I have top secret errands to run and I don't want to spread any more information than I have to. Can you tell us what your errands are? Tonks asked, clearly curious. One of them is Christmas shopping. Harry said. 2 is going to the Department of Mysteries. There is a rumor of a prophecy about me that I want to check out. I can't talk about 3, 4 or 5, but one of the 3 will probably leave me magically exhausted. I think I need a house elf too. What do you need a house elf for? Hermione asked. I want to send Sirius a gourmet Christmas dinner since he isn't free yet, but I'm not that good of a cook and I don't know how he would appreciate a vegetarian meal right now. Harry said. Also, elves are super useful. There are probably a few still alive. Connected to the Potter estates. Tonks supplied helpfully. You've only been gone 10 years, except for the very old there shouldn't be any permanent damage to them due to the bond. What does that mean? Hermione asked, sounding slightly worried. When the master of a house elf dies they are bound to the heir, and if that bond isn't re-established eventually the elves will lose their minds and die, just like freed elves. Tonks said. Takes a while though. How do you even know Harry's parents had elves? Hermione asked. When I become a legal adult I will own Potter Manor here in Britain, but also a villa near Paris and a property on the Mediterranean in Sicily. Harry said. Without elves they would all have fallen apart by now. Wow, have you been to any of them? Hermione asked. No, until I own them I won't technically know where they are. Harry said. Fidelius Familia. What's that? Hermione asked. It is a spell that hides a property from everyone who isn't in the family of the caster. Harry said. Unless the head of the family gives them the location. When one head passes on the secret goes to the next when they come of age. Harry won't have access until he's 17. Tonks said. Oh. Hermione said. So, if I can get my parents to promise not to interfere or ask questions can you come? Tonks asked. Add a oath of silence and I'll think about it. Harry said. I don't think they'll go for that, but I'll send an owl in the morning. Tonks said. Understandable. I probably wouldn't without knowing me first either. Harry replied. So, we know we're getting maps for our birthdays. Wanna tell us what Christmas brings? Tonks asked. That isn't happening, Nim, Harry said smiling. The morning of the students' departure from Hogwarts came. Hermione and Tonks woke Harry up early to spend extra time hanging out since they wouldn't be seeing each other at all until January. The girls were horrified when they heard that Harry never really celebrated before, so they decided to cram as many approximations of their traditions into this last morning as they could. It was hectic and wouldn't have been possible without the help of the Hogwarts elves. He was woken up at 5 in the morning as both girls jumped on him. Harry opened his eyes and regarded his friends with a certain amount of loathing. Morning. Happy Christmas, Harry, both girls said together cheerily, of course. So what's first on our agenda? Harry asked, sliding out from underneath them and out of bed. First you put a shirt on, Hermione said. What if I just want to wear a warming charm instead? Harry asked as he started shuffling through his drawer. Then you would get in a lot of trouble as soon as we left the common room, Hermione said, one eyebrow raised. What did you think would happen? Dunno, too early to think, Harry replied, pulling a shirt on backwards. I can see that, Tonks said as she moved over to help him get his shirt on right. Wear shoes today too. Shoes beep, Harry complained. Do I have to? We aren't going to have the time to come back up here before we go, Hermione said. But you're not leaving for 6 hours, Harry said. And we have to get through breakfast, playing in the snow, morning tea and cuddle time, Hermione said. Cuddle time? Harry asked. Like we said, all of our Christmas traditions that we can fit, Tonks said. Weird. Oh well, I'll go with it, Harry said as he finished tying his second shoe on. Off to the Great Hall then. No, kitchens, Tonks said. Christmas breakfast is with only the family. All right, let on, Harry said. Hermione and Tonks practically force-fed Harry mountains of pancakes, waffles, eggs, oatmeal and several other breakfast dishes that don't normally grace his breakfast plate. Harry wasn't sure it was healthy, but felt bad dampening their enthusiasm. 2.5 hours later, a visibly chubbier Harry was once again being dragged through the castle and out the front doors. The three of them built themselves as snow people and then started on the rest of the staff. Because of how public the location was, they decided to stay tasteful, and with magic they were able to get fairly close to lifelike. They did, however, sculpt Snape and Quirrell to be midway through a game of rock paper scissors, the undecided winner being the one who is trying to kill Harry. The Weasleys joined them partway through and added their family to the growing collection. Harry was glad the whole school was going home, or there would be no snow left on the grounds after everyone made their families. The snowman building soon turned into a magical snowball fight. Ron and the twins versus Harry and the girls, the showdown of the century, or so they joked. It turned one-sided when Harry taught the girls a charm to make their snowballs fly around corners, making the Weasley fortifications obsolete. With some significant muttering about family honor and idiots, Percy joined the fray. Soon all 7 were red-faced, cold and laughing. Hagrid joined in for a while, but his snowballs were the size of basketballs and knocked over whomever they hit, so he only threw a few and left after only a few minutes, the novelty having worn off. At 9:30 the girls called a truce and excused themselves and Harry, taking him back inside. They each grabbed one of his hands and led him down several corridors to an unused classroom. There was a large blanket in one corner along with an even bigger pile of cushions and a portrait. What's all this? Harry asked. The cuddle corner and a guest storyteller, Tonks said. This is Circe, she's Greek and she has a story about pigs to tell us. Nice to meet you, Circe, Harry said with a small bow before turning back to Tonks. I thought tea came first. It is, but there is no border between the two, Tonks said. Dolly, a small house elf, popped into the room with a crack. Yes, ma'am. Could you please bring the tea now? Tonks asked. Of course, ma'am, Dolly said and retrieved the tea with 2 quick cracks. Do you need anything else, ma'am? No thank you, Tonks said. I really appreciate this. Me too, Dolly, Hermione said. You're great. Thank you, Harry said, smiling at the little lady. Dolly beamed at them all and curtsied before popping away to her next task. After a few minutes of rearranging, the 3 of them made suitable seating out of the cushions. Pulling the blanket over them, they got their tea and settled in. Hermione ended up sitting on his right and just barely touching his shoulder. Tonks was on his left and was leaning on him heavily. A half-hour later his tea was done and there was no feeling in his left arm. The story sounded like there was at least another 40 minutes or so to go. Pulling his arm out from where it was pinned by Tonks, he flexed his fingers a few times to re-establish blood flow. Not wanting to stick his arm back into that trap, he laid it across the cushions supporting Tonks' back. He missed her triumphant smirk as she snuggled closer and laid her head on his shoulder. A few minutes later a beet red Hermione mimicked Tonks on his right. Circe had to take a moment to stop laughing when she saw Harry's face, much to his chagrin. Circe had finished her story and was chatting with the children when Dolly popped back in. "Ma'ams and sir, the carriages will be leaving in a few minutes." "Thank you, Dolly," Harry said, disentangling himself from the girls and standing up quickly. He turned and offered each girl a hand up and the three of them settled their robes before saying goodbye to Circe and leaving. After walking down the hall in silence for a few moments, Tonks broke the silence. "That was fun." "Yay," Hermione agreed. "So which one of your families did that tradition come from?" Harry asked. "Not mine," Tonks said, drawing an indignant sputter from Hermione. "But you pitched the idea to me," Hermione said. "Tonks, this was supposed to be about sharing our traditions with Harry." "It was, but all traditions have an origin point, don't they?" Tonks said. "Well, yes, I guess," Hermione conceded. "Then consider this the first annual Christmas Snugglefest," Tonks said, grinning. "Do we have to wait for Christmas to do that again?" Hermione asked, causing Harry to blush. "All right, Hermione," Tonks exclaimed. "You made a metamorph blush." "Shut up," Harry said dejectedly. "Oh, look, the line. I guess we should say goodbye here then, don't you?" "Not so fast, mister," Tonks said firmly. "We still have a few minutes left to tease you mercilessly. Maybe I'll just walk away without saying bye then." "You can't do that," Hermione replied. "Oh, and why is that?" Harry asked. "Because we've got your arms," Hermione said. "Huh?" Harry asked as the girls closed the distance and hugged his arms tightly to them. "Oh, so Harry," Tonks started. "Were you blushing because Hermione wants to cuddle with you again, or because you were secretly wondering when you would get to cuddle with her again?" "I don't think that's it at all, Tonks," Hermione said while Harry resolutely looked straight ahead. "I think he was wondering when he would get to cuddle with you again." A few minutes later Professor Flitwick announced that it was time to go. The girls wished him a happy Christmas one more time and each gave him a quick key on the cheek before releasing his arms and quickly walking out the doors. "You're getting good at flirting," Tonks said as they climbed into a carriage. "Only with Harry though," Hermione admitted. "I would be way too nervous to flirt with anyone else." "That's fine, we all start somewhere," Tonks said, smiling. "Think he's going to miss us?" "He'd better," Hermione said sternly, and then they both broke into giggles. Harry watched as the carriages made their way down to Hogsmeade. He stood on the front stairs until he heard the train pull away. With a sigh he turned back to the castle. "I'm going to miss them." Something Tonks said was rattling around Harry's head as he meandered his way up to the 7th floor. Harry paced back and forth, needing a large empty room. The room of requirements was more than happy to oblige. Harry entered and was surprised to find that the room wasn't completely empty. There was a raised platform at one end. Harry made his way over and stood on the platform. With a final look at the otherwise empty room he called out, "Potter elves, I require your presence." Harry didn't know what to expect. Last time all of the elves were long dead when he discovered his properties, just another feat of meddling by Dumbledore. Harry's highest estimate was that he would have around 10 elves. He was way wrong. Harry's ears popped from the sudden pressure change when 137 proud, clean and uniformed elves appeared. Harry's eyes bugged out. "Wow, there are a lot of you. Is Master Harry ready to renew the bond?" asked one elf timidly. Harry noticed there was an extra adornment on his uniform. "I am. Are you the head elf then?" Harry asked. "Yes, master, my name is Marnie," the elf said, bowing. "Nice to meet you, Marnie," Harry said, smiling. "Now then, how do I renew this bond?" The process was simple, only requiring a couple drops of blood and an oath from the elf being bonded. Performing the ceremony 137 times though left Harry lightheaded. When he was finally done, Harry laid down on the floor and closed his eyes. "Could one of you please get me a blood replenishing potion, and an iron supplement if you can find one?" A few moments later a bottle was placed in his hand along with a small white pill. Harry swallowed the pill and potion without a moment's pause. He sat back up now that he wasn't in threat of passing out and regarded his elves. All right then, for now I need to speak with Marnie and all of my cooks. The rest of you can go back to what you were doing. Wait, I'd like a status report on all my properties as well, so a representative of each one should stay too. The rest of you are dismissed. Harry's ears popped again when the pressure suddenly dropped as 122 house elves suddenly vanished. Harry turned to the remaining 15. Reports first, I suppose. Starting with Potter Manor. The manor is in excellent condition, Master. The plumbing may need to be updated within a few years though. One elf said, stepping forward. That's what I forgot. Please none of you call me Master, I'm either Harry or Sir. Harry said, conjuring a piece of parchment and began writing. I'm not angry, don't worry, spread the word to the others when you head back. Don't let any of the plumbing fail before you replace it. I'll send a letter with you to get the needed funds out of Gringotts. I might be summering there, I'm not sure yet though. If you have nothing else to report you may go. Yes sir, the elf said and left with a pop. The Sicilian property was in a similar state and that elf was dismissed quickly. Harry's surprise came from the last report. In this universe it seems that he has a menagerie, or had at least. The elf reported that most of the animals had died over the years and weren't replaced. Harry told her not to worry about it and that he didn't really want a menagerie. He was about to tell her to let them all go free, but then he stopped himself. Is there enough room there to make a profitable potion ingredient farm? Harry asked. Oh yes sir. The greenhouses have been empty for years but we can restock. Mally, the elf, said. Excellent, I'll send a letter with you as well then. Harry said and started a new letter. If the menagerie is suitable, get some potion-producing animals too. Mally grinned excitedly and popped away once Harry finished the second letter. That should keep the majority of the elves busy. Alright, moving on. Cooks, I need one of you to learn how to cook vegetarian. The Hogwarts elves can teach you what I taught them. Decide amongst yourselves who that will be. The other order of business that I have for you is to go find out what food you can bring to a prisoner in the ministry building itself, and then make the best food you can and take it to my godfather, Sirius Black. I don't want him eating prison food anymore, he has a trial soon and I want to make sure he looks healthy for it. On Christmas I want you to feed him until he can't eat anymore. All 11 cooks huddled together and talked amongst themselves before 10 of them popped away. The last one turned to Harry. I am Belly, sir, she said. It has been decided that I would do your cooking unless you want another elf instead. I'm sure you'll be more than up to the task. Harry said. It will be slow for you for a few years still. If you want, yourself and the other cooks could join the Hogwarts kitchen staff while I'm here. Now go to the kitchens and talk to them. Yes sir, Belly said loudly with a smile and popped down to the kitchens. All right Marnie, Harry said turning to the sole remaining elf, clapping his hands together. First, can you apparate me to my properties even if I'm officially the head of house? Yet. Yes sir. Good. Second question. Do you have enough time to be my personal assistant while maintaining your duties as head elf? Harry assumed that jumping up and down excitedly was an exaggerated nod. I'll take that as a yes then. I have a few things I'll need soon. Harry conjured a third piece of parchment and made his list. Harry handed the list over and watched as Marnie read it over. He was waiting for the reaction to one of the items. When he saw the shock he chuckled. I expect the Dementor's bone will be the hardest thing to find. Yes sir, it will. Marnie said as he folded the list up and put it in his pocket. Alright, here is the key to my vault. Use as much as is necessary, but don't get ripped off. Harry said, handing his key over. The elf saluted and popped away. Harry walked out of the room and let it return to a blank wall before he paced again. I need the place where things are hidden. Harry dropped a few feet onto his bed after warping back with the diadem. He giggled when he bounced, glad that he was the only Ravenclaw that decided to stay. Harry wrapped the diadem up and buried it at the bottom of his trunk until he decided when and where to dispose of them. Harry checked his map and saw that while Dumbledore was in the Great Hall, the Weasleys were just arriving. This was good. Harry warped down to a nearby hallway and made his way to lunch. Dumbledore was in the middle of his explanation as to why there was only one small table instead of all of the house tables. There were only 5 students in the faculty for the break. When the twins slid apart and gave Harry a pointed look, Harry assumed he was meant to sit there. Harry poured himself some cider while greeting everyone. The seat the twins opened for Harry was unfortunately directly across from Ron. Harry didn't remember him being quite so disgusting while eating. The meal was otherwise pleasant and Harry managed to stay focused on the twins and their talk about the tagging the common rooms prank at the beginning of the year. Harry chose not to say anything while they theorized who could have gotten access to all of the common rooms. The head boy and head girl were the primary suspects, much to Percy's consternation. Then Ron did something totally expected and totally unthinkable. "Hey Harry, want some sausage?" Ron asked, waving around a plate half full of the greasy little meat tubes. Worse was that his mouth was full of half-chewed sausages as well. As he spoke, a piece of sausage flew out of his mouth and landed right in front of Harry, who promptly turned green. "Oh God," Harry said bleakly before jumping up and running out of the hall, hoping to get to a bathroom before he threw up. "Ronald Weasley, everyone," Fred said, waving his hand at his little brother. "Reaching new levels of gross every day since he was born." George finished. "Now making people actually vomit. What will he accomplish next?" Fred added on as Ron turned puce. "Come on Forge, let's see if we can salvage the Weasley name." "Right behind you Gred," George said and followed his twin out of the hall. "What did I do?" Ron asked blankly to the rest of the diners. "Hey Harry," George said when they walked into the bathroom, arriving while Harry was rinsing out his mouth. "Hey guys," Harry said, sounding very much like he just threw up. "We're sorry about that thing we call a brother." Fred said. "Mum's been on his case for years about his table manners." George continued. "I don't think he knows what vegetarian means either." Fred added. "He's kinda dumb. Just don't assume the rest of us are that daft. We think he was dropped on his head." This made Harry laugh. "It's okay guys, really, I just think I'll be taking my meals in the kitchen for the rest of the break." Harry said. "We'll join you if you want." George offered. "We have some business to discuss anyway." Fred said. "Prankster to prankster business." George added. "I wouldn't mind company." Harry said. "I don't think I'm going to eat again today though." "We don't blame you," the twins said together. "Do you two know how to get into the kitchen?" Harry asked. "Found out last year," Fred said. "Do you know?" George asked. "Yes," Harry said. "So what's your business?" "Well, we were talking about the common room tagging, you know." Fred started. "And we were wondering if you had any theories as to how it was accomplished." George continued. "Seeing as how you were able to gain entry to our room so easily on your first night here, we figured you would be able to illuminate the methods this prankster used. Then we came to the conclusion that the prankster in question was probably you. Congratulations, by the way. It normally wouldn't be important who did it, but it has been a goal of ours for a great many years. 2.5 to be precise. To gain entry to the other 3 common rooms this Christmas holiday, with the record low amount of students staying, is the perfect time to get in and out without being caught. So we were wondering if you would take us on a tour, or at least tell us how to gain entry on our own." "Did you two practice that?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes," they said together. "All right, tell you what." Harry started. "I'll give you a tour of Ravenclaw Tower, and I'll let you into Hufflepuff, but I won't tell you how." "Fair enough." "And Slytherin, I'll let you in and I'll show you how I get in, I have business there anyway," Harry said, watching the twins' faces light up with their devilish smiles. "I would suggest bringing pranks to layer down while you can." "Nah, too suspicious," Fred said. "The 3 of us are the only ones with a prank reputation right now, thanks to your chicken." George said. "All 3 of us would get nailed if we did something now." Fred finished. "True," Harry said. "Tonight I'll open the Hufflepuff common room at 8. Don't be late." After the twins left the bathroom, Harry made his way back to his dorm. Once there, he warped to Diagon Alley and visited Gringotts, in disguise, to make a significant withdrawal and converted most of it to pounds. Harry then stopped by a bathroom and disillusioned himself and warped to the place that won't have any magical residents for another 20 years or so, Cardiff. No one knew why there were no witches or wizards there, it's just the way it was. After finding a private spot, Harry resumed being visible and used a phone book to find a hat shop, an embroiderer, and a sign maker. He visited them in that order, happy to get the bulk of the tricky part of his Christmas shopping out of the way. Then he stopped at a convenience store and bought several spiral notebooks, a pack of ballpoint pens, and enough junk food to use up the rest of the pounds he had. After discreetly shrinking his purchases, and finding somewhere private, he warped back to his dorm. Once there Harry wrote 2 letters, one to Ollivander and one to Flourish and Blots. One quick trip to the Ollery later Hedwig was on her way to London with a bag of galleons to get a few more gifts. Noting the time Harry warped off to the Hufflepuff common room. The twins had no trouble finding the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, they had found them all last year with the map, it was rather easy actually. They arrived just before 8 o'clock and as soon as they got to the portrait Harry pushed it open, holding the map in one hand. "Good timing, I just finished," Harry said, and let the twins in. The Hufflepuff portrait wasn't very happy with the surprise opening. "What did you do?" one of the twins asked as they looked around the common room. "I moved everything 1 foot counterclockwise," Harry said with a smile. "What else did you do?" the same twin asked. Harry decided he was Fred. "Absolutely nothing," Harry said. "They will be paranoid for a while though I imagine. You have an interesting style of pranks," George said nodding. "Indeed, so is there anything you two wanted to do here or are we ready to head over to Slytherin?" "We don't mean the Puffs any harm," Fred said. "We just needed to get in here once," George said. "We can go whenever you're ready," Fred finished, prompting Harry to check the map. Harry led them out and headed towards Snake territory. They were walking in silence for a few minutes before George let his curiosity get the better of him. "So how are we getting in?" "The door is right around the corner," Harry said shocked. "You couldn't wait a few more seconds?" Sorry. Here we are. You're going to like this," Harry said coming to a stop in front of the seemingly blank wall. "Open in the name of Salazar," he said in Parseltongue. While the passage opened he turned to see the twins standing there, jaws gaping. Why you're a Parselmouth." "Yup," Harry said happily. "Cool huh?" "Shocking was the first word that came to mind," Fred said. "But cool works too," George said nervously. "You're not a dark wizard are you?" Fred asked. "If you are we don't have a problem with it," George added quickly. "No, not dark, don't worry," Harry said. "It's really silly that people think that, it's just a different language." "Fair enough," George said following Harry down into the common room. "Have a look around you too," Harry said before turning to address the room at large. "Hand, that sounds really creepy," Fred said before jumping when he saw the snake slither past his feet. "Good to see you Harry," Hand said. "You as well. Have you uncovered any plots against me?" Harry asked. "No, there is the one boy, but he doesn't seem like a threat." "No, he isn't," Harry said. "I have a new job for you though, it is a bit higher risk." "What do you need?" "I need you to follow Professor Quirrell around and let me know immediately if he enters the 3rd floor corridor that has a giant dog in it." "I can do that. I know, be careful though, I have reason to suspect that he can speak the snake as well," Harry warned. "Do not listen to his orders if he spots you, but pretend to and find me. Don't approach me though unless I am alone or with these two. I will stay out of his sight as much as possible," Hand assured him and said farewell before slithering off, presumably to find Quirrell. "So ready to see Ravenclaw Tower?" Harry asked the twins. "Yay, let's go," George said sounding stunned. "What did you tell that snake to do?" "Just to follow someone and report back to me," Harry said off-handedly leading them out of the common room. Nothing to worry about. The rest of Harry's evening, after the twins left Ravenclaw Tower, was spent inside his pensieve copying the notes he made a few decades from now detailing Horcrux detection and the process of removing one from a living subject without killing them. It would take several evenings worth of work, longer since he was translating it into parcel script at the same time. Harry had been doing the research in his free time and never completed some of the calculations. He was sure that he could finish them by summer, though, and decided that this summer he was going to yank Voldy's soul out of his forehead. One morning after breakfast with the twins in the kitchen, the 3 of them took the secret passage to Honeydukes and Harry finished his Christmas shopping. That night he wrapped the gifts and sent them off. Sharing meal times with the twins down in the kitchen quickly led them to having the same depth of a relationship that they had the last time. Harry was sure that he would be getting involved with their pranks frequently in the future. Finally Christmas morning arrived and Harry was able to find out what his friends thought to get him. From most of them it was fairly typical, candy and joke products, though Neville did get him a book on magical plants. Tonks sent him a wand polishing kit and a picture of her giving a very suggestive wink and smile. Hermione sent him a gift certificate to flourish and blots with a note saying that she didn't know what Nick had taught him and didn't want to get something redundant. The most notable gift though was from Dumbledore. Instead of the invisibility cloak, Dumbledore gave him a bag of sweets and an invitation for tea that afternoon, which Harry was unfortunately unable to find a reason to turn down. Dan and Emma Granger watched their daughter rip into her presents with great enthusiasm. She had changed so much in her time at Hogwarts. She didn't have any friends at her old school and became very quiet and reserved. When they picked her up from the train station, she was with a girl who had pink hair. After a very animated farewell between the two of them, Hermione spent the whole ride home talking about her friends. The pink-haired girl, Tonks, and a boy named Harry seemed to have a great impact on their little girl. When they saw how many gifts she got from this boy, they decided that they would have to meet him as soon as they could. She received a beginner's guide to something called occlumency, a wand holster, a bag of wizarding candies, including, to their amusement, tooth-flossing mints. "I don't get it," Hermione said as she held up Harry's last gift to her, a large wooden letter E. "A hat," Tonks said, holding up a bubblegum pink hat with a black ribbon around it that had "Nim" embroidered in the same shade of pink. It was her last gift from Harry. She also got a copy of the occlumency guide, a wand holster, and a variety of Muggle junk food. Ted Tonks started laughing at her look of confusion. "It is a fedora, dear." "A fedora, that says Nim," Tonks raised an eyebrow, then groaned. "A Nim fedora." She glared at her parents while they laughed, then smiled and put her hat on and went back to opening her presents. "Good afternoon, Harry," Dumbledore said as Harry entered his office. "Did you like the sweets?" "Yes, sir," Harry said respectfully. He had checked them for potions and found one that would lower his occlumency shields. He had disposed of all of them. "I almost ruined my appetite before breakfast on them." "That is good to hear. So, why did you invite me to tea today?" Harry asked. "Is it to give me my father's cloak?" Dumbledore spit out his tea. "How did you know about that?" "I know about a lot, Professor," Harry said. "I was planning on sending it to you for your birthday." Dumbledore lied quickly. He had decided that Harry was too far out of his control to have the cloak. It looked like he didn't have a choice in the matter anymore though. "Is it proper in Wizarding Society to give someone their own property as a present?" Harry asked. "No, I'll admit that I was going to be lazy," Dumbledore said softly and retrieved Harry's cloak from his desk. "Here you go, don't abuse it or I'll have to confiscate it from you." "Don't worry, sir," Harry said, tucking the cloak into his pocket. "I have no intention of getting caught with it. That doesn't alleviate my fears." Dumbledore laughed. "But I guess I can't expect anything else from James's son." Their conversation remained casual for a time until Harry felt Dumbledore's legitimacy. Harry decided to pretend that the potions in the sweets worked correctly and let Dumbledore think he had access. Their conversation continued unimpeded while Dumbledore thought he was digging around Harry's head. Harry though was ready and decided that a little creative misdirection would be appropriate when Dumbledore started to push for information on Nick. Harry didn't supply any audio information but proudly showed a Native American, dressed as a cowboy, showing Harry how to summon things. Harry also showed more secure shields around the remaining information to discourage Dumbledore from pushing further. When the tea time was finally over, and Harry was leaving, Dumbledore had just enough fake information to buy the theory of previous training by a very talented individual. In other words, he was right where Harry wanted him. That night Harry warped to the Department of Mysteries at midnight, knowing no one would be there. Once the spinning room stopped spinning, Harry requested the Hall of Prophecies and walked through the door that opened for him, into the time room. Harry saw the time turner cabinet and got an idea. He quickly cast a permanent transfiguration on a loose quill, making it look like a time turner. Then he cast a very strong notice me not charm and a compulsion charm to pick a different time turner. Then he stole a real time turner and put the fake one in its place. Smiling to himself, he made his way into the Hall of Prophecies and quickly found the one relating to him and Voldemort. He picked it up off its stand and tapped it with his wand so that it would play the prophecy for him. Harry is out of control, Dumbledore thought as he paced in his office, just after Harry left after their tea. I wasn't planning on giving him the Hallow anymore. I should have known that he would know about it already. I wonder if he already knows about the stone. Albus' carefully laid plan was in ruins from the moment Harry asked for his vault key. Hagrid was supposed to take an impressionable, young, muggle-hating, desperate for rescue Harry into the magical world as his first exposure. But no, somehow someone managed to find the boy. Now the weak-willed martyr is being trained. He has to die or Voldemort will keep coming back. It's right there in the prophecy, this meddler, Nick, is going to doom the whole world. Complaining will get me nowhere. How do I get Harry back under my thumb? I need something he wants enough that if I can offer it to him he'll drop his whatever his relationship is with Nick. At least I can still use the mirror. Dumbledore thought. The mirror. Of course. It should be fairly easy to get an 11-year-old to reveal what the Mirror of Erised shows him, so long as he doesn't know what it does. That's settled then. Step 1. Get Harry enthralled by the mirror. I'll just put it out tonight and wait for him to succumb to the temptation of exploring invisibly. He never showed up last night. Dumbledore thought angrily the next morning. The Grey Lady checked for me, he was out of bed. The only way that my beckoning charm wouldn't have pulled him into the mirror's room was if he was on the other side of the castle. Well, tonight I just have to make sure he is exploring the correct part of the castle. Harry woke up and remembered the new prophecy. He'd been wishing that he would have discovered that it had been a dream. It was real though, which means he needed to interpret it. With a sigh of resignation he pulled a new notebook out of his trunk and started writing in parcel script. Original prophecy, translation, still have to end Tom. New prophecy. Together born shall be the children of change. Probably means me and Tonks, born within 20 minutes of each other if her mother is to be believed. We're also the only ones that were different initially in this timeline, Wellis and Lissawander if she plays a role. The world that was once will never be. Future of this world irrevocably changed. Seems likely. Destroyed by the Forge, the Boy of Change. This could mean a lot of things. What was destroyed? What is the Forge? The Boy of Change could be either of those answers. Assuming I'm the boy, this could have happened on that Halloween night. The Forge could be whatever Mum did to protect me, or Voldemort, or my memories from the future, pretty much anything or anyone that got involved with me that night. I could be the Forge having destroyed the chances that this universe will be like the last one. Or it could be something that hasn't come up yet. Heck, if the Fates have a sense of humor, the Forge could be the Weasley twins. Or it could literally be a Forge, beware of metal workers in the future. For many years the girl he won't see. The one was loved by all. The other was cast out. These two lines seem to be simply to further identify the children. Either line could mean either of us. I guessam the one in the other prophecy and the Tonks were thrown out of family black, but I certainly wasn't loved by my family, and I was cast out of the magical world. Together they'll join in fall. The season. Or someone failing to do something, as in a fall from grace, the light, something join how? Meeting up or fusing together somehow or something else entirely. The boy knows what's to come. With knowledge unknown. Duh. The change was swift. Another line that's very ambiguous. I did start undoing things as soon as I was able to. Is that what this means? With his final form, the Enlightenment. This is concerning. This implies either I die or I stop being a metamorph somehow or something that I won't understand until it happens. All three sound unpleasant. Hopefully it will be the third option. He shall teach her. Probably means after the final form line. I don't know how I could teach her if I die. Ghost maybe. This line supports not dying slightly, I hope. Together they shall go forth. Again probably means after the final form line. Might be in reference to the join in fall bit. If the fall references me, it would support the dying interpretation of the final form. Then the joining in together might mean that we share a body afterwards. This prophecy is getting more and more unpleasant. Heroes to the world. All will bow to them. Together they will be. With time. So we do something good maybe. Is she going to help me kill Tom? What if in this world she is the one in the other prophecy and my role is to help her? Am I the power he knows not? The original prophecy still marks the one as a boy though. All this prophecy really says is that Tonks and I get together and do something. I think I need a second opinion. Awkward was the best word to describe breakfast that morning. Harry was there first and eating quietly when Ron showed up, alone. He turned bright red when he saw that he was alone with Harry, and sat down as far away as humanly possible. Harry was rather grateful for this, the events of yesterday clearly at the front of both of their minds. Harry was fairly surprised that Ron would be up and about before his brothers, who came in a few minutes later. It didn't get any better when they arrived because the twins took the seats on either side of Harry, and the forge line of the prophecy came to mind again. You know, there are 5 of us right now, George said. If we can find 3 more people we could have a small game of Quidditch. Fred finished. Then there would be 2 chasers, a beater and a keeper for each team. George continued. Where would we find 3 more players? Harry asked. We could ask the professors. George said, shrugging. Or maybe recruit from Hogsmeade. Fred continued. Do you really think that there would be 3 adults who want to play outside, in the cold, for however long we want to play? Harry asked. They would probably get impatient. There are kids in Hogsmeade. Fred said, defending himself. Some of the students here grew up in the village, we have a list somewhere. Dibs on keeper. Ron called from down the table, thankfully remembering to swallow his food first. How about you, Percy? George asked. If you can manage to fill out the roster I'll be the other keeper I suppose. Percy said haughtily. Brilliant, and with us as beaters, that only leaves 3 chaser spots. Fred said happily. Those are the easiest spots to fill too. George said. You 2 will be the beaters. Harry asked. Of course they will. Ron said before continuing with the words Harry really didn't want to hear. Gred and Forge absolutely destroy the opposition. That has to be coincidence, the timing is too perfect. Still better safe than destroyed. Harry thought. I think I'll pass. Don't be like that, Harry. Fred said. We'll go easy on you. Yay, we know you don't play. George finished. No, that's really okay. Harry said, slightly nervous. I'm not really into sports. You've never even tried it. George said. And we've heard about your flying lessons. Everyone knows you're a natural. Just give it a chance. You might love it. No, I really don't want to. Just drop it, Harry said sternly as Dumbledore walked in. Good morning, Professor. Good morning, Harry. Dumbledore said. How are you this morning? Just fine, and yourself? Harry asked. Never been better. Dumbledore before turning to the others. Percival, Ronald, George, Frederick, I trust the morning greets you well as well. Yes, sir. The brothers chorused, while Dumbledore sat down facing the doors. So what are your plans for the day? Dumbledore asked, eyes twinkling. Well, we were going to try to get a Quidditch game together. Fred said. But we need 4 more people now. That Harry has backed out. What's wrong with Quidditch? Dumbledore asked Harry. Nothing. It just isn't for me. Harry said. Why does everyone keep pressuring me on it? Sorry, I didn't mean to. Dumbledore said. It is just one of the most popular games in our world. It is unusual to find someone who doesn't care for it. Well, I guess I am unusual then. Harry said, the discomfort of the situation was getting to be too much. If you'll excuse me, have a nice meal. As Harry was walking away, Dumbledore did some discreet wand work under the table. If Harry wasn't so preoccupied with leaving, he would have felt the silent spell hit him as he walked through the doors. Dumbledore sighed. I think we have offended him. We? Fred asked. All he had done was reject the game before you showed up, sir. Fred. Percy scolded. Don't talk to the headmaster that way. It is fine, Percival. Dumbledore said. He might be correct. He should still show some respect. Percy said quietly, glaring at his brother. How can he not like Quidditch though? Ron asked. It's the best game ever. Now, Ronald. It isn't our place to judge. Dumbledore said. Maybe he had a bad experience. There was that freak bludger attack earlier this year. Yes, that could make anyone find the game distasteful. Percy said. If I find out that any of you 3 have been harassing him about it, all right, Mum. We would never harass anyone. About anything. Ever. How could you even think that of us? Our own brother. Thinks we're nothing but harassing harassers. Oh, the shame. How will we ever go on? Both twins put their wrists to their foreheads and dramatically mimed fainting. What does harassing mean? Ron asked, dumbfounded, causing the others to laugh, which in turn caused Ron to blush. That evening, just after curfew, Harry was suddenly overcome with the need to try out the cloak. Specifically near the library. This naturally made Harry cautious. Checking the map, he found Dumbledore sitting in the corner of a room near the library. Harry was interested to note that it was an unused room. What's he up to? Harry thought as he took the map and cloak and left the tower. As he walked, he kept an eye on the map and noted with interest that the patrolling staff members were all on the other side of the castle. He doubted he would have run into any of them even without either cloak or map. Suddenly the castle itself seemed to be telling him where to go, and it was leading him right to Dumbledore. Might as well not fight it. I wonder if it is Hogwarts trying to get me there or if it is Dumbledore. After a few more minutes of walking he found the room in question. One more check to the map showed that Dumbledore was still in there, so he blanked the map and put it away before pushing the door open. Sitting in the middle of the cleared floor was the mirror arised. Oh yeah, I can't believe I forgot about that. Harry thought as he walked over in front of it, dropping his cloak along the way. It took all of his self-control to not start laughing when he saw what his deepest desire was. Harry was standing front and center like a regular mirror would show him, and in the background he could see the mirror itself. What made it funny was that Voldemort and Dumbledore were both there as well, wearing dunce caps and circling the mirror, prodding it with their wands, looking confused. The mirror Harry turned and watched the futile search for a few minutes before turning back to the real Harry. Mirror Harry grinned like the cat who got the canary and reached into his pocket. The scene was very familiar as he withdrew his hand, with the Philosopher's Stone, and winked. When Mirror Harry put the stone back in his pocket, the real Harry felt it fall into his real pocket, just like last time. Well, I could watch this all night, but I'd rather not get caught. Harry said aloud and clearly. I'd best go back to bed before someone comes by. Harry gathered up his cloak from where he dropped it, and as he threw it over his shoulders he turned back to the mirror. I'll be back tomorrow if I can. That worked perfectly, Dumbledore thought, containing his glee until Harry was long gone. Tomorrow night I confront him about it and find out what he wants. What do I do with you? Harry thought regarding the Philosopher's Stone, once he got back to his room. I obviously can't just hand you over to the fool. Maybe I should put it back in the mirror. It gets destroyed at the end of the year anyway, or does it? Harry smiled and quickly transfigured a quill into a replica of the stone, but made out of glass. After examining them closely, and finding the fake to be almost perfect, Harry wrapped the real stone up in one of Vernon's old socks and stuffed it in the bottom of his trunk next to the Horcrux and the Time Turner. There are going to be a lot of questions if my trunk is ever searched. Marnie, Harry called out. Yes, Harry, sir. Marnie asked as he popped into the room. Do I own any carving tools? Harry asked. Yes, sir. Wood, stone or metal? Marnie replied. Could you bring the stone and metal tools, please? Harry asked. Yes, sir. Marnie said and popped off. Might as well solve all of this mess. Harry thought and conjured two small boxes, one labeled 27 and the other labeled 42. Harry put Ravenclaw's diadem into the one marked 27 and the real stone in the one marked 42. Thank you, Harry said when Marnie popped back in. Could you take these boxes and put one in the Sicilian house and the other in the French one? I don't care which is where. Right away, sir. Marnie said and took the boxes and popped away. Harry set the fake stone and the Time Turner on his desk before pulling out a new memory and placing it in his pensieve. He went into his memory with a notebook and a pen. The memory was from the late 2020s. This was the event that put Hermione's name in the history books forever. With this one discovery, Hermione revolutionized the Statute of Secrecy. She called her discovery the Expectation Rune. It was a bit of a misnomer though, it was a rune set, and a very complicated one at that. These runes would make the person looking at whatever was inscribed with the rune see whatever they were expecting to see. In old Harry's time, every Auror and Hid Wizard had pendants with the runes on them, and, so long as they didn't get too flashy, no muggle would be able to tell they were using magic. Harry had the memory on pause for almost an hour as he painstakingly copied the runes down. When Harry left the pensieve, he noted the time and closed the curtains on his bed and put a silencing charm on it. Then, sitting down at his desk, he pulled the fake stone and the Time Turner over to him along with the carving tools. The sun was coming up when he finished carving. Now anyone who looked at the fake stone would see the real stone unless they expected it to be fake. All of their tests would confirm that it was the real thing too. The Time Turner would look like any ordinary necklace now, unless of course the viewer expected Harry to have a Time Turner. Harry noted the time again and undid the charms on his bed. Laying down, he spun his Time Turner and went back to just after he started carving. Harry set his alarm and went to sleep, hoping his idea would work. That morning when Harry's alarm went off, he knew he had 10 minutes to get out of his bed before he saw himself. Harry did the only thing he could and checked the map before quietly warping away. That night after curfew, Harry felt the compulsion to explore again. Understanding what it meant, Harry made his way back to the room with the mirror. Dumbledore was in there again, disillusioned like every time before. Harry smirked. He was ready for tonight. "I told you I would be back," Harry said to the mirror. Harry watched as his mirror self took the stone out of his pocket, feeling the weight leave his real pocket, and turned to throw it in between Mirror Dumbledore and Mirror Voldemort. Real Harry cracked a grin as Mirror Dumbledore and Mirror Voldemort saw the fake stone land, and they both jumped towards it. The mirror seemed to have seen Muggle cartoons because Mirror Dumbledore and Mirror Voldemort were engulfed in a cloud of dust with random body parts visible from random places at random intervals, just like two cartoons fighting over something. Mirror Harry was rolling around on the floor laughing at the spectacle, and Real Harry was inclined to follow suit, but he knew he still had a job to do. "I could stay here all night. And that is the danger of the mirror of Arised," Dumbledore's voice said behind him. Harry pretended to be surprised and quickly stood while turning around. "I'm sorry, Professor. I didn't see you there," Harry said, doing his best to look embarrassed. "I guess I didn't fulfill my promise of not getting caught with the cloak, huh?" "Indeed not, my boy," Dumbledore said, smiling genially. "I'll do you a favor and let you off the hook this time, if you promise not to come to this mirror again." "Thank you, sir. You won't regret it," Harry said, smiling up at him. "Why shouldn't I look at this mirror though? The mirror of Arised is a trap of sorts," Dumbledore said. "It doesn't grant us anything and it doesn't tell the truth." "So what does it do?" Harry asked. "I know it can't show anything real. I figured that out the first time I looked." "What do you see?" Dumbledore asked, schooling his nerves. "I'm headboy, sir, and my parents are standing behind me smiling proudly, along with Nick." Harry lied. "And what do you think of that?" Dumbledore asked leadingly. "Welly, don't know," Harry said, trying to sound disappointed with himself. "The mirror shows you what you want most," Dumbledore supplied. "In your case it would seem that you want to make your mentor and your parents proud of you." "Oh, well, that makes sense," Harry said. "Indeed. It will take work though if you want to be headboy," Dumbledore said. "First you have to be a prefect, which means that you have to keep your grades up and follow the rules." "Yes, sir," Harry said, nodding. Sir." "Yes, Harry. What do you see?" Harry asked. "I see myself holding a pair of socks," Dumbledore said. "Socks, sir. One can never have too many socks, Harry." Dumbledore smiled. "Oh, why don't you take your cloak and go back to your dorm?" Dumbledore suggested. "The mirror will be moved tomorrow." "Yes, sir," Harry said, gathering up his cloak. "Good night, Professor." "Good night, Harry," Dumbledore said and watched Harry leave. "He wants to be headboy. All I need to do to control him is tell him certain things will change the likelihood of that happening." Perfect. The rest of the break went by without issue. Harry received a short thank you note from Sirius for the food. It also promised good things once Sirius was released. His trial was only a month and a half away. The Prophet still hadn't reported Pettigrew's capture. Harry understood the politics of releasing that information. The Aurors were going to release word that questioning Sirius revealed a new suspect, and then they would catch said suspect quickly, boosting their public opinion and probably netting themselves some more funding. But that was neither here nor there, because today was the day that the students would get back. The day was dragging on and on. After breakfast the twins managed to distract Harry. Distract was a nice word. They had pranked Harry when he came into the Great Hall. Turning his hair hot pink was quickly remedied with his metamorph skills. Breaking the charm that made his voice sound like he was a pack-a-day smoker since the first time he was 11 took a few hours. Getting rid of the plume of pink smoke that followed him took another hour, but Harry thought it may have just worn off instead of being broken. At lunch Harry retaliated and stuck them both to the wall and hit them with a tickling charm. Dumbledore scolded Harry and told him that that was no way to make headboy, so Harry released them, making Dumbledore very happy even though he didn't show it. The twins, however, were ecstatic and, while they called off pranking each other, they challenged Harry to several games of exploding snap. Soon though Harry was sitting in the entrance hall bored waiting for his girls to come home. At long last Harry heard the train pull into Hogsmeade Station. He never noticed how slow the Threstrals pulled the carriages before. Soon though Harry saw a pink hat and a head full of bushy brown hair running across the hall towards him. "I like your hat," Harry said as Tonks reached him first and gave him the biggest hug of his life. "Thanks, so do I, even if it is a pun," Tonks said smiling and gave him a key. on the cheek before letting him go. I assume the E is a pun as well. Hermione said, taking her turn to give him a hug and key. Yay, I take it you didn't get the joke. Harry said smiling. No, neither did Tonks. Hermione said, I don't blame you. Harry said, it's really lame. Tell me. Hermione commanded. Are you sure? Harry asked, one eyebrow raised. Yes, all right, Harry said and then looked Tonks in the eye. I had an easy time coming up with yours. But I just couldn't think of anything for Hermione. In the end I gave up and just gave her my own E. When both girls just stared at him blankly he continued. Until it regrows. Potter is spelled P-O-T-T-R. Wow, that's bad, Tonks said flatly. Yay. Harry turned back to Hermione. If it is any consolation, that was the prettiest E in the shop. It's okay Harry, not every joke can be funny. Hermione said, patting him on the shoulder. So did you miss us? You have no idea. Harry said, shaking his head. I haven't flirted with anyone in almost 3 weeks. You know my mother almost threw away your Christmas present. Blaise said as he sat down next to Harry in Charm's class. Why would she do a silly thing like that? Harry asked. Isn't there some sort of honor to whomever in the pure blood community who becomes close with me? A little full of yourself, aren't you? Hermione asked. Not really, Daphne said from the other side of Blaise. He is rich and famous, and he will control a portion of the government when he is old enough. And in this world reputation is everything. Harry said. If I don't do stupid things and continue to be seen as a force to be reckoned with, power-hungry people will always be trying to influence me. It's really a curse, Blaise said. As soon as he starts showing potential, people will start lavishing him with gifts and bribes. He'll be expected to attend every high society function. Daphne added. And he'll need to decide which high-ranking official to offend when he can only go to one holiday event. Tonks finished. That sounds terrible, Hermione said very dryly. Harry thought she was being sarcastic. Do you have any idea how annoying that will be? Harry asked. It is bad enough now that I have to wear a disguise to Diagon Alley if I don't want to be accosted by fans. At least they don't offer me anything to try to find some way to politely refuse. You could always be rude, Tonks said. But that doesn't lend itself well to my ambition to become known as the greatest wizard ever, capitalized mind you, including Merlin himself. Harry said. Now you're full of yourself. Daphne said. You can't possibly believe that you are a greater wizard than Merlin. Well, of course I'm not. Harry said. I'm only 11, see me at graduation. You still haven't explained why your mother almost destroyed my gift. Oh, right, Blaise said, pausing for a moment at the sudden change of topic. She said that no pure blood should have anything to do with muggles, including eating their candy. I had to shove the tag in her face and tell her that it was an inside joke between the two of us before she would stop making her way over to the fireplace. Daphne was nodding with his story. My father shot an incendio at the box of popcorn. That was a mistake. It took me and my sister half an hour after that to convince him that the package wasn't a bomb. By this time Harry, Hermione and Tonks were all laughing. Finally Tonks was able to contain her mirth long enough to speak. Your parents are insane. You come from a wizarding family too. Blaise retorted, affronted. Can you say they reacted better? Yes I can, Tonks said, laughing again. My father is Muggle-born and my mother doesn't buy into the whole pure blood rhetoric. They were thrilled. Not that it applies to the conversation, but my parents were highly amused by the magical candies. Hermione said. They did tell me not to eat too many though. Of course they would like them. Blaise said. They're Muggles. How could they find our world anything but fascinating? I said amusing, not fascinating. Hermione arrogantly said, looking down her nose at Blaise, causing a new round of laughter. In all seriousness, Daphne said. Have any of you heard what Draco got this year? Other than Muggle junk food, no. Harry said, smiling. I bet Lucy was really excited over that. You probably just made things worse for Draco. Blaise said. His father gave him a litter box, and his mother gave him a bag of catnip and the advice not to eat it all at once. Oh, they got him a cat? Hermione asked. No. They said that lions are cats and Gryffindors are lions, therefore Draco is a cat now. Blaise said. Or something to that extent. I may have been paraphrasing. That's terrible, Hermione said. Why would someone do that to their own child? Pure bloods are crazy, Harry said. Present company excluded. My godfather was disowned from his family because he was a Gryffindor. And that is likely to be what will happen to Draco. Daphne said. Though he might get spared that fate just because the Malfoy line has no other heirs. You lot are bonkers. Hermione said. Our ancestors are bonkers. Blaise corrected. Every generation wants to change how things are done, but their parents get them stuck in the culture too firmly before they die. If wizards weren't so long-lived, our world would be much different. Their conversation was cut off then as Professor Flitwick arrived and started class. Draco. Harry called out a few days later. What do you want, Harry? Draco asked as the other boy jogged up. I heard about your family's reaction to your sorting. Harry said, rubbing the back of his neck. If it gets worse, just remember House of Potter has a long-standing tradition of taking in people in your situation. My situation? Draco asked. Slytherin family having a Gryffindor son and disapproving. Harry said. Oh, how long of a tradition? Seems oddly specific. Draco said. Well, it has happened once that I know of. Harry said, smiling. It's not a tradition if it has only happened once. Draco said. Hey, this year I learned that all traditions have a first time. Harry said. Just because you are only the potentially second beneficiary doesn't mean it isn't long-standing. I'm sure future generations will hold up their end of the task. Are you insane? Draco asked. Probably. Harry said, nodding sadly. Still, the point remains, while I hope you never have to take me up on it, the offer of asylum is there. Why are you doing this for me? Draco asked suspiciously. House of Black has to stick together, even if I'm not yet a part of it, and even then only through adoption. Harry explained. Thanks I guess. Draco said and walked off, shaking his head confused. The boys of the first-year Ravenclaw dorm room had a very dramatic experience sometime around 2 a.m. one day in late January. For Harry, the moment was like one he had many years ago. Next year, for the rest of the boys, Harry's scream marked the start of a brand new event. Harry's scream was, of course, triggered by waking up to a house elf's face merely inches away from his own. Are we under attack? Harry heard a voice call from the room. Who screamed? Came another. And why is there a girl up here? Asked a third. Probably spending the night in Harry's bed. That had to be Anthony. There are no girls in here. Harry called out. I was just surprised by my house elf. House elf? This first voice asked. Kevin, Harry decided. Wait, that was you screaming? Anthony asked. That's golden. If I get mocked about that from anyone else, you're going to end up hanging from the astronomy tower by your ankles. Harry threatened. Anyways, I need to talk to my elf, so I'm going to put up privacy wards now. You can all go back to sleep. I think we should stay up in case he was lying and there is a girl in there who screamed. Anthony suggested. Shut up, Tony. Harry replied jokingly. No one likes you. Fine. Anthony said loudly, continuing the joke. I don't have to put up with this. I'm going to bed. After some tired chuckling, Harry heard the other boys going back to bed. After a quick privacy ward, he turned to Marnie. So, what's up? Harry Potter, sir, I have been looking for a month for the Dementor's bone. Marnie said, seeming nervous. I have found a way to get one, but it will be expensive. Marnie, I have plenty of money, I don't really care what it takes, I need that bone. Harry said tiredly. Yes, sir. Marnie said and popped away quietly, allowing Harry to fall back into the calming embrace of slumber. Peter Pettigrew captured. By Andy Smudgley. Sources inside the Ministry have confirmed today that they have captured Peter Pettigrew, whom you may know as being the last victim of the notorious mass murderer Sirius Black. What you may not know is that during preliminary questioning before his trial next week, Mr. Black claimed that Pettigrew was the real traitor and made his escape with the aid of his illegal animagus form, a common rat. Our brave Auror force spent an unknowable amount of time and money searching down the evasive rodent. My sources were not able to tell me exactly how Pettigrew was found and captured, but they were proud to announce that he has been apprehended. Speculators say that the capture of Pettigrew could change the whole outcome of Mr. Black's trial next week. The Life of Peter Pettigrew, page 4. Details on the Black trial, page 5. What does this mean for the boy who lived? Experts weigh in, page 8 to 10. I can't believe this. Tonks protested angrily when she finished reading. Me either. Harry agreed indignantly. How could they give me 3 pages? That's more than all the rest combined. That's not what I meant. Tonks said. Oh, Then what did you mean? I just can't believe that the ministry would take credit for you capturing Pettigrew. Tonks said. I told you Nick captured him. Harry said, frowning. Well, I don't believe you. Tonks said. Nim, I'm hurt. At least explain your reasoning. Harry said. Namely, why would someone, who knew who had the rat and where he was, wait for school to start to sneak in and steal it? Tonks asked. Hogwarts is one of the safest buildings in Europe. You don't break in unless you don't have another choice. True, Tom did try to get the stone from Gringotts before he broke in here. Harry said under his breath to himself. Who's Tom? Hermione asked. And what stone? Tonks added. And when? Hermione finished. Tom Riddle aka Voldemort. The Philosopher's Stone. And a long time ago, sorta. Harry said. What do you mean sorta? Tonks asked. Well, time is subjective. What is a long time ago for me might not be for, say, Dumbledore. Harry said. Oh, wait, the Philosopher's Stone. Tonks said. Yup, don't worry though, he didn't get it. Harry said. I haven't read about Voldemort breaking in anywhere in Hogwarts, a history. Hermione said. That's because it isn't history. Harry said. But you said it happened a long time ago. Hermione pointed out. And I also said that you can't judge time like I judge time, at least that's what I meant, the whole time being subjective thing was supposed to imply that. Harry said. But that means but wait. Noim. Confused. Hermione muttered. That is perfectly acceptable. I hope I can have the privilege of explaining someday. Harry said. Maybe then people will stop thinking I'm insane. Probably not. Tonks said. Agreed. Harry said quietly. The morning of Sirius' trial found Harry, Tonks and Hermione standing at the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. Harry still wasn't quite sure how Hermione ended up there. He figured that two people claiming that they needed more emotional support than the other could lend was pretty hard to ignore. That or Dumbledore just let her go for no reason other than to shut Harry and Tonks up. Either way there she was with the other two looking equally the fool as the three of them stood there shouting every type of candy they could think of at the statue. Enough of this, Harry said drawing his wand. Move now of face my wrath. If the statue felt any fear it hid it behind a stony expression. If the statue had anything to be proud of it was the fact that he was as tough as granite and as stubborn as a mountain, he was practically unmovable and wasn't about a little firsty make a pebble out of him. He resolved to ignore the pest. He wasn't expecting the incoming reducto to be so strong though. After you ladies, Harry said and assisted the girls in climbing over the rubble without harming their new dress robes, Harry's expense. Was that really necessary? Hermione asked. Probably not, but it worked. Harry said. Well you're taking all the fallout. Hermione said. Sounds good. Harry replied. What's fallout? Tonks asked. It is the toxic remnants of a very powerful muggle weapon. Harry said. And slang for anything bad that happens as a result of something else happening. Oh. Tonks said reaching up to knock on the door. Enter. Dumbledore's voice called out from within just before she knocked. How does he do that? Hermione asked. He has a portrait in the stairwell that informs for him, and a pressure plate under the floor here so he knows when the visitor arrives. Harry said as Hermione opened the door. How do you know that, Harry? Dumbledore asked. Trade secret. Harry said smiling. So time to go. Ah, no, we were supposed to meet at Professor Flitwick's office in 10 minutes to go from there. I was about to leave. Dumbledore said. Oh right. Harry said chuckling sheepishly. Lead the way. As you wish. Dumbledore said and led them back down the stairs. He and Harry helped the girls over the rubble again. They didn't set off again and when the children looked to Dumbledore to see why they just saw him regarding the pile of rubble with an inquisitive eye. Should I ask what happened? Harry looked at his feet sheepishly. Tonks tried to hide her grin and Hermione just glared at Harry. Well Professor, Harry Tonks and I were here guessing at your password when Harry. Hermione did it. Harry shouted cutting Hermione off and pointing before running off down the hall. What? Harry James Potter get back here right now. Hermione yelled down the hall. I can assure you Professor, I had nothing to do with this. I believe you Ms. Granger. Dumbledore said laughing. He waved his wand and repaired the gargoyle completely. There, no harm no foul. Although it is rather extraordinary feat for an 11-year-old to accomplish. So is killing a troll, sir. Tonks said as they started walking off towards Flitwick's office, presumably the same place that Harry fled to. True, true. Dumbledore said pensively as they walked. I still can't believe that you tried to blame that on me. Hermione said as the five of them, Flitwick had joined their party at the Flow, made their way down through the Ministry of Magic. I didn't try to blame it on you. Harry said, sounding shocked. Then what do you call proclaiming that I am at fault and then running away? Hermione asked. Adherence to tradition, Harry said dubiously. What tradition would that be? Throwing your friends under the bus. Hermione said, arms crossed. No, silly, blaming the least likely person when you're so obviously the culprit that it doesn't even warrant debate. Harry said seriously. It's part of the prankster code. There is a prankster code? Hermione asked. Nothing written, of course. Harry said. Just ask the Weasley twins. They know all about it. Sounds like something you just made up. Hermione said. Back me up, Tonks. No. Harry is right, Tonks said, watching Hermione's jaw drop. It was fairly obvious that one of the three of us had done that, and of the three of us Harry is clearly the only one who would, let alone could. I don't see how that gives him the right to blame me for it. Hermione said. It is no different than if he said that the Mongol hordes broke in and did it. Tonks said while Harry nodded enthusiastically. So preposterous that it can't be true and therefore is a joke. I do find it unusual that Mr. Potter would joke around so much on a day like this. Flitwick said. If being serious is necessary at any point, it is today. Why would I be serious? He has to be himself today. Harry said. That joke was old before you were born. Dumbledore said, unamused. Be that as it may, I have found that I have a sarcastic enjoyment of tasteless jokes. Harry said before his smile suddenly disappeared. Oh God, I'm a hipster. A what? Hermione asked. Don't worry about it. Harry said quickly. Hipsters were still almost 20 years away, or he thought anyway. He never looked into the history of the trend. They're not important, if you say so, Hermione said, looking at him like he was crazy. Am I a hipster? Tonks asked. No, I would never associate with one and wouldn't suggest you do either. Harry said sternly. Is that your way of telling me you don't like me? Tonks asked. No, how did you get that? Harry asked. Well, you just told us that you are a hipster and that we shouldn't hang out with them. Therefore we shouldn't hang out with you. Tonks said, teasing him. If you don't want to hang out with us, just say so. You don't need to invent a whole category of people just to spare our feelings. Oh, you're joking. Good. I was worried that you really thought that. Harry said, wiping away a fake bead of sweat. How could you not like me? I'm Tonks. And I wouldn't replace you for the world. Harry said, pulling her into a one-armed hug. But you would me? Hermione asked, pouting. Of course not. Harry said, motioning her to join the hug on his other side. Sometimes I wonder if you ask these things just for the sympathy hugs. Of course we do. Tonks said, hugging him tighter. Right, Hermione. MMHMM. Hermione said, tightening her own hold on the boy. Sirius will be so proud. Harry said, grinning as the girls laughed. When Dumbledore left the group to join the rest of the Wizengamot, Professor Flitwick guided them to their seats with the rest of the public witnesses. The only exciting moment of the first 5 hours was when Sirius was brought out and Harry caught his eye. Other than that, so far it had just been character witness after character witness. The prosecution was trying to paint him as a remorseless womanizer and prankster, which he was naturally. The defense was trying to paint him as a loving friend with a great sense of humor, which he was naturally. By the end of the third hour, Harry and Tonks were fulfilling requests by Hermione on what forms to take. By the end of the fourth hour, Harry and Tonks had fallen asleep. After the fifth hour ended, Hermione woke them up. Sirius just got called to the stand. I think it is almost over. Thank God, this is the most boring trial I have ever been to. Harry said, rubbing his eyes. How many trials have you been to? Hermione asked. That's beside the point, Harry said. It's just nice that there is finally someone interesting to listen to. Hey, I resent that. My mother testified earlier, Tonks said. I'm not even sure if it is still the same day as when that happened, dear. Harry said. I think it has been long enough to factor her out. Fair enough, Tonks said as the court official administered Veritaserum. Now shut up and listen. Yes, ma'am, Harry said quietly, turning his attention to the court. What is your name? The prosecutor asked. Sirius Orion Black. Sirius responded. What was your relationship to James Potter? He was my best friend and I was his best man at his wedding. Sirius said proudly. Were you responsible for the Potters getting killed Halloween night 1981? Objection, cried the defense. Leading the defendant. Sustained. Prosecutor, please rephrase your question. Dumbledore said from the Chief Warlock's seat. Did you give the Potters' location to you-know-who? The prosecutor grumbled. No. Sirius said. Do you know who did? Yes. Who is the secret keeper for the Potters? Peter Pettigrew. Did you go after Peter with the intention of killing him the next day? Yes. Sirius said, and a few shocked gasps were heard from around the room. Did you accomplish your task? No. Why not? I had a change of heart when I saw him and decided to just restrain him until the Aurors arrived. Sirius said. And what happened then? Then Peter blew up the street and cut his finger off. Sirius said. How is it that no one saw Mr. Pettigrew leaving the scene? I believe he shifted into his animagus form and escaped into the sewers. Mr. Pettigrew's school records show that he wasn't talented enough to learn that particular transfiguration. Why do you think he is an animagus? James, myself and Peter all became animagi during our 5th year. James and I helped Peter a lot. Why would you three become animagi? Objection. That is irrelevant to the case. The defense called out. Sustained. Please continue. Dumbledore said. Fine. Why was Mr. Pettigrew selected as the Potter's secret keeper? I was too obvious. Without knowing that Peter was already a Death Eater, we still trusted him, and of the two of us no one would expect him. The questioning went on aimlessly for a few more minutes before Sirius left the stand that they brought out Peter. After he got dosed with the truth potion himself, he spent a few minutes agreeing with everything Sirius said, then went on a self-loathing attempt for pity, claiming that he was a coward and looking for protection in the rest of that worthless dribble that Harry had been expecting. At long last the Wizengamot left to deliberate. A few minutes later they filed back in and Dumbledore took his place, bringing all the focus on himself. The Wizengamot has come to a decision. Sirius Orion Black is hereby cleared of all charges, and will be awarded 100,000 galleons for each year of his wrongful imprisonment. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement wishes to inform you that if you register your animagus form before you leave, they will waive the registration fee along with the fine and prison time for being unregistered. Dumbledore said. We will meet again tomorrow for Peter Pettigrew's trial. Harry, Tonks and Hermione found Sirius as everyone was vacating the courtroom. Harry wasted no time tackling Sirius in a hug. Hiya Padfoot. Hi pup. Have you been talking to Remus? Sirius asked. No. Why? Harry asked. Just wondering how you know my nickname. Sirius said. I felt that was the most likely reason. Nope, just a good memory is all. Harry said, smiling. Speaking of Remus though, here he comes. Sirius, I'm so sorry that I thought it was you. Remus said when he approached. It's okay Remus, we didn't tell you we made the switch. How could you know? Sirius said, smiling at his friend. I won't let you beat yourself up about it. Besides, there is someone you should meet. Remus, this is Harry. Harry, this is Remus. Remus shook Harry's hand. I was also called Moony. Yay, I know. Harry said, causing Remus to look at Sirius only to get a shrug in reply. But I haven't gotten to make my introductions yet. Sirius, I believe you will remember when your cousin Andy had a daughter named Nymphadora. Well, here she is all grown up. Don't call me by my first name though. Tonks said. I don't care if you're the only chance my mother has of rejoining the Black family, I will kill you. Good to know there is still a sense of humor in the family, or somewhat in the family. Sirius said, laughing. I'll see what I can do about getting the Tonks line reinstated. How are you going to do that anyway? Didn't your mother disown you? Tonks asked. Fortunately she died before my father did and he reinstated me in my inheritance. Sirius said. Harry, I don't think you have introduced this delightful-looking young lady yet. You're correct, my esteemed dogfather. Harry said, pulling Hermione forward. This Delight is the third leg of our triangle of chaos and destruction. She is known by many as the smartest witch of our age, and known by a few as a ruthless destroyer of innocent statues and gargoyles, but most people call her Hermione Granger. The destroyer of statues and gargoyles. Sirius repeated. I have to hear that story. Maybe when we have time, Padfoot. It is an epic tale that will take hours to regale with proper propriety. Harry said. It is in no way an epic tale. An epic sentence maybe. Hermione said before turning to the Marauders. Harry blew up Professor Dumbledore's gargoyle, then blamed it on me. That wasn't even an epic sentence. Tonks said sadly. Very anticlimactic. Sirius agreed. I would call it a letdown. Remus added. But destroying Dumbledore's gargoyle is impressive. We were trying for years to pull that off. How did you do it? Reducto. Harry said, blushing slightly as the adults' jaws dropped. And then Padfoot carried Wormtail all around Hogsmeade in his mouth. Remus choked out between laughs. There were too many people around for Wormtail to change back. Padfoot showed off his trophy for the whole trip, while James and I filled his orders in town. Sirius and all three children were doubled over, clutching at their sides in laughter as Moony recounted his tale. Sirius controlled himself enough to look at a clock, then he stopped laughing entirely. Merlin, it's getting late. We have to get you kids back to school. Ah, the other four chorused. I thought Moony was the responsible one. Harry said. He is strange, perhaps some latent paternal instincts kicking in. Sirius shrugged as he got to his feet and turned to help the others up as well. Still laughing, the five of them made their way to the fireplace at 12 Grimmauld Place. We'll visit again soon, I promise. Sirius told them, giving them each a hug and holding out the pot of flow powder. Hermione went through first, followed closely by Tonks. Sirius stopped Harry while he was taking his flow powder. Maybe next time you three can tell us some stories. I'd love to, but we don't have many yet. You already know about the statue, that's pretty much all I got. Professor Flitwick's office, Hogwarts. Harry said as he threw his flow powder into the fire. Just before he vanished into the flames, he smirked over his shoulder. Well, there was that troll I killed too. Remus and Sirius were staring at the fireplace mouth agape. Was he serious? No, Remus replied. He couldn't have been. Could he? I don't know, Sirius said. But there is a bigger problem that I need to deal with. Oh, what's that? Remus asked. Sirius looked him in the eye and raised one brow. I need to get laid. All right, men. We have our orders. Failure is not an option. This will take planning. This will take dedication. This will take risk. But we will succeed. The commander smiled as the best of his soldiers stood in front of him cheering. We have to succeed. Peter's trial was held a couple weeks later and he was quickly and quietly shipped off to Azkaban to serve his life sentence in the cell that he had wrongly put Sirius in. Harry had been so happy he was bubbly until he heard the sentence. Then he was past bubbly, he was so happy he could fly. In fact, that's just what he was doing. It was early morning on one of the first days of March and Harry had spent part of the night flying around the Quidditch pitch on a broom he took from the school shed. His jubilation was evident. The broom was just for show, of course, and Harry was flying far faster than that broom could. It wasn't all about speed though. Harry was a born seeker, and right now, while not paying attention to anything, he was pulling off moves that would make Victor Crumb look like a little kid. Not that anyone knew who Victor Crumb was yet, he's still only 14. Naturally, in Harry's life, he is never alone. Tonks and Hermione found him shortly after they would have normally woken him up. They later claimed to have looked out a window. They didn't say anything though when they saw how he was flying. Harry just pulled out of an upside-down Wronski feint and was casually flying upside down across the pitch with his back brushing the grass when he heard the tail end of Hermione's scream. Within the blink of an eye he had righted himself and was shooting straight towards her, wand drawn. He slowed down when he saw that they weren't in danger and calmly flew over. Hey, Tonks said, stunned. Harry Potter. What were you thinking? Hermione demanded. I thought you were going to die. Don't scare me like that again. I was thinking that I was alone and with no one witnessing I wouldn't be scaring anyone. Harry said. Don't tell Sirius. I won't. Hermione said like he was stupid before reverting to angry. But you need to try. She was cut off by the sound of applause. The three turned and saw the whole Ravenclaw team flying over to them. Harry groaned and put his face in his hands. Why God? Why did they have to see? Harry called out the nameless sixth-year boy who was serving as team captain. That was amazing. Thrilling even. Roger Davies added. Shut up, Roger. The captain said. Look, next year is my last year before I graduate. I really want to win the Quidditch Cup before I do. What do you say? Ooh, good luck. Harry said with a questioning look to Tonks. No, Harry, I'm offering you a spot on my team next year. The captain said. Oh, Harry said. Excellent, I'll talk to Flitwick to see if I can start training you this year. The captain said, obviously excited. The rest of the team looked excited too, except for the current seeker. Why would you do that? Harry asked, sounding confused. It is never too soon to start training. The captain replied, confused. Before I accept the position is too soon. Harry said. Why wouldn't you accept the slot? Why would I want to? What do you mean? I mean I'm not accepting the position on your team. But why? The captain seemed on the verge of tears. Oh great, another fanatic. Harry thought. Because Seeker is easily the worst position on the team. Not to mention that Quidditch is the stupidest sport ever invented by someone over the age of 10. Hello? Harry asked, waving his hand in front of the captain's face. Can I trust you to put this broom back in the shed? Harry asked the rest of the team, who just nodded dumbly. Good, now then, it's breakfast time, I'm going to eat. Hermione. Nim. Each girl took the arm he offered them, and together the three of them walked off the pitch, leaving a stunned team behind them. As the trio walked away, Tonks' voice drifted back. I don't know if we ever set stakes for our bet on who was the better flyer, but you just won. Sir, I have found the blueprints. Excellent, he said, returning his subordinate's salute. Now to plan the ambush. I still can't believe you can handle your broom so well, Harry. Hermione said. Snicker. I would think that with how long and hard it is you would have a hard time maneuvering it. Snort. If it were me, I would have lost control really quickly at that speed and made a mess all over everything. Bahahahaha, Harry and Tonks lost it. Why are you laughing? Hermione asked, completely bewildered, as her friends had to lean on each other to keep from falling down. Hermione really didn't think there was anything funny about dying in a Quidditch accident. Headmaster. A portrait called from the wall suddenly. What? Dumbledore asked irritably, as the house of cards he had been delicately making since he woke up came crashing down around him. I was just at the Quidditch pitch a moment ago. The portrait said, gasping for breath. Someone was flying alone before dawn. I didn't pay any attention until I heard a girl scream. The portrait paused as Dumbledore gathered up his wand. That isn't important though. When I got to a frame close enough to hear, I heard the Ravenclaw team captain offer Harry Potter a spot on the lineup next year. I came as quickly as I could. What about the girl who was screaming? Dumbledore asked, still concerned. Oh, right, she was yelling at Harry when I got there. I believe that he did something dangerous while she was watching. The portrait said. No one was hurt. Oh good. Thank you for telling me, you may go now. Dumbledore started pacing. So Harry is going to be Seeker next year. Good, this will give me something else I can threaten him with if he misbehaves. By dinner the whole Ravenclaw team and most of the older Ravenclaws were looking at him like a betrayer. The Hufflepuff's team looked concerned, probably thinking he might be coerced or something. The Slytherins looked skeptical and the Gryffindors looked on in disbelief. Ron and Oliver looked like Harry had personally insulted their mothers. Hermione, Tonks and Harry rarely received as many glares from the Great Hall as they did that night. They sat down meekly at the end of the table. Tonks and Hermione had their customary places at Harry's sides, and no one else was near them. Until, that is, Susan and Hannah crossed the room and sat down across from Harry and gave him a big smile. Everyone knows you know. What else could I expect from Hogwarts? Harry asked rhetorically. A complete lack of understanding. And severe overreaction, leading to baseless assumptions. An inadvertent offense. The twins said as they sat down onto the side of the Hufflepuffs. I said, what else? Harry said. I didn't need you to clarify what I got. Harry, I'm going to be honest. I think you're insane, and that I would insist that I would be locked up. If I ever did anything as insane as turning down a free spot on the team. But that being said, this doesn't change anything between the two of us. The finished together. Do you mean you and me, and you and me? He asked, pointing to each twin in turn. Or between the two of you? Between you and me, they said together. Good, because I would hate to be the reason a team like the two of you would break up. Harry said. I'm not a home wrecker. The group was laughing when a voice spoke up from behind them. Oi, Tonks, switch spots with Potter. Why should I? Tonks demanded as she swung around to level a glare at whomever it was being so presumptuous. Because with the two of us joining you, Daphne said, indicating herself and Blaze. You'll have equal representation of all the houses in Harry's court. And if you switch spots, then we will all be arranged in a neat and orderly fashion. Harry's court? Hermione asked. There isn't a real name for it, that was just the first that came to mind. Daphne explained. I still don't know what you meant by that. Hermione responded. It's just that all 8 of us are here for Harry's support today. Daphne said. Today, at least, we are here for him, ergo his court. Oh, Hermione said. Now move it, Pipsqueak. Daphne said to Tonks with a jerk of her thumb. Oh fine, Tonks said, standing up. Dumbledore watched on as Harry's friends gathered for their celebration of Harry's new position. It was obvious that his involvement was supposed to be a surprise, otherwise there would have been applause when he walked through the doors. Albus could see the admiration the rest of the Ravenclaws had for Harry. He couldn't attest to their acting skills though. You could tell which people had been let in on the secret. In their efforts to hide their reactions, they fell into a common novice trap. Most of the house was pretending so hard to look like they didn't care that some of them were overacting and looked disappointed. Perhaps we should start an acting club, he thought. Are you working on potions, Harry? Tonks asked across the table in the common room. I could really use some help. Sure, no problem, Harry said, setting his open notebook down on the table. What's the problem? It's this calming draft, Tonks said while Harry walked behind her and looked down over his shoulder. I don't know or care why we have to stir the daffodil extract 13 times counterclockwise with a clockwise rotation on the 7th. Well, it is based on how it will interact with the rabbit's fur, you see. Harry was cut off. Ooh, I get it, Hermione shouted, laughing. I was accidentally making jokes. Dumbledore was walking back to his office when he heard Flitwick and McGonagall talking around the corner. Minerva, did you hear about what Harry did this morning? Flitwick asked excitedly. Yes, it is a shame he declined the spot on the team. Minerva replied. It is, isn't it? Flitwick replied. Now there is an actor. Dumbledore thought. He really sounds like Harry isn't on the team. Him turning it down is a good cover story. Phileas must really want to keep this advantage. I think that's everything, he said, pleased with how quickly his troops formed a plan of attack. We hit tonight while no one is expecting it. Harry was still awake in the common room a few hours later. There were others, but they had all fallen asleep with books in their laps. It was a fairly common occurrence with the Claws. It wasn't their fault that it was so hard to stop reading sometimes. A prefect normally woke everyone up gently and would send them to bed around 3 in the morning when they were returning from their rounds. Harry didn't have the luxury of falling asleep with a book in his lap tonight because at some point Hermione and Tonks had each claimed a leg as their pillow. Harry wasn't sure when. He was finally coming down the home stretch with his calculations. Aside from the time required to do the carving and spell casting, all that would remain when he finished these final calculations would be the Dementor's bone. Soon he would have a fully functioning Horcrux detector. It took him over 2 months, but now he knew which runes and which charms he would need. Completely oblivious to the girls sleeping on him as well as all of the other Ravenclaws asleep in the room, Harry jumped to his feet. Finally, it's done. There is the target. Attack. Harry was glad that none of the other first-year boys had fallen asleep downstairs today. The dorm room was his refuge now. Tonks and Hermione were mad at him for flinging them unceremoniously to the floor. The other Claws that were down there were mad at him for shouting. Harry had been in the middle of groveling for the forgiveness of the girls when he noticed a number of students gathering around him. Knowing that he was facing a losing fight, Harry did the only logical thing. He grabbed his notebook and fled as fast as he could. He was looking over his troops. It had been a very successful attack. The enemy was completely restrained and he only lost 5 of his men in the effort. He watched the surgeon walk towards him with the large silver knife. He smiled as the surgeon reached him. Now, the surgeon started. Which bone does Harry Potter, sir, want? Marnie's eyes grew wide and filled with tears. I don't know. It's okay, we'll just take them all. The surgeon elf replied happily and went to work. Pissed. Harry kept walking. Pissed. Harry Potter, sir. This made Harry stop and look around. Finally he saw an elf at the corner. Go ahead, you two. I need to use the loo. Okay, Harry. Hermione said. But this had better not be because you want to hide from everyone you woke up last night. Tonks said. It isn't because of that. Harry said, walking off down the hall. He turned when he heard the sound of footsteps behind him and saw his girls following him. Seriously, go ahead. I'm not going to pull a runner. We don't mind waiting, Harry. Tonks said. Boys are quick anyway. Hermione added and Tonks nodded. Fine, but you're staying out in the hall. Harry said, turning slightly red. Fair enough. Tonks replied as they resumed their walk. And I'm going to lock the door. Now you're just being paranoid. Hermione said. Why would we want to go into the boys' bathroom? You'll understand when you're older. Tonks said and Harry nodded. What? I'm older than both of you. Hermione said. Blah blah, semantics. Tonks said dismissively. When they reached the bathroom, Harry went in and cast a locking and silence charm on the door and checked for other occupants. Finding that he was alone, Harry warped to the room of requirements. Marnie. The elf popped in with a loud crack. Bring a crate with him. Marnie has brought your Dementor's bone, Harry Potter, sir. Excellent. Harry said and flicked his wand to remove the top of the crate. When he saw the full skeleton, his jaw dropped. I only needed one. Where did you get these? I thought they were expensive. There weren't any on the market. I had to go straight to the source. Marnie said. The source? You mean a Dementor? Yes, it only cost us 5 elves to subdue it too. So you killed a Dementor and harvested its bones? Wait, what do you mean, cost us 5 elves? You can't kill a Dementor, Harry Potter, sir. We just collected the bones. And I meant that 5 of us lost our lives. Marnie said proudly. We did rather well if you ask me. Harry's mind was reeling from what he had just been told. On his orders, 5 elves lost their lives and a creature had all of its bones removed without the mercy of death. Harry marked a 5 on the box and told Marnie to store it with the other boxes and warped back to the bathroom. Harry, what's wrong? Hermione cried as a very green-looking Harry came out of the bathroom. Whatever you do when you're in the presence of a house elf, Harry started. Never, ever, utter the phrase, I don't care what it takes. The girls shared a worried glance as Harry started to make his way back to the Great Hall. Tonks was the first to start to follow him, and despite really not wanting to know, she had to ask. Harry, what were you doing with a house elf in the bathroom? Harry had decided to leave off making his Horcrux detector until summer. Right now it wouldn't really do anything other than confirm the one in his head and the diadem, but that could wait. He had to have it done before the Weasleys would be going school shopping though. This way he doesn't have to worry about anyone stumbling in on him working either. The only interesting thing that happened was Harry getting a letter from Sirius about halfway through the month informing Harry that Sirius had met someone and they were dating now. Sirius said that they wanted to keep the relationship quiet for now at least, and that Harry would be told who it was over the summer if things were still looking good at that point. Between not having anything to actively work on and attempting to avoid the Quidditch captain every time he came to recruit Harry, the team was even to the point of trying to bribe him. Harry was growing very impatient. It was an impatient Harry that found himself in Dada towards the end of March. He was just sitting there, like he had all year, sending Quirrell the death glare, when Quirrell met his eye. Harry didn't stop to think and just dove into Quirrell's mind, trying to find out what Voldemort knows right now. He breezed through Quirrell's defenses like they weren't even there and found Voldemort. With a mental smirk he reached out to attack when he realized his mistake. When Harry's mind touched Voldemort's, everything went white and Harry experienced the worst pain of his life. The last thing he heard before his world faded to black was Hermione and Tonks shouting Harry's name. Voldemort's patience was wearing thin. He'd been stuck in this damned body for months now. He had managed to get the passwords to bypass all of the protections on the stone except for the Cerberus, even now, though he had a plot to get the half-giant drunk and woo him with the live dragon's egg that was in his quarters. Normally Voldemort would just destroy everything in his path, but Quirrell's body was barely in a state to wield magic at all. The point being that once he exceeded Quirrell's capacity, the body Voldemort was using would fall apart, and Voldemort didn't know how long that would take. It could be moments or it could be months. It was prudent not to risk it, unless he could get a new body. Quirrell was stuttering again. It was hard for him not to just say what Voldemort was thinking. Quirrell was pathetically weak-minded. If Voldemort was honest with himself, he would have to admit that he needed a weak human mind to get back into the swing of possession. In his prime, Voldemort was a master of the art of possession, but his long years in Albania inhabiting the minds of lower animals weakened his skills dramatically. His next victim won't stutter. Voldemort was interrupted from his musing by the sensation of someone blowing through Quirrell's semi-existent mental barriers. It wasn't hard at all, and run straight into Voldemort. Voldemort looked through Quirrell's eyes to see his attacker. Potter. Voldemort thought, mentally laughing maniacally as he launched his counter-attack. Your body is mine. Defense against the dark arts was dragging on and on. Tonks was ready to get out of there and go do something fun with Harry and Hermione. She sighed quietly as she glanced over to her best friends. Someday Harry will look at a girl and be ready for more than flirting. She thought. The question is, will he be looking at me or Hermione? She turned her attention back to the front of the class just as Quirrell turned and looked directly at the three of them. She knew something bad was about to happen when he smirked. Just then she heard Harry scream in pain while his scar ripped open and sprayed blood on the students in front of them. Harry! Tonks and Hermione screamed together, catching Harry before he fell off his chair. Hermione took his head in her lap as they lowered him to the floor and held him steady, so he wouldn't get hurt while he was writhing about in pain. As Hermione tore a piece of her robes off to wipe the blood away, she called out for someone to fetch Madame Pomfrey. "What did you do to him?" Tonks demanded as she stood up and turned to face Quirrell, only to find him on the floor in a similar state. She watched for a few moments before he stopped thrashing suddenly. "Hermione, how's he doing?" "He just stopped struggling," Hermione called back. "I think he passed out." "Same here," Tonks said, wishing that Quirrell was still in pain for attacking Harry. With a glare of contempt she walked away to rejoin Hermione at Harry's side. She took one of his hands and held it in her lap, crying gently while she watched him. A few minutes later Madame Pomfrey bustled in. With a gesture she had Tonks and Hermione help lift Harry's shoulders up so she could clean and bandage his head. With that done she cast a couple quick diagnostic charms on both Harry and Quirrell before moving them onto conjured stretchers. She sent the same boy who found her to go find Dumbledore and have him meet her in the hospital wing. Class dismissed. "Are they going to die?" one of the students asked, causing Tonks and Hermione to sob. "Their lives are in no immediate threat," Madame Pomfrey said. "Beyond that I am bound by oath not to divulge any information without my patient's consent." Madame Pomfrey levitated the stretchers in front of her as she left the room, Tonks and Hermione close on her heels. Pomfrey allowed them to continue after deciding that there were more important things than getting them to leave. When they arrived, Pomfrey sent the girls, with a basin, to fetch some water and towels and set them to the task of cleaning up the rest of Harry's blood after she settled him into a bed. She had just finished settling Quirrell in when Dumbledore came through the doors. "What is it, Poppy?" he asked as he approached the beds. "See for yourself," she said and waved her wand, causing a black smoky band to appear connecting Harry's scar to Quirrell's head. "Merlin," the headmaster said and quickly cast a few spells of his own. Hermione and Tonks were watching, and started crying again when Dumbledore sighed and shook his head. "So it's what I feared then?" Madame Pomfrey asked. "I'm afraid so," Dumbledore said. "But at least he is fighting it. I must start my search for the relevant books." "What is it?" Hermione asked as Dumbledore quickly walked out of the room. "It is one of two things," Madame Pomfrey said quietly. "Either Professor Quirrell is trying to possess Harry, or something that is possessing Professor Quirrell is trying to possess Harry." "Can't you do something about it?" Tonks asked. "Not right now," Pomfrey said. "The two minds involved have fought to a draw. Anything we might do could upset the balance in unforeseeable ways. That's why the headmaster is researching. So all we can do is wait," Hermione asked indignantly. "And watch," Pomfrey said. So they waited and watched. Tonks and Hermione would be at Harry's side whenever they weren't in class. The two of them took their homework with them, and while they were doing it Tonks would tell Harry about the day. Sometimes Hermione would read chapters aloud so Harry could hear. They had no idea whether or not it would help Harry, but they knew it wouldn't hurt. The other students that Daphne had called Harry's court were frequent visitors. On occasion another Gryffindor or Ravenclaw would stop in. Generally the time flowed by quietly. At the beginning of April the 8 of them gathered at Harry's bed for a small birthday celebration for the twins. Even years later Molly Weasley didn't believe that the two of them could celebrate anything without several explosions. There were no defense classes for a week while a temporary replacement arrived. Auror Shacklebolt had been lent to the school by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He was a better teacher than Quirrell, but that was mainly because he didn't stutter. He was able enough but wasn't much of a people person. The older classes had better things to say about him, they related better with him, and they were working on dueling, one of an Auror's specialties. The rumors of what happened flew around Hogwarts, of course. In one version of the story Quirrell attacked Harry, who used ancient magic to melt Quirrell's brain. Eyewitnesses saw it leaking out of his ears, and fell into a coma from the magical backlash. The most absurd version has Harry and Quirrell dueling for an hour before Harry subdued him. Hermione and Tonks never told anyone what they had been told, and glared daggers at anyone who thought to mention it to them. Well well, Theodore Nott said as he caught up to Tonks and Hermione one night on their way back to Ravenclaw Tower. If it isn't the Mudblood and the Metahor. If it isn't the Rat and the Pug. Tonks said as she turned around nodding at Nott and Pansy respectively. And their handler? Hermione inquired pointedly to Tracy Davis. Someone has to keep that dog on a leash. Tonks said laughing as they moved to push past the Slytherin trio. Where do you think you're going? Nott demanded. Our dorms. Where did you think? Tonks retorted. But we're not done with you yet. Pansy said. What are you going to do to us? Hermione asked. Oh, the Mudblood's scared. Tracy taunted. Not so. Tough now that you don't have Potter, huh? Nott added smirking. Of course not, you idiot. Tonks started. Any group of 3 is tougher when one member isn't injured. If Harry and Hermione switched places we still wouldn't be as tough. Tonks, I don't think you're helping. Hermione said, slightly nervous. Don't worry, Hermione. Tonks said with a self-assured smile. Even without Harry we're still more than a match for these 3. Why don't we find out? Nott said, drawing his wand. Okay. Tonks said and stepped towards him. With 2 quick motions she snapped her hand out and plucked Nott's wand from his hand, then threw it down the hallway in the other direction. Dueling lesson number 1. Don't drop your wand. Go fetch Pugginson. Laughing, Tonks grabbed Hermione's hand and pulled her away from the Slytherins quickly. They just got around the next corner before Pansy and Tracy got over their shock and started shooting spells at them. As they moved down the hall they heard Nott's voice call out to them, "You'll pay for that, bitch." I didn't know Pansy was in heat. Hermione commented and they both broke into loud laughter, which made it back to the angry Slytherins, who fortunately chose to look for Nott's wand rather than pursue their prey. We have to remember to tell Harry this story when he wakes up though. Yeah, Tonks said smiling, but we can tell the rest of the Ravenclaws first. Professor? Shacklebolt asked as he entered the headmaster's office. Yes, Kingsley. Dumbledore asked. I found something in Quirrell's rooms that you might want to know about. Shacklebolt said, unshrinking a large box. A dragon's egg, the headmaster observed as Shacklebolt took the lid off. A live dragon's egg, Shacklebolt confirmed. We have no idea why he has it or how he got it, but something needs to be done with it. We can't just let it die. Dumbledore said. I was thinking that we could send it off to one of the dragon reserves. We could, it might not live through the journey though. High atmosphere is cold, you know. Albus said, shaking his head. It will be better for the baby to hatch first. Someone will need to tend to it then. It's lucky that it has survived the abuse it's received already. Shacklebolt said. I think I know who would be more than willing to help. Dumbledore said with a smile. Come, let's visit Hagrid. All right, but if he agrees I'll have to send a letter off to the ministry before we can hand the egg over. Shacklebolt said. The DRCMC might want it too. I suppose we should give the ministry preference. Dumbledore said. Very well, we'll ask Hagrid to care for the egg on the condition that the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures doesn't want it. Sounds like a plan, Shacklebolt said with a resigned sigh. Let's go now, I still have more of Quirrell's things to go through before bedtime. The end of April was approaching. Hagrid had named the hatchling Norbert and showed the baby dragon to every care of magical creatures class several times. Hagrid was so happy with Norbert that it almost broke Dumbledore's heart to insist that the dragon be sent to Romania. Charlie Weasley and a couple of his colleagues with siblings in Hogwarts were going to be arriving the next day for a visit and dragon removal. Hagrid was busy packing Norbert's crate with his favorite teddy bear and several days' worth of dead animals. In the hospital wing, Tonks and Hermione were just settling down next to Harry's bed to start their potions essay. Classes haven't been the same this last month. Tonks said. Wake up soon, Harry. We all miss you. Hermione added. And you're wasting a perfectly good bed. Madame Pomfrey said, coming through the curtains, drawing a glare from the girls. Hey, it's how I got his mother to leave the few times she was injured. The girls giggled while Madame Pomfrey did her diagnostics. They both stopped immediately when they heard her sharp intake of breath. She performed the diagnostic charms on Quirrell and turned to the girls. The connection is getting weaker. I'll have to get Albus down here to confirm, but we might be able to start trying some of the breaking methods he's been researching. We're getting Harry back. Tonks squealed and threw her arms around Hermione, who was smiling like the Cheshire Cat. They're still fighting, even if I am right. Pomfrey said. It looks better now than a month ago, but we still can't say. Excuse me, I'm going to go get Albus. That night after curfew, Hermione sneaked out of the girls' dorms and carefully made her way down to the hospital wing. It would have been much easier if Harry left his trunk unlocked so she could use the map. She felt weird doing this alone. Actually, she felt weird sneaking around at all. Breaking the rules was very contrary to her nature. This really showed the influence that Harry and Tonks had on her. Hermione's theory seemed ridiculous, even to her, but she was willing to do ridiculous things to get Harry to wake up. Nothing she had read or heard since joining the magical world told her that this would work, but she couldn't shake the feeling that it would. Every once in a while, even the most logical had to do something on instinct. The doors to the wing were unlocked. They always were in Hermione's experience. She padded quietly over to where Harry was lying. He looked so peaceful in the moonlight. She just stood there watching him for a minute before deciding to act before she got caught. Blushing profusely, she bent over a key, at him briefly on the lips. Straightening up again, she watched him for any sign of movement, then went rushing out of the wing completely embarrassed, half because she thought that would work, and half because it didn't. Where were you? Tonks asked as Hermione came back into the dorm room. Bathroom. Hermione said, looking away. For 20 minutes. Tonks asked, eyebrow raised. Yeah. Hermione confirmed. What were you doing in the bathroom for so long? Tonks asked. You really don't want to know, but my stomach doesn't feel so bad anymore. Hermione said and scooted in under her covers. Good point. Thanks for not telling. Tonks said. It's good that you feel better. Wake me up if you need help though, and talk to Madame Pomfrey in the morning when we see her. Okay, Tonks. Hermione said, yawning. Night. Night. Tonks said. Night, Harry. Sirius looked up as Dumbledore walked in. He was with the girls and Harry a few days after the key, which seemed to have no effect to Hermione's displeasure. The girls were poring over their transfiguration notes while Tonks tried to explain a concept to Hermione. Tonks was the best at transfiguration in their class, well other than Harry, but that isn't saying much. Sirius, could I have a word? Dumbledore asked. Sure, Sirius said, getting up and following Dumbledore out of the room. What's going on? I was just thinking about your living conditions. Dumbledore said, eyes twinkling. What about them? Sirius asked, crossing his arms. It's just that with you just coming out of an extended stay in Azkaban. Dumbledore started. When Harry wakes up, he'll need special care. I'm not sure the two of you can give each other the care you will both need. What are you getting at? Sirius asked. I don't want to be presumptuous, but if Harry is awake at the end of term, maybe he should go back to the Dursleys. Albus said. They are the people most familiar with him, and this way both of you can focus on healing without your obligations to each other impeding your progress. I don't think Harry is going to like that. Sirius said. Your job as guardian is to do what's best for Harry, not what he'll like the most. Dumbledore said. He might be mature for his age, but he is still an 11-year-old boy. He'll need a firm authority figure. You're probably right. Sirius sighed. I'll talk to him when he wakes up. He will get to make his case against it too. Just be careful. Albus said. Harry has a reputation for being very convincing when he wants to be. Are you saying my godson will try to manipulate me? Sirius asked. No, my apologies, I didn't think about how that sounded. Dumbledore said, that is exactly what I'm saying, you fool. Just don't do it again. Sirius replied coldly. I won't. Voldemort was so ashamed. In his initial thrust for control over Harry, he landed in a trap. For weeks the two of them fought for dominance. Voldemort gave up on that a few days ago. Now he was trying to get free. How is an 11-year-old this tough? He asked himself repeatedly over the last month. He was finally making some leeway though. Just a little while longer and Voldemort would have Quirrell stuck in the trap and his body will be free for Voldemort to control. A couple weeks later, halfway through May, Voldemort finally got free. He sat up with a smile and looked around. He was in the hospital wing, curtained off. He could hear people on the other side of the curtain. That must be where the boy is. I'll deal with him after I get the stone. He'll be stuck here until this body dies. Voldemort climbed out of bed and picked up Quirrell's wand. He cast a quick illusion of Quirrell still in bed and left the hospital wing. He moved quickly to avoid detection and made his way up to the bathroom on the second floor. He quickly supplied a password in Parseltongue and slid down the pipe. He would have taken the stairs if he wasn't in such a rush. Striding rapidly down the hallway to the Chamber of Secrets, he paused to shore up some failing masonry, never too careful after all. The Chamber of Secrets looked the same as it had all those years ago, and the basilisk responded to the same command. "Come, my precious, I have a job for you," Voldemort said. A few minutes later, the basilisk was sliding up a pipe that led to near the third-floor corridor with Voldemort riding on its neck. Voldemort slid off the basilisk when they got there, and he sent the basilisk on its way to take care of its task. Voldemort still didn't know the easy way past the Cerberus, but at this point it didn't matter. He walked through the door and started blasting his way through the obstacles. When he finally made it to the stone room, he was so exhausted that he didn't notice the invisible figure waiting for him. 20 minutes later in the hospital wing, Harry surprised everyone when he suddenly sat up. "Where's Quirrell?" Harry surprised everyone when he suddenly sat up. "Where's Quirrell? Harry?" Hermione and Tonks screamed as they knocked him back down, hugging him tightly. "I've missed you too," Harry said, hugging them back. "But where's Quirrell?" "He's in the next bed, still unconscious," Madame Pomfrey said, pulling the curtains back so Harry could see. The three preteens sat up as one and looked at Quirrell, strongly resembling meerkats in the process. No one other than Harry heard the quiet hiss of a whispered messenger spell. "Well, I have to go," Harry said, springing out from between the girls. He grabbed his wand and the time turner from the table next to his bed, ignoring the pile of clothes for now. "Harry, wait," Madame Pomfrey cried as Harry ducked around her protesting arms to get out. "Sorry, no time," Harry said. "Oh, and that's not Quirrell." Harry sprinted a few more steps before he staggered and had to grab onto a bed for support. He took a few deep breaths and stood back up. "I'm okay, I just stood up too fast. You two go after him, I have to fire call the headmaster," Madame Pomfrey said. She was in no condition to chase after a spry lad in his youth. Just then the emergency bells started ringing, calling all students to their dorms and all professors to the entrance hall. Poppy Pomfrey's job now was to prepare for the injured. "Harry!" Tonks yelled as the boy rounded a corner just in front of them. "You need to go back to the hospital." "Never!" Harry shouted defiantly, cackling evilly just as the bells started tolling. "Harry! There is an emergency, please stop," Hermione pleaded as they rounded the corner to find an empty hall. "Harry! Well, now what?" Tonks asked as they looked around for hiding places quickly. "There he is," Hermione said, pointing at Harry running down a flight of stairs a few floors above them. "Where did he get that sword? Come on, if we're quick we can catch up to him," Tonks said and ran off. "Never!" Harry yelled over his shoulder, cackling gleefully. He quickly disillusioned himself, and just before he warped away he saw the girls run around the corner. His warp landed him in Dumbledore's office just as the door was slamming closed. There were 3 teacups on the desk, still more than half full of tea. Looks like they got interrupted. Harry walked over to a shelf and was just reaching for the sorting hat when the fireplace roared green. Harry froze instantly but relaxed when he heard Madame Pomfrey's voice. "Albus, are you there?" "Albus, it's Harry, he's run off." "Oh, you're probably heading down to the emergency already," and the connection closed. Without wasting any time, Harry grabbed the hat and stuffed it onto his head. "Hat, I need the sword." "Coming right up," the hat replied, not needing to be told which sword. Harry felt the pommel of the sword hit his head just like last time, but now with his new hammer-resistant skull there was no dizziness associated with the event. He pulled the hat off his head while he drew Gryffindor's sword out of it. With a quick thank you, the hat was back on his shelf and Harry was running down the stairs and out the past the gargoyle, dropping his disillusionment along the way. Harry knew that the teachers would be grouping up in the entrance hall, so he took a different path that would lead to a side door. Down the stairs he ran, ignoring countless people's advice about sharp objects. "Harry!" Tonks shouted as she and Hermione caught up to him on the stairs. "Where are you going?" "Hogsmeade," Harry said with a grin. "Why?" Hermione panted. "I have a 1,000-year-old monster to slay," Harry said. "Come on, where did you get that sword?" Hermione asked. "It was just lying around somewhere," Harry said. "The sorting hat summoned it for me." "Isn't the hat in Dumbledore's office?" Hermione wheezed. "You should probably stop talking before you pass out," Harry said clinically. "And yes, that's where I went when you lost me. Remember Hops 2 or something, shortcuts." Huh, Tonks grunted. Shortcuts, got me to the office fast and all that. Harry said as they burst onto the grounds. You two might want to stop, there is a good chance of this thing killing someone. What is it? Tonks asked. A basilisk, Harry said. Should be fun. How do you know all this? Hermione asked. You've been unconscious for a month and a half. I got a message just after I woke up with instructions. Harry said. You probably didn't hear it. And you definitely didn't understand it. Harry thought to himself. So why do you have to kill it? Tonks asked. Because I'm Harry Potter. Harry said. It's in the job description. They ran in silence for a few more minutes before reaching the edge of the village. They could hear screams and smashing wood and ran towards it. You two should really stay back. Harry said. We're staying with you, Tonks declared. Do you know how to fight a basilisk? Harry asked. Well, no, Tonks said. Then you can't be much help. Harry said. I'm sorry, but you'll just be in needless danger. All right, but we're going to watch. Hermione said as they came to a stop just around the corner from the monster. All right, but use this. Harry said, conjuring a mirror for them. Worst case, now at least you'll only be petrified. Okay, good luck, Harry. Hermione said, hugging him. Don't die. Tonks added, giving him a peck on the cheek as she hugged him too. No worries, Harry said, smiling as they let go of him. He turned and darted around the corner, screaming at the top of his lungs, for Hogsmeade. At that sound, some of the citizens of Hogsmeade ventured to look out of their windows in time to see an 11-year-old boy wearing only a hospital gown running down the street, brandishing a sword in one hand, conjuring and banishing large stones with the wand in his other hand. Harry was having fun, barely missing the basilisk. He would be hitting it, but he had thought of a faster way to end this without getting hurt. He drew close, still having missed with all of his shots. Finally, when he was close enough, he called out in Parseltongue, loud enough for the basilisk to hear but not the villagers. Play along if you want to live, Harry said, noting the quick pause in the snake's movements. I have already destroyed your master, and I'll destroy you too if you don't do what I tell you. Foolish human, you think you can threaten me? The basilisk asked, affronted. I'll eat you. Harry responded by throwing a powerful cutting curse strong enough to damage the snake despite its hide, causing it to hiss in pain. I'm not messing around. You'll pay for that, the basilisk said, lashing forward to bite him. Harry responded by conjuring a large chunk of cork and jumping backwards as the basilisk bit into it. The snake's fangs sank deep into the soft wood, and while the venom was eating away at the wood, it still took the basilisk some time to free its fangs. Harry wasn't about to let this time go to waste. Being careful to avoid its eyes, Harry closed the distance between himself and the serpent. He took the sword in both hands and brought it down across the basilisk's back, severing its spine and paralyzing it from that point to the tip of its tail. Harry had his eyes firmly planted on the ground as he watched the shadow of the snake thrash about in agony, trying to look him in the eye. Fangs still stuck in the cork, the basilisk tried the last thing it could think of and simply tried to crush Harry under its head. Harry watched the shadow rear back to slam him and waited for it to start. The shadow began to mimic the descent of the snake's head, and just at the last moment Harry threw himself forward and rolled. Harry got his feet under himself and used his left elbow to turn himself around as he stood up, drawing the sword back for a strike. The basilisk's last effort resulted in Harry having a perfect opening at the base of its skull. Never one to miss an opportunity, Harry drove the sword forward with all the strength his body could lend. The basilisk died instantly as the sword separated its skull from its spine. With a few final shudders, the basilisk fell still. Well, that wasn't the easy way, but it worked, Harry thought to himself. Mr. Potter. A shrill shriek came from a few feet away. Harry turned on the spot and saw Professors McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick and Dumbledore all staring at him, jaws hanging open. Harry smiled at them and released the sword, still in the basilisk's neck. Hello there, Harry said, brushing off his now dirty and torn hospital gown. But, what goo? Snape struggled to string words together. Potter. How? Yes, me, and with a sword, Harry said. Tonks Hermione, it's safe now. As the girls came out from behind the building, Harry took a look around, noting all the faces in the windows. Good, dozens of witnesses. All I have to do is not answer any questions and the story will be everywhere by morning, he thought. Just then a score of house elves popped in, each wearing a black leather vest with the initials GNICC emblazoned in white lettering on their backs. Harry recognized that their leader was Marnie. The house elves quickly staged themselves equally around the corpse. "Nick, logistic department, move out," Marnie shouted. The rest of the house elves popped away, taking the basilisk and the sword with them. Marnie turned and saluted Harry before popping away himself. That was strange, Harry thought to himself before casting the Tempest charm and checking the time, 2:14 p.m. Just over half an hour left. Right then, I suppose I'm due back at the hospital wing. Harry gestured to the girls and started walking back towards the castle. He faked a stumble just at the moment when both girls would have to leap forward to keep him from falling. It's better to pretend to be exhausted now. A few minutes later, with the help of the girls, he managed to find his way back to the hospital. "Never fear, Poppy, I've dealt with the emergency." "Oh, I just realized how many people could have been looking out their windows and accidentally met the gaze. Today's not as glorious as it was 5 minutes ago. It rarely is on days like these," Pomfrey said sadly. "Let's get you back in bed, shall we?" "Are you hitting on me?" Harry asked with a raised eyebrow as he climbed back into his bed and faked a yawn. "Well, that will have to wait until I feel more awake. 20 more minutes. Your father said that same basic thing to me many times," Pomfrey said, smiling. "I'll be right back with a dreamless sleep potion. Harry, I want you to promise me that you'll never do something like that again," Hermione said sternly, crossing her arms. "Yeah, you're no good to anyone dead," Tonks added, crossing her arms and glaring angrily. "Sorry, loves, it's my fate," Harry said with a shrug. "At least I'm ready for it." "Your fate is to die?" Hermione asked. "Well, everyone's fate is to die." "No, my fate is to always find myself in dangerous situations," Harry said. "Like I said, it's in the job description." "Excuse me, sir." Madame Pomfrey's voice filtered through the curtains. "You can't just barge in here. I have patience. I'm here to see Harry. I'm sure you've heard of me," the unknown man said with a thick London accent. "You know me as Nick." Almost 20 minutes later, at precisely 2:45 p.m., Harry warped out of the hospital wing just as Dumbledore came into the room and saw him. He couldn't wait to see how grumpy Dumbledore would be about that. Laughing to himself, he withdrew his time turner from his robes and spun back 6 hours. "Marnie!" Harry shouted, and a moment later the elf popped in. "Yes, Harry Potter, sir," Marnie asked reverently. "Can you take me to the estate in France and call the rest of the elves in slowly? I don't want to deal with rapid compression again," Harry said before yawning. "Oh, and bring me a pepper-up potion. I still have a long day." 15 minutes later, Harry found himself standing in front of 131 house elves, ears still steaming. Marnie was at his side with a clipboard and a pen. Harry folded his arms behind his back. "All right, listen up, I need 19 of you who are the best at transporting large objects in tandem." He waited as 19 elves made their way forward and were sent to the side in a group. Harry took off the GNICC vest that Nick had given him at Hogwarts. "I need 5 of you to copy this vest 20 times in house elf size and once identical to the original." 5 elves came forward and took the vest before popping away. "Now then, I need the best 20 of you at procuring potion ingredients and other raw goods to join the transport group. And finally, to the rest of you, go figure out something that GNICC stands for. I really haven't got the foggiest." As the majority of the elves popped away, Harry walked over to the remaining 39. "All right, in a few hours there is going to be a basilisk released in Hogsmeade. I'm going to end up killing it, and when I do, you 40 will be springing into action. I will need the 19 transporters along with Marnie to come to Hogsmeade and retrieve the body and bring it back here for dismantling. The body will be roughly 80 feet long. The 20 of you can go prepare your area, just let the transporters know where to bring the corpse." Harry waited for the 20 to decide on a location and pop away before he turned to the rest. "Your job is simple. At precisely 2:13 this afternoon you're to pop into Hogsmeade at my location, wearing the vests that your colleagues are making. The 19 will position themselves around the corpse and wait for Marnie to say, 'Nick, logistics department, move out,' and then bring the corpse to wherever the others need it, and offer them any assistance you can. I want the body to be completely processed by morning. Marnie, once the sword is clean, store it like the others." Harry quickly conjured a sword-sized box and marked it 37. "Until 2 o'clock you can assist the others in their tasks. Marnie, could you make me some food?" Harry walked the house and grounds while he ate, thinking about whether or not this would be a good place to have his secret hideout. It really doesn't get much more secret than having the owner and primary occupant not knowing where it is. Harry thought about suppressing the Fidelis Familia and put up his own Fidelis with himself as secret keeper, but then he decided that a rune-based beacon would achieve the same end result without giving him the possibility of spilling the location accidentally. It was 1 o'clock when Harry looked down sadly at the foot-tall cylinder of wood that he was holding. He finished carving the runes for the endpoint and painted the circle on the floor. Everything looked perfect. The problem was that it was all wood and these runes were likely to destroy themselves. Harry only needed it to work once though, because while he was on a time limit today, someday soon he could warp in and carve a real endpoint out of marble, or maybe quartz if he could find a big enough piece. He settled the cylinder into place just as Marnie popped in holding Harry's vest. "Harry Potter, sir. All of the preparations are complete." "Thank you, Marnie," Harry said, taking the vest with a smile. Harry then cast a quick tempest. "Looks like it's just about showtime for me. Do any of the elves have questions about what they're supposed to do?" "No, sir," Marnie said. "Good. Could you also tell the processing crew that I would like to reserve all of the blood and venom along with the skull and 20% of the remaining skeleton and 20% of the hide?" Harry asked, suddenly realizing that he still had a note to write too. He moved to the desk where he had been working and wrote a short, simple note. "Professor McGonagall, I would like to donate these basilisk parts to a fund to repair and rebuild whatever damage was sustained to Hogsmeade. The remainder is then to be split up amongst any victims' families. Inventory enclosed. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Tomorrow morning I would like you to take the 19 transporters and wear the vests, then bring the processed parts to Hogwarts Great Hall during breakfast and deliver them to Minerva McGonagall along with this note and an inventory of what we give them," Harry said, folding the note and handing it to Marnie. "I've got to run." A resplendent Harry dressed in dirty and torn hospital robes disillusioned himself and warped to the stone chamber to await the arrival of Quirrell and his head rash. He didn't have to wait long. A few minutes later Quirrell came rushing into the room and started examining the mirror. He circled the mirror several times, muttering to himself, completely stutter-free Harry noticed, and casting spells rapidly. Suddenly he stopped completely while standing directly in front of the mirror. Slowly he reached out and sunk his left hand into the depths of the mirror. With a triumphant grin he pulled his arm out and held the ruby stone above his head. Yes, Harry had been planning on destroying the fake stone no matter what happened down here. Now Voldemort was holding it up like a target. Harry couldn't help but oblige that sort of generosity and shot an overpowered reducto at it silently. Voldemort's screams of triumph turned into screams of rage as the stone was utterly destroyed along with Quirrell's left hand and a lot of his arm. He spun around snarling as Harry dropped his disillusionment. "Potter," Voldemort screeched. He didn't seem to be in any pain. "Yes," Harry asked calmly. "How?" Voldemort asked, drawing his wand and silently stopping the blood flow to his ruined arm. "You should be in the hospital wing. Just like you," Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. "Touché," Voldemort admitted. "So, what now?" Harry asked. "I was thinking Avada Kedavra," Voldemort shouted, launching the first curse in their duel. Harry moved to the side slightly and let the killing curse fly centimeters from his face while he returned an arc of bone-breaking hexes. Quirrell's body dodged clumsily and got struck in the ribs by one of Harry's spells. "You can't beat me, Potter. Quirrell is already dead. I feel no pain," Voldemort said and threw a cruciatus Harry's way. Harry again moved slightly to get out of the way and sent a spell chain of a jelly legs, followed by a disarmor with an incarcerus to finish it off. It took Harry 3 times through the chain before Voldemort was bound and disarmed. "Curse this body," Voldemort said as Harry walked over. "It was useless a few months ago. I should have traded up." "I'm sure," Harry said. "Like you were strong enough to capture anyone other than Quirrell. You try being bodiless for 10 years and see how you do when you get one back." Voldemort spat at Harry. "So what are you going to do now? Turn me over to the old man?" Harry scoffed. "No, I'm going to destroy this body, and with your cooperation solve generations worth of debate." When Voldemort made no response, Harry continued on. "You see, no one knows where things go when they get vanished. Hopefully you'll be aware long enough to remember." "What?" Voldemort screamed before Harry hit him with a silencing charm. "Until next time, Tom," Harry said, raising his wand again. "Oh, and I also killed your basilisk already." Harry vanished Quirrell's head before Voldemort could respond and then sat down and cast a messenger spell, speaking in Parseltongue. Harry, it's you from 6 hours from now. Listen carefully. You're going to get out of bed at the end of this message and head to Dumbledore's office, retrieve the sword of Gryffindor and then use it to kill Slytherin's basilisk. It's in Hogsmeade. After the elves leave, go back to the hospital wing and wait for me to arrive. At 2:45 after we've switched places, go to France and organize the elves before coming back here to lie in wait for Quirrell. Finally send this message and get ready to go to the hospital wing. With the message sent to himself, he set about making the battle that took place down here look more cinematic. He blew large chunks out of the wall and reduced large portions of the floor to rubble. He transfigured puddles of water and stone and metal spikes. After adding the corpses of a few conjured animals, he nodded to himself and morphed into the image of an American Indian that he had shown Dumbledore all that time ago. He transfigured his clothes and conjured some boots and a cowboy hat before putting on his vest and disillusioning himself. He checked the time and smiled that younger him had just killed the snake. Then he warped off to the hospital wing to await the next stage. You know me as Nick, Harry told Madame Pomfrey as he walked into the hospital wing to visit himself. He smirked, both of him, as he heard all three girls take a sharp breath. I see you have heard of me. Let him in, Poppy. Younger Harry called from his bed. We have things to discuss. But you need to rest, I have your sleep potion ready and everything. Pomfrey said. Just give us 15 minutes. Young Harry called back. Older Harry was laughing as he walked into the curtained-off section with himself. He smiled to the girls. Tonks and Hermione, I presume. Yes, sir. Hermione said, not sure what to make of this new figure. Oh, you don't need to call me sir. Nick is fine, older Harry said, smiling at her. But if you could please excuse us, Harry and I need to trade reports privately. Okay, Hermione said before looking to younger Harry, who nodded. I guess, but we'll be right outside. Thanks, younger Harry said. It'll only be a few minutes. As the girls left, older Harry shut the curtains and cast a silencing and privacy ward before looking to his counterpart. Time for us to switch spots. Younger Harry nodded and stood up while older Harry took off his boots, hat and vest. Younger Harry morphed into Nick while older Harry morphed back into his normal form, and a second later they were correcting their clothing. They delayed for a few minutes after older Harry settled down in bed and younger Harry, now Nick, put on the vest, hat and boots. Older Harry elaborated of a few aspects of the day for younger Harry, and when they were all caught up, younger Harry dropped the wards. Tonks and Hermione were back inside the curtains almost instantly, causing both Harrys to laugh. Miss me that much already? Older, bedridden, Harry asked. Both girls blushed and younger Harry chuckled again. Well, I'd best be off, he said, opening the curtains just in time to see Dumbledore walk in. He flashed Dumbledore a smile and warped out of the hospital wing in front of everyone. How did he do that? Dumbledore asked. I've been trying for years to figure out how to get around the apparition wards here. According to Hogwarts, a history, it isn't even possible. Hermione said. You just can't do it. No, Harry said, smirking. You just can't do it. Nick can. But how? Dumbledore asked. Can't say, Harry said glumly. Anyway, Harry, I need to talk to you about what happened today. Dumbledore said. It can wait, Albus. Madame Pomfrey said, handing Harry a vial of dreamless sleep potion. He needs to take his potion and rest. Thank you, Harry said, downing the potion in one gulp. Better ask quick, Headmaster. I don't know how long I'll be awake. Was Nick involved with anything that happened today? Dumbledore asked quickly. Yes. What did he do? Harry paused to yawn, eyes tearing up. Fought Voldemort and prevented him from getting the stone. How did Voldemort get here? Dumbledore asked, both men ignoring the cringes from Tonks and Pomfrey. Hermione had no reflex because of being Muggleborn. Possessed Quirrell, Harry said slowly, closing his eyes. That's who I was. Harry, Dumbledore said, nudging him slightly. He's asleep. I suppose the rest of my questions will have to wait for morning. A disappointed Dumbledore left the hospital wing while Pomfrey smiled smugly. Tonks and Hermione took their spots at Harry's bedside and didn't leave until curfew, still trying to figure out exactly how they were supposed to be feeling about today. As evening fell, the people of Hogsmeade knew the outcome of the day. 9 people had died from looking in the wrong direction at the wrong time, and a further 15 were petrified. The news had circulated through all of England by that point that Harry Potter had saved the village. Reporters from several magazines and newspapers had shown up through the afternoon to hear people's stories and collect any pictures that were taken. The editor of the Quibbler and his daughter were the last people to leave, and just before their portkey activated, the young Luna Lovegood found herself wondering about Harry Potter. Harry woke late at night or early in the morning. There were no lights on and Harry didn't bother with a Tempest charm because he could already feel sleep beckoning him back. He rolled over to get more comfortable and noticed the crinkle of parchment in his hand. A quick glance told him that Madame Pomfrey's light was still out, so he let a little of his glow out, just enough to read by. He smiled when he read the parchment. There were only 5 words. Gens necni incorruptus capio caries. The people are not of purity attacks evil. Harry said as he translated. Well, I guess it could make less sense. Good enough for me. Thank you, elves. Harry vanished the parchment and settled into sleep again. Did you hear? They found Professor Quirrell's body. Asked a voice in the great hall. Poor man, and after so long in the hospital, what happened? Said a second student. Rumor has it that he was assassinated by some elite military person. The first said back conspiratorially. Well, I heard that he was killed while stopping a Death Eater from entering the castle. After all, someone had to set that basilisk loose. Said a third proudly. I heard that Harry Potter killed him, just before he killed the basilisk. A fourth said. That's absurd. Professor McGonagall saw the basilisk and she said it was 25 meters long at least. There is no way a first year could have hurt it, much less a first year that has been in the hospital for over a month. Percy said from the Gryffindor table. But I saw him running through the castle with a sword. A Hufflepuff shouted back. My cousin's boyfriend lives in Hogsmeade and she told me that he told her that he watched Harry kill it. A Gryffindor called from down the table. Enough. Dumbledore yelled from the staff table. Mr. Potter is the one who killed the basilisk and his friend killed Professor Quirrell. We don't have the whole story yet as Mr. Potter fell back unconscious, too much activity after too long of a rest I suspect, and Mr. Potter's friend is unavailable at the moment. However, at this time it appears that Professor Quirrell freed the basilisk and was attempting to steal a priceless artifact. The student body, missing 9 specific members, sat in stunned silence for a few moments before quiet conversations erupted all over the hall as students were updating the rumors to incorporate the new information. Minerva McGonagall just sighed and leaned over to the headmaster. Albus, after all this time, why do you still think announcements like that work? Hope mostly. Albus said, shaking his head sadly. Hopefully I haven't made things worse for Harry. Professor. One student called from the crowd. Is Harry dying? Albus' eyes grew wide in the moment of absolute silence that followed the question. What? No. Dear Merlin, no. He's just sleeping. Madame Pomfrey said he could probably rejoin us by dinner, which knowing Potters means he'll be up by lunch. A few minutes later a flock of owls came in, bringing copies of various publications and fueling even more chatter at the tables. Little did anyone in the hall know that on the other side of the castle the boy they were discussing was waking up surrounded by 8 friends. So he just suddenly woke up and knew what he had to do. Fred asked. Yay, it wasn't immediate though, first he wanted to know where Quirrell was. Tonks said. Madame Pomfrey didn't check until after he ran out, but the Quirrell in the bed at the time was an illusion. Hermione said. How did he know? Hannah asked. I didn't. Harry said, yawning. Harry. 8 voices exclaimed as 2 bodies jumped onto the boy on the bed. OOMF. Harry said as the air got crushed out of him. Tonks, Hermione, not that I'm complaining, but it feels like this just happened yesterday or something. Pratt. Tonks giggled, swatting him lightly. Harry, don't you ever do something like that again. Hermione scolded. Yes dear. Harry said, smiling, causing Hermione to turn. Tonks and Hermione climbed off of Harry and let him move into a sitting position. Tonks immediately sat down next to him and made him scoot over, thereby removing any room for Hermione to join them. Tonks shot Hermione a quick victory glance. So Harry, tell us everything. Everything. There is a lot of everything. I don't think we have the time for that. Harry said pensively. But I can tell you about everything that happened since the last Dada class 1 attended. Hermione moved her chair over to Harry's open side and gently laid a hand on his arm. Well, tell us that then. Fred, George, Lee Jordan yelled as he ran into the ward. And everyone else. Harry, you're awake. What is it, Lee? George asked. We were just getting to story time. Ooh, I want to hear the story too, Lee said before brandishing the roll of paper he was holding. Morning Post came in. I brought the Prophet, the Quibbler and Teenwitch Weekly. Wow, the vultures descended in my absence, Harry said, taking the papers and started flipping through. What about story time? Fred whined. Yay, story time, George added. The sooner you tell us, the sooner we can let other people know you're awake, Lee insisted. Jordan, why don't you go let people know now and come back with Dumbledore? Daphne asked. Right, that way Harry will only need to tell the story once. Blaise agreed while the rest of the girls nodded. Lee nodded once and ran back out of the hospital. Mr. Potter, I see you're awake, Madame Pomfrey said, emerging from her office to yell at the source of commotion, saddened slightly to see said source already running away. How do you feel? Perfectly fine for being exhausted, Harry said, smiling. Bit sore, but I walk that out. You'll be doing no walking until I tell you to. You shouldn't have been doing any running or fighting either, Pomfrey admonished, doing her check-up scans while Harry's court rifled through the tabloids. What hospital gowns reveal the secrets of Harry Potter's bum? Susan read, laughing, brandishing a copy of TWW. This has got to be good. Oh, look, someone managed to take pictures. Really? Hannah asked as she and Daphne moved around to read over Susan's shoulder. Is that a birthmark? I think so, Daphne said, squinting. Looks kind of like a hippogriff to me. It does not look like a hippogriff, Harry said angrily despite blushing bright red, before summoning the magazine. If you don't mind, can we not discuss my anatomy? Technically it isn't even a birthmark, just something I always forget to get rid of when I morph. How can you forget to morph a hippogriff-shaped birthmark? Fred asked. That's something I would always be aware of. I don't spend a lot of time thinking about how I want my bum to look, so it just goes to default, Harry said sheepishly, not noticing the TWW slip off his lap. And it doesn't look like a hippogriff. I can see it, Hermione said, head bent over the magazine. See, there are the wings and there's the horse body. She was holding the picture up in front of Harry, pointing before she realized what she just admitted to studying, and blushed again. E2, Hermione? Harry asked. Poppy, you gotta help me out here. Well, Harry, it would seem that a lot of people will be doing more thinking about your bum than would before. Maybe you should be one of them and prevent this from happening again, Pomfrey said. Now calm down, your heart rate is varying and throwing off my scans. Harry groaned and flopped back while everyone laughed. Harry didn't even bother protesting when Tonks took the magazine from Hermione to do her own inspection. Aren't I too young for this kind of attention anyway? Harry asked. Who are these creeps who read this stuff? It's Teen Witch Weekly, Susan said levelly. Teen Witches read it, and preteen witches for that matter. I got my first subscription from my mom as my 9th birthday present. About the same for me too, Daphne said. Just think of how many first readers are reading this issue. Your bum has probably secured their audience in every girl within 4 years of us. Can I sue them or something? Harry grumbled. I don't think so, Blaise said. You were photographed in a public place, you have no rights to the image. Well, that's just great, Harry sneered. So what am I supposed to do? Smile and wear tight pants, Tonks suggested, making everyone laugh and successfully breaking the mood. The door flew open again and Lee practically toppled in after it. He dragged himself up, wheezing, with the help of a bed. After a few moments he caught enough air to talk. Dumbledore in his way few steps behindwater. Just running back and forth across the castle got you this winded? Madame Pomfrey asked as she brought over a glass of water for him. You're too young to be this out of shape, you should exercise more. Less about being out of shape, more about what I was shouting in the way, Lee gasped out between breaths and long drinks of water. Everyone knows Sherry's up. I think most of Scotland knows, Mr. Jordan, McGonagall said curtly as she walked into the room along with Flitwick, Dumbledore and Shacklebolt. Harry, this is Auror Shacklebolt. He's on lend from the Ministry as our replacement defense professor. He will be acting in his role as an Auror during this interview though. Understood. Harry offered his hand to Shacklebolt. It's nice to meet you, Auror Shacklebolt. Likewise, Mr. Potter. Shacklebolt shook Harry's hand. If you would start from the beginning, we should be able to get through this quickly. Sounds good. The beginning, I believe, is the last class one attended, Harry said, settling back and closing his eyes, prompting Tonks to curl up against his side, which in turn caused the professors to share resigned looks and silently decide that it wasn't worth the effort to say anything about the situation. Class was starting and I had settled into my usual death glare while Quirrell called. "Attendance." "Death glare?" Shacklebolt asked, looking up from his notes. "I wasn't trying to kill him with it or anything, something about him bugged me from day one." Harry shrugged. "Shortly after the year started I wanted him to be out of my life completely." "You said something was bugging you. Can you elaborate?" Albus prompted. Not really, whenever he was near me though my scar would ache." Harry said. "Interesting." Shacklebolt said. "Please continue." "All right, after attendance he was talking about the day's work and then he caught my eye and smirked." Harry said. "Then I felt pressure on my occlumency shields and then pain." "You know occlumency?" Shacklebolt stopped writing, shocked. "Who taught you?" "Yay, and Nick did why?" Harry asked suspiciously. "Oh, never mind." Shacklebolt said, seemingly embarrassed. "Just curious. What happened next?" "Then I blacked out while I fought Voldemort off in my mind." Harry said plainly. "What?" Several voices cried, including the two closest to his ears. "Well, over the month-long battle I discovered that Voldemort possessed Quirrell and was trying to possess me that day." Harry said, turning to Dumbledore. "I told you last night, didn't I? I think it was the answer you fell asleep while giving." Dumbledore said calmly. "You said enough beforehand to infer the truth though. Anyway, I fought him to a draw. Living inside someone else after 10 years of barely existing must be hard on the mental discipline, and eventually woke up." Harry informed them. "That's when a message spell hit me from Nick. He was just letting me know that he took care of Voldemort and he sent me after the basilisk." "Who is Nick?" Shacklebolt asked. "And how did he deal with you-know-who?" "Nick is the one who is responsible for everything I know," Harry said, doing his best to look like he was overcome with loyalty. "As for what he did, you'll have to ask him. I plan on it. Please go on." "From that point I jumped out of bed and ran up to the headmaster's office and retrieved Godric's sword," Harry said. "Then I went and killed the snake and came back here." "You mean the sword of Gryffindor?" Albus said, surprised. "Well, yes, that's the only sword that was in your office," Harry said. "But that sword has been lost for centuries," Albus insisted. "No, it hasn't been. The Sorting Hat was holding onto it," Harry said, watching the jaws drop on all the professors. "What, didn't you know?" "Obviously not," Tonks whispered in his ear. "Where is the sword now?" McGonagall asked, getting over her shock. "I sent it with the elves for storage," Harry said innocently. "You need to return it as soon as you can." McGonagall was pulling all of her air of authority. "It belongs here. Actually, according to the hat, it was left there for someone truly deserving to claim it," Harry replied cheekily. "Something about a true Gryffindor, but I'm pretty sure it belongs to me now." "But you're not one of my lions," McGonagall protested. "How can you be a true Gryffindor?" "I'm a true Slytherin and a true Ravenclaw too, if that changes anything," Harry said, smirking. "Although I'm only assuming I'm a true Ravenclaw too, since that hat put me there in preference to the other two." "And how did you get into my office?" Albus finally asked. "Your gargoyle isn't really an obstacle for me," Harry shrugged. "It knows I can destroy it on a whim, and it is conscious enough to decide whether or not to stand in my way. It isn't like any of us will forget the last time it suffered your wrath," Hermione said, slightly mockingly, air quotes and all. "This is interesting and all, but after you got the sword you said you went to the village." Shacklebolt paused and Harry nodded. "Why didn't you wait for the professors?" "Nick said go, so I went," Harry casually said. "Besides, they were probably doing something silly like catching a rooster or something." "How is catching a rooster silly?" Shacklebolt asked. "They're deadly to basilisks." "No, they aren't, that is just a myth," Harry assured him. "Are you sure?" Hermione asked. "Every book I looked through since last night has suggested roosters." "Yup, it's a myth perpetuated by basilisk breeders in the early 13th century," Harry said. "The theory was that if an enemy was caught unprepared, the basilisk would have an easy time killing them, and if they thought a rooster was the solution, they would get that and think they were prepared, thus granting the basilisks an easy victory." "Really?" Hermione asked, hoping that her books weren't wrong. "Really?" Harry said as her face fell. "Sorry. All right, so you ran into the village. Giant monster, easy enough to find, so I won't bother asking." Shacklebolt admitted. So next up is, tell us about the fight itself. Well, it wasn't very long. I kept my eyes on the ground so it wouldn't kill me with its gaze. After it refused to surrender to me, I had to get aggressive. That's when it tried to bite me, so I filled its mouth with a giant cork. Its jaw might unhinge, but the muscles isn't designed to pull their fangs out of something like that. After that, it was just an issue of timing before I was able to sever its spine, killing it. Did Nick teach you to sword fight too? Shacklebolt asked. No. Harry tried to sound confused. I've only had one lesson, and that was, hit them with the sharp bits. That's not a bad first lesson. Shacklebolt laughed along with the rest. So you got lucky and used skills that Nick taught you then. Then GNICCLD showed up and took the body to be processed. Harry said. And I came back here. GNICCLD. Shacklebolt repeated. What does that stand for? Gens Necni Incorruptus Capio Carries, Logistics Division. Harry replied in a flat monotone that implied he was forced to memorize the name. And they are. Shacklebolt said leadingly. The house elves that serve GNICC, Harry said. Obviously. What can you tell us about GNICC? Shacklebolt asked impatiently. Well, the first time that I heard that basic question asked, the answer was, GNICC is like the Order of the Phoenix, except useful. You don't have the clearance to learn anything past that yet. Harry quietly took glee in Dumbledore's expression of indignation. I don't know who the Order of the Phoenix is, but they might have less strict policies, so maybe you should see what they're doing, then just picture it better in every way. Professor Flitwick was the only adult in the room who wasn't a member of the Order, although he knew about it and was chuckling accordingly. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Shacklebolt and Madame Pomfrey were all looking suitably abashed. Then Dumbledore spoke up. Harry, the Order of the Phoenix is a group I started to fight Voldemort in the last war. Oh, huh. Harry remarked and pretended like he was suddenly having an epiphany. Well, I guess that explains why Nick didn't have me go get your help with the basilisk. Harry was laughing along with most of his court, Hermione was holding back as was Blaise, and even Flitwick was laughing out loud now. Madame Pomfrey looked amused, which surprised Harry somewhat. McGonagall and Shacklebolt were clearly angry and not used to getting made fun of. Dumbledore, however, looked like he had been personally insulted, which he had been, of course. I think I have enough. Shacklebolt said, cutting his syllables off sharply. Goodbye, Mr. Potter. Did I say something? Harry called to Shacklebolt's back as he left. I would imagine that. He doesn't like being made fun of any more than I do. Dumbledore said disappointedly. How was I making fun of him? Harry chewed on his lip. All I did was make fun of the Order, unless anyone else who I should know is in the Order, so I don't badmouth you guys in front of them. Harry asked, sounding concerned. That would be me. McGonagall said, letting her Scottish accent come through strongly. Harry smiled at her timidly, cackling evilly inside. Sorry. Your parents were members, Harry. Dumbledore said, channeling the grandfather routine again. We're the ones who helped them go into hiding. I bet you helped the Longbottoms too. Harry waited for the nod. Look how that turned out for all of them. I wouldn't really brag about being their protectors if I were you. McGonagall huffed indignantly. Why ya the nerve if your mother could hear you urg. She threw her hands in the air exasperatedly and stalked away from the bed, without leaving the ward. Mr. Potter. I expect a meeting with Nick to discuss what happened with Quirrell. You tell him to contact me and make sure to tell him that I expect civility towards any Order members I choose to have present. Dumbledore said imperially. I'll let him know, sir. Harry said diplomatically. I can't make any promises about his attendance or etiquette though. Understandable, I'll leave you to your recovery. Albus said seriously while starting towards the door. If you'll excuse me, I have to go see a hat about a sword. McGonagall sent one last angry glare back in Harry's direction before following the headmaster out. Well, that went well, Harry said cheerily in the silence that followed. So what now? Susan asked. Now we do something about the press. Harry said. Didn't we establish that there was nothing you could do about the bum thing? George asked. That's true, but this is about the rest of the press. Harry smiled. Daphne, I'm appointing you to be temporarily my press secretary. Mainly because I think you will have more of an idea of how to call a press conference tomorrow than I do. I'll my mum. She'll know how to do this. Daphne sounded proud as she pulled out a sheet of parchment from her bag and started writing. What will the rest of us do? Hannah asked. Simple, we each take an article and start picking it apart to try and figure out what questions I'll be expecting to receive tomorrow. Harry said. Dibs on the bum one. Tonks shouted, making the other girls groan sadly. All right, I am definitely not answering any questions from TWW. Harry said when Tonks finished her report. What do we expect from the quibbler? Fred said from next to George, both of whom were looking at the magazine in their hands while Blaze and Hermione stood behind them, all four with confused expressions. Probably something about a made-up animal called a snurkak and something about cooking. We don't know why. Cooking? Harry asked, unbelieving. Really? What makes you think that? There is this on a paragraph. George asked, looking to Hermione, who shrugged. Here goes. I wonder if Mr. Potter's experiments with time, the herb, have revealed any prospective means to attract the elusive crumplehorn snurkak. When have you been experimenting with food? This article wasn't written by Luna, was it? Harry sighed. Yay, it is. Hermione said shortly. Do you know her? In the same fashion that I knew you August 31st. Harry said quietly. She'll be here next year. Wait, Hermione exclaimed. She hasn't even started school yet and she's a reporter. Yay. Her dad owns the paper, and is rather eccentric. Harry shrugged. They're generally good people though. Well, she also makes a lot of connections between you and Stubby Boardman, Blaze said. But he's been dead since just after the war. Oh, him. Harry shook his head. The Lovegoods are of the belief that Stubby Boardman was a pseudonym for Sirius Black, and that when my godfather went to Azkaban and Stubby died, well, they took it as proof. By eccentric you meant insane, right? Fred raised an eyebrow. We're all insane, sir, they're just insane in a special way. Harry said sagely. Don't worry though, I'm sure I can deal with anything that Luna asks, I hope. Is anyone else hungry? Harry hopped out of bed after getting nods of confirmation from the group and transfigured his hospital gown into plain black robes. I wish I'd thought of this yesterday. He grumbled. Laughing, the group made their way out of the hospital wing. Interestingly, Madame Pomfrey didn't protest at all. Harry checked the clock on the way out and noticed that it was already halfway through lunch, and he'd been anticipating catching the end of breakfast. Oh well, he thought. These things happen. His disappointment was completely compensated by the scene that they found in the Great Hall. Dumbledore, all of the professors and several older students were standing around a giant pile of crates. Snape was waving a piece of parchment at Dumbledore. Albus, it would take myself and 20 skilled assistants at least a week to do this. Face it, GNICC is bigger than we can imagine. How many do you think it would take, Severus? Dumbledore asked. His guess was somewhere around 80, but he was by no means a potions expert. At least 100, maybe as many as 150. Snape drawled. And ready to work at a moment's notice. The professors started debating about how many members an organization would have to have in order to mobilize that kind of manpower. Harry stopped listening. After all, no matter what they decided, they'd be wrong, and quietly made his way to the Ravenclaw table. His friends took up the positions they had that day with the flying incident. Harry noticed the silence and looked around to see almost the entire student body staring at him. Hey guys, Harry said jovially before raising his hand and waving it around emphatically. So raise your hand if you thought I was dying. People laughed and Harry turned back towards the food. A few people raised their hands but lowered them quickly, blushing, when they realized that Harry was being rhetorical. This was enough to break the tension though, and soon the students were back to their own conversations and not staring at Harry. Harry felt awkward under all of the attention. He found this very strange too, considering how much attention he had been trying to draw to himself. Perhaps that was the problem, he hadn't drawn this to himself. Then again, perhaps it was a carryover from his last life shining through. Harry's reflection didn't last long. Mr. Potter, McGonagall said as she walked towards them holding the parchment that Snape had been brandishing. May I ask for your reasoning behind placing me in charge of all of this? She waved the parchment at him. Officially it is because as the deputy headmistress it is your job to take the duties that Professor Dumbledore is too busy for. Harry said, smiling. And unofficially. She sounded suspicious. Because I wanted to add stress to your plate right before final exams. There was a sharp intake of breath from the students who were listening, complemented by a symphony of flatware dropping from limp hands. Kidding, of course. I thought that you would delegate the responsibilities to a village representative, whereas Dumbledore would insist on dictating how the money is spent. The money isn't to better the image of Albus Dumbledore. While I don't agree, I will accept your reasoning. McGonagall replied curtly and walked back to the staff table, shaking her head. What is all of that? Hermione asked. Basilisk bits, Harry said. GNICC was working on it all night. Harry, do you realize how much that basilisk was worth? George almost shouted. And you gave it all away. Fred finished, shocked. Well, not all of it. Harry smirked. I kept about 10% of the value in the skull. The skull? Hermione asked, eyebrow raised. Trophy. Yay, something like that. Harry shrugged. I think I am going to end up putting it in whatever room I use to have meetings with people in places of power. We're going to be experimenting with parts of the skeleton to see how it does with channeling magic. I might end up making the skull the base of a ward scheme at some point instead. Haven't had much time to think about it. You could always do both. Tonks suggested brightly. I bet Professor Snape is going to be upset that he doesn't get to skim off the top. Blaise weighed in. What's he going to do about it? Give Harry a hard time? Hannah asked. He does that already. That is another reason I bypassed Dumbledore. Harry said. I'm sure he would have given Snape whatever he wanted. Speaking of Dumbledore, you should really tell him about the press event tomorrow. Daphne said quietly. Harry looked up to where the teachers were bickering again. I'll finish lunch first, I think. Professors Dumbledore and Flitwick. Harry started as he walked up to the now settled down staff table. I'm entertaining a few members of the press for tea tomorrow at 2:30. Mr. Potter, I've already spoken to the press for you. Dumbledore said, smiling genially. And who gave you that right? Harry demanded. It sure wasn't me. I was acting en loco parentis, but I'm sure your aunt and uncle would have given their consent. Dumbledore rebuffed. You only have those right while a student has no magical guardian. Harry said. Since Sirius was released, I have had a magical guardian. Lord Black isn't going to be legally your guardian until the Wizengamot has declared him fit. Dumbledore said gently. He spent a long time in Azkaban. It would be irresponsible of us to allow him complete freedom before making sure he is ready for it. What? Harry demanded. Why wasn't I told? I advised Lord Black against telling you because it was our hope that everything would be resolved before summer started so you could go with him and never need to know. Dumbledore said levelly. I wouldn't have told you if it didn't come up. No sense in worrying about something you cannot affect and might not matter in the long run. Did you just say I might not get to live with him this summer? Harry asked impatiently. Yes, the chance is small though. Dumbledore smiled reassuringly. There is still about a month before the end of term. You're the chief warlock, Harry exclaimed. Push it through faster, old man. You're upset, so I'm going to ignore the lack of respect. I'm also not going to get into the difficulties of your request. I will say that I'm doing what I can. Dumbledore said before silently adding, to keep you at the Dursleys. And if it doesn't get resolved by summer? Harry asked irritably, already knowing the answer. I'm afraid your only option at that point is to go to the Dursleys for one last summer. Unless I can get him permanently declared unfit. Dumbledore thought. That's not happening, Harry said stubbornly, crossing his arms. I certainly hope not, Albus agreed. But the press is definitely not happening. What? Why? You can't do that, Harry pleaded. I am the headmaster of this school. I am certainly within my rights to deny the press access to the grounds. Dumbledore declared. And I think the students have been disrupted more than enough by this incident. We don't need journalists traipsing all over the place. They'll be coming into the entrance hall, having tea, asking questions and leaving. There will be no traipsing, Harry insisted. Unless one of them has to go to the restroom, Dumbledore supplied air quotes, and uses it as an excuse to run down students and get quotes. You're paranoid, Harry said. Perhaps, but it is my job to be, and I'm not wavering on this. Dumbledore said with finality. Fine, Harry shouted and stomped off. In this moment most of Hogwarts witnessed a rare event, for Snape was taking open glee in seeing the spawn of his rival rebuffed so completely. Bad news? Hermione asked as Harry sat down next to her again. Very, Harry said angrily. He's denying the press access to the grounds and then told me that I might not get to live with my godfather this summer. What? Tonks asked. Why would he deny the press? And why wouldn't you be able to live with Sirius? Fred added. I think he is punishing me for snubbing him with the basilisk parts and for what I said about his order. Harry grumbled. What about Sirius? Surely he doesn't have the authority to take you away from him. Hermione stated. No, Dumbledore doesn't have that power, but the Wizengamot does. Harry admitted. They have him tied up in red tape to see if he is fit to be my guardian, before he is allowed to be my guardian. Conveniently, Dumbledore is the head of the Wizengamot. That's not fair, Hannah exclaimed. It really is. Harry assured her. Blaise, Daphne and, surprisingly, Susan all nodded with his statement. Harry has been using the same tactics all year, Blaise said, with his own additions. Susan added, nodding. At some point Dumbledore was going to play his game. Daphne said. Students don't normally politic against adults. Blaise continued levelly. We don't have any positions of power yet. Once we grow up we'll be heads of houses, or ministry officials or something. It doesn't really matter because then we will have some sort of influence on things. Harry has influence early on because of his fame, Susan said, which gave him the weight to start with. But he can only influence opinion at the moment. Daphne finished. Which puts me distinctly at a disadvantage against policy makers. Harry concluded solemnly. Especially since I don't have full access to the Potter wealth for bribe money. Bribe money? Hermione asked incredulously. Isn't bribery illegal? Don't forget that the magical world has different laws than the Muggle one. Tonks said. But in general yes, the penalties are minimal though. And everyone is okay with that. Hermione asked skeptically. Our government is run by an appointed executive branch with an elected head and a hereditary one combined legislative and judicial branch, which is the body that elects the minister. Harry said. Anyone who cares is not in a position to do anything about it. So what about what the citizens want? Hermione asked curiously. Our community is small, public opinion is easy to hear. Daphne said. And with people like Harry and Dumbledore around you can't really trust the public opinion. Blaise said smiling. Hey, Harry objected. I resent that. Resent it all you want, it's true. Blaise rebutted. I've been watching you all year. It does beg the question, why aren't you in Slytherin? People don't trust sneaky snakes. Harry said quietly enough for only the 8 of them to hear. Sneaky eagles take you by surprise. So the hat just put you in Ravenclaw? Susan asked just as quietly. Well, I had to ask. Harry whispered. I didn't know you could make requests. Hermione. Whisper shrieked. Yay, I asked to go where Harry did. Tonks whispered, shrugging. You did. Harry asked, touched. Yay, it wanted to put me in Hufflepuff. Tonks said smiling. It said that my determination to be sorted with the other metamorph was a great show of loyalty, but my ability to argue the problems with that won the day. Harry and Tonks just looked at each other smiling for a few seconds before Daphne broke the awkward, for the other 7 anyway, moment. So I guess I should go write letters telling the reporters not to come, shouldn't I? Huh. Harry started shaking his head. Oh, yay. All right, they're sure to be upset with this. Daphne said, starting to get up. Wait. Harry stopped her. Tell them that we're doing it at the 3 Broomsticks. But Harry, Hermione started with a tone that Harry knew all too well from his last life. We're not allowed to leave the grounds. True, I actually have a plan that can get me out of trouble, Tonks too, but I can't pull it for anyone else. Harry said thoughtfully. Although I wouldn't suggest you attend, there is little reason for you to be there and it could use up all of your leverage to get away with it. But you can't go alone. Tonks insisted. I won't be alone either way. Nick will be there. Harry smiled reassuringly. What's the leverage to get us out of trouble? Tonks asked. If I'm comparing the values of my options, I should know the value of my options. Too true. Harry commended and leaned across Hermione to whisper to her directly. Dumbledore gave us waivers to get out of detentions. So long as he doesn't remember, he will probably only assign 1 detention per person. I would tell everyone, but we really don't want Dumbledore to find out until tomorrow. Tonks nodded her agreement. You're right, I am better off saving that. All right, so I'm telling the press tea with Harry and Nick 2:30 at the 3 Broomsticks. Daphne recapped, standing up. I'm off. I have a few letters to write myself. Harry said, standing as well. Gotta find out who I need to talk to get a visit with Sirius. Sirius will probably know. When Harry left, the remaining members of his court broke up and went their ways, except for Hermione and Tonks, who went with Harry, and went to their dorms to be interrogated by the other students. The reply from Sirius came quickly and they were scheduled to meet after dinner the next day. That evening Nick intercepted Dumbledore just as he was entering the Great Hall for dinner. No one noticed as Harry discreetly checked the time. "Ah, Headmaster. Harry told me that you were looking to have a word with me. I'm fairly busy but I have time now if it is convenient," Nick said in his thick London accent. "Have you eaten? I was just on my way to dinner and you would be more than welcome to join me, Mr. Harry never gave us your surname," Dumbledore said apologetically. "Nick is a more than adequate title," Nick said calmly. "And to answer your question, yes, I have eaten. I had dinner just before coming here, in fact. If you like we can reschedule." "No, that won't be necessary, I'll just eat later," Dumbledore said, leading Nick out of the hall. "Let's go to my office and chat." "If you're sure," Nick said diplomatically. "I don't want to impose." "It is no imposition, I assure you," Dumbledore insisted. "It isn't as though the food will all be gone when we're done." "Are you sure?" Nick joked. "Harry has told me things about that Weasley boy." Dumbledore laughed. "I suspect that boy is why his family has such a difficult time saving money." "Drop," Dumbledore offered a few minutes later when they got to his office. Nick politely declined. Dumbledore tented his hand in front of his mouth for a few moments. "So, what can you tell me about Harry's training?" "Not a lot," Nick said. "The specifics are classified but it is fairly comprehensive. This summer he's scheduled to start combat training. Do you think it is wise to push him at this age?" Dumbledore asked, concerned. "Would it not be better for him to have a normal childhood? The kid was more famous by his second birthday than you will ever be, Albus. His life would never have been normal," Nick said. "Besides, the order came from the top. Our founder himself wanted to make sure that Harry was ready for whatever he will have to face in his life." "What do you think he will have to face?" Dumbledore asked. "Our founder knows something about Harry that he hasn't told another living soul." Nick shrugged. "I suppose what he isn't telling us holds that answer." "Any theories?" Dumbledore pressed. "Well, the only thing we know is that it isn't a prophecy that he's withholding," Nick said, grimacing. "Why do you think that?" Dumbledore asked, slightly concerned. "Well, if there was a prophecy indicating that Harry should have or would need to have advanced training to survive, wouldn't be kept hidden from him," Nick said confidently. "The Grand Nick might be crotchety in his age but he isn't that much of a jerk." Albus gulped audibly. "Grand Nick. That is the title of our founder," Nick said. "His name is Nick as well?" Dumbledore inquired. "When the vest is on your name is always Nick, or Nicole, if you're a girl," Nick said proudly. "Helps keep us anonymous." "Interesting idea," Dumbledore admitted. "I suppose if you're stubborn enough that would be successful." "And we're definitely stubborn enough," Nick replied. "So let's cut the crap. Why did you call me here?" "My first goal is to hear the details of what happened between you and Professor Quirrell yesterday." Dumbledore sat back in his chair, folding his hands patiently. "There isn't much to tell," Nick said. "When I saw him holding the stone I hit his hand with a reducto and then we bantered. Why do the bad guys always talk? Then we fought and I killed him. I vanished his head too. Never can be too safe." "How did you get past my protections?" Dumbledore asked. "Oh, please. I could have gotten through that mess as a first year," Nick boasted. "I don't know how you expected them to keep out anyone decently talented with a wand. Besides, Voldemort destroyed everything on his way through. So tell me more about your organization," Dumbledore ordered. "No," Nick responded. "If you don't, I'm going to have to insist that you don't come into contact with Harry again." Dumbledore tried. "Insist all you want. I don't care," Nick retaliated. "No one cares what you say Harry can or can't do. I'm his guardian and I will be respected," Dumbledore said irritatedly. "Harry is not to go near you. Good for you making rules and everything," Nick said condescendingly. "Best of luck trying to enforce them though. It's not like we ever needed your permission before. I'll have you arrested," Dumbledore countered. "Who are you going to charge with the crimes?" Nick asked, raising an eyebrow. "Nick is a title, not a name. Not to mention that it is the title from a group that you only know about because our founder decided to let you know. I'm leaving now. Maybe we can talk again when you're less hostile." Dumbledore wasn't used to being dismissed out of hand like that. He was Albus Dumbledore. For the last 50 years he has gotten an answer to every question and obedience from everyone. How dare he say that Albus, rules didn't apply to Albus, charge. Albus knew his plan was ill-advised, but he was so upset that he stopped caring, and sent the strongest legitimacy probe he could muster into the strange man. All he needed was blackmail to leverage against him. He was sure there would be something. Albus, Minerva called out. Strange, they all know not to barge into meetings. Albus thought, confused. Why are my eyes closed? Albus, wake up. Minerva called again, this time shaking his shoulder slightly. Did I fall down? What's going on? Albus asked himself, opening his eyes. He was in his office with Minerva and no one else. There was someone here, or what are you doing in here? Can't you see I'm in a meeting? Albus, it has been hours since you left the Great Hall. Minerva said, relieved that he was speaking. What? No, it hasn't. Dumbledore argued. We've only been talking for a few minutes. Albus, it is dark out, all the students are in bed as are most of the staff. McGonagall said patiently. I think you've been unconscious the whole time. What's the last thing you remember? I was talking to Nick, he was refusing my answers. Dumbledore said listlessly. Then I got angry and he started to leave, then I heard you. Do you think he attacked you? McGonagall asked upset. Maybe, it's foggy, I can't really remember. Albus said as he started to get to his feet. He stumbled slightly and Minerva immediately caught him. Thank you, Minerva. You've had a long day, why don't we get you to bed and we can deal with Nick tomorrow? McGonagall said reassuringly and led Albus into his bed chamber. At least one person is still doing what I intend them to do. Albus thought, smiling. Across the castle there was only one thought left for Harry tonight before sleep claimed him. I wonder if the old man will think twice about brain-raping people. Harry's morning was eventful. Based on how often he had a staff member tailing him, he assumed that Dumbledore had heard about the change in venue and ordered the teachers to do anything to keep Harry from going. Not that it was going to work. Harry wasn't surprised that Filch and Snape were the two that were trying the hardest to catch him. What did surprise Harry though was McGonagall being the third most vigilant. She followed him around all morning with a strange cold glare. Snape and Filch both looked giddy at having the chance to get Harry in trouble. McGonagall and Snape were both at the staff table while Filch loitered at the door to the entrance hall during lunch. Just before 1:30 Harry decided it was time to go. He stood up, and very loudly and clearly spoke to his court, loud enough for every person in the hall to hear. I'm going to the bathroom now, I'll see you in a few hours. Harry made a hasty exit past Filch, who followed a few moments later. He activated the Marauder's map while he was walking and watched as McGonagall and Snape spread out, presumably to prevent Harry from slipping by unnoticed. Harry smirked. Time to have some fun. For the next 50 minutes Harry wandered around the halls messing with the heads of his pursuers. The professors never stood a chance really. One moment Harry would duck around a corner in front of one and then walk out of a door in front of another. Between disillusioning himself, warping and the map it was a cakewalk. Just my luck, McGonagall thought to herself. Why couldn't Harry be like the twins, or any other trouble student and at least be troublesome where you know where he is? But no, Harry Potter has to be harder to get a hold on than a fish. That is when she heard a scream coming from above her. She drew her wand and increased her pace up the stairs. She only got a few more steps when she saw Harry's body fall past her. She jumped over to the rail intent on casting charms to save the boy's life from the fall. She looked down and saw nothing. No falling boy, no smear on the floor, nothing. Eventually she decided that she'd been pranked. Screw this search, I need a drink. A disillusioned Harry was flying just under the stairs that led from the third floor to the fourth, trying his hardest not to start laughing. Once he had the impulse under control he warped off to the village to meet the press. Harry stayed disillusioned as he entered the bar and decided it was a good thing as Hagrid, Dumbledore and Professor Sprout were there waiting for him. Dumbledore is really desperate to win this battle for control. Harry thought as he carefully made his way past them. I suppose it makes sense if he is still trying to get me to take the martyr's path. Nick training is certainly a threat to his plan. Harry was starting up the stairs to the private room when a Dove Patronus materialized in the room. It spoke in Snape's voice. Albus, we're pretty sure he's managed to get out of the castle. Who are you waiting for? Madame Rosmerta called from behind the bar. Harry Potter. He is supposed to be hosting a press conference today but wasn't given permission to leave the grounds. Hagrid said loudly. What? He's been here for half an hour already. Rosmerta told them, causing Harry to quicken his pace. They're in room 4. What? Dumbledore shouted. Harry slipped into room 4 and quickly warded it against everything he could think of. He dropped his disillusionment as he turned to face the reporters. Hello everyone. If anyone asks, I've been here since 2 OK. Harry walked to join Nick at the head of the table. Rita Skeeter was there along with Luna and a woman in her 20s that Harry had never seen before. The older ladies each brought their own photographer. Nick was there too, obviously, and he was the one that checked in with Rosmerta a half an hour ago. Harry sat down and calmly poured himself some tea. Well, I believe that you all know me, but I'm Harry Potter. The man on my right is Nick. He is a friend and ally. Harry said before motioning towards Rita. My name is Rita Skeeter, I write for the Prophet, you may have heard of me. This man is my photographer. Rita said, waving dismissively at her companion. Frank, I think. My name is Steve Miller. Her photographer muttered. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm Joan Fellows from Teen Witch Weekly and my photographer, the 20-something started. Can introduce himself, thank you. The photographer smiled down at her, clearly not taking offense. As she chuckled, he finished. I'm Solomon Glover, it's nice to meet you. Luna Lovegood, Quibbler. Luna said. Daddy said I'm too young to boss around a photographer, so I brought my own camera. His name is Stu. It is a shame that no one from International Wizarding News was able to make it. Nick said, both he and Harry smiling at Luna while the others looked insulted by her presence. So let's get started then. Harry said, clapping his hands together while the reporters picked up their quills. Luna, Mr. Potter, will you tell us about your experiments with time? Luna asked dreamily. Excuse me. Harry asked, internal warning signs flashing. I've heard that you're changing time. Luna said in a misty voice. We were wondering if it was a culinary endeavor or a botanical one. Oh, well, I've been cooking a fair bit if that's what you mean. Harry said, frowning and rubbing the back of his neck. I mean, not in the last month or so, but before then. Rita, why the change of venue? Rita asked, raising an eyebrow. Headmaster Dumbledore was adamant that having the press present would disrupt the other students. Harry said calmly. And you were allowed to come without an escort. Rita followed up. Oh, no, not at all. If you were to open the door right now you would find 3 staff members. I'm perfectly escorted. Harry smiled cheekily. Joan. Everyone wants to know, does Harry Potter have his eyes set on a specific girl? Joan asked, waggling her eyebrow suggestively. Solomon wasted no time taking a picture of Harry's blush. No comment. Harry said quickly. Luna, how did you and Nick meet? I'll cover this one, Harry. Nick said and stepped forward. GNICC leadership decided to take an interest in Harry's development. I made contact with Harry for the first time within hours of him being left at his Muggle relative's house by Albus Dumbledore. Rita, Harry prompted. Nick, what was your involvement in the events of the other day? I don't know what story Dumbledore officially released, but after Harry got attacked by Quirrell and they got put in the hospital wing, I took up a guardian role there. Nick said. I have no doubt that I was with Harry for more of that time than anyone, including his girls. Joan gasped quietly and jotted down some extra notes. Then when Quirrell got out of bed, all of a sudden I knew there was something wrong, so I followed him. He gave the basilisk the orders to attack the village and then made his way to the 3rd-floor corridor that had various protections within. Being an agent of Voldemort, Quirrell didn't care and simply obliterated everything in front of him. Our confrontation ended in the room with the artifact Quirrell was trying to steal, and we fought until I was forced to kill him. Nick continued. That accomplished, I found myself tired, but I knew that Harry would be up momentarily, so I sent him a message informing him of the basilisk. Nick concluded soundly. Where did the basilisk come from? Luna asked. And did you find any aquavirius maggots? They're supposed to like feasting on the cast-off scales of semi-aquatic snakes. I believe it was the Chamber of Secrets, can't be sure though. Nick shrugged. Quirrell spoke a password and the sink in a bathroom moved to the side and opened a long tunnel to a space deep under the school where the snake was. I'm afraid I don't know what an aquavirius maggot looks like. I can check with the elves to see if any were harvested. You can't miss them, Harry said nonchalantly. They're about this size of your finger, bright blue, and they flash. Right, Nick said, scratching his head, not noticing that Luna was beaming at Harry. I didn't see any of those, no, sorry. So what happened next? Rita asked. That's my part of the story. Harry said. I woke up in my bed when Quirrell died. Just after my moment of disorientation left me, I greeted my friends and then heard the message. The mission was pretty straightforward: get weapon, kill Snake. Harry shrugged. The only basilisk-slaying weapon whose location I knew was the Sword of Gryffindor. So I made my way up to Dumbledore's office and asked the Sorting Hat to fetch the sword for me. From there I made my way as quickly as I could down to the village, and you know the rest from there. How is it that you just happened to know the location of a priceless treasure that has been lost for centuries? Rita dug. Has it really? Harry asked, looking to Nick, who shrugged. I knew it was considered lost, which is what allowed me to claim it, but you really didn't know. How were we supposed to know? Rita said indignantly. It hasn't been seen since Godric died and he didn't leave a record of it. Haven't you listened to the Hat's song? Harry retorted. It tells you flat out that Godric put the brains in it. Actually, the Hat is more similar to a magic portrait than anything else. You said it was in Dumbledore's office. Luna breathed. I understand that there is a guardian gargoyle to prevent just that. A few months ago that gargoyle and I got into a disagreement. Harry said with emphasis on disagreement. I believe that since then it has adopted the policy of not trying to stop me. Oh, the blibbering humdingers claimed that they gave you the password. Luna said, sounding disappointed. The blibbering humdingers are probably also the ones who told you I was cooking, despite me distinctly making them promise to keep it a secret. Harry sighed. You can't trust anything they say. Luna looked slightly upset with the answer but didn't say anything. Joan did pick up the questions though. You said that there was a disagreement. Details. It was the day of my godfather's trial and I didn't want to be late. The headmaster was taking us and we were trying to get him to hurry up when we realized that none of us knew the password. Harry explained, blushing. When the gargoyle didn't move after we asked, I got angry and blew it up. Who is we? Rita followed up. Harry was beginning to think that they each only had a very loose guide for their questions and were really just fishing for everything they could. My best friends Hermione Granger and Tonks, and myself of course. Harry said, looking Rita dead in the eye. Are those his girls, that Nick spoke of? Joan asked with a coy grin. No comment. Harry said, blushing. I am not going to talk about my love life, nor am I going to talk about anatomy. Just leave it alone. Come on, Harry. Rita said saucily. Countless girls across the country are eagerly waiting to find out if there is still a chance with you. No comment. Harry said, blushing harder. To his irritation, Nick started laughing. Harry felt like he had betrayed himself. We've gotten several letters from girls declaring that by the end of next year you would be theirs. Joan laughed. Probably many more have the same goal and just haven't told anyone, right, Luna? Of course. Luna said without missing a beat and completely devoid of embarrassment. My goal is Christmas though. Harry buried his face in his hands while everyone else laughed for a while. When they were done, Rita pulled them back onto topic. So Harry, how are you going to spend the money from selling the body? I actually took the lazy route. I donated 90% of the raw ingredients to the village for reconstruction and to assist the families that were affected. Harry smiled, knowing how good this was for his image. The remaining portion I am holding for my own personal use. So in short, I'm not going to spend it because I made no gold from the event. What I am actually going to be using the parts for, I'm not sure yet. And so the afternoon went. For 2 more hours the 3 reporters asked questions and Harry answered. Rita's continued to get more and more invasive as she searched for all the seeds of discord she could find. Joan's questions were about his social life and had a strong focus towards trying to make him slip up and talk about girls. Luna's questions continued getting more and more bizarre, spanning a great variety of subjects, both real and fictional. Fortunately, Harry's former memories continued to supply him with the answers she was looking for. Nick was questioned from time to time but never was asked anything of significance. Finally, Harry dropped the wards on the room and the press started filing out, right past an upset Dumbledore. He didn't speak until all of the reporters were gone. Detention, Mr. Potter, tomorrow night with Professor Snape. You'll report to his office at 8 o'clock. Yes, sir. Harry said solemnly and followed Albus as he started making his way back up to the castle. Harry smirked when he noticed the beetle crawling up the back of the headmaster's robes. He hoped Rita was going to get a good scoop. Halfway across the island, Lucius Malfoy was sitting at the desk in his study with an old black book resting in front of him. He picked up his quill and started writing. Master, the reports are confirmed, the boy killed the basilisk. How does this affect our plan? As Harry split off from Dumbledore to rejoin his friend's Albus side and sent a Patronus messenger. He was almost halfway to his office when Snape joined him. Ah, Severus, Mr. Potter will be joining you for detention tomorrow evening after dinner. I see, Severus drawled. Is there any particular reason you chose to stick the brat on me? I thought you might be able to enjoy yourself. Albus said, smiling. I don't think I'm going to remember to mark down an end time. Just don't break any rules. The boy needs to learn to obey me, but if you give him a foothold he'll crucify you. I think I have just the thing. Snape said, smirking. I assume that cleaning 2 classes worth of cauldrons is within the rules. Yes, that should be no problem at all. Dumbledore replied, knowing how difficult some cauldrons can be to clean. So how much damage did he do? Snape asked. I can't be sure until the articles are published. That room had some of the best privacy wards I've ever seen. Dumbledore admitted glumly. I just hope he didn't tell Rita that I threatened to halt Black's guardianship. Neither of them noticed a small green beetle drop off of Dumbledore's robes in shock. Padfoot, Harry shouted as he dashed across the entrance hall that evening. Hey pup, Sirius said, hugging Harry. I woke up and got out of the hospital and stuff. Harry said gleefully. Thought you should know. I see that, Sirius said, laughing. So tell me about the fight. Later, Harry said, turning serious suddenly. What can we do about the hold-up with you gaining guardianship? Not much, Sirius said. Normally being a wealthy noble would be helping my case. But Dumbledore, Harry lead. Huh. But Dumbledore has the Wizengamot convinced that since I became Lord Black while incarcerated that I might not be able to handle the stress of it in a child. His fear is that I will be so busy with matters of state just by you whatever you want instead of actually parenting you. Did you tell that I have gone 10 years without parenting already at the place I'll be going if they don't grant you guardianship? Harry asked. Yes, but Dumbledore vouches for the Dursleys and so it is his word against mine. Sirius said sadly. I'll tell them then, Harry countered hotly. Then it is your word against his, which is closer, but Dumbledore would probably still win. Sirius replied flatly. I'm pretty sure Dumbledore got this started in the first place. I wouldn't be surprised, but tell me your reasoning. Harry asked rationally. When you were unconscious he approached me trying to convince me that it would be better for you to go back to the Dursleys. The next day I told him that it was going to be your choice and he made that disappointed face at me, said he understood, and then 2 days later I get a notice of the inquiry. Sirius said, grimacing. I don't even know why he wants you back there so much. He keeps saying it is for the greater good and won't explain further. Typical old goat. Harry shrugged, making Sirius laugh. Anyway, I'm not going back to the Dursleys under any circumstances. If the old man sends me there, Nick will take me with him. I don't know why, but I don't feel uneasy in the slightest about the idea of you being rescued by people I know nothing about. Sirius said quietly. Maybe that means they're right and I shouldn't be a guardian. They're not right at all. Harry said defiantly. I just don't need a father figure in my life. After all, I have gotten this far without one. A close friend though I could use. Well, I'll shoot for somewhere in between and see how things go. Sirius laughed while pulling something out of his pocket. Your dad and I used these while we were in detention. Just say my name into it and mine will vibrate and give off heat. Brilliant, Harry said quickly and took the mirror. What you did with Dad reminds me though, did you keep the notes on the Marauders map? I want to get some special versions made for gifts. I'll ask Moony, Sirius replied before taking a coy tone. So if I'm going to be a friend rather than a father, why don't you tell me about girls? Why does everyone ask me that? Harry Ned up at the ceiling. I have an answer but you're not going to like it. I don't know about that. Sirius insisted. Alright, here goes. Harry lead in. I'm seeing a snake. What's wrong with dating a Slytherin? Sirius asked confused. Let's see, in your year there is the Greengrass girl. I saw her in the hospital wing a couple times. Good for you. The Greengrasses are a good family. No, you don't understand. I'm seeing a snake. Harry switched to Parseltongue at this point. Say hi hand. Hi hand. The snake exclaimed, sticking her head out of Harry's collar. The whites of Sirius' eyes were visible all of the way around his irises. After not breathing for a few seconds, he noticed that Harry was snickering. Sirius soon saw the joke. "Oh, so you think spring Parseltongue on unsuspecting friends is funny to you?" "The funniest. You're now the third person I've told." Harry mused. "I should probably tell the rest of the court though. They deserve to know." "So only my cousin and Hermione know too?" Sirius asked. "No, not them. The twins," Harry said. "You'd like them a lot. Real pranksters. We've chatted." Sirius laughed. "I encourage them to keep inventing. Maybe be hazardous to the world though, based on their notes." After a few moments of good-natured laughing, Sirius suddenly stopped and regarded Harry. "You're not actually dating your snake, are you? So the brown folder is a copy of my notes, the blue folder are the assignments that the professors have said won't be graded because of how long ago they were assigned." Hermione started guiding Harry through his missing school work. "The red folder are things that are current with the class and the yellow folder are the assignments that still need to be turned in, but were already turned in by the class as a whole." "Understand. Wow, you did all this?" Harry asked, stunned. "This is amazing, Hermione." "Thank you. You're welcome," she said, bashfully turning red. "I can set up a study schedule for you to get ready for the exams if you want." "Thank you but no thank you." Harry hugged her. "I don't really need to study." "Harry," Hermione shouted into his chest before pulling back. "You have to study, you won't get a good grade if you don't, and then what will you do?" "Have you been practicing your occlumency?" Harry asked. Not since you stopped helping us." Hermione blushed again. "We were too distracted with you in the hospital and everything." Tonks added quietly. "I'm going to be in the hospital a lot," Harry said flatly. "You'll never get anything done if you drop everything just for that." "Why are you going to be in the hospital a lot?" Hermione asked, concerned. "Voldemort has been traipsing around the school all year." Harry shrugged. "He's clearly not dead. I'm his only target that hasn't died. He has a score to settle. Until he is gone, I must assume I'm in a certain amount of danger." "Doesn't that worry you?" Tonks asked shakily. Harry just shrugged again. "You already knew," Hermione concluded. "Whatever he was after, you knew it was here as bait. That's what you meant by, a long time ago, sorta, wasn't it? You just didn't want us to worry. And Nick training you was because he knew you know who wasn't gone." Tonks added with confidence. "Well, a long time ago, sorta, was actually referring to Halloween, but otherwise you two are very correct." Harry said, grinning. "I wasn't allowed to tell anyone." "Oh, that makes sense." Hermione smiled back. "Wait, Halloween. The troll was distraction take one." Harry mimed two pieces of wood clacking together. "And the basilisk was take two." "We're off topic. What does occlumency have to do with studying?" Hermione said, shaking her head. "Oh, right. Well, at a certain level of proficiency you can the ability to store information very efficiently." Hermione's eyes grew wide at this. "If you work hard, by this time next year studying could be obsolete for the two of you too." That night Tonks and Hermione were up late poring over the occlumency books Harry had gotten them that year. This was the first morning that Harry would be waking up outside of the hospital wing again. Tonks of course couldn't waste the moment. And so it came to be that Harry woke up that morning to the sight of Tonks flying towards him through the air. Harry quickly rolled to the side and Tonks only caught mattress. "Good morning, Nim." "Morning. I'm glad you're not back in the hospital for something weird," Tonks said, biting her lip and pulling Harry into a hug. Harry laughed and motioned for Hermione to join the hug. "I should be done in there for this year. So don't worry. Food." Both girls nodded into him and then the three climbed out of bed. Harry put some clothes on and they made their way out of the tower. Everyone in the Great Hall stopped eating and talking when they walked in. After only a moment of this, Harry waved. "Good morning, everyone." Everyone turned their attention away from the trio as they made their way to the Ravenclaw table. Breakfast was progressing swimmingly while the girls filled Harry in on current potions work. None of them noticed the post arriving until a common barn owl swooped down to Harry. Harry quickly untied the letter. "Thank you. You're a very handsome bloke." The owl puffed up proudly and took off while Harry unrolled the note. After a moment he sighed. "Seems that Dumbledore has told Snape to be extra rough on me in detention tonight. What do you think he'll make you do?" Hermione sounded very unsure. "I'm sure it can't be too bad, I mean right." "I dunno," Harry said cheerfully. We'll probably find out in class, one way or another. Why are you happy? Tonks raised an eyebrow. I've got my free pass, remember? Harry asked, smirking. The note said that Dumbledore specifically told him that he didn't set an end time, so Snape might set something up that will take all night to accomplish. Can anyone tell me why we must take caution while making the steady flame compound? Snape drawled. Harry raised his hand enthusiastically. Mr. Potter, from the time that the essences of the flametongue flower is added until there is no more water in the mixture, it will react violently to any magic. Harry answered smugly. Correct. Snape sneered. Can anyone else tell me the properties of the root wax of the boglily and why we use it in this compound? Entwistle. It is the only known water-soluble wax in the magical world, which allows ingredients to be used that normally would be restricted because of the wax. Kevin said confidently. Such as essence of flametongue. Correct. The instructions are on the board. Snape said, waving his wand, making said instructions appear. This substance is incredibly difficult to wash, so try not to get any on yourself. When you're finished, leave. Your cauldron's on the back table, I'll have them cleaned tonight. Snape finished his statement with an evil smirk at Harry. As the class got to work, Harry smiled to himself, imagining the look that will be on Snape's face. That evening after dinner, Harry made his way down to the dungeons. Upon entering, he noticed that there were more cauldrons piled up than just his class was able to produce. Snape must have had all of his classes today making the compound. Snape himself was smirking at Harry. I'm sure you know by now what your task is tonight. The cleaning solution is in the closet, and remember, no magic unless you wish to explode. Harry merely smiled and walked up to the desk. He set a piece of parchment down in front of the confused professor and turned and walked out. Harry closed the door behind him and walked away just as Snape's frustrated scream found his ears. Severus, what are you doing here? Dumbledore asked curiously as Snape stormed into his office. I thought you would be with Mr. Potter in detention. The brat showed up and gave me this. Snape threw the exemption note on Dumbledore's desk. Then he just walked out like nothing was unusual. Why didn't you stop him? Dumbledore asked, picking up the paper. Oh, I forgot about these. I believe Ms. Tonks has one as well. I tried to stop him, but he had disappeared completely within a few seconds of closing the door. Snape snarled. He reclaimed his father's cloak this winter. Dumbledore nodded sagely. I'm sure he was just invisible. It was a mistake giving that to him. Snape sneered. I couldn't withhold an heirloom from him. Dumbledore defended. Being his guardian granted me a lot of liberties, but the laws don't allow for that. Since when have you cared about following the law? Snape asked incredulously. Dumbledore just glared back. Oh look, you're on the front page. Tonks said the next morning, handing him a copy of the Prophet. Not that it is unexpected. The front page held a picture of Harry holding the sword of Gryffindor while light was shining through the window into the three broomsticks in just such a manner that made Harry look especially heroic. Opposed to Harry, and facing his picture, was a picture of Dumbledore taken from a low angle, making him look particularly menacing. Harry took one look at the headline, then shot Dumbledore a cocky grin from his seat. Turning back to the paper, he read, The Leader of the Light and the Boy Who Lived at Odds. By Rita Skeeter. Last week, in the wake of the attack on Hogsmeade, I, like many others, traveled to Hogwarts to seek information. When I got around to trying to talk to the hero of the hour, Harry Potter, the headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, intervened. Dumbledore turned us away, informing us in no uncertain terms that Mr. Potter had no comment to make on the events of the day. We were in for a shock the next day when our lunch was interrupted by an owl from none other than Harry Potter himself calling for interviews. Mr. Potter had arranged for us to meet in the entrance hall. So why, if Harry Potter didn't want to talk to the press, was he calling us together? The first clue to this riddle came a few hours later when I was once again the recipient of an owl, this time notifying me that the venue had changed to the Three Broomsticks, which had suffered minor damage during the attack. When I arrived at the Three Broomsticks a few minutes after 2 o'clock, I was surprised to find not only 2 Hogwarts staff members but the headmaster himself loitering about the common area, on high alert. My first instinct was to assume they were there for security, but they didn't seem to pay attention to anyone inside, only the people coming in, like they were waiting for someone. Fearing for my story, I entered the room Mr. Potter had reserved with trepidation. To me relief, Mr. Potter and a friend of his named Nick were already there, waiting. Over the next few minutes my colleges from the Quibbler and Teenwich Weekly arrived. Just before our scheduled start time of 2:30 we heard an angry shout from downstairs. Mr. Potter then cast some impressive privacy wards and we started the questioning. As it turns out, when the headmaster said that Mr. Potter didn't want to talk to the press, Mr. Potter was actually unconscious under the effects of dreamless sleep potion while recovering from the fight. Mr. Potter further claims that when he informed Headmaster Dumbledore of the arranged meeting, Dumbledore then attempted to stymie him, with the simple threat of denying to grant us, the press, access to the school grounds. We were without a meeting place. Thus the change. The 3 members of the Hogwarts staff were waiting for Harry to arrive. Their intention was to take him back to the school and prevent him from talking with us. The headmaster was waiting outside the door when we left, so I, sensing a story, hung back and listened in. Professor Dumbledore gave credence to Mr. Potter's story when he assigned Harry a detention for the very next day. Over the next few days, with great assistance from my contacts with school-aged children, I gathered word from the castle. The rumors are shocking. It would seem that our young savior started his school year by challenging old, outdated and divisive traditions, such as the house point system. An unfortunate but well-known symptom of old age is unwillingness to accept change. Albus Dumbledore recently celebrated his 136th birthday. He was understandably upset with Mr. Potter's actions, and according to the students, the two of them were frequently at odds over various aspects of school life. Rumors also persist that Professor Dumbledore is encouraging his teaching staff to be especially strict with Harry. I have also heard that Dumbledore used his position to prevent Lord Sirius Black from gaining the rightful guardianship of Harry Potter. I checked with the ministry, and currently Mr. Potter's guardians are Mr. and Mrs. Vernon Dursley, Lily Potter's Muggle sister and brother-in-law. What is really interesting, however, is that Albus Dumbledore is listed as Harry Potter's magical guardian. What is causing the conflict between these two heroes? What does Dumbledore have to gain by interfering with Lord Black from taking guardianship? How far will the headmaster go to gain the upper hand? How does this reflect on his continued validity as headmaster? Harry Potter's account of the day, page 4. What Dumbledore has to gain, page 6. Lord Sirius Black, facts or fables? Page 8. Harry was thrilled and wasn't hiding it. Rita had finally pulled through for him. He was very glad that he hadn't sent her a can of Raid for Christmas like he had planned. Fortunately, he could still use that as a threat if he needed to. He was grinning at the girls like the Cheshire Cat. This is amazing. I bet this will put the spurs to Sirius. Committee. Where did she hear all of these rumors? Hermione asked. What do you mean? Tonks replied. Everything she mentioned is fairly common knowledge, well, except for Dumbledore pushing harsher treatment and slowing up Sirius' case. Those rumors that matter, though. Hermione said impatiently, not noticing Blaise and Daphne walk up behind her. Hermione's right, Daphne said from directly behind the brunette, causing her to jump. Sorry for sneaking up. It's okay, Hermione said, chuckling. You were saying something about me being right. Daphne laughed. Well, yes, it is very curious that she would be able to find out about those two things unless Harry told her. Oh, I didn't tell her, Harry admitted. I was trying to focus on the basilisk story. No one seemed to care about it though. So how do you think she got the story? Blaise asked calmly. I suspect that she has some way of being undetectable and simply followed Dumbledore around listening to him, Harry speculated. Don't ask me what method she used though. Takes something special for Dumbledore not to be able to notice. Dumbledore and Snape are both sending a death glare over here. Tonks worried. Good thing this didn't come out yesterday. So how was your detention anyway? Blaise inquired. Short. Harry smiled smugly. Dumbledore gave me an exemption at Halloween. Snape was pissed. I wonder who ended up cleaning all those cauldrons. I hope the elves refused to. Harry rushed through the rest of his breakfast before hurrying back up to the tower to call Sirius and discuss how the article will affect the timetable. The Quibbler came out that weekend. The magazine was passed to him from down the table. Harry Potter reads the Quibbler out loud. His muggles listen. By Luna Lovegood. Finally someone has replied correctly to my icebreakers. Harry didn't miss a beat, expressing knowledge of the jokes and subject matter with perfection. The only logical conclusion is that Harry Potter has been a devoted fan of the Quibbler for years. Then he told us that he grew up with his Muggle relatives. Since all family units know what each individual member is interested in, this leads me to conclude that those same Muggles know about the Quibbler and its contents. Which would lead one to believe that the Muggles also read the Quibbler, but that would be violating the statute of secrecy. However, Harry claims to have trained through his whole life with his friend, Nick, who was also present. Clearly, if someone was going to train a young wizard while allowing him to remain in a Muggle neighborhood, they were also going to teach said wizard about the statute of secrecy. A quick check with the Ministry of Magic verified that they had never been called to the Dursley residence for any reason. So we know that the Muggles that Harry lived with have to have knowledge of the Quibbler, since Harry Potter does. We know that Harry Potter has never violated the statute of secrecy. Finally, we know that Harry could not have read the Quibbler to his Muggles, nor could his Muggles have read the Quibbler on their own without violating the very same statute. We at the Quibbler can only conclude that Harry Potter reads the Quibbler out loud when he receives his copy and makes sure to do it where his Muggles are sure to be able to listen in. The Quibbler recognizes that we don't have any subscriptions in Harry Potter's name, but would like to congratulate Henry Planter on his guile. There were no words in reaction, just simple blank stares. After a few minutes of silent contemplation, Harry finally spoke up somewhat lamely. Well, the Quibbler has always been known for having real information if you can look past the crazy conjecture. By the end of the next week, Harry was completely caught up on his homework. The final assignment was due to McGonagall, and that Friday Harry and the girls dropped his work of before going to breakfast. They ended up arriving late enough that they had missed the post. Like many mornings before, everyone looked their way as they walked in, but instead of turning back to their meals, many of the girls glared. "Why are they looking at us that way?" Hermione asked, moving closer to Harry. "Teen Witch Weekly must be out," Harry said with resignation. "Must be something inflammatory." "Hey you three," Fred said casually, walking up with George. "Have you seen the article yet?" George asked. "No, how bad is it?" Harry asked, concerned. "Oh, it isn't bad for Harry," George started. "But I certainly wouldn't want to be," Fred continued. "One of these two lovely ladies." Fred finished holding out a copy of the TWW, already open to the relevant page. Harry Potter's Girls. By Joan Fellows. "I had a simple assignment when I went to the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade last week to meet with Harry Potter. All my editor asked of me was to find out about Harry's love life. I thought it would be easy. After all, I am a 24-year-old woman interrogating an 11-year-old boy. Most boys his age would turn red at the mention of girls and then easily be badgered into admitting everything. Not Harry Potter. I asked and got a stiff, no comment, as the reply and further questioning was merely ignored. His friend, Nick, however, was a helpful wellspring of little pieces of information. The first of these helpful nuggets is also the most intriguing. While Nick was recounting his part in the events of the other day and the months leading up to it, he said that he had spent the most time in the hospital wing with Harry, while Harry's girls spent the second most. Throughout the rest of the conversation, the number of sullen glares from Harry and knowing smirks from Nick made one question absolutely imperative: who are Harry Potter's girls? Fortunately, I have a sister who is a 7th-year Ravenclaw, and while she is not directly inside Harry's circle, she is friendly with them. She wasn't willing to draw conclusions first, but she did fill us in on who would be considered Harry's closest friends. In no particular order, sorted by house, we have Nymphadora Tonks, 1st-year Ravenclaw, Metamorphagus and daughter of healer Andromeda Tonks; Hermione Granger, Muggleborn 1st-year Ravenclaw; Blaise Zabini, 1st-year Slytherin and heir to Lady Zabini; Daphne Greengrass, 1st-year Slytherin and heiress to House Greengrass; Susan Bones, 1st-year Hufflepuff, heiress to House Bones and niece of the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement; Madame Amelia Bones, Hannah Abbott, 1st-year Hufflepuff; and Fred and George Weasley, 3rd-year Gryffindors. That's 5 girls, 2 being from Harry's own house. Anything further would just be speculation on my part, but we here at Teen Witch Weekly will make sure to keep an eye on Nymphadora and Hermione." "I can't believe it," Hermione gasped. "I know, it's incredible," Harry added, disbelieving. "I'm tempted to kill that witch." Tonks stressed the W quite strongly. "All of the Harry Potter fangirls," Fred said somberly, "will be out for your blood." George added in the same tone. "What? No," Hermione said loudly. "That's not it at all." "It isn't," the twins asked together. "Don't be silly," Harry admonished. So what's wrong? George asked, brow furrowed. She listed me being Muggle-born first like it is the most important attribute about me. Hermione shouted. She printed my name. Twice. Tonks continued. And out of all 3 reporters not one of them cared about the basilisk. Harry finished. Makes me wonder why I even bothered in the first place. The twins looked at them like they were crazy for a moment before laughing. The 3 Ravenclaws soon joined it. The last month of the term passed without incident. Harry scored a perfect 99% on every exam, except for a perfect score in defense, and ended up overall top student in their year. Tonks ended up with the highest score in Transfiguration and Hermione took top score in Charms. Sirius hearings finally came to fruition, the article helped greatly, and Harry was informed that he would be legally allowed to join Sirius on his birthday. At that point Sirius would come it to full guardian status and Harry would never have to see the Dursleys again. Harry had decided that he was only going to be at Privet Drive to sleep, and every morning he would pop off to the manor. This way the old man's detectors won't register anything being suspicious. Harry didn't really think that Dumbledore actually expected him to stay there during the day though. The day before the end of term Harry received a copy of the Marauders' notes on their map. They were now safely tucked into his trunk, which in turn was safely shrunken and tucked into his pocket. Harry enlarged the compartment of the train as they walked in, so that it could accommodate all 9 of them. Harry sat down and Tonks and Hermione took the seat to either side of them. They leaned on him lightly as the rest of their friends joined them. The train pulled out of Hogsmeade when Harry interrupted the conversations. I have 3 things to discuss before we get to London. First of all, I'll be rejoining the magical world on my birthday. Sirius is throwing me a party and told me to invite all of you and a few others, but they'll be getting ours later. I'd love to go, but I will need someone to get me. Hermione said glumly. Muggle household, no flow. That's not a problem, Harry assured her. If nothing else I can send Nick or Sirius. Everyone else in. Everyone was nodding, then the twins countered. Mum gave us explicit instructions to invite you to the Burrow for some of the summer. She's been dying to meet you. Fred picked up when George stopped. My aunt still wants to talk to you about the basilisk. Susan added. I think my dad wants to set us up with a marriage contract. Daphne said. He's been trying to meet you since Christmas. All right, Harry said, cutting off Hannah from including her parents' request. I'll try to visit everyone when I can. Sound good. Moving on. I have a friend I would like you all to meet. The twins have already made her acquaintance. Everyone, this is Hand. Hand, this is everyone. He finished in Parseltongue as he removed Hand from his pocket. He couldn't help but laugh at their shocked expressions, neither could the twins. I'm a Parselmouth, thought you'd like to know. So, does this mean you're dark or something? Tonks asked carefully. Harry laughed again. No more than speaking English does. It's just got a bad rap. So, Parseltongue, what's next? Hannah said sarcastically. Are you going to break your trace or something? No silly, that was a while ago. Harry said coyly. I'm going to break all of yours. You can seriously do that? Hannah asked, shocked again. I was joking. Well, your joke was frighteningly accurate. Harry said, and he stood up and quietly cast a spell on each of them in turn. There you go. Practice magic to your heart's content, just don't get caught or we're all in trouble. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hermione squealed, hugging him tightly. Mum and Dad were so sad that I couldn't show them anything I've learned. They'll be so happy. The 9 of them spent the rest of the ride joking, laughing, plotting and playing. All too soon they were pulling into King's Cross Station. Hermione and Tonks were the last 2 to leave Harry's side, and they were therefore the last he said his parting words to. Harry pulled them both into a simultaneous hug. I'm going to miss the 2 of you immensely. Me too. Harry's shoulder muffled Hermione's voice and the other 2 could barely make out what she said. But it will only be until the end of July, right? Tonks verified. We can spend all of August together. I'd like that, Harry said as they crossed through the barrier to the Muggle side. Harry spotted the Dursleys just as they spotted him. With another quick hug and a key on the cheek to both of them, he said bye and went to join his relatives. Listen up, boy, Vernon said loudly once they climbed into the car. You're going to have breakfast ready for us at 8 every morning, and then you're going to do chores until lunch and then again until dinner, if you earn dinner, that is. Listen up, Tubby, Harry replied in the same tone. I'm being forced upon you without my consent. Fortunately I can leave every day. I'm only going to be in your house to sleep, I'm not doing a damn thing for you." While Vernon was turning purple with rage, Harry warped out of the car while it was going down the highway. After a quick stop at number 4 so Dumbledore's instruments would register his arrival, he dug around in his trunk and found his keystone, and apparated directly to the rune circle he set up at the manor. Harry decided, while he set about his work, that Nick and Gnicc were possibly the two best cover stories he had ever come up with on the spot. He also decided that Nick would start training Harry in hand-to-hand combat this summer. Harry smiled as his internal joke before calling upon some elves to set up a weight room. The disembodied spirit that referred to itself as Voldemort finally freed itself from the lava pit that it was vanished to. He knew as soon as he arrived that he merely needed to go up, but magma was dense and hard to move through, even for something that's little more than a ghost. Either way he was out, and back in England by the looks of it. Voldemort cast his senses out and felt the dull thrum of a nearby dark mark. A few hours later he managed to find the source. He was disappointed at what he found though. This Death Eater was his best bet, but he was restrained under the Imperious Curse and an invisibility cloak. Voldemort wasn't in a position to be picky though. He opened it to the first page and filled in the first rule: do not point directly at forehead. These last few days had been rather humbling for Harry. When he warped to the manor from the Dursleys, he forgot that his homing beacon would be fried the first time he used it. Once you're able to travel on your own, it becomes rather humiliating to travel via house elf. Harry, understandably, made the creation of a permanent homing beacon his highest priority. He only needed Marnie to shuttle him around for 3 days. And now his experiments were trying to kill him. Harry decided to use a femur for the Horcrux detector. His first impulse was to use a hand and see if he could get it to literally point at the Horcrux, but he had a better plan for the hands. The rune carving for that had only taken most of today. He'd just done his first test in fact, though the flames were unexpected. "Marnie, please bring me box number 27. Harry called to the empty room. A moment later a small box popped onto his desk. He opened the box and set Ravenclaw's diadem on his desk before walking over to where the Dementor bone landed. He picked it up and pointed it at the diadem from across the room. The end of the bone immediately started spraying sparks out, like one of those cheap Muggle fireworks. Sighing in exacerbation, Harry rolled his eyes. At least it is inconspicuous. Chuckling at his sarcasm, he watched the tip of the bone as he moved it closer to the diadem. What started out looking like a sparkler ended up looking like a pyromaniac's dream fusion of a road flare, Roman candle and flamethrower. The pyrotechnics stopped immediately if he ceased to be in contact with the bone. It seemed safe enough to be left so long as no one touched it. After checking the time, Harry decided to call it a night and conjured a metal box, just in case, and labeled it 13. He put the detector on that box and put the diadem back into 27. He added the entry to his parcel script list. If anyone found the list, managed to determine that it was an inventory and found the boxes, it would still be random unless they also spoke Parseltongue. It seemed a little excessive to Harry, but it took virtually no effort to do, so why not? Harry finished cleaning up his desk and workbench and sent the boxes into storage. He double-checked that he had his end of the beacon and warped to his room on Privet Drive. He found himself asleep in the bed, so he decided to stay up for a few hours and get some more homework done. The first time he had used his time turner to go back and sleep through his homework time, Vernon barged in to demand something or another. In one look he registered that there was a Harry sleeping in the bed and a second Harry sitting at the desk looking at him. Vernon's poor heart couldn't take it and he had a heart attack. Harry watched calmly as Vernon fell to the ground, struggling to stay alive. After considering for a moment, Harry decided that it would be better to have the Dursleys in his debt until his birthday. He didn't care what happened to them after that. He briefly considered killing them for what they did to his other self. He decided that that wasn't good enough and immediately started plotting how to ruin their lives but leave them around to live with it. Vernon's meaty hand grabbing Harry's leg brought him out of his musings, and once he remembered what was going on, he casually picked up his wand and saved Vernon's life. Harry smiled down at him sheepishly. "Sorry about that, I had a thought." The next day Vernon went to the hospital, and when he came home he had a new diet and exercise regime. Harry could tell that his relatives couldn't decide whether they should be grateful to Harry for saving Vernon, or hate him for using magic to do the saving. Harry reveled in their discomfort and now made it a point to walk through whatever room they were in often enough to keep them off balance. Harry walked down into the kitchen to make himself something to snack on while doing his potions work. 15 minutes later Harry was making his way back up the stairs with some leftover stir-fry and rice. Harry had been impressed that the Dursleys had remained silent the entire time he was down there. It would have been one thing if he had just been making himself food, but he made sure to make extra noise and mess just to bait them. Nothing, they were even having dinner. He walked in and they just shut up and let him do whatever he wanted to. They're no fun anymore, maybe I should have let the fatty die. Harry thought as he sat down at his desk. Summer homework always confused Harry. Did this summer's work count towards our first-year grades or our second? If first, how do they intend to change the grades after they've already been submitted? If second, how do they justify work done before our second year starts to be part of the second year? Furthermore, if it were for the upcoming year when it came time to choose electives, wouldn't we be assigned work for those classes? Then again, Trelawney and Hagrid aren't the most likely people to assign summer work. Meh, we'll see what arithmancy and ancient runes assigns next summer. Are you only going to be doing homework tonight, Harry? Hand asked from where she was curled up by sleeping Harry's face. Homework and maybe working on the mirror designs. Harry replied sympathetically. If you're bored you can go down and bug the Dursleys. One of Hand's favorite games was to go down in front of the Muggles and start shifting her colors wildly. The Dursleys were convinced that the sentient snake had to be the devil incarnate. Only the fear of Harry kept them from killing Hand whenever they had the chance. Everyone in the house was looking forward to July 31st. Can you use the charm to let me climb the walls? Hand asked, head peeking out from her coils. All right, Harry said and silently cast the spell. A snickering hand slithered out of the room, changing colors to match the kitchen ceiling. Harry turned back to his essay and was working for a few minutes before he heard a shrill scream from downstairs, followed by the tinkle of shattering glass. Boy! Vernon bellowed from downstairs. Get down here. Coming. Harry called down cheerfully, and made his way down the steps laughing. Harry looked forward to being older and heavier just for times like when he got to the bottom of the stairs. As soon as he set foot on the ground floor, Vernon's meaty fist caught him on the side of the head. If Harry were bigger and heavier he would have just moved a little and kept his feet in place, but since he was still small he had to take a step to keep from falling over. That didn't affect his cheerful disposition, however. Did you need something? That snake has to go. Vernon screamed. It almost scared Petunia to death. Could you keep it down? Harry asked calmly. I'm sleeping upstairs. Actually, never mind. Vernon suddenly found himself trying to shout again but with no sound coming out. It was only then that he noticed that Harry had his wand out. He turned puce and grabbed a knife out of the butcher block. Harry just stood there and let Vernon stab him all he wanted, he just turned the knife to rubber first. When he stopped, Harry smiled at him. Now that we know that you getting angry won't solve anything, I believe it is safe to say that you're done. When Vernon nodded, Harry waved his wand and fixed the broken dish. Fantastic. Now, your complaint has merit even though no damage was actually done. Hand, could you go hunt in the neighborhood for a while? Sounds fun. Hand said and slithered down the wall and towards the door. Mrs. Fig has cats, far more than she needs. Harry called after her before turning back to a deathly pale Vernon. Now then, she'll be gone until I call her back. Are you having another heart attack or something? He asked, rubbing his neck. Whatever, you're on your own for this one. If you'll excuse me, I was doing homework. As Harry walked back up the stairs he cancelled the silencing charm. He idly wondered if that serving plater would still be Petunia's favorite after being repaired with magic. It didn't really matter either way, so long as they got the message that he could do whatever he wanted whenever he wanted and there was nothing they could do about it. A couple hours of uninterrupted work later Harry was done with yet another subject for school and had the designs drawn up for the mirrors. Tomorrow he'd start working on them. Yawning, Harry activated his time turner and when he arrived back in that evening he cast a muggle-repelling charm on the door and a silencing spell on himself. He really didn't want to wake up when Vernon started yelling. Across the country in Crouch Manor, green light momentarily filled one window, silencing a voice forever. Dan and Emma Granger had greatly enjoyed the show of magic their daughter had provided them over the last several days. It was really quite amazing, not to mention all of the little things she had fixed with that reparo spell. Hermione was telling them about and demonstrating a cooling spell, using water as her subject. Her story, understandably, had a lot of the class during which they learned the spell. Her story also contained a lot on the subject of Harry Potter. The third time she mentioned him within a minute Dan and Emma caught each other's eyes and they both came to the sudden realization that every story from school that Hermione had told them was intrinsically tied to Harry. Harry and that girl Tonks. Emma was ecstatic that her daughter had finally found friends to be a big part of her life, instead of just teachers and books. She understood how important the two of them were to Hermione since Christmas. Emma really wanted to ask if it was just a crush or something real, but not only would Hermione have no means to know, she'd be too embarrassed to tell. She resigned herself to watching and waiting. Dan was horrified that some boy had so obviously ensnared the heart of his little girl. While he had no issues with Hermione dating, he'd hoped that she would at least wait until she was married. He was particularly worried about the other girl. She didn't seem to have Hermione's self-esteem issues and had a rare talent in common with Harry. He really didn't want Hermione to get hurt, or worse, become a Mormon. The next morning Harry called for Marnie when he arrived at the manor. A few minutes later she was heading off to Diagon Alley and Harry was making his way down to his potions lab. He'd been looking over Remus' notes on the Marauders map and felt that he could modify it, but he couldn't use the same mirror for communication that he would use for the map. Each process required the mirror to be soaked in a specific potion for 2 days. 2 different and reactive potions, naturally. A few hours later Marnie was back and delivered the moleskin pouch that Harry had asked her to buy for him. The contents were what she was really sent out for though, and she was satisfied at how quickly she had filled it. The 14 mirrors were retrieved first and divided between 2 bowls filled with the potions. 2 ingots of steel came next and went directly into a crucible to melt. After that came a bag full of money from Harry's vault. Harry checked how much was in it and put it back into the pouch. As the steel melted down Harry transfigured the molds he would need. Later as the molds were cooling Harry took the time he had free to run to Flourish and Blots. He took the face of a wealthy but nondescript middle-aged wizard and purchased a few books on magical stone carving and one on determining the properties of various magical ingredients. It looked like he would only need a few chips off of the stone to see everything that it can do. When Harry left he noticed Barty Crouch Sr. walking into Ollivanders, but dismissed it on accounts of knowing nothing about the man prior to the World Cup, and that was still 2 years away. Harry apparated back to the manor and got to work. He wouldn't be done carving for almost a month and then there would still be testing and modifications. This project would probably take him right up to his birthday. He had a little thing going for Hedwig too, but that was easy enough to do in his off time. Albus. A voice called from the fireplace, drawing Dumbledore from his bedchamber into his office. What is it, Arabella? Albus asked hurriedly. It's horrible, Albus, I don't know what to do. Mrs. Fig said dramatically. All right, I'm coming through. Dumbledore said and immediately flew to Arabella's house as soon as her head got out of the way. Now, what's going on? I suspect it's Death Eater activity, but if not it is certainly still a dark wizard. Arabella said nervously. Have they done something to Harry? Albus finally prompted impatiently. To Harry? Arabella asked confused. The boy seems fine, but this is worse. Well, out with it, Albus demanded. 3 of my cats have disappeared these last 2 weeks. Arabella said before looking around for unwanted listeners before whispering harshly. I think they're being sacrificed. I don't think your cats are being sacrificed by the dark forces, Albus said lamely, heading back to the fireplace. I would place the blame on cars, dogs, mean neighborhood boys and other predators, in that order, before I would blame a wizard. They might have even simply gotten lost or ran away. I have never lost a cat before though. Arabella whined. There has to be someone at fault. Arabella, enough. Dumbledore turned and towered over her. Unless your cats are attacking or being attacked by Harry Potter, I don't care. Buy more cats if they matter that much to you, just don't bother me with them. That's it. Arabella shouted. Harry must be behind this. Why would Harry do anything to your cats? Dumbledore asked exasperatedly as he threw flow powder into the fireplace. I'm leaving. Have a nice day, Arabella. But Albus. Arabella protested as the fire whisked Dumbledore away. Arabella spent a couple of hours mourning and then collected all of her cats inside and didn't let them roam the neighborhood ever again. Hand was satisfied with 3 and didn't expect to need to eat again until August. When she found that they were all safely inside, Hand decided to just go back to the Dursleys, for a while. "Hedwig, could you come down here please?" Harry called out the window. He was so relieved that he got the mirrors finished earlier than he expected. The harness for Hedwig was almost complete too. 2 strips of basilisk hide will form an X over Hedwig's chest and came together on her back above her and below her wings so that there was only a single narrow strip between her wings. Where the bands crossed, a silver badge with the Potter crest stamped into it held them together, and was the base of the enchantments. Hedwig swooped in through the window and settled on her perch. Hedwig was amazingly patient with the process and seemed to be looking forward to the promised results. To her, a few uncomfortable fittings was little compared to the weather and windproofing spells, let alone the reusable portkey function to get back to the manor with a press of her beak. Hedwig wasn't unaware of the prestige of having a house seal so proudly displayed either. So she just watched patiently as Harry fitted the harness onto her and made marks on it with a pencil. "All right girl, I think that should be it. Tomorrow it should be ready," Harry told her, removing the harness and tying a note to her leg. "Could you take this to Tonks please?" Hedwig rolled her eyes and bobbed her head. She winged over to the window, but before she left she heard Harry call out again. Turning her head she saw him holding up the harness. "Do you think a cape is too much?" Hedwig ruffled her feathers in amusement and took to the skies. There were a little over 2 weeks left before their daughter's 12th birthday, and Andromeda and Ted were watching her practically dance with excitement as she retrieved the letter from Harry Potter's beautiful snowy owl. Andromeda still had trouble convincing her coworkers at St. Mungo's that her Nymphadora was actually the Harry Potter's best friend. Nymphadora had torn the letter open and she plopped back into her seat and started reading quickly while Hedwig flew over to the corner of the kitchen. "Nymphadora, no letters at dinner." "But Mum," Tonks whined. "No buts, Missy," Andromeda said sternly. "Harry's letter will still be there when you've finished eating. And my food will still be here when I'm done reading," Tonks retorted. "It isn't about the food and you know it," Andromeda scolded. "I'm starting to think it may have been a bad idea to move here." "What, Mum?" Tonks sputtered while another jaw at the table dropped. "You can't mean that. Don't make me leave." "It's just a letter, Andy," Sirius said. "You don't have any say in this, Siri," Andromeda said, turning to her cousin. "I did not spend 10 years in a cell and reinstate you to the House of Black, just to be forced to live in this house with only Remus and Harry." Sirius protested. "No offense to them, but I intend to have as many people around me as I can. All 3 of you are staying here and that's final. Let Tonks enjoy herself, she'll only be this age once." "Fine," Andromeda said quietly. "But Nymphadora, in your reply tell Harry that you've been grounded until his birthday and that he shouldn't send any more letters." "What?" Tonks shrieked. "That's so unfair." "What's unfair about it?" Andromeda asked hotly. "You're about to spend a month of your summer with your boyfriend, is that unfair?" "Does Harry think it's unfair?" "Merlin, Mum, Harry's not my boyfriend." Tonks anguished, blushing bright red and jumping. "And Harry doesn't know I'm here yet. It's supposed to be a birthday surprise." "Nymphadora, get back here," Andromeda shouted at her daughters fleeing back. "Leave it, Andy," Ted said quietly from her side. "This doesn't need to escalate any further." "You're right," Andromeda said, settling in her seat. "Do you think I should go apologize?" "Not while she is still angry," Ted said. "Although if we want to quicken the process we should send Sirius up to calm her down." "What?" Sirius said, looking up from his plate. "Why me? If it was either of the 2 of us she would be hesitant to either talk about how mean her mother is or how dreamy Harry is," Ted said, ignoring his wife's indignant noise at the word, mean. "She can talk about both with you. And you have enough prank experience to defuse anything she might do for payback." In the end Sirius did go to Tonks and calmed her down. He almost managed to talk her down from a prank altogether, but instead they set up something minor, that Sirius then warned Andromeda about and told her to walk into it willingly, and a long letter to Harry explaining the situation, sans living arrangements, in a way that was as unfair to Andromeda as they could manage. In the end everyone found the resolution to be satisfactory enough to not pursue the issue any further. A man walked into a dark room the night of July 24th. A second man was already waiting for him, neither needed introductions as they both knew who the other was. They didn't need to state their business, as they were both there for the same goal. He moves in a week. The first man stated. Is everything ready? Yes, said second man. I have some concerns though, she said. He can respond decisively to surprises. Don't worry, the first man said as he turned to leave the room. It'll be his birthday, Harry's guard will be down. I hope you know what you're doing. The second man whispered at the closing door. The morning of July 31st, people all across the country woke up in different states. Harry Potter woke up in a blind panic. Tomorrow is Tonks' birthday and I didn't get her anything. He was brainstorming over his predicament for 20 minutes before he remembered that he had promised her and Hermione each a Marauders map this year. He was crumpling up the paper when another forgotten birthday made him freeze. Marnie. Crack. Yes, Harry Potter, sir. Are there any manly yet school dorm appropriate houseplants anywhere on my property? Harry stammered. I need a gift for Neville. I know just the plant. Marnie said urgently. Less than a minute later he had made the round trip and was back holding a pot with a strange metallic bonsai tree. The trunk looked like it was made out of steel and the needles were mixed gold, silver and copper. That's perfect. Harry was elated, although he wasn't sure when he would see Neville next and really didn't need to rush. Still, better safe than sorry. Now I just have to wait for Sirius. Sirius was looking forward to everything that was to happen today. Everything would start in a couple hours when Sirius would be picking up Harry. That was a couple hours away though, so Sirius smiled and buried his nose in his girlfriend's hair and drifted back to sleep. Dan was looking forward to the day with mixed feelings. Mr. Black had invited Dan's daughter over to celebrate her best friend's birthdays and Dan couldn't be happier that she had friends. That these same friends inspired such dramatic change in his little girl was intimidating, even though so far it all looked beneficial. Dan still wasn't happy that one of those best friends was a boy though. He felt silly about it and knew that it was just knee-jerk instinct, but that didn't make it any easier to ignore. On top of all of that, his wife was almost as excited as Hermione. He wasn't sure whether he should be reassured or terrified that his wife seemed to be supporting this development wholeheartedly. Dan would finally get to meet the boy today, and he was planning a properly fatherly show of intimidation for the object of his daughter's desires. Remus had his head resting on his hand as he examined his work from eye level. He may have missed 10 birthdays with Harry, but this cake should make up for the pastry part of that debt. He was sure of every last detail. If it was a prank, it would be his masterpiece. Sirius, Tonks and Hermione were all counting on this to be perfect, so Moony did the research. Smiling to himself and picking up his head, Remus took a drink of his coffee and then saw the clock. He calmly took another sip of coffee and then inhaled deeply. Padfoot, have you left yet? What? A sleepy-sounding Sirius yelled back. You were supposed to have left 15 minutes ago. Remus shouted. Gwen, shove him off the bed. A few seconds later there was an indignant squawk. He didn't mean that. Yes I did. Remus called merrily, contradicting Sirius. Will you both shut up? Andromeda bellowed from her room. Fine. Sirius yelled as loud as he could. You're such children. Tonks taunted from her room. She has a point. A woman in her late 20s and black hair said as she walked into the kitchen. After pouring herself a cup of coffee she meandered over to join Remus at the table. When she got there she bent down and gave him a quick key. Morning honey. Morning Hestia. Remus replied with a smile. Just then Sirius stumbled through, shirt half off and backwards. Remus cocked an eyebrow. He didn't think Sirius was really sleeping this late. What were you doing? Nothing. Sirius said a little too quickly as he pulled his shirt back into place. I just fell back asleep and Gwen didn't wake me. Hestia said skeptically. I'm serious. Sirius said with a smirk and disapparated with a soft crack. A moment later a knock came from the front of the house signifying the first of the guests. Harry was standing in the living room of the Dursley house for what he hoped to be the last time. Sirius was late and the Dursleys were making sure Harry knew. Their taunts got much easier to ignore once Harry realized they only had 3 things to say, and just repeated themselves as many times as they could. The third time through Harry started to debate whether or not he should just warp to Grimmauld Place or not. If he did he would be away from these insufferable muggles, but then he would have to explain how he knew where he was going. Looks like your godfather doesn't want you around any more than we do. Vernon gloated. I would never be late to pick up Dudley. How about you, Petunia? Of course not. Petunia looked horrified. I'm always there. For people who matter. Dudley nodded happily, chins bouncing the whole time. Yay, no one likes you, Potter. Really original, Dud. Harry said, completely bored. So what does this godfather of yours do anyway? Vernon asked, pointedly bring up the second topic of choice. Probably nothing, like your worthless unemployed layabout father. I bet he does drugs. Dudley suggested helpfully. If he is the mangy one with long hair, I don't doubt it. Petunia said scornfully. What is with you freaks and long hair? And there is number 3, sad really. Harry thought ruefully. He didn't really care about hair and didn't think it was anything other than a simple cultural difference, so he shrugged. When you're as obscenely wealthy as myself or Sirius, no one really cares how you do your hair. You, wealthy? Petunia scoffed. Obscenely wealthy. Harry smirked. More money than Fatty here will ever conceive of having. Prove it. Dudley smiled, thinking that he had trapped Harry in his own bluff. Harry held up his hand to show off the gold signet ring of House Potter. I found this at the beginning of the summer at my manor. The one in France, not either of the English or Italian ones, and did some magic Y stuff to link it to my sword. It really wasn't that hard, the sword was designed for it. With me so far. Good, because I can use this ring to summon that same sword from anywhere on the planet. Harry held his right hand forward and summoned the sword of Gryffindor. This sword is solid silver, studded with rubies and about 1,000 years old. The correct collector would pay enough for me to buy the entire city block, maybe several, without a loan. I use it to kill snakes. He dropped the sword unceremoniously and watched as it vanished before hitting the floor. That was the most expensive thing I had immediate access to. The really valuable stuff stays on the property. For the first time in the last 20 minutes, the Dursleys were finally doing something other than berating Harry. He watched them imitate fish for a few moments before he noticed a large black dog defecating in the flower bed. Laughing, Harry jumped out of his seat and hurried to open the door. Padfoot came barreling in and started tearing around the living room and kitchen, knocking over as many things as he could. Get that beast out of here! Petunia shrieked over Harry's laughter. Hey, I take offense to that, Sirius said as he took his human form. I haven't been a beast since I was a teenager. I think we'd better make our exit, Padfoot, Harry said as Petunia collapsed in a dead faint. Petunia is out, which means the fat one will get mad. Right, which one is the fat one? Sirius asked. The one who is about to have a stroke, Harry said, pointing to the furious Vernon. Still not sure which one you're talking about, but it doesn't matter. Sirius smiled. Are you all packed? Yup, it's all shrunken and in my pocket too, Harry replied, walking towards the stairs. I just need to grab Hedwig in hand and we can go. Just send Hedwig ahead, we have to make a stop at the ministry first for one last piece of paperwork, Sirius called as Harry walked up the stairs. Then no more heathens ever. Heathens? Vernon bellowed. You think we're the heathens? Sirius looked up at the ceiling for a moment in concentration and bobbed his head back and forth for a few seconds. Yea, heathen sounds fairly accurate. To deny magic is to deny the divine gift to man. Doesn't God say magic is evil though? Dudley asked, looking to Vernon. Jesus himself said it, son. Vernon reassured the boy. Jesus was a wizard. Sirius snorted. Best con man in the last 2,000 years too. Really? Harry asked as he came back down the stairs. What about Merlin? Merlin was the real deal, Sirius said. Much more powerful than Jesus. Merlin, however, didn't trick a bunch of muggles into thinking he was a god. Huh, Harry shrugged. I'll have no more of this blasphemy in my house. Harry idly wondered how far the blood would spurt if someone poked Vernon's face with a pin right now. Get out. Ready. Harry turned to Sirius. Ready, Sirius replied, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. Have you ever sighed along apparated before? More times than I care to count, Harry answered honestly, and a moment later they were standing behind the leaky cauldron. You're better at that than most. I try, Sirius said casually, walking over to the back wall and tapping the bricks with his wand. Come on, the sooner we get to the ministry the sooner we can leave. Watching the bricks of the wall move out of the way to make the gateway to Diagon Alley would always be one of Harry's favorite events. In his last life Hagrid collected him from that shack in the ocean, and the opening of this arch was the first time that Harry actually believed in magic. It seemed silly now, since Hagrid had used magic that was less likely to be a trick. Harry supposed it was just seeing so many people in on the act that convinced Harry it was real. On the other hand, it also represented Harry's departure from anonymity to fame, but that wasn't so much of a problem for Harry anymore. Heads turned as Harry and Sirius walked through. The arch was rarely used as most people simply apparated into the alley proper. More heads started turning when the news of who they were started getting passed around. By the time they had reached the ministry, every shopper had stopped what they were doing, even some shopkeepers were coming outside. "That's rather creepy, can someone tell them to stop?" Harry whined to Sirius as they entered. "It'll be worse tomorrow." Sirius smiled slightly. "Why's that?" Harry asked, concerned. "Oh, you'll find out tonight." Sirius was openly grinning now before stepping up to the security desk. Sirius Black and Harry Potter for the Department of Welfare for Magical Children. The security guard Sirius was talking to was young and staring at Harry, just like everyone outside. Fortunately for everyone, the second guard was more experienced and was able to actually talk. "Put your wand in the tray please, sir." Sirius dropped his wand in the tray for a couple of seconds before removing it and prompting Harry to do the same. Within a minute the two of them were heading towards the offices they needed, and then the first guard decided to talk. "I was expecting him to be bigger. I mean, he killed a basilisk, you'd think there'd be a little meat on him." "Like this?" Harry demanded angrily, spinning on his heel, gaining a few inches of height and a stone of muscle mass. The guard's face drained of blood as he realized that he may have been a little louder than he intended. After a few failed starts he stammered, yes sir." "Perfectly understandable," Harry said, smiling and reverting to his normal shape. He turned back around and motioned for Sirius to continue. "That wasn't very nice," Sirius said once they were safely away from the desk. "Doesn't mean it wasn't fun." Harry smirked and pointed. "I think that's our door." "What kind of name is Belinda Plofter?" Sirius asked, looking at the nameplate. "It makes fun of itself." "That wasn't very nice," Harry said smugly, while opening the door. "Hush you," Sirius joked and walked up to the desk. "Excuse me miss. I need to finish the final step of claiming guardianship. You'll need to fill out forms 22B, 106-4, and both of you will need to submit a sample of blood." The lady interrupted, bored, and pulled two huge stacks of paper out of a drawer. "Waiting room is 2 doors down." "I'm sorry, but I don't need to fill out," Sirius started to explain, only to be cut off again. "Sir, everyone needs to fill out the forms," she said, looking at him plainly. "You don't understand. You can't get around policy just because you're famous." She cut him off again rudely. "I wasn't trying to, if you'd just listen. Sir, there is nothing you can say that will get you out of doing the paperwork." She turned back to the Daily Prophet and started reading again. You stupid. Gah." Sirius sputtered and in one movement swept his arm across Plofter's desk, scattering her papers all over the floor. He pulled a stack of papers out of his robes and slammed them down on the now empty desk. "I don't have to fill out the paperwork because I already did." "Well, why didn't you just say that?" Plofter asked irritatedly. "Now look at this mess I'm going to have to clean up." "Just shut up and do your job," Sirius grumbled. "Fine." Plofter huffed and pulled 2 vials out of her pocket. 3 drops of blood in each of these vials, one for you and one for Harry Potter. Sirius quickly grabbed the vials and turned to Harry, only to find him doubled over a chair, holding on for dear life and laughing so hard that he had stopped making noise. Sirius watched in silence for a few seconds as Harry's face went from red to purple. "Breathe, Harry, breathe," Sirius shouted before bursting into laughter himself. Belinda just looked on in confusion. A few minutes and many wheezing gasps later they had pricked their fingers and filled the vials. With those sent off for verification, all they had to do was wait. After waiting a few minutes, Sirius finally broke the silence. "So how about them Harpies?" "Doing pretty good this season, one heard," Harry answered conversationally. "Big improvements since they appointed a new captain." Sirius nodded sagely. "I didn't know you were such a Holyhead fan," Harry admitted. "A team full of women." Sirius looked at Harry like he grew a second head. "How could I not be a fan? When I got that letter telling me you were seeing someone, I assumed Mooney," Harry teased. "Other possibilities hadn't even occurred to me." "Ha ha," Sirius said flatly. You're so funny. I know, Harry said cheerily. Sirius rolled his eyes. So what's your team? I don't have one that I follow exclusively. Harry shrugged. But I have a good feeling about the next couple of years for Belgium. Belgium? Really? Sirius flabbergasted. That's random. Meh. Harry said as the verification paperwork arrived back on the desk. All right, you two. Belinda said demurely. Looks like everything is set. Expect an owl within the week with your copy of the certificate. Fantastic. Sirius shouted, jumping to his feet. Come on, Harry, we've got other things to do. What else do we have to do? Harry asked, standing up. Well, tomorrow we're having a three-way birthday party for you, Tonks and Neville. I figured that trapped with muggles you would need to get gifts. Sirius said confidently. Nope, Harry exclaimed. Already taken care of. Excellent, then just let me pop off to the loo real quick and we can go home. Sirius said, pointing to the door. Are you old enough to stay out here and not get lost, or do you need supervision? That is possibly the most patronizing thing you've ever said to me. Harry scowled. I am perfectly capable of waiting. Excellent. Sirius nodded and started walking towards the door. Just wait here then. If we're apparating home, why didn't you just wait? Harry asked 5 minutes later when Sirius rejoined him. And splinch my bladder. Harry couldn't help but shudder. I don't think so. Fair enough, Harry said as they started their way over to an apparition point. When they got there, Sirius offered his arm, grinning like the Cheshire Cat. And away we go. They landed in the dark parlor of Grimmauld Place, and Harry could immediately tell they were surrounded. Sirius apparating in was clearly the cue as people started jumping out from behind things, shouting. Harry wasted no time and dropped to the floor, rolling left and firing 2 stunners to the right. When he got his feet back under him, he cast a quick dome shield charm and then looked at his assailants. Ginny Weasley was having a fairly infuriating day. The twins had been invited by name to Harry Potter's birthday party, and she was relegated to being simply part of their family. Ginny still didn't understand why the whole family was invited. Ron barely even spoke to Harry and Percy. Well, he was Percy. Ginny herself was thrilled by the invite initially. After all, she'd finally get to meet the boy of her dreams, but panic set in when she realized she didn't have a gift. She had spent the entire morning stressed out about that before her mum told her that it was taken care of. She had let out a sigh of relief at that and decided to pick out what she was going to wear. 3 hours later, when Molly went upstairs to inform Ginny that they were leaving in half an hour, she found Ginny sitting on her bed crying with a different outfit in wadded each hand. 20 minutes later, Ginny was putting on a third outfit that Molly had helped her pick out. This outfit wasn't crushed or tear-soaked either, which was a big bonus. Half an hour after that, Ginny was hiding behind a couch waiting for Sirius and Harry to apparate in. Sirius Patronus had been in a moment ago and told them to get ready. Finally she heard the sound of arrival and leapt from her hiding spot. Surpri! Ginny was cut off as a blast of red light hit her arm and she collapsed to the ground. Surprise! Sirius called lamely from the middle of the room. I thought you said the party was tomorrow. Harry shouted, rounding on Sirius and dropping his shield. That's the surprise. Sirius rolled his eyes and reached into his pocket. After a few minutes of digging, he withdrew a small bag and tossed it to Tonks. Told you, she said, catching the bag before smiling at Harry and running at him for a hug. Hermione was close on her heels. Nice aim, Harry, Remus said from the far side of the room. When Harry turned, he saw 2 redheads unconscious on the floor. 2 stunners fired blindly and hit the only 2 Weasley women in the country. He walked over as Remus and Arthur revived them, and Harry offered Ginny a hand. Sorry about that. Let me know if there is anything I can do to make up for it. Ginny was blushing harder than she ever had in her life and was concerned that she would black out again because of it. Finally, after she had gotten back on her feet, she managed to whisper. It's okay, you don't have to. So we're good then? Harry asked, smiling. Wonder if she would have preferred to stick her elbow in a butter dish than have this happen. We're good, Ginny squeaked, then broke down and fled to the other side of the room. Harry turned to Molly and cringed at the wistful, faraway look on her face and knew that she was envisioning a future wedding and family with the boy who lived. It was strange that, even though he had started a family with her in the other timeline, Harry had no inclination to get to know Ginny at all. A passive legilimency probe showed an unhealthy level of obsession focused on him. He moved on to Molly and found that she was still fantasizing about the dream wedding. Note to self, keep distance from both and hope they mellow, like I think they did last time. Intentionally boosting my reputation probably will make this harder. With a nod to Arthur, Harry turned to take in the details of the party. There was a table of presents, in 3 piles and 3 small cakes. Harry noticed that one of the cakes looked exactly like number 4 and assumed that one was his. Above the table was a banner wishing Neville, Tonks and himself a happy birthday. Then he turned to look at the attendees. Not surprisingly, all 8 of the court were there, along with all of the other first-year Ravenclaws and all of the first-year Gryffindors. All of the students were accompanied by their families, it seemed. That sudden realization had Harry looking around until he found Lucius Malfoy. He bit back his rage at having the Death Eater here. This wasn't the time to act after all. Just when he was about to continue on, Lucius looked at him and smirked triumphantly. What the hell does that mean? He's supposed to plant the journal on Ginny later. Did he do it already? There's no way I could be lucky enough for him to have thought it was a good gift idea for me. If only I could bring out my detector without setting everyone on fire. Harry shuddered and decided that once everyone left and Sirius had gone to sleep, he would sweep the house and pick up the locket while he's at it. What if he already planted it on someone else entirely and is smirking because he thinks my demise is ensured? Grr. I wish there was a way to just kill him and get away with it, and not lose allies in the process. Harry moved on and was mildly surprised when he saw Lisa. He made note to make sure to talk to her later. He recognized several Order members and assumed that they were friends of Sirius and Remus. Sirius was currently talking to a young woman, whose back was to Harry. As if on cue, Sirius looked over and made a motion to the girl to follow him. As he started walking towards Harry, the girl turned and Harry saw her face. Gwynog Jones. He blurted out. Oh, good, I won't need to introduce myself. Gwynog laughed. Since we'll be seeing a lot of each other, I'd rather you call me Gwen. Wait, what? Harry frowned. Why will we be seeing a lot of each other? Gwen is my girlfriend, Sirius said smugly. She lives here. Oh, Harry said quietly. I guess that explains why you're such a Holyhead fan. Well, Gwen, Harry doesn't shorten to anything decent, so I'm afraid you'll still be stuck with 2 syllables. Harry offered her his hand. That's as perfectly acceptable. Gwen smiled, shaking Harry's hand. Much better than Sirius with 3 syllables. Hey, Sirius cried indignantly, making the other 2 laugh. Congratulations on making captain, by the way. Harry said offhandedly. What are you talking about? Gwen asked. Shit. Never mind, pretend I didn't say anything. Harry stammered. So how did you 2 meet? My sister, Hestia, introduced us. We double dated with her and Moony. Gwen said quickly. Back to me being captain. How do you know? The decision isn't scheduled to be announced to even the team until later this week. Look, I'm not supposed to know, and I'm really not supposed to talk about how I know, so just drop it. Harry pleaded. She just raised an eyebrow. Only because it's your birthday. She relented with a small smile. Thank you. Harry sighed. Hey Gwen, did you tell Harry about flying lessons yet? Tonks called, running over. No, she didn't. Harry said, thankful for the change of subject. I've been coaching her, and I expect her to make the house team this year. Gwen crossed her arms and looked at Tonks pointedly. Don't worry, I will, I promise. Tonks said and took Harry's hand. Come on, I want to show you my broom. Once she pulled him out of the room, she looked at him. You looked like you needed rescuing. I did. Thank you. Harry beamed. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. She leaned in and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. Now come on, my broom is in my room. Wait, let's get Hermione and everyone. Harry pulled back. Taken care of. I figured that we could use this time to catch up real quick in private. Tonks smiled. You're brilliant. Harry grinned. Do you know what room I'll be staying in? Yay, it's right across from mine. Tonks replied as they got to the 2nd floor. I've dropped 3 hints now. He's usually sharper than this, must be the day. Let's stop there first so I can empty my pockets. Harry said, and she motioned to a door. There was a brass plate on it that read, Lord Harry James, the boy who lived, Potter, really, whose idea was it to add the titles? Originally it was just going to be your initials, but I wanted, BWL, instead. Tonks explained, smiling. Thought it would be a small enough joke to not be annoying, but then Sirius got the plate made like that. I actually think it is better, and Sirius said that it will expand to add any other titles you pick up. I'm alright with that, but just be prepared for retribution. Harry gave her a sidelong glance. Nimmy, how many times will I have to ask you not to call me that? Tonks demanded irritatedly. However many times it takes to convince me you don't actually like it. Harry smirked, opening the door. And then a few more times for good measure. Even though he was already prepared for the opulence of the House of Black, 10 years of living at the Dursleys still made the room enough of a change to draw a shocked gasp. The walls were painted with a metallic bronze-hued paint that looked very close to the real metal. There was a large oak four-poster bed with royal blue curtains. Hedwig had already found her way here and was sitting on the top of one of the posts, seemingly waiting for him because when he noticed her she puffed up regally and pecked the Potter emblem on her harness, making the cape unfurl behind her. Hedwig made a point to look at her capes and then at the curtains on the bed. They match. Harry laughed. I hadn't thought of that at all. You gave Hedwig a cape? Tonks asked. Doesn't that get in the way when she's flying? Hedwig, want to show off to all my friends. Hedwig hooted merrily and bobbed her head. Good, we're going over there as soon as I finish looking around. The rest of the room contained a large wardrobe on one wall. Between the windows, Harry's bed was on the same wall but off to the left side. In the right-hand corner of that wall was a large desk and, along the right wall a few large bookshelves separated the desk from a raised workbench, for potions or carving or anything really. The left-hand wall was another window and a full-length mirror. The wall he was at, opposing the windows, had the door to the hallway and, to Harry's surprise, a Nimbus 2001 mounted on 2 hooks. They were just released to the public last week. Tonks said when she saw where he was looking. Fastest brooms yet. Sirius got one for me too. I'm still faster. Harry thought, slightly saddened by that, before taking an awestruck expression. Wow, I've been telling Gwen about your flying all summer. Tonks admitted. I think she is looking forward to seeing you fly for herself. Well, I'll try not to disappoint her. Harry said as he withdrew his trunk and enlarged it at the foot of the bed. He then reached out and grabbed one of the posts. Hand, this is my new room and I really don't know how most of the people downstairs will react to finding out about you. It's really safer if you would just hang out up here. All right, Harry, it was too loud to be relaxing down there anyway. Hand replied as she crawled out of his sleeve and down. The post. I know there is nothing wrong with it, but that is still really weird to watch. Tonks quipped. Now come on. One more moment. Harry said and opened his trunk and took out a small box and the plant for Neville. All right, let's go. What's that stuff? Tonks asked as she walked across the hall and opened the door to her room. You'll see. Harry managed to say before the court started greeting him. After that was done he opened the box and started distributing small rectangular steel boxes with a clasp on the front. They opened like a clam shell and each had a small rectangular mirror on the top half. The recipient's name was engraved across the top, and once more on the outside of the shell. Hermione and Tonks each had a second mirror on the lower half of theirs. Those two also were significantly more ornately decorated inside and out. Harry's matched those two. Naturally the twins had opened theirs and figure out how to call each other before Harry got finished making the rounds. As the twins have demonstrated, these boxes open up and the top half has a mirror. All of these mirrors are linked with each other and any of us can contact any of us by simply calling the target's name. Each mirror is specifically keyed to each of you, and no one else can use your mirror, except perhaps the twins. This immediately prompted the twins to switch mirrors and confirm that they could indeed use each other's. Harry nodded to them. If you call more than one name you can project all of the participants of the conversation, like so. Harry called Fred and George into his own mirror followed with a quick pinch and throw motion. A moment later a second, translucent, set of twins appeared. One their mirrors it should be split so half the mirror is me and half is the other one of them. These are really cool, Blaise said appreciatively. Yay, how do you think of this? Susan asked. Sirius gave me a mirror earlier that was my father's half of the pair for the two of them. Harry explained. Nick helped with the modifications. Why do Tonks and I have a second mirror? Hermione had her mirror an inch away from her nose and seemed to be examining it in close detail. That's the Marauders map version too. Harry beamed. Those are your birthday presents. Turn the circular Celtic knot at the top right corner of the mirror to activate it. Ouch. Hermione squeaked as she did just that, and the knot drew blood and she stuck her thumb in her mouth before muttering around her digit. What gives? Sorry, it takes a drop of blood as an extra safety precaution. Must have slipped my mind because I activated mine a few weeks ago. Harry walked over and gave her a hug. Ouch. Tonks squealed. Can I have a hug now too? Harry couldn't help but laugh and oblige. Now that they're linked to you, all you have to do to make the map appear is turn that knot, and turn it back to make the map disappear. The big advancement we made, actually the original Marauders should be here for that demo. I'll be right back. He grabbed the plant and ran downstairs. Neville saw him and immediately noticed the plant and ran over. Is that a Tibetan bonsai alloy? Harry lifted it up and checked the label. That's exactly right. You know about these. Yay, they're really rare, you're so lucky to have gotten one. Who gave it to you? Neville asked enviously. It's not a present for me. Harry smiled and held it out. Happy birthday, Neville. I'm glad I didn't have to wait until September to get this to you. What? Neville shook his head, completely gobsmacked. I can't accept this, it's too much. Neville, if it was too much I wouldn't be giving it as a gift. Harry reassured him. It's nothing, really. It's nothing. Neville sputtered but took the plant from Harry. It's the single most expensive thing I have ever received. Thank you. You're welcome. I was going to just put it on the gift table with your pile. I can still do that if you want. Harry offered. No thank you, I'll walk it over myself. Neville said, now staring intently at his new acquisition. As he wandered off, Harry decided that he wasn't going to be much good for anything else today. Padfoot. Moony. Harry shouted, drawing the attention of the two Marauders. I require your presence, if you're not busy, that is. I mean, it isn't really that important, but we're all waiting on you. It took them almost a minute to excuse themselves and make their way over to Harry, who promptly motioned for them to follow and led them back up to Tonks' room. Wait, Tonks' room? She's living here. Tonks! Harry shouted as he walked in, making everyone jump. When were you planning on telling me you were living here? Tonks looked at him surprised for a moment before giggling like crazy. Took you long enough. I thought you would have figured it out before we even came upstairs the first time. So there is Sirius, you, Gwen, and now myself all living here. Harry recapped. Does anyone else live here? Just Andy, Ted, Hestia and myself. Remus informed him, laughing as Harry's jaw dropped. Well, I was tired of being alone. Sirius defended himself when Harry's inquisitive gaze hit him. Can Hermione and her parents move in too? Harry asked, not noticing the size of the smile on Hermione and Tonks' faces. He offered, but my parents said no. Hermione said, still beaming as he turned to her. But Sirius was able to use his newfound political power to get my house cleared for the Flow network. Even without sleeping here, I'll still be around all the time. Can't get rid of me that easy, bub. Why would I want to get rid of you? Harry beamed back. To the presentation though, ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the Marauders map version 2 in all its splendor. Harry took his own mirror out of his pocket and quickly activated the map function. He used the same pinch and throw motion that he used to project both of the twins, but this time instead of people showing up, there was suddenly a perfect 1 meter cubed representation of Hogwarts. Instead of dots with name flags, this map had small pillars of light. The white lights are humans and the yellow are ghosts, the pink is Peeves and the red are house elves. One of the functions of all of your mirrors hides you from these 3 maps as well as the original, so long as you carry your mirror. That reminds me. Padfoot, Moony, I have a communications mirror for both of you, and the original Marauders map if you want it. Harry handed a mirror to each of them and stood back while they whispered back and forth for a few seconds. With a nod to each other, Remus turned towards the children. The map was confiscated from us our 7th year and then the twins got it back, right? Right, the twins chorused. Then the map should go back to them. Remus said firmly, leaving no room for argument. They deserve to carry on our legacy. Is it Harry's birthday? Fred looked to George. Or ours? George asked him. Either way. Fred turned back to the Marauders. That is the best birthday present we've ever received. George whispered reverently. You honor us. We're not worthy. Shut up and say thank you. Hannah shouted. It's like they need to pontificate about everything. Daphne shook her head. I'll be right back, Harry said as the twins visibly deflated, and rushed over to his room. A moment of digging, he had the map in hand. Oh, Hedwig, why didn't you come with us earlier? Well, come on. Hedwig flapped awkwardly across the room and landed heavier than normal on his shoulder. Is it really that bad to fly with the cape out? Well, you know how to put it away, so don't blame me. Hedwig hooted indignantly as Harry walked back into Tonks' room. This time he noticed her name plate set in Tonks. Well, that won't do. Harry quickly waved his wand and changed the sign. He wondered how long it would take her to notice. He looked into the room and noted that she didn't seem to be looking anywhere that would even have the door in its periphery. He handed the map to the twins and set Hedwig down on the desk. Okay, Hedwig, strut your stuff. Hedwig hooted softly and hopped so that her back was to the audience. She bent her head down and took the edge of her cape in her beak and then extended that wing, therefore pulling the cape taut and showing off the bronze version of the Potter crest embroidered in the middle of the royal blue cape. The onlookers oohed and awed in between, giggling at the owl's actions. With a quick flap of her wings, Hedwig got a little bit of air and spun to face them. She puffed herself up into a rigid example of perfect owl posture, and after a second of military perfection she quickly pecked the crest and there was a quick zipping sound as her cape retracted. She took off and flew around the room a couple of times, but there wasn't enough air to properly show off the wind-dampening enchantment. Slightly disappointed, she landed on Harry's head and pecked the crest one last time, and the whole harness vanished and a small silver band appeared around her leg. Then she spread her wings and dipped into what could only be a bow. Her audience applauded appreciatively. That harness was my summer project, Harry said, smiling up at his owl. Turned out fairly well, I think. How did you do it? Hermione asked, leaning forward eager to learn. What was it made out of? Basilisk hide, and I'll explain some other time. There is a party to get back to. Harry spun on his heel and walked out of the room, leave the others to follow. The rest of the party went by without much incident. At one point Harry was talking to Gwen and Tonks and they noticed that Ginny and Ron were staring at them intently. It was amazing how starstruck those two always got. How Ron reacted to Crumb showing up for the tournament came to mind. Harry wondered if he would act the same way this time. Harry shifted to look at Draco, until he noticed and looked back. Then Harry made an eye movement towards the Weasleys. Draco followed the look, noticed the starstruck duo and then nodded to Harry before walking off, smiling. Harry never found out what Draco said, but the Weasleys stopped watching Harry and Gwen. Years later he would find out that Arthur and Lucius had gotten involved days later and it almost ended in an honor duel. Harry never got mentioned as the instigator. The single most memorable moment for Harry was when it came time to blow out the candles. Remus had assured Harry that he'd been working on the cake for days. Without getting the joke, Harry just went for it and blew out the candle. He was expecting a prank, but that would involve victimizing him in some way. This was not a prank, but it was funny enough to make Harry turn purple for the second time that day. As soon as the candle was blown out, the cake started making a hissing noise. Harry jumped back and a second later there was a small explosion as the front wall of the first floor blew outwards. A tiny replica of Harry came running out cackling madly and was being chased by a walrus, a pig and a proportionately huge flower. The tiny Harry fired some spells over his shoulder and the three pursuers broke and fled back inside. The walrus and pig then tried to hide behind the flower. The tiny Harry bowed to Harry, who was silent with laughter and applauding. The actually edible part of the cake was nothing special. Presents came around. Most of the people got him generic things like candies and Zonko's joke products. The twins also gave him joke products, but these were their own newest creations. Tonks gave him a book on advanced applications of the metamorphagus abilities. Andy and Ted had arranged for him to get a pair of dragon hide boots, with an automatic sizing charm that could keep up with his shifting. Blaze, Daphne, Hannah and Susan had conspired and managed to gather together a large collection of books by or about the House of Potter, even some that weren't already in the library at the manor. Madame Bones gave him a bracelet that was also an emergency portkey to the ministry. Lucius must have known that any gift he gave would be treated with extreme caution, because he gave Harry a sneak scope, and no ideas about why he was smirking. Remus had given him the cake and Sirius told Harry and Tonks that their gifts would arrive tomorrow. Hermione's present was the surprise of the night though. She was grinning and trying to hold in laughter as he opened the box. It's a hair E. Sure enough, the very same wooden E that Harry had given her for Christmas was now wrapped with every color hair he could imagine. He matched her grin. That's awesome. A little gross maybe, but awesome. Oh, it isn't real hair. Hermione laughed and Tonks joined in. Everyone else chuckled politely, keenly aware that they weren't in on the joke. That'd be nasty. The party wound down and eventually Harry and Tonks said goodbye to Hermione and only the people who lived in the house were still there. Harry turned away from the fireplace and saw 6 adults regarding him curiously. Am I in trouble? No, and that's the problem. Sirius answered without inflection. Excuse me. Harry was concerned. How did you beat the trace? Sirius suddenly brightened up. You cast 3 spells as soon as you got here and no Ministry Owls ever showed up. I think you found the spell to remove it early. Andromeda suggested. The only other thing we could think of is if you found a way to suppress the signal somehow. Remus added his support to Andromeda's theory. The spell is probably easier. You're right, Harry said happily. I also removed the trace from every member of my court. So, everybody with a mirror. Sirius clarified. That's them. You're not going to tell Mrs. Weasley, are you? Harry worried. Merlin, no. Sirius exclaimed. She'd be mad enough to kill. She didn't seem so bad today. Gwen interjected. That was more to do with being in public, I think. Hestia bit her lip. Although after she got stunned she acted differently for the rest of the night. I think I heard her mutter about grandchildren right around then too. Anyway, it's 11:30. Bedtime you two. Andromeda ordered. Lots to do tomorrow. As they were walking up the stairs Tonks leaned into Harry. He pulled her into a one-arm hug, and then sighed. What? Tonks asked without turning her head. Oh, I've just realized that I went from having no parents to having 6. Harry shook his head. I'm sure I have convinced Sirius that he only needs to be my friend. I can probably get Hestia and Gwen into big sister positions too. I think your parents and Remus will be firmly stuck in parent mode though. How bad can it be? Tonks inquired innocently. Draco. Lucius barked as soon as the Malfoy family returned from Grimmauld Place. Yes, father. The 12-year-old replied fearfully. You should know better than to antagonize a dorm mate. Lucius glared down coolly. I overheard the youngest Weasel boy sowing dissent with the others. What was he saying? Father. Draco took a mean expression. He didn't really care what Weasley thought though. It doesn't matter. The fact is that he was trying to work against you. There had better be a good reason why. Lucius dictated. It's bad enough that you had the nerve to get sorted into Gryffindor, but then you threaten your own reputation within that house. Don't worry. Weasley is too stupid to affect anything. Draco assured his father. The worst thing he can do is try to convince them that I'm an evil Slytherin spy, which he's already trying to do. I made sure that his claims would have no merit. One quiet year from me and everyone thinks Weasley is just acting out on his family feud. Very well. Lucius nodded. It would be prudent to accelerate your reputation growth. I've been thinking about that. The 2 most respected students as far as Gryffindors are concerned are the Weasley twins. Draco understood that his father's suggestion was a prompt to hear his plans. They're noted pranksters, so I figure that that would be my best route. The problem is getting my niche. They work the many small effects angle. There is simply always something happening near them. I can't rip that off, of course, so the complete opposite is the rare big events that actually don't do anything, which Harry's claimed. Continue. Lucius drawled. Should I just proceed through the 6 Ws? It is a good habit. Well, who is already taken care of obviously. What is their styles? Small continuous chaos and huge dramatic effects respectively. Where is obviously Hogwarts? When is inapplicable? How is unknown? As for why, well, the Weasleys are poor, so the twins can probably only get limited amounts of supplies to work with. Most of their works are potions or candies, which implies either an affinity towards brewing or need for it. Potions ingredients are expensive, so I doubt they would want to get them all the time, but on the other hand they're incredibly shelf-stable, so the twins could simply save from times of plenty. Draco rambled, brow furrowed. Unless they had another source. Lucius liked the moments when he could lead Draco to a conclusion like this. It made Lucius feel like he still had something to teach his son. He knew he had a lot to teach Draco yet, but the curriculum changed dramatically last fall. Something that they're guaranteed to have as long as they're at school. Of course, the student supply cabinet. Draco cracked a smile, only for a moment before he schooled his expressions. So we can assume they have been experimenting with potions using the virtually limitless supplies granted to them. Potions and candies are also easily sellable. I should suggest that they go into business before they graduate. No, Draco, even if you like them, our families are still feuding. Lucius reprimanded. You'll be offering them no advice unless it is to try to trick them. What about Potter? He's a mystery. His resources are unknown and appear limitless. It is assumed that he has outside help too. Remember what happened to Teddy Knott? Harry practically told the entire staff that he was behind it and that there was nothing they could say. Draco said odd. It's like he knows every rule and loophole in at least 3 ways around each, but he has no interest in pressing his advantage. I don't think I could top him with anything. It is unbecoming of our station for you to speak in such a manner about anyone. Lucius scolded. Father, you once told me, there is no evil, only power and those too weak to seek it. Do you remember? Draco calmly asked. Yes. Lucius frowned. What of it? Harry Potter is power. Draco stressed. Dumbledore's generation gave us Dumbledore and Grindelwald. 2 generations ago we were given the Dark Lord. Last generation we were blessed with your birth. This generation it is Harry. The whole world is either going to work with him or for him. Only if you don't take the mantle yourself. Lucius encouraged. There is nothing I can do. Harry knows too much and is too strong. Draco said. Maybe with years of catch up. Right now though I think I should just keep working on taking control of the lions. Come to think of it, I have a book that might help you with both of your problems. Lucius walked away and motioned for Draco to follow. It is in my study. Come Draco, your destiny awaits. Gwenog Jones was lying in bed next to Sirius, staring at the ceiling, lost deep in thought. Harry's comment about her making captain really had her concerned. He clearly has heard something, and something confirmed at that. Unconfirmed he would have backed out of his statement. It would have been an easy, oh, I must have heard wrong, but instead he'd said he wasn't supposed to know. A sudden noise outside their room shook her out of her thoughts. Her hand immediately reached out and grabbed Sirius' arm, waking him with a start. He opened his eyes and found her sitting stock straight in bed staring at the door wide-eyed. What's wrong, hun? I think there is someone in the house. She whispered harshly. And right outside the door. Probably just Remus setting up a prank. Sirius Ned and laid back down. Just be careful if you leave before I do in the morning. Are you sure? Yes, now come here. Sirius pulled her down so that she was laying partially on top of him. You're safe here. You're probably right, Gwen said quietly and ed him gently. Good night. Good night. Sirius closed his eyes. Oh, Sirius, Gwen whispered. Do you think Harry actually knows anything about the captain selection? Gwen asked with a yawn. Gwen, when I first met Harry after getting out of Azkaban he went less than 5 minutes before talking about things that I would have sworn he could have only heard from myself or James. Sirius explained. I still don't know how his people found that information, but it was fairly incontrovertible that they had amazing connections. So you think he'll get it? I knew it to be true before Harry said anything. Sirius ed her. If anything he is merely a second opinion. Gwen didn't say anything else, she just hugged him tighter and went to sleep with a smile. Shit, Harry swore mentally after just stubbing his toe outside Padfoot's room. It didn't hurt or anything but it made a noise. Naturally Harry immediately heard voices. So much for not waking anyone up. And why do all the spells to let you get around in the dark just make light sources? Seriously not helpful for sneaking. Too dark to use mage sight without getting vertigo. I can't even use my natural glow unless I want to dispel the disillusionment. Harry's Horcrux hunt around Grimmauld Place so far had turned up negative. Except for the locket of course, but that was in his pocket now and had stopped triggering the detector. Sirius' room is the last stop before Harry decided that the journal simply wasn't left there by Lucius. With a sigh Harry warped back to his room. He gathered up the case for the detector and conjured a new one, marked 59 and settled the locket down in it. Harry glanced at his sleeping form in the bed and decided that it would be easiest to just spend the few hours between now and when he wakes up, at the manor. After arriving in his office and sending the artifacts down to storage Harry made his way to the library. After waking up at 8:26 Harry immediately turned himself back to 2:30. Without Molly Weasley pushing the efforts forward large portions of the house had yet to be cleaned up properly. Everything that registered as dangerous through scanning charms had been identified and removed from all of the rooms, but once that was done auxiliary rooms were abandoned until there was more time and a more helpful elf. Voldemort had naturally taken precautions against the pieces of his soul being so easily identified. Harry's initial diagnostic scans showed that the locket and the diadem both shared a series of enchantments to make them appear to be benevolent. The only spell that showed them as being dark artifacts was one that only Ministry employees in the appropriate departments were allowed to learn. Fortunately, this allowed Harry to have a blind test and verify that his detector worked, even if it was a little more volatile than anticipated. As Harry walked towards the library, his mind drifted back towards that look of Lucius' face. Harry knew that it was too little information to work with, but he couldn't stop obsessing over whether or not part of Voldemort's soul was trying to entice, possess and consume one of his friends. That was a pretty sure way to ruin his week. Now his best plan was to wait in Diagon Alley on the day of Lockhart's book signing and hope Lucius still had it. Failing that, he'd either have to find a way to be discreet about scanning with the detector, or he would have to go check Malfoy Manor, which presented problems of its own, namely finding it. I hope Lucius still plans to plant the diary at Hogwarts, and I hope I can find a way to track it down quickly. Harry thought miserably. That's two hopes too many. Once he arrived at the library, he opened the master ledger and started summoning books. He had a lot of shelf space to fill and an appearance to preserve. He took a wide selection of advanced books on every subject taught at Hogwarts except divination. He doubled up on combat books, but by far his largest selection was on healing spells. For Hermione, he threw in enough books on magical theory to keep her out of the school library all year. A few research journals in several languages and an ancient Celtic tome or two, along with what he had received for his birthday and his school books, should have enough variety and volume for no one to notice that Harry will never be reading any of them. He had a few full notebooks of parcel script work that he didn't need anymore. Perhaps he would add those as well. When he had finished making his selections, he turned to regard the pile, only to find 3 elves quietly packaging and shrinking the books as they arrived. He really loved the elves' ability to anticipate their master's needs. Albus Dumbledore watched out the window from his office as the sun started to rise. This would undoubtedly be the most important dawn of Albus' year. He turned and walked to a cabinet when he heard a knock on the door. "Come in, Sybil." "Albus, you know it is unwise to disturb a seer at dawn," Trelawney whispered as she entered the room. "It is the time when the mists of time are the clearest. Stress could damage my third eye." "I know the dangers," Albus said sadly as he turned towards her, now holding a cup of steaming potion. "Albus, no," Sybil cried. "Just be patient and let the future reveal itself." "I'm sorry, Sybil," Dumbledore sighed. "He was almost killed 4 times this year. The dark forces are clearly on the move. How am I supposed to make sure he fulfills his destiny if I can't protect him?" "But it hurts," Sybil whined. "Neither can live while the other survives, Sybil. You said that." Dumbledore insisted. "If Harry dies, Voldemort will live forever. There has to be another way." Tears ran down Trelawney's face. "I cannot prepare for things I don't know or threats. Harry's life, and by extension the rest of the world's, might hang on this." The sound of disappointment from a respected elder was always a good motivator, at least in Dumbledore's experience. "But if you're adamant, I won't force you." Trelawney's breath caught in her throat. She swallowed quickly. "I'll do it." Albus triumphed internally, congratulating himself once again for finding the spell to change one word in that prophecy. "Neither can lives while the other survives," is much more ambiguous than, "neither can die while the other survives." His version allowed him to use any means to protect Harry, even when that meant imprisoning him. The original version just leaves it obvious that to finish Voldemort's life for good, Harry would have to die in the same moment. If they didn't die simultaneously, they would just keep getting up, over and over again. He watched as a terrified seer drank the ancient potion used by the Romans to force their oracles to predict. It had some drawbacks, the important one being that it could only be used at dawn the day after the target's day of birth. It also had a tendency to kill seers who used it too often and caused them incredible amounts of pain, but that was neither here nor there. After 30 seconds, Albus could tell the potion was taking effect and he leaned forward eagerly. "Now then, tell me about Harry." Sybil stopped breathing and didn't inhale for nearly 2 minutes. Suddenly her eyes rolled into the back of her head and her back arched. Her voice, that was normally airy and alien during prophecy, was now deep and gravelly. "When the Third Lord joins the living, they will war, for only one can rule. So two must fall. Chaos without law, will fall to entropy. The ancient fisherman will tangle his lines, if he casts too many nets. And death will stalk that which is denied him. Between the king and his court, the decision is made, but only the one will the boy support, and the children of change shall make it so. Elf. Albus beckoned as Sybil collapsed, falling out of her chair and onto the floor. Luckily for Dumbledore, she was already unconscious when she started and wouldn't remember a thing. Yes, Master Dumbledore. The elf bowed. Clean up this mess, would you? Dumbledore waved off-handedly at Trelawney's crumpled form. He turned his back and made his way into his personal quarters, already lost in thought. Tonks hadn't woken Harry up in almost 2 months, again, and she wasn't going to waste this chance either. She was determined to make Harry her boyfriend before she turned 13, but she had to be careful not to hurt Hermione in the process. The girls had been drawn to Harry for different reasons and were very open with each other about how they felt for him. That gave them the shared interest necessary to bond, and now they were as close to sisters and two unrelated girls could be. Their competition for Harry would be a slow, honorable one, no rumor-mongering or backstabbing. In fact, Tonks felt she would rather cut off her own foot than betray the other girl. Her plan was unfortunately limited to continuing on the same path. She'd hoped that he would eventually get accustomed to her waking him up, and then miss it when she couldn't. Living with Harry would give her a couple hours at each end of the day where Hermione wouldn't be there. Tonks knew she wouldn't be able to take full advantage of this situation without feeling guilty, so she wasn't going to try anything during those times. That didn't, however, mean that she couldn't react to Harry's actions. She quietly slipped into his room, drapes still blocking out all the light except for right near the bookshelves. Had she been less focused on not making a noise, she would have noticed the piles of books on the floor, but she didn't. If she had noticed the piles of books, she would have also noticed Harry sitting in the midst of them watching her cross the room. Instead, she reached his bed and energetically threw the curtains open. Harry. Harry. Good morning, Nim. Harry used a ventriloquism spell to whisper directly into her ear. She screamed and did a spinning jump that would have been ballet if it had been coordinated. Only then did she see Harry, now laughing, amongst the books. Yay yay, laugh it up, Buster. Tonks smiled, shaking her head, and started to walk towards him. Stop, Harry shouted before she moved her foot, and then he climbed to his feet. Stay right there. Okay. The confusion was evident in her voice as he walked across the room. What's going on? Nim, there is something I have wanted to tell you since Christmas, and it's kind of hard to say. Harry said quietly when he was standing right in front of her. But first I need you to commit to memory exactly what you're feeling right now. Holy crap, is this what I think it is? Tonks was going insane in her own mind, but she definitely wouldn't be forgetting anything about this, ever. Okay, done. I would have brought this up a long time ago, but I wanted to be certain I had the right girl first. Harry fidgeted unconsciously. I hope you don't hate me for how long I've taken. Harry, I could never hate you. It is what I think. Harry Potter is about to ask me out. Well, I heard this prophecy, and I think it is about you. Harry looked down, expecting anger. Oh, from how I've interpreted it, it's worthless. It could mean anything from the two of us setting the all-time record for NEWTs to the far other extreme where I convert to Buddhism, and win at it, then get assassinated by the twins, after which I then possess you, become the next Dark Lord and rule forever. Harry summed up. Beyond being so extremely open to interpretation, it doesn't present us with any options. Simply this will happen, makes it pointless to know because you can't change anything. I think it is only there to identify us. Well, let me hear it then. Tonks said, trying to keep the crushed hopes and dreams out of her voice. Together born shall be the children of change, the world that was once will never be, destroyed by the forge, the boy of change, for many years the girl he won't see, the one was loved by all, the other was cast out, together they'll join in fall, the change was swift, with his final form the enlightenment, he shall teach her, together they shall go forth, heroes to the world, all will bow to them, together they will be, with time. Harry recited, looking at the ceiling to assist his memory. She doesn't need to know about those two missing lines yet. I like how it ends. Tonks' eyes then opened wide. Shit, did I just say that out loud? Me too. Harry agreed, smiling, making Tonks blush. I don't want to not see you for years though. Tonks wrung her hands. We went 11 years between when we were in the same room and meeting at the opening feast. I think that is the many years. Or the 50-some that I experienced after you died. Who else knows? Tonks hoped that he didn't say Hermione. Just the two of us as far as I can tell. Harry said, then frowned. Unless someone heard it while it was being given. Then I say we forget about it. Tonks shrugged and smiled. Like you said, it doesn't sound like there's anything we can do, so it's best left ignored. So why did you have me remember that feeling? Does it have something to do with the prophecy? Harry's smile grew past the limits of his face, only possible because of being a metamorph. Look at your feet. Tonks looked down and screamed happily at seeing the air between her feet and the floor. After dropping an inch, so that her feet were back on the floor, she jumped forward and threw her arms around Harry. We should tell Hermione everything, Tonks said excitedly as she pulled out of the hug. Harry regarded the happy young witch silently for a moment, while she bounced energetically on the balls of her feet. I was going to say just that. I'll call her over. Tonks spun and ran out of the room. She finished her sprint by diving over the footboard onto her bed. After scrambling the rest of the way to her nightstand, she propped herself up on her elbows and flipped open her mirror. Hermione. A few moments later the mirror faded to a different view and Hermione's face had replaced Tonks. Oh, good morning Tonks. Hermione, you gotta get your little tushy over here pronto. Tonks squealed. Something amazing just happened. Oh. Hermione's face dropped. I see. Oh, no. Tonks stopped her. It's not that, you're still in the running. You really just have to come see for yourself. Alright, I'll be over as soon as I can. Hermione agreed. We'll be in Harry's room. Tonks beamed. Okay, I'll see you then. Bye. Tonks closed her mirror, cutting off the connection, and ran back to Harry's room. How do I get better? I really don't know. Harry shrugged. I don't know if it can be taught. I learned on my own. Well, we can try. Tonks insisted. We can. The first step should be to review the memory and try to recapture the feeling. See where that gets you. Harry suggested and then waved to all the books on the floor. Should be similar to occlumency, but different. While you're doing that, I'm going to keep sorting these. Albus Dumbledore sat on his recliner in his private room. He discovered them when he left Harry at the Dursley residence. He had to go inside to ensure that they would hate the boy after all. In the living room he had spotted the masterpiece of sitting comfort, and promptly stole it, replaced it with an inferior substitute and obliviated the Dursleys of the chair's existence. This wasn't the chair, that chair had died a glorious death of discovery as Albus tore it apart to see how it was built. Albus built his own recliner and enchanted it for comfort. He was currently lying back getting a massage and contemplating the new prophecy. Let's see. He thought, holding up the transcript he had had a quick quotes quill taking. The first 4 lines really couldn't be much clearer. Chaos without law will fall to entropy. Well, the children of change have always been agents of chaos, so this is probably one of the two of them, or both. So what forces, law? I have no idea who she could have meant by ancient fisherman. Perhaps the founder of Harry's organization. I'll need to look into that, see if I can't get Harry of Nick to tell me the history. Without knowing who that references, for sure I can't do anything about it. And death will stalk that which is denied him. This is undoubtedly Voldemort. Sounds like a done deal for him though. Between the king and his court the decision is made, so this king is going to decide which lord wins. Kings rule in castles and his court does his bidding. I rule Hogwarts and the staff does my bidding. I'm going to go forward as though I am the king and simply keep my eyes open for others who might qualify. But only the one will the boy support, and the children of change will make it so. So, Harry's loyalty will be to himself and or Nymphadora, Voldemort or this fisherman, but I'll choose who. Priorities then. First, figure out who the fisherman is. Second, figure out who or what law is. Third, make sure I gain control of both of these characters. Fourth, figure out whether Harry is better or worse than the fisherman and decide who will win. Fifth, convince Harry to support the fisherman, should I find the fisherman suitable. Albus stood up and walked out into his office. Taking his pensieve out of its hiding place and stirring with his wand, he brought up his memory of dawn 12 years ago to the day. The morning after Harry's birth. Lowering himself, he gently drifted into that morning. Albus, office reformed out of the mist, and with a quick glance around he oriented himself. A younger Trelawney was begging at Albus' feet. It was rather pathetic, in Albus' opinion. The memory Albus held a goblet of the same steaming potion that real Albus had Trelawney drink that morning. I can't force you, Sybil. Dream, Albus said compassionately. Years later this scene would become one of Albus' favorites, he impressed himself every time. But the future of the world could depend on it. You said that about the Longbottom boy yesterday. Sybil cried. I can't, please. 2 days in a row could kill me. The Dark Lord could kill the one who can save us all. Dumbledore insisted, smiling sadly. The real Albus noticed his legitimacy pressing the idea into her mind. He always hoped he was subtler now. We need to know who to protect. I'll do it. Trelawney sobbed. With a face full of apprehension she drank the potion. Her back bent so far it almost broke and her voice was more inhuman than ever. She was truly a horrifying sight as blood started running from her nose, eyes and ears. Together born shall be the children of change. The dream. Trelawney pitched forward and vomited blood all over Albus and the desk. Those robes were never the same. Real Albus thought as he studied her mouth while she vomited. Albus knew that the oracle potion didn't allow for pause and her mouth still looked like she was talking. He concluded that there were missing lines. The world that was once will never be. Destroyed by the forge, the boy of change for many years, the girl he won't see, more vomit therefore more missing lines. The one was loved by all, the other was cast out, together they'll join in fall. The boy knows what's to come, with knowledge unknown, the change was swift, this was the long break that made Albus regret giving her the potion twice. 3 or 4 lines could have easily fit in the gap. With his final form the enlightenment. He shall teach her, together they shall go forth heroes to the world, all will bow to them, together they will be with time. Trelawney collapsed at this point and just like this morning memory Albus summoned an elf to deal with her. She didn't wake up for 3 months and wouldn't let anyone approach her with liquid of any type for a year after that. That set of robes was incinerated a few months later after the house elves reported failing to remove the blood. That's the real shame, I loved those robes. As real Albus landed back in his office he recalled modifying the prophecy orb to remove the pauses. His thoughts at the time were that it isn't what you didn't know that got you, but what you didn't know you didn't know. He still supported his decision to deny anyone who comes to that prophecy the knowledge that some of it was missing. Misinformation is just as important in war as warriors are. Albus returned to his recliner to ponder and decide if and what he would change in the recording of this newest prophecy. Sirius was just finishing up wrapping his presents to the kids when the fireplace flashed green and Hermione stumbled through. She waved as she hurried through the room to get to the stairs. Hi Hermione. Hey, inform those miscreants that breakfast is in 20. Hey Padfoot, I'll let them know. Hermione smiled and continued up the stairs. She finished her run by bursting into Harry's room, where Tonks was sitting cross-legged on the floor and Harry was with his books. Ooh, books. If you help me sort them you can borrow some. Harry smiled across the room. She ran over excitedly. We're going by author, by subject. I don't know whether I want to split them in half and have a section for theory and a section for practical, or just have them all together. She sat down next to him and hugged him tightly before picking up a book. Tonks said there was big news. Yay, but it isn't time sensitive and I'd rather wait for her to come back to us before we talk. Harry shrugged. But it is certainly Hop's level. Does the news have to do with her occlumency? Hermione clearly recognized Tonks' pose. Have you checked her shields yet? Will you check mine? I was going to ask on the train ride home but I wanted to tear them down and rebuild one last time. Then I did it again during July while I was waiting for you to come back. Just how many times have you rebuilt them? Harry's attention was now solely on her. Well, once you woke up and scolded as I ripped down what I had and started over. Hermione looked up biting her lip. And then again at the beginning of June, which I was expecting. Again the night we got home and then again in the first week of July. Is that bad? No, quite impressive actually. Most people take around a month to recover from rebuilding their shields. Harry struggled to find an analogy. It's like say you ran a marathon, then realized you forgot something at the start line. So you turned around and ran back, and then turned around again and crossed the finish line again, just because. If they're any good no one will believe you if and when you tell them. So are they any good? I've been working really hard. Hermione leaned forward and looked him deep in the eye. All right, here I go. Harry sent a gentle legitimacy probe. He suddenly found himself standing in Hermione's mindscape looking at a giant egg-shaped metal capsule. He moved up to it and examined it in close detail and he circled. Finding no flaws, he drew back his arm and struck it. There was no give at all. He was grinning when he returned to the real world. Hermione, you're amazing. I know, she said, blushing proudly. But you should probably tell me why. You know, so I can make sure you're worshipping the proper aspects of my greatness. Harry just looked at her for a few seconds before they both burst into laughter. After Harry managed to catch his breath, he smiled at her. If you know the fable of the 3 little pigs and the big bad wolf, you'll know the straw house, the wood house and the brick house, yes. Yes, what about them? Hermione raised an eyebrow. Well, for as long as you've been practicing you should still be at the straw house equivalent. Perhaps starting to progress to the next stage. Harry put a hand on Hermione's. You however are past the brick house stage. You seem to be a natural. Really? Hermione asked happily. I've been thinking about adding animals around the outside to help defend, but the book suggests that I avoid animated guardians. Go for it, Harry encouraged. Worst thing that can happen is that you have to take them out again. As you are now, you will be able to keep anyone out long enough to take countermeasures. Don't let up though, there are always things that can be improved, no matter how good your shields are. Oh, are you checking occlumency? Tonks piped up from the other side of the room. Yay, and he said I'm a natural. Hermione gloated. Check mine, Harry. Tonks commanded and strolled over. Did you find the feeling? Harry asked as she sat down next to Hermione. I think so. Tonks nodded happily and then switched to a Transylvanian accent. Now, look into my eyes. Okay, Vlad. Harry chuckled and leaned forward. Tonks found herself suddenly lost in his beautiful green eyes. Suddenly she found herself remembering how dashing he looked while he was fighting the troll. Her stomach sank as she witnessed him get hit. Suddenly she was watching him fight the basilisk again. That's when she realized her shields hadn't kept him out. Oh, shoot. Well, you have a decent foundation, Harry stated, rubbing the back of his neck. The structure could use some work though. Oh, just say it was terrible and get it over with. Tonks sounded upset. You're not doing bad at all, Harry reassured. You're slightly ahead of what would normally be expected. I guess I can settle on second best, Tonks said glumly. Hey, I can't shape-shift, Hermione defended. I would consider myself second best between the two of us. Stop it, both of you, Harry scolded. You're both amazing and I wouldn't want to lose either of you. There is no second best. Sorry, Harry, the girls said together. It's okay. Harry drew his wand and cast privacy charms around the room. Now there is a reason you called Hermione over, isn't there? Yes, of course. Tonks started to inhale to start her story when Hermione interrupted. Padfoot asked me to tell you that there was only 20 minutes before breakfast, and that was like 10 minutes ago, so if this is going to take a while maybe we should wait. Hermione suggested helpfully. We can use my pensieve, it'd be the quickest way. Harry added. Sounds like a plan, Tonks replied, and Harry got up and retrieved the pensieve from his trunk. This way she can hear the prophecy too. Prophecy? Hermione raised an eyebrow. You'll see, Harry said lamely as he returned. We don't think it is worth much, and better kept under wraps. Dumbledore doesn't know that I know anything about any prophecies and I would like to keep it that way. Right, so mum's the word. Hermione made the lips-sealed motion. Actually everything about this memory is to be kept secret for now. Tonks said. Right, Harry. The less anyone else knows the more advantaged we are. It isn't universal, but that is a good rule. Harry drew a silvery strand of memory out and put it in his pensieve. We shouldn't even tell the adults here. We can trust them in everything, but there is no need to tell them and open the door for more leaks. Is it really that big of a deal? Hermione asked, concerned. Until it happened I thought this was only possible for Harry. Tonks nodded. And even then, that's only because I witnessed it. If someone had merely told me I would call them a liar. All set. Harry looked up at Hermione. Only 2 people can use this at once, so you can go alone or pick one of us to go with you. I'll go alone, Hermione said bravely and entered the pensieve. So what do we do while we wait? Tonks waggled her eyebrows. Harry smirked. Let's see if we can get you off the ground again. It's not working, Tonks cried frustrated, 5 minutes later. It's okay, Nim. Keep trying. Harry empathized. I took me years to learn. You can fly. Hermione screamed, smiling as she returned from the memories. Both of you. Me practically, her potentially. Harry summed up. But try not to shout about it when we leave the silencing charms. This is amazing. Hermione started. I did the research when I was trying to find a way to get out of flying class. Flight without a device was mentioned briefly. The book said it was just a fairy tale. It's supposed to be impossible. Just like surviving a killing curse. Harry's eyebrows skyrocketed. Alright, so I shouldn't really say the word impossible around you, unless I'm describing you. Hermione rolled her eyes. But still, you shouldn't keep this a secret. You heard the prophecy. Harry paused to wait for Hermione to nod. Well, there is another one saying that I have to keep fighting Voldemort until one of us is dead for good. I'm keeping any advantage I can find against him, and the secret ability to fly is one of those. So you're not going to solve one of the great magical mysteries? Hermione asked disappointedly. Maybe after everything is over, when I can live a life of peace. Harry tilted his head like he was looking off into the distance. So, let me see Nim. Hermione bounced. Well, I can't really get it to happen again. Tonks screwed up her face in concentration. Oh, well, maybe someday. Hermione was confident, even if Tonks wasn't. None of us learned to walk in a day. Well, actually. Shut up, Harry, you don't count. Hermione waved his comment off casually. Ah. Harry visibly deflated, but was prevented from commenting when a knock came from the door. Harry jumped up and ran over to answer. Oh, hey Hestia, what's up? Breakfast, come on. Hestia motioned with her head. What were you doing so quietly? Just teasing Harry. Tonks piped up. Oh, well, I hope you weren't being too mean. Not at all. Tonks said innocently. Morning, pups. Sirius greeted as the three kids and Hestia entered the dining room. I'm glad you came early, Hermione. Gwen smiled. Shopping after breakfast, and I wouldn't want to be slowed down by waiting for you to get here. Shopping. Harry's voice was full of dread. Shopping, Hestia exclaimed. With me and my sister you're sure to be set for all occasions. I guess I should have been clearer. Shopping for what? Clothes, of course. Gwen said, beaming. Padfoot. Harry whined. Don't you love me? Oh, it won't be that bad. Hestia scoffed as everyone else laughed. Only has to happen once a summer. I think you'll find a distraction waiting on your place setting though if you would ever make your way over there. Sirius said pointedly, while also pointing at Harry's seat. Harry, grumbling, lead the other two 12-year-olds over to their part of the table. Each of their plates had a small rectangular, wrapped, package. Each marked with their name and birthday wishes and signed by Sirius. Harry and Tonks shrugged and started opening them with a quick thanks to Sirius. Hermione, however, didn't. Padfoot, my birthday isn't for almost 2 months. I know, Hermione, but with those two getting theirs today I thought you would want yours too. Sirius smiled. I just won't give you anything in September. I guess that's fair. Hermione ripped open her package quickly, so as to catch up with the other two. As the paper fell away she found herself looking at a photo of a large golden eagle. After the rest of the paper was gone she could see that it was a book on non-magical birds of the world. Hermione looked over to the other two. Tonks was holding a similar book on mammals and Harry's was on reptiles and amphibians. After looking at each other all three looked to Sirius, confused. How would you three like to become animagi? Sirius asked, laughing at their confusion. Really, that'd be awesome. Tonks clapped. Doesn't it take years? Hermione was determined but cautious. Professor McGonagall told us that it was a very advanced transformation that we won't get around to studying until 6th year. Yes, well, there is McGonagall's way. Sirius grinned. And then there is the Marauder's way. What's the difference? Hermione was intrigued. Well, ours is even more illegal than teaching minors would be normally. Sirius started offhandedly while Remus chuckled. Second, you can choose what you want to become. Third, it is all done through a potion. Fourth, if everything goes well this can be accomplished before Hermione turns 14. Fifth, what was fifth again, Moony? I think that's it. Oh wait, fifth, outsiders can interfere with the process. Remus supplied. And sixth, don't choose your animal on a bet. Sirius finished laughing. James and the rat bet each other that they would finish their potion on the second try. Their stakes were to choose the others and they both lost. James made the rat and the rat thought it would be funny to make James a stag, especially since we were going to be trying to subdue a wolf. If you had been in on that bet, it would have totally defeated the purpose. James wanted to turn you into a tomcat and set you on McGonagall. Remus laughed. If that had happened, none of you would have been much help on the full moons. So what do we need to do before next summer? Harry hoped to cut off the old war stories before they started. First, you need to decide whether you want to go through with this. Second, you need to pick your animal. The first stage of the potion needs to be done on the winter solstice and the second part on the summer solstice. During the second part, you'll need to add a tissue sample from the target animal. Remus listed. There has never been anyone known to successfully use a magical animal, so don't bother unless you want to waste a year. Professor McGonagall says that not everyone has the potential to complete the transformation. Hermione said, setting her book in her lap. Does that hold true? Yes, absolutely. Sirius poured himself a glass of juice. Why do you think we found the potion in the first place? None of us had the potential for the traditional method. Do you have any idea how being a metamorph will change things? Harry murmured. Either it won't, Remus said calmly, or you'll be able to morph your animal form. There is nothing to indicate that it would cause the potion to fail. Oh. Harry started to thumb through the book looking at the animals. Hey, no reading at the meal table. Tonks scolded. I'll let you go with a warning this time. Andromeda said diplomatically. But put it away. Harry closed his book and turned to breakfast. After breakfast, the kids were given just enough time to take their books upstairs before they were rushed off to Diagon Alley by the Jones sisters. They were out until dinner, when Hermione had to go home, and were too exhausted by the end of the day to think, much less try to get Tonks flying again. Gwen and Hestia were both silently congratulating themselves on a successful outing that night while they drifted off to sleep. Hermione jumped out of her seat when the owls arrived from Hogwarts. Her excitement was barely contained as she squealed when she found her letter and ripped it open enthusiastically before sitting back down. Hermione. What? Hermione asked without looking up. What did I just tell Harry? Andromeda asked irritatedly. Hermione glanced at the boy and saw the reptile book still in his hands. Right, sorry. So what did you manage to see before she stopped you? Tonks asked mischievously. Oh, honestly. Andromeda sighed, throwing her hands up. Not much. Hermione giggled looking at Harry. Loads of books by Lockhart though. Figures. Harry muttered darkly. What's so special about Lockhart books? Andromeda raised an eyebrow. Nothing, if you enjoy fiction. Harry scoffed. Gilderoy Lockhart does not write fiction. Andromeda defended hotly. He says that Lockhart is a fraud, Mum. Tonks said, grinning at the look on her mother's face. Why would you say that? Andromeda demanded, turning to the boy. Have you read his books? Harry asked sarcastically. More importantly, have you ever heard about any of his alleged accomplishments anywhere other than in his books? What do you mean? Gwen asked, confused. Well, how many people have written about Dumbledore's defeat of Grindelwald? Lots. How many people have written about Voldemort's rise to power? Harry rolled his eyes as some of the adults flinched. Fewer, but still some. Now how many people have written about Lockhart fighting vampires? Only Lockhart. If he actually did anything he says he did, then more people than just him would be saying he did it. A lot of people believe Lockhart. It isn't just him saying it. Andromeda countered. But the only reason those people are backing his claims is because he wrote about them. Harry calmly assured her. I could write a book claiming that I can apparate to the sun and detailing what I found when I arrived, and if I were to sell it to enough people, eventually someone would believe it. Once there is one other person who believes me, then I'm not the only person who says I've been there. It doesn't, however, mean that I have. So you think it is more likely that he simply tricked the whole population? Hestia asked skeptically. Peter Pettigrew did. Harry said coldly. You have a point. Hestia admitted glumly while Gwen gave Sirius a one-armed hug. But we're still going to his book signing next week. Andromeda asserted, making Harry groan, and the rest of them laugh. A couple hours later, Gwenog slipped into the room her sister shared with Remus. Hestia, get your camera. What is it? Hestia asked as she walked over to her bedside table and opened a drawer. It's the kids. Gwen swooned. They're so cute. Got it. Lead the way. Hestia grinned and followed Gwen out the door and down the hall to Harry's room. His door was open and none of the children noticed the two sisters looking in. Hestia had to suppress the urge to coo when she saw them. Harry was sitting up against his headboard with his knees up and his reptile book propped up by them. Hermione and Tonks were sitting on either side leaning against Harry, each had their head resting on Harry's shoulder and were immersed in their own books. Hestia silently raised her camera to her eye and took aim. The flash of light and sound of flash powder igniting caught the children's attention and all three looked up with identical expressions of surprise. A moment later they jumped apart, blushing. Hestia laughed. "Sorry kids, too late for that. We've got photographic evidence. How much do you think Teen Witch Weekly will pay for a copy of that print?" Gwen taunted. "You laugh now," Harry scorned. "But don't forget Gwen, you're just as famous as I am and I can get a camera too." "Right then," Gwen stammered nervously. "No one outside this house will see that, I guess. Not that I would mind if you had taken the picture at, say, a park." Harry amended. "But what happens in one's home shouldn't be published. So how about we go to a park or something and try again?" Hestia joked, making the kids blush again. "Did you need anything or are you just up here to harass us?" Harry asked pointedly. "Oh, we're just here to harass you." Hestia grinned. "Mission accomplished I think," Gwen added nodding. "Then you can leave now," Tonks demanded tactlessly. "I guess so," Hestia trailed off. "But that's not as much fun." "Good," Hermione said as Harry hopped off the bed and shooed the sisters away. He closed the door and locked it before climbing back onto the bed. As Harry retook his position and picked his book back up, Hermione moved back into her place and Tonks pulled one of the curtains closed, obscuring them from the door. "Hey Harry." "Yes Nim. Why did you pick royal blue and bronze for Hedwig's cape if it wasn't supposed to be Ravenclaw colors?" Tonks queried as she snuggled back into Harry's shoulder. "Well, that goes back to the symbolism of the colors. Lady Ravenclaw was descended from royalty on both sides of the Roman invasion. Bronze was the metal of kings before iron working made its way here, and during the medieval times royal blue was picked up to signify royalty. The Potter family is also descended from the medieval royalty, thus the blue, and the other color isn't technically bronze, it's a dark copper tone and is a fairly close match to my natural skin tone." Harry lectured quietly. "Oh," Tonks said thoughtfully. "What about the other house colors?" Hermione asked, pulling away from him slightly so she could look at him. "Lord Gryffindor came from Roman nobility, and gold were common colors for them and lions were common symbols. He was the second highest ranking member of the Founding Four, next to Rowena," Harry explained. "And Salazar Slytherin made his fortune in the potions ingredient trade. Silver is the traditional color of merchants and traders, and green implies plants which with magic imply ingredients. He could have peddled in anything though. The snake being the house animal is correctly inferred to be a reference to parcel magic." Hermione was nodding enthusiastically at this point. "And Hufflepuff." "Oh, right," Harry chuckled. "The Hufflepuffs were beekeepers." "Oh." Hermione sounded let down. "That really explains a lot though," Tonks added pensively. "Have you ever noticed how much honey is in the Great Hall at meal times?" Yay, now that you mention it I have." Hermione nodded conspiratorially. "Well, mystery solved." Harry smiled. "There is still something I would like to know though," Tonks said looking up at him. "What's that?" Harry asked looking down, faces merely inches apart. "When are you going to put my door sign back to normal?" Tonks blushed. It was cute at first but a couple days of seeing Nimmy there wore off the charm quickly. "Yay, I was going to do that tonight anyway," Harry answered merrily. "Once we're done reading and stuff I'll take care of it." "Good." Tonks nodded and turned back to her book. August 12th arrived quickly and Harry woke suddenly as his mattress suddenly decided to jump several feet to the side. The bed frame didn't move with it and so a few moments later it dropped to the floor, passenger in tow. A dazed Harry extricated himself from his now tossed and tangled bedding and glared at the three laughing adult males. Harry groaned and rubbed his eyes. "I expected this of Moony and Padfoot, but et tu Ted." A shrill shriek of surprise came from across the halls, implying that the females in the house had given Tonks the same treatment. The adults' laughter got louder for a few moments before Ted was able to restrain himself. "Sorry Harry, I fear they've been a bad influence on me." "Morning pup," Sirius gasped wiping a tear from his eye. "I think I should start wearing my wand holster at night too." Harry muttered as he walked over to his bedside table and drew his wand. Without turning he quickly cast 3 charms over his shoulder before securing the holster to his arm. He turned to review his work and was pleased to see that Ted now had broccoli growing out of his ears, Sirius' nose was upside down and Remus' hair was growing rapidly. Harry nodded satisfactorily. Well, it was short notice but it'll do. Harry was still half asleep as he shoved past them and made his way to Tonks' room. It was only the Jones sisters in there with their backs to the door. Tonks was still sitting on the floor glaring but didn't fail to see Harry wink at her. Harry figured he would make the couples match and quickly cast the spells. When Tonks suddenly stopped glaring and started giggling, the sisters knew something was wrong and turned to each other. Harry decided that he would have to ask if they were fraternal twins after seeing how they reacted. As one they both gasped in horror, and then pointed at the other and started laughing. Hestia's hair was now receding at a rate equal to Remus, growing in Gwen's entire face, except her nose, had been rotated so her eyes were on her chin and her mouth on her forehead. "Watch out, ladies," Remus shouted from the other room. You could tell they were laughing again and were having a hard time talking. "Harry's coming and he's got vengeance on his side." "We know," Hestia shouted back between laughs. "What did he get you with?" "Just meet us in the hall and see," Sirius called. As the women walked out into the hall, Harry flopped down on the mattress with Tonks, who promptly moved and rested her head on his stomach. "Morning, Nim." "Morning, Harry." "That was annoying." "Yup." Tonks nodded, which was a little weird with her position. It's not even like it was a clever or particularly funny gag either. "I'd put money on it that I could do a better bed-based wake-up prank," Harry complained. "Do it," Tonks encouraged. "Between you, me and Hermione, we can give the old folk a run for their money. I wonder how Big Hand can get. How do you think Padfoot would like waking up while being eaten by an anaconda?" Harry chuckled maniacally. "Make sure you have a camera ready." Tonks giggled. "And make sure she doesn't actually eat him, of course." "Breakfast," Andromeda shouted from downstairs while ringing a bell. "Pack in the pranks and get down here." "Coming," Tonks called back and climbed to her feet before pulling Harry up too. "I don't know, I think I'll keep it short." Hestia's voice carried out of the kitchen as the kids approached. As they walked through the door, they saw Hestia facing Andromeda and Gwen while examining her hair in a mirror. She looked up when they walked in and smiled. "Hey Harry, can you just halt this now instead of just reversing it?" "Well, I was going to wait until you were completely bald, but if you insist." Harry waved his wand and her hair stopped disappearing. He reversed the charm on Gwen's face as well. When she looked at him for an explanation, he just shrugged. "I figured it would be really hard to eat like that." "What?" Ted asked excessively loudly as he walked in from the other room. "Honey, you look absurd." Andromeda chuckled. "Harry, I hope everyone is going to be back to how they were before we leave." "Except me," Hestia added. She was opening her mouth to say more when the door opened again and Remus sauntered in arrogantly, hair now down to mid-back. "I'm ready for the photographer," he said saucily and dramatically flipped his hair over his shoulder. Sirius followed him without comment, with a tiny top hat sitting on the top of his nose. Throughout breakfast, Sirius steadfastly refused to acknowledge the existence of his top hat, and Remus' hair continued to grow and was now pulled on the floor around his chair. After 5 minutes or so of having conversation at half shout for the benefit of Ted, Harry got tired of it and got rid of the broccoli. Just as breakfast was winding down, a chime came from the parlor indicating arrival via flow. Tonks jumped up and ran out of the dining room and came back shortly with Hermione following. Hermione took one look at Remus and smiled. "I like what you've done with your hair, Moony." "Oh, thanks." Remus smiled genially and ran his hand through his hair appreciatively. "It's all the rage in Prague." Harry coughed into his coffee but managed to prevent any of the scalding hot liquid from taking a short cut through his nose. Counting his blessing, Harry decided not to press his luck and set his cup down. "I can leave it that long if you'd like." No thanks." Remus backpedaled quickly, looking down at the mountain of hair at his feet. "I can't imagine trying to walk like this. Actually, I think I'm done with this prank," Sirius said casually and drew his wand before quickly canceling the spells on him and Remus. "You mean you could have done that at any time?" Ted asked, shocked. "There isn't a prank spell that the Marauders can't reverse," Sirius boasted. "We've used almost all of them, including Harry's selection this morning." Remus added. "That's because I learned them from your journals after the war." Harry thought and tossed his napkin on the table and stood up. "Well, if that's that, I'm going to go get changed before we head out." "Me too." Tonks said, standing up too. Harry stopped at the door and turned to scrutinize the adults before turning to Tonks. You know, I don't think giant snakes are bed-themed enough for proper payback. I'm sure we can come up with something better. It was only your first idea after all. Tonks reassured him. They turned and proceeded to go upstairs, taking Hermione with them and leaving the adults looking at each other with uncertain apprehension. 6 adults and 3 12-year-olds flew through to the leaky cauldron in a fantastic show of emerald flames. Hestia and Remus went first, followed by Andromeda and Ted. The 4 of them cleared room and the children came next, with Sirius and Gwynog taking the tail. Harry noticed that everyone in the bar was looking at them and that they all fell silent when Gwen took Sirius' hand. Have you announced your relationship yet? Harry asked, turning to the 2 of them. Today is official confirmation, Gwen said offhandedly. We've been seen together enough for TWW to publish rumors that we were together. Sirius added. We're going to make a statement today. Gwen smiled nervously. Hey guys, Hannah Abbott exclaimed from near the door out back. We were starting to wonder how long it would take you. Everyone is already here except for the twins. The Weasley family is always late though. Blaise called from somewhere outside. Harry's group followed Hannah back outside where, in addition to Blaise, Susan and Daphne were waiting along with 2 women Harry didn't know. One was clearly Blaise's mom, the other had blonde hair and didn't look like she was raised in a pureblood household. Harry assumed she was Mrs. Abbott, which was confirmed almost immediately while introductions and greetings took place. By the time that was taken care of, the Weasley family arrived and the courtyard started to get cramped. The necessary introductions were made again and the massive party, now numbering 23, made their way through the arch into Diagon Alley. The youngest 2 Weasleys were starstruck again and barely said anything during the entire outing. The twins spent a good deal of time talking to the rest of the court about their new prank products and ideas, while Percy frowned in disapproval. The first stop was naturally Gringotts, and once they arrived the whole group broke down into smaller groups to go visit their vaults. The Weasleys took a cart of their own, which Harry was glad for, remembering how the other him felt opening his vault in front of them. Harry, Blaise, Daphne and Susan all rode together to the section where the older family's trust vaults were. Hannah, Tonks and Hermione stayed in the main lobby. Hermione was changing pounds to galleons and Tonks and Hannah were waiting for their respective mothers, who had taken a third cart to their vaults, Tonks and Hannah staying behind to keep Hermione company. Within a half an hour the whole group was back in the lobby, weighed down with gold and ready to shop. Once they left the bank, Molly and Arthur Weasley excused themselves along with Percy, Ron and Ginny with an agreement to meet at Flourish and Blotts at noon. Unlike Ginny, the rest of them only had to restock or update their existing supplies and were quickly done shopping for the things they needed, other than books. Sirius and Gwynog were able to make their statement when they noticed a Daily Prophet reporter heading towards the bookstore. Not willing to miss the chance, Gwen waited until she was sure she was recognized and then pushed Sirius up against a wall and gave him a thorough snogging. The interruption only took a couple minutes and the photographer with the reporter got several clear pictures. It wasn't really the kind of story that the Prophet was likely to publish, so they were most likely to see those pictures get sold to Teenwitch Weekly. At noon the group arrived at the bookstore and met up with the rest of the Weasleys. As he moved through the stacks picking out his required books, Harry subtly shortened his hair and moved it away from his scar, while also making his scar a bit more prominent. He had a prank planned for the Great Golden Git. All he needed was for Lockhart to recognize him and give him a free set of books like he did the other time. When he rejoined the adults in the line to get their books signed, Harry made sure to place himself in clear view. Sure enough, within a few minutes, Merlin, is that Harry Potter? The photographer roughly pushed his way through the crowd and dragged Harry to the front. Lockhart walked over to Harry and posed with him for a picture. Together we rate the front page, Lockhart whispered before speaking clearly to the room. When young Harry here walked into the store today, he was expecting to buy my complete works and have them signed by yours truly. But what he wasn't expecting was that in addition to my autobiography, Magical Me, Harry would be receiving the real Magical Me. He paused to laugh at his pun before continuing. I am proud to announce that this fall I will be returning to Hogwarts for the first time since I graduated as the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. He paused again, but this time it was for applause. In honor of this occasion I would like to present Harry here with my complete works, free of charge. The applause petered out awkwardly as Harry bent over the collection he was presented, counting. Oh, good, they'll divide evenly. What do you mean? Lockhart asked, confused. Well, while I am very appreciative of your generosity, I can't accept these all for myself, so I'm going to split them up between myself and my friends to lighten everyone's load. Harry explained, drawing more applause. Who are your friends? Lockhart queried. My two best friends are Hermione Granger and Tonks. Harry gestured them forward with a feral grin. I'm sure I can afford to part with the books for your friends too. Gilderoy said with a smile that sparkled prettily. Really? You mean that? Harry cackled internally. Exactly what I was hoping you'd say. Of course, it is really no problem. Gee, thanks. Harry smiled innocently as the girls were presented with their own Lockhart collections. Come on forward, guys. The rest of the court filed through. Harry introduced each as they stepped up. This is Daphne Greengrass, Slytherin, she's my acting press secretary. Blaise Zabini, also Slytherin, he doesn't talk very often but when he does you should pay attention. Fred and George Weasley, of House Gryffindor, are two of the most accomplished pranksters in Hogwarts history and are incredibly inventive. Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott of House Hufflepuff. Susan's aunt, as you know, is the head of the DMLE. Gilderoy's smile was looking forced at this point, but there was no way that he could tell Harry to stop without looking bad. Once the court had finished, Harry was selecting people through eye contact. Percy Weasley is a sixth-year Gryffindor and is my go-to prefect for non-Ravenclaw issues, and if I were a betting man I would say that he will be headboy next year. His youngest brother, Ron, is in my year in Gryffindor, and their sister, and first female Weasley in 7 generations, Ginny, is just starting this year and I only met her this summer, but she's pretty cool. She blushed deeply at this comment, but Harry pressed on, knowing that if he stopped he wouldn't be able to get going again. Looking around the room quickly he saw 2 other people. Neville Longbottom, Gryffindor. There isn't a lot to say about Neville, but if there was only one wizard from my generation that I could have watching my back it'd be Neville. And last but not least is Draco Malfoy, also of Gryffindor. Our families have a long history of conflict, but Draco and I are trying to work past that. The sudden loss of 14 copies of his complete works was a noticeable loss, unlike losing 3 of them. Harry had, however, saved his whole group a great deal of money. No good deed goes unpunished though, and Harry had to endure a bit more posturing and playing to the press. Gwynog and Sirius were also caught in this and ended up making a verbal statement to the reporter to go along with their more tangible statement earlier. As they were leaving 20 minutes later, Lucius Malfoy made his move, not that anyone saw it. Once they made it outside, Sirius, Tonks, Remus and Gwynog burst into laughter. Sirius was the first to recover. James would be so proud of you, Harry. I don't think we've ever pranked a celebrity in public before. You could tell that he was counting the galleons as he was losing them. Tonks chimed in. He looked more and more constipated with every introduction. It was nothing. Harry waved it off. He's a professor now though, Andromeda admonished. I expect you to show him some more respect at school. Yes, ma'am, Harry said dutifully. You know, if the headmaster chose him to teach he can't be as much of a fraud as you seem to think. Hermione observed. You'd be surprised. Harry droned tonelessly. Come on, let's go home. Tonks pressed. Hermione looks like she is about to start reading while we're still here. A time-turned and disguised Harry watched his group exit the alley before focusing on the bookstore again. He had watched the Malfoys enter and his detector had given confirmation of the Horcrux being with them. Since they had entered, Harry had been closely observing the detector's reaction to people exiting. Ginny was the first he had cleared, along with the rest of his group shortly thereafter. The Malfoys were also clean, and Harry knew that Lucius had planted it on someone. Hours passed and no one who left the building registered on his detector. The store eventually closed and all the customers were gone, none of them had it. Harry was nervous and that night he warped into the shop and swept it. Harry's nervousness gave way to all-out panic when he still was unable to locate it. The clear conclusion was that someone had it and had either concealed it when they were leaving somehow or sent it away through different means. Harry didn't sleep well that night. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.